In a remote mountain village, shrouded in eerie layouts and inhabited by villagers who scorn outsiders, a series of gruesome murders led to the invocation of the ancient arts of Yin and Yang and the five elements. Terrifying scenes of fire torture and earth burials unfolded within this tiny hamlet. Chapter 1 Prologue. On a night in early July 2005, a girl clad in a dress sat within a luxurious hotel room. Though she wore only light makeup, she possessed a delicate charm rather than conventional beauty. In truth, the girl had never adorned herself with cosmetics before and was utterly unfamiliar with the art of makeup. Had it not been for her dire financial need, she would never have resorted to such measures. Today, she had deliberately chosen a sailor blue dress, purchased with the earnings from her part-time job the previous month, intending to wear it for a boyfriend, though the opportunity had yet to arise. Is this truly necessary? The girl pondered, her mind rife with uncertainty. You are merely an ungraduated student. You are aware of how devalued university students have become. Moreover, the sum you seek is not insignificant, and no matter how hard everyone tries to pool resources, it cannot be amassed. We have located a wealthy man from a nearby university willing to provide the funds, and he will even double the amount. Of course, the price I have already outlined to you, please consider it carefully. The words of her three companions echoed in her ears, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead, despite the air conditioning in the room. Coming from a fractured family, her parents had divorced over a decade ago, and her father had cared for her ever since. Her mother had long since vanished, with whispers suggesting she had become the second wife of a wealthy businessman in the South and had even borne a daughter. Such tales had made her the target of ridicule among her peers, who mockingly referred to her as a bastard, fostering within her a profound sense of inferiority. Regardless, my mother is of such character, why should I be any different? The girl resolved to cease her deliberation, for her need for money was overwhelming. Her father lay in a hospital bed, gravely ill from chronic leukemia, requiring a bone marrow transplant, yet the surgical costs far exceeded her expectations. Furthermore, he is in dire need of funds. There is but one spot available in the forensic science graduate program, and without the means to offer a token of gratitude to the professor, her talents will go to waste. The girl recalled her boyfriend, who was tirelessly borrowing money, having exhausted all family connections during his college years, leaving him at a loss for alternatives. On several occasions, he had even resorted to clandestinely selling his blood. Once tonight passes, he will be able to pursue his studies in forensic science, and my father's illness will have hope for recovery. All I need to do is silently wish them well from above. The girl had made up her mind, alongside another resolution. Hurry inside, make the most of tonight. Rest assured, if she is not a virgin, I will compensate you double, plus we will accompany you for an entire year. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? A heavily made-up girl addressed another man at the door. Very well, this is what you three deserve, take it and enjoy. The man produced 3 bank cards from his pocket and handed them to the trio before entering the room. Is it him? It matters not, anyone will do, as long as the money is secured, the girl thought to herself. The funds have been transferred to the 2 accounts you specified. Feel free to verify, the man said as he locked the door behind him. The girl accepted the phone from the man and dialed a familiar number 1 they had chosen together because its last digits aligned with their anniversary. That phone had been purchased with their hard-earned wages, essential for her boyfriend's upcoming graduation and vital for receiving crucial academic updates. After confirming the funds had been received, she exhaled in relief. Despite him repeatedly inquiring about the source of the money, she remained silent, urging him to focus on succeeding as a forensic scientist and to strive for greatness. The girl then dialed another number, that of her father's attending physician, who had shown her great compassion, repeatedly assisting both her and her father. Without him, her father might have been discharged from the hospital long ago. After hanging up, she approached the soft bed, slowly unfastening the buttons of her dress. Bowing her head, she gazed at her body, reflecting, this should be the last time I see myself like this. Who would have thought it could yield such wealth? As summer's warmth enveloped her, she shed the final remnants of her garment. Initially, she contemplated surrendering to the moment, yet her youthful shame drove her beneath the thin covers. For half an hour, she wept, while the man remained silent throughout. Content with the sight of her distress, he remarked, if you find yourself in need of money, you may join me. I will pay you $20,000 a month and provide a nice apartment. The girl caressed the money for an extended period, wiped her tears, and gradually donned her clothing. She found paper and a pen on the desk, inscribing the words "farewell letter" in elegant script at the top of the page. However, when it came to the body of the letter, she faltered. Should she confess that she had exchanged her body for money with a stranger? After much internal conflict, she ultimately completed the letter, requesting an envelope from the front desk attendant. She placed both the money and the letter inside. Standing before the mirror one last time, she scrutinized her face and body, clutching the envelope tightly in her right hand. As she stepped onto the balcony, the moonlight seemed to illuminate only her, and she inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air before leaping into the void. After exiting the hotel, the man, along with the three girls, set off for a bar. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto the front of their vehicle. The four quickly disembarked to investigate and were met with the shocking sight of the girl who had just been with them. She lay there, smiling eerily, her eyes wide as they fixed upon them. The news of her death swiftly reached both him and her father, and the suicide case became the headline of the next day's local newspaper. Speculation and conjecture flooded the media. Her father was devastated, attempting to take his own life several times, only to be dissuaded by the doctor. When he learned of the tragedy, he was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the girl he adored could meet such a fate. Though their relationship had remained undisclosed, he knew her well. She would never choose such a path. He was resolute in uncovering the truth behind her demise and avenging her. Her father's surgery was scheduled shortly after her death, and it was a resounding success, allowing him to survive as he had wished. Upon his discharge from the hospital, he fell into a state of despair, unable to accept that his daughter would engage in such acts, nor that she would take her own life. Fortunately, the doctor continued to care for him daily, fulfilling the promise she had made during the girl's lifetime.
Chapter 2 Monotony 1 In July 2007, amidst the height of summer, the phenomenon of global warming had elevated the overall temperatures of the northern hemisphere by over 10 degrees compared to the previous century. The sweltering heat did not spare even northern China. Though Beijing is situated in the north, its climate mirrored the oppressive warmth of many southern cities, which perhaps explains why emperors of yore sought refuge from the summer heat. Pang Ligang, employed at a bank, held the position of a mere clerk. Nonetheless, the compensation was commendable, with several days off each quarter. Moreover, as a full-time employee, he enjoyed an additional 3 days of leave during the summer months. His wife, Li Xiyu, currently works at a tourism development company. Despite her youth, she has ascended to the role of deputy manager through her own merits, a testament to her formidable abilities, although both their careers were flourishing. They epitomized the typical post-80s generation. Their courtship lasted a mere 5 months, of which 2 were spent as casual acquaintances, an instance of what is commonly referred to as a whirlwind marriage. Children of the post-80s era, many of whom have indulged in Japanese mystery animations or comics, influenced Pang Ligang's participation in the university's mystery club, drawing from his extensive experience with detective narratives. He assisted the police in solving a murder case on campus, a notable factor that contributed to his recruitment by the bank shortly after graduation. "Hurry up, darling, we're leaving for our trip tomorrow," Li Xiyu exclaimed, brandishing several dresses as she stood at the bedroom door, her expression one of discontent as she observed Pang Ligang lounging on the couch, engrossed in a television program while munching on snacks. Frustrated beyond words, she stormed into the bedroom, retrieving a pair of her recently discarded underwear, and flung it directly at Pang Ligang's head. Startled by the unexpected projectile, he momentarily lost focus. Li Xiyu doubled over in laughter at his bewildered expression. Her amusement nearly incapacitating her, Pang Ligang, his facial muscles twitching in surprise, removed the lacy underwear from atop his head, set aside the snack container, and approached Li Xiyu, wrapping his arms around her waist and gradually bringing his face closer to hers. Feeling a wave of shyness, she instinctively attempted to retreat, but recalling their marital bond, decided there was no need for embarrassment. Gradually, she closed her eyes. Half a minute passed with no development, another minute elapsed. And still, nothing occurred. Confounded, Li Xiyu opened her eyes, only to discover that Pang Ligang had vanished from her sight. Suddenly aware of something resting atop her head, she reached up to find the very underwear she had thrown. Fuming, she chased Pang Ligang around the house, and eventually both collapsed on the floor, breathless and exhausted. The following morning at 9:20, the couple, Pang Ligang and his wife, hurriedly approached the bus. Laden with bags of various sizes. Li Xiyu, running ahead and empty-handed, incessantly urged Pang Ligang to quicken his pace, lest the bus depart without them. Poor Pang Ligang was encumbered with 2 bags hanging from his neck, each hand grasping a suitcase, and even a handbag clutched in his mouth, wobbling as he sprinted towards the bus. Ultimately, they managed to catch up. "Had it not been for your procrastination, we would not have been late," Li Shiyu remarked as she plopped down into a seat upon boarding, immediately beginning to chastise Pang Ligang, who was still stowing their luggage with a look of utter bewilderment, with wide eyes. He retorted, I am the one who procrastinated, is it not the same person who stayed up late last night crafting some imaginary figure and then overslept this morning, who is now scolding me? That person simply overslept, you needn't raise your voice so, she replied, you promised during our wedding that you would not speak to me in such a loud manner. Instantly Li Shiyu's demeanor shifted, adopting a pitiful appearance. Pang Ligang decided to remain silent. Engaging in a debate with Li Shiyu would indeed be futile. Once he had secured their belongings, he noticed that the bus was surprisingly sparsely populated, excluding the tour guide. The driver and the couple themselves, there were only 7 passengers in total. The bus was a small to medium-sized vehicle, capable of accommodating just over 20 individuals. Occupying the first 2 rows were 3 women and 1 man. Animatedly chatting and laughing boisterously, clearly a group of familiar friends embarking on a journey together. The 3 women were all quite attractive. One, though appearing somewhat older, exuded a captivating charm. Another, heavily made up, radiated a certain sensuality. The youngest girl, who seemed to be in her 20s, sat alone at the front, while to the right of the driver sat a man whom Pang Ligang glimpsed as he boarded, though his view was not entirely clear. The man appeared to be no older than 30, listening to music through headphones. Pang Ligang exchanged polite words, though he ultimately declined further conversation, having forgotten to purchase motion sickness medication in their haste. At the rear of the bus sat a young girl, perhaps in her teens, strikingly beautiful yet somewhat difficult to approach. Since Pang Ligang's entrance, she had been engrossed in a game on her PSP. Shouting out clumsy phrases in Japanese to exasperated, Pang Ligang gestured towards the girl in the back row, only to find the man seated to his right sharing a look of helpless amusement, unable to endure any longer. He steadied himself against the seat and approached the girl, saying, Excuse me, could you please lower your voice? Your loudness may disturb others. The girl showed no reaction, prompting Pang Ligang to repeat his request. Yet she continued to ignore him. Frustration began to replace his initial helplessness, and he gently tapped her shoulder a few times. Just as he was about to speak again, the girl looked up and said, Hey, old man, what's up? The veins on Pang Ligang's forehead bulged. Although he was married, he felt he had yet to reach the stage of being addressed as old man. Li Shiyu sat in her seat, laughing heartily, while Pang Ligang shot her a fierce glare. Upon realizing that the girl was wearing headphones, he understood the reason for her obliviousness. Her long hair had concealed them, making it difficult to notice. Pang Ligang removed one of her earbuds and said, Miss, could you possibly lower your volume? Your noise is making it impossible for us to rest properly. Uncle, you can sleep as you please, you needn't worry about me. I assure you I won't disturb you, the girl replied with a smile. Yet you are already disturbing us. If you wish to play games or listen to music, you may do so quietly. However, your occasional loud outbursts are quite unbearable, they might even induce a heart attack. Pang Ligang replied, shaking his head in resignation. Oh, no wonder everyone claims they wish to avoid aging. It appears that growing old leads to heart ailments. She quipped, Uncle, your heart condition must be quite serious. In that case, I shall switch to listening to music. You should rest. I guarantee I won't disturb you again. With that, the girl saluted Pang Ligang playfully. The man, Du Tengwu, had only introduced himself by name, revealing nothing further. After a wide-ranging conversation with him, Pang Ligang discovered that Du Tengwu was quite knowledgeable and well-traveled, possessing his own insights on many matters. However, Pang Ligang couldn't shake the distinct scent of disinfectant emanating from him and inquired if he worked in a hospital. Du Tengwu neither confirmed nor denied it. Merely smiling in response, Pang Ligang produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one to Du Tengwu, who politely hesitated but ultimately accepted. With effortless grace, Du Tengwu ignited the cigarette with a lighter held in his right hand, preparing to light Pang Ligang's as well. Pang Ligang noticed a deep and prominent mark on Du Tengwu's index finger and contemplated asking about it but ultimately refrained. He shook the lighter, signaling that he could manage it himself. The vehicle journeyed for the entire morning before finally arriving in Chengde. After the guide arranged their accommodations, he instructed the group to proceed to the dining hall before departing. Upon entering the room, Pang Ligang greeted Du Tengwu and then carried his numerous bags into the room. Staying across from Mr. Du was the young man with headphones, while next door were the couple. Pang Ligang and his spouse, the more mature of the 4 girls, occupied the room opposite them, and next to her was the young man from the trio of girls and 1 boy. While the younger girl resided across from the most alluring of the 3 girls. In the furthest room was the young girl, and facing her was the most captivating lady among the trio. When the couple finished organizing their things and descended to the dining hall, everyone had already begun their meals. A table full of unfamiliar faces left little room for conversation. The young girl seemed determined to stand out, ordering a Western meal and seating herself at the far left of the long table, clattering her knife and fork in an unusual and jarring manner. While eating, Pang Ligang engaged in conversation with Du Tengwu. Mr. Du, what brings you to travel alone at this time? Shouldn't the hospital be quite busy? Haha, I'm merely a lowly employee, and my duties are usually light, hence I took a few days off to clear my mind. He replied, I find myself envious of Mr. Pang and his wife. Their salaries are substantial, and they enjoy holidays, allowing them to travel during their leisure time. Oh, not at all, replied Pang Ligang with a smile. I am merely a small employee, fortunate enough to have secured a good position. Seated opposite Pang Ligang were 3 women and 1 man, seemingly engaged in an endless conversation, having not paused since boarding the vehicle. Entirely oblivious to those around them, Pang Ligang, uninterested in their chatter, continued to eat while conversing with Du Tangwu. At the far right of the long table sat a young man, and this time Pang Ligang truly observed his features. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, sporting a buzz cut, with earbuds nestled in his ears, listening while he dined, as if the world around him held no relevance. There is nothing remarkable about CHNGD for summer retreats. It's still quite hot. It's hard to believe that emperors once traveled such distances to escape the heat, Pang Ligang lamented while reclining on the bed. Without air conditioning back then, if they didn't seek refuge elsewhere, they'd surely have perished in the palace's sweltering heat, Li Shiyu remarked, applying sunscreen while gazing into the mirror. The alluring woman in a rice-patterned dress set her cup down. Feeling slightly dizzy, and moved to the bedside to lie down. She had intended to take a shower and had even arranged for the staff to bring her the shampoo she specifically requested. But suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue, she gradually drifted off to sleep. The door was gently pushed open, and a figure entered, the sunlight from outside reflecting off the blade in his hand, casting a fleeting glint. The figure slowly approached the bed, unfastening the woman's dress and unclipping her bra. Remarkably, she remained completely unresponsive, indicating she was in a deep slumber. The figure smirked slyly, pleased that events unfolded as he had orchestrated. He covered the woman's mouth with his hand while the sharp knife sliced through her skin and flesh. The woman still offered no resistance. Her eyes widened in surprise at some point, and he placed the item, along with his gloves and bag, into a black plastic sack before quietly closing the door and exiting her room. Unbeknownst to him, Pang Ligang had succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, Li Shiyu was engrossed in her laptop when a sudden shriek pierced the air, jolting Pang Ligang awake. Rubbin Pang Ligang approached him and inquired, "What do you think? Can we ascertain the cause of death?" Preliminary assessments suggest excessive bleeding. However, the victim's heart has been excised, indicating that the individual was likely vivisected to extract the heart. It is also plausible that the victim succumbed to pain prior to the hemorrhage. Yet I am not a forensic expert, so my conclusions cannot serve as definitive evidence, Du Tengwu lamented while removing his gloves and shaking his head. She was fatally stabbed in the chest with a knife, resulting in the removal of her heart. The victim's muscles are completely relaxed, suggesting there was no struggle, which implies she had likely ingested sedatives or similar medications prior to her demise. Whether these were self-administered or administered by the perpetrator remains unknown. A man who had been listening to music through his headphones entered the room, casually glancing around before commenting, "How do you know all this so well?" Pang Ligang asked. Puzzled, the man retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, adorned with a national emblem and inscribed with the words police officer. Upon examining it, Pang Ligang realized the man was named Shun and was a forensic expert from the Beijing Public Security Bureau. Pang Ligang returned the police identification to Shun and then remarked, "The perpetrator is remarkably ruthless to have so viciously extracted a person's heart. One wonders what grudge could drive such an act." The wounds on the corpse were extremely neat, with narrow incisions that appeared to have been made with a professional surgical scalpel. The assailant must be highly skilled in surgery and adept in practical application. The time of death should not exceed half an hour. The murderer likely has not ventured far or may not have left the scene at all, Shun indicated, pointing at the body. Pang Ligang immediately turned to Du Tengwu and asked, "Mr. Du, you are a surgeon, correct? The mark on your index finger is indicative of frequent suturing, a characteristic only a professional surgeon would possess. I am not the murderer. I have been in my room the entire time, engaged in a phone conversation with my friend since finishing dinner, which has lasted nearly an hour now." Du Tengwu quickly defended himself. "Which phone did you use? Can you provide the number?" Pang Ligang's expression grew serious. "Where has there been a murder? Where?" A coarse male voice echoed from the corridor. A police officer, robust and with a face full of flesh, entered, followed by 2 young officers, all clad in police uniforms. The portly officer scrutinized the 3 men, then inquired, "What are you doing here? Do you not realize that your presence may compromise the crime scene?" Before Pang Ligang could respond, the hefty officer launched into a tirade, chastising them for several minutes, presumably only pausing due to thirst. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shun had put his headphones back on, only removing them after the officer finished speaking. He then produced his police identification again and presented it to the rotund officer. Shun reiterated the earlier findings and mentioned Du Tengwu's profession as a surgeon. The corpulent policeman withdrew handcuffs with his right hand, while his left hand grasped Du Tengwu's wrist, asserting, without a doubt, "You are the perpetrator. Any statement you wish to make can wait until we reach the police station." "Officer, I believe you are mistaken. Mr. Liu has an alibi," Pang Ligang interjected swiftly. He claimed to have been on a phone call with a friend for nearly an hour. If you simply verify with his friend, you will ascertain whether he is indeed the culprit. The rotund policeman, visibly displeased, displayed no discernible expression on his chubby visage. However, the twitching of his facial muscles betrayed his ire. He bellowed, "Do I need your instruction? Once he arrives at the police station, he will undoubtedly speak. I have been a policeman for decades, encountering more corpses than you have seen people in your lifetime. Is it necessary for you to interject here? What were you doing just now? Who can vouch for you?" Pang Ligang felt utterly helpless. He had intended to assist Du Tengwu but found himself ensnared in the predicament. "I was in my room with my wife. I was taking a nap while she was browsing the internet. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with her," he replied resignedly. The corpulent policeman produced his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, 2 young officers arrived, carrying a stretcher to remove the corpse. As the officers departed, a vibrant young girl, brimming with youthful exuberance and wearing headphones, bounced over upon seeing the gathering crowd and the officers with the stretcher. She exclaimed, "Oh no, has someone been murdered? That must be the body." She reached out to lift the white cloth covering the corpse, but fortunately an officer promptly restrained her. Chapter 3, the alibi given that he was from the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. Lu Shun naturally held a higher rank than the corpulent policeman. Moreover, since the latter had proactively requested Lu Shun's assistance, the investigation was entrusted to him. After receiving a phone call, the corpulent policeman departed, instructing the 2 young officers to diligently assist Lu Shun in solving the case and to take the opportunity to learn from the capital's police, from the time you finished your meal until the victim was killed. "Where were you?" Lu Shun inquired, sitting opposite a young woman in her 20s, clad in an alluring outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure. Pang Ligang could not help but swallow hard at the sight of her. Lu Shun had summoned Pang Ligang for his expertise. Having deduced from the markings on Du Tengwu's index finger that he was a skilled surgeon, Lu Shun recognized Pang Ligang as a person of considerable intellect and thus enlisted his help in the investigation. "Why did you not check her room or make a call when the deceased did not appear for such an extended period?" Lu Shun continued to question, while Pang Ligang diligently recorded the proceedings. "Zhang Xian had a habit of taking long showers, often exceeding 40 minutes, so we refrained from disturbing her. Unfortunately, she." The alluring young woman suddenly broke into tears. "While you 3 were playing cards, did anyone leave the room at any point?" Lu Shun asked. "No, we remained in the room the entire time." Later, feeling parched, Gu Ming requested some water, so we called for the waiter to bring up a few bottles of drinks, came the response. The alluring woman spoke somewhat hesitantly, as if concealing something significant. "Very well, you may step outside for now. Please summon Gu Ming," she instructed. Shun quickly concluded his inquiries. "This time, allow me to pose the questions," he asserted, for asking the same question repeatedly yields no results. After Gu Ming exited the room, Pang Ligang conferred with Shun. Another enchanting woman entered, evidently Wang Xuanru. Her eyes reddened, walked in while dabbing at them with a tissue. Ligang gestured for her to take a seat on the bed. It was apparent she was genuinely distressed, to the extent that she had overlooked the invisible breast pads revealed by her low-cut dress. Ligang found himself captivated by her décolletage for a considerable time. Shun cleared his throat a few times, prompting Ligang to sit up straight and inquire, "Miss Wang, did the deceased, Zhang Xian, have any enemies? Do you know of anyone who might wish to harm her? What brought you 3 here at this time for a vacation? Zhang Xian was a true charmer. How could she possibly have made enemies?" "There were plenty who adored her. We came here at Gu Ming's invitation. He insisted he would cover all the travel expenses, so the 3 of us joined him," Wang Xuanru replied, wiping her eyes with her right hand while clenching her left fist tightly. "What is your relationship with Gu Ming? Why is he so generous in inviting you all for this trip, covering all the costs himself? It seems rather excessive, does it not?" Ligang probed further, observing Wang Xuanru intently. "I sense your connection with Gu Ming exceeds mere friendship. Surely, your activities in the room earlier were not limited to card games." Ligang shifted the topic abruptly. Shun cast a disapproving glance at Ligang but refrained from commenting. The only remaining question was left to the youthful beauty, whom Ligang had previously inquired about with the hotel owner. He had learned that this establishment had been booked by their tour group for the past few days, thus excluding the entry of outsiders. Access to the hotel was solely through the front entrance, as all room windows were fitted with security bars, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to enter. Therefore, the likelihood of an external perpetrator was minimal. The murderer must be within the hotel. I have confirmed that no outsiders could have gained entry. Even if someone had, the staff at the entrance would have noticed. Ensuring the culprit is undoubtedly within this hotel, Ligang asserted with conviction. "Have you inquired about the number of hotel staff?" Shun asked. "Who discovered the body?" Shun queried while reviewing the notes. The youthful beauty, brimming with vitality, entered, singing along to a song from her headphones, oblivious to whether it was in Korean or Japanese, utterly incomprehensible to those around her, perhaps even to herself. Ligang pointed to a chair, indicating she should sit. The girl, with her wide, watery eyes, looked at Ligang in confusion. Ligang gestured again towards the chair, but she still failed to grasp his meaning. Frustrated, Ligang approached her, removed her headphones, and firmly instructed her to take a seat. "Uncle, I'm not deaf. No need to raise your voice so. Why did you summon me? She retorted, casting a disdainful look at Li Gang. What is your name? Are you a student or employed? Why did you come here to travel alone? Pang Li Gang inquired consecutively with 3 questions. My name is Fong Xinhui. Why should I not travel alone? Moreover, why should I disclose that to you? The young girl realized she had inadvertently revealed her name and immediately retorted loudly. Oh, did someone really get murdered just now? Have you deduced who the killer is? I've always had a penchant for detective animations since childhood, but why would a murderer resort to killing upon hearing about the murder? Fong Xinhui's expression instantly brightened, as if the incident bore no relation to her whatsoever. Please do not frighten me. I might get scared. She immediately adopted an innocent and pitiful demeanor. It seems like. Oh right, I've been taking photographs in my room, capturing the scenery from the balcony, and of course some beautiful girls as well, Fong Xinhui said while biting her finger. Could you please take us to your room to have a look and share the photos you've taken with us? Pang Li Gang suggested. She mentioned it, but to be prudent, it's best to see her room. Pang Li Gang reiterated. She mentioned it, but I did not hear that. Shun expressed some skepticism, indicating that he had not caught Fong Xinhui discussing an alibi. The alibi is evident in the photographs. You will soon understand, Pang Li Gang replied. Chapter 4 Astonishment. The two followed Fong Xinhui into her room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of barking. Pang Li Gang looked down and discovered a palm-sized robotic dog. Staggering as it barked, he crouched down to pick up the robotic dog. Examining it closely, the little machine moved at a slow pace. Taking considerable time to make even a small step, Pang Li Gang promptly set the robotic dog down and began to scrutinize the room. Fong Xinhui's quarters bore no distinction from the others. The furnishings and layout were entirely identical, making it nearly impossible to discern any differences. Pang Li Gang stepped onto the balcony for a look, finding nothing particularly remarkable save for the peculiar railing. Unlike typical balcony railings, which are flat, this one featured a groove, seemingly designed to drain rainwater. This is a camera, filled with landscapes and pictures of me. The beauty. What do you wish to see, the beauty or the scenery? Fong Xinhui said, handing a digital camera from the bedside to Pang Li Gang. He accepted the camera, powered it on, and began to examine it closely. The device contained numerous photographs. The first 20 or so were selfies of Fong Xinhui, followed by over 20 landscape photos, seemingly taken from the balcony, all at a consistent height. The subsequent shots were predominantly more of Fong Xinhui's selfies, indicating that this young lady was rather self-absorbed. At some point, Fong Xinhui had already reclined on the bed, surfing the internet on her laptop while cheerfully humming a tune. Pang Li Gang repeatedly flipped through the photographs but found nothing particularly unusual. Only noticing that the bottom of the camera was somewhat rough. Upon flipping it over, he discovered numerous scratches had marred the bottom of the device. Can these photos truly serve as an alibi? Shun whispered softly in Pang Li Gang's ear. You'll see in a moment. Pang Li Gang nodded in response. Miss Fong, may I trouble you to lend me your computer? I wish to view something, he said to Fong Xinhui. What else do you need to see? Haven't you already looked at all the photographs? Fong Xinhui replied with a hint of displeasure, yet she still rose from the bed. Pang Li Gang positioned himself before the computer, connecting the camera's data cable to it. As the photographs from the camera began to transfer, once the transfer was complete, Pang Li Gang casually clicked on a photo, noting the timestamp recorded in the lower left corner. Aside from the earlier selfies, the remaining photographs had all been taken this afternoon, with the landscape shots captured precisely after 1:20. Pang Li Gang pointed to the timestamp in the lower left corner. Shun immediately grasped the implication of Pang Li Gang's alibi. Alright, Miss Fong, everything appears to be in order, but you cannot leave this in today, as you may be required for further inquiries at any moment. Shun reviewed all the photographs before rising to speak to Fong Xinhui. Very well, we shall take our leave now. With that, Shun and Pang Li Gang exited. Their planned visit to Punahing Temple had been cancelled due to the murder case, leaving everyone confined within the inn, unable to step outside, with all necessities being procured by the inn staff. Don't be foolish, I'm trying to focus on something important. You can entertain yourself online, Pang Li Gang remarked, feeling slightly irritated as he nudged Li Shiyu. Important? What sort of serious matters could you possibly have? You seem preoccupied only with trivialities on the bed, Li Shiyu retorted, laughing exuberantly. The girl in the room across from us was murdered. The police just took away the body, and the killer is still within the inn, possibly among the tour group members, Pang Li Gang stated, his hands cradling his head, a cigarette resting between his lips. When did this happen? Why didn't you call for me earlier? Li Shiyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Just over an hour ago, the victim's chest was cut open and her heart was removed. The brutality of the killer is beyond comprehension, Pang Li Gang replied, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. Have the police questioned everyone? Why haven't they come to ask me? Li Shiyu queried, puzzled. I was with you at the time of the incident, thus providing an alibi, and we were accompanied by an officer from the Municipal Public Security Bureau, who also corroborated this, which is why the police did not approach you, Pang Li Gang explained. But now everyone has an alibi. The only one who hasn't provided one is Pang Ligang suddenly recalled something to I said what Li Shiyu urged him to continue. Pang Ligang swiftly rolled off the bed and dashed out of the room. He arrived at Shun's door and gently knocked a few times. Shun opened the door and stepped aside to let Pang Ligang enter. Officer Lu, there is a matter I must verify with you. And I hope you won't take offense. Pang Ligang felt uneasy about broaching the subject. You wish to inquire about my alibi, correct? There is no need for such circumspection, however, I must express my apologies. For I possess no alibi. At the time of the incident, I was reclining in bed engrossed in music, utterly inactive, and thus unable to provide an alibi before Pang Ligang could even voice his inquiry. Shun preemptively discerned his question and, rather boldly, divulged the answer as well. Your line of thinking is indeed valid. After all, I genuinely do not have an alibi. I have already stated that I was lying in bed listening to music. And I cannot furnish an alibi. If you insist on regarding me as one of the suspects, I find myself incapable of refuting such an assumption. Having concluded his statement, Shun donned his headphones. It is already 5 o'clock, why can we not go outside? Li Shiyu glanced at her watch and remarked, the culprit has yet to be apprehended, thus, no one in the inn is permitted to leave today. As the perpetrator might very well abscond with the murder weapon, Pang Ligang asserted the murder weapon. Li Shiyu queried, indeed, according to Officer Lu from Beijing, the murder weapon is believed to be a professional surgical knife. Pang Ligang replied, Mr. Pang, Miss Li, it is time for dinner. The other guests have already proceeded to the dining area, leaving only the two of you, a voice called from outside the door upon their arrival at the dining room. They found all the guests already gathered. The Pang couple took their seats at a table. Shun remained in the same spot as during lunch, listening to music while dining. Ji Yuming and his companions huddled together, their food untouched, as if they had lost their appetite. Du Tengwu perused a book beside him, alternating between reading and eating. Feng Xinhui was capturing photographs with her camera. Having ordered Western cuisine, Pang Ligang found it peculiar that Western cuisine was available in this inn. He summoned the proprietor to inquire about it. The owner responded with a smile, explaining this was ordered from the Western restaurant next door. That young lady insisted on having Western food, so we had to arrange it in advance. If Mr. Pang and your party wish to have Western cuisine as well, you will need to wait for an order to be placed with the neighboring restaurant. No need for that, we would prefer Chinese cuisine. Please prepare 2 servings of the lunch menu for us, Pang Ligang replied after glancing at the menu. Chapter 5, the second victim. After purchasing cigarettes and yogurt downstairs, Pang Ligang engaged in a brief conversation with the owner and was about to ascend the stairs when the alluring woman descended as well to procure some items. However, upon seeing her without makeup this time, she appeared completely different from the afternoon. Perhaps her attire now seemed more demure in contrast to her earlier appearance. Pang Ligang exchanged a few casual words with her. Learning that her name was Lin Liwen and that she was a 4th-year student, Lin Liwen searched the shelves for a while, seemingly unable to find what she desired, before whispering something to a middle-aged attendant and then slipping her a 100 yuan note. If Lin Liwen were indeed unwell today, then her earlier claim of being in the room with Gu Ming and Wang Shuangru would be false. However, it is also possible that she merely observed from the side. Yet, that likelihood seems quite slim, as mere observation would surely not suffice. As Pang Ligang made his way toward his room, such thoughts occupied his mind. He heard Lin Liwen's voice ahead, seemingly having bumped into something. Pang Ligang hurried over and discovered Lin Liwen sitting on the ground, her 2 packages of sanitary pads scattered beside her. She was rubbing her head with her right hand, evidently having bumped into the wall. Directly across from Lin Liwen was the room occupied by Feng Xinhui, while Pang Ligang's room was situated in front of Lin Liwen's. He stood at the doorway without entering, just as Feng Xinhui opened the door and stepped out. She glanced at Pang Ligang and then at Lin Liwen before promptly shutting the door again. I saw that woman earlier when I went to buy cigarettes. We chatted casually for a moment. Pang Ligang remarked, which woman? Upon hearing that it was a female, Li Shiyu immediately perked up. It was one of the 3 women and 1 man who traveled together, the one dressed quite provocatively. Who was originally a university student, Pang Ligang replied nonchalantly. You've been flirting with some young lady again, haven't you? Spill the beans, Li Shiyu teased, pretending to prepare for a rigorous interrogation. No, I was just pondering what she said this afternoon. Her alibi seems a bit contradictory, though I haven't figured it out yet, Pang Ligang said, disregarding Li Shiyu as he handed her a yogurt. Do you suspect her of being the murderer? Seeing Pang Ligang's serious expression, Li Shiyu ceased her jesting. No, everyone currently has an alibi. Anyone could potentially be the culprit, even Officer Lu, who lacks an alibi. When I asked him this afternoon, he even volunteered that he had no alibi. Pang Ligang stated as he opened a cigarette box, extracted one, and lit it. You're even suspecting the police. He shouldn't have any reason to kill a stranger. They likely didn't know each other beforehand. Li Shiyu expressed her surprise, not expecting Pang Ligang to cast doubt on an officer. It's not that I want to suspect him, it's just that he cannot provide an alibi. Gu Ming and the others have alibis, but they might possess motives for murder that I am unaware of. Officer Lu lacks a motive for murder yet also has no alibi. Don't you think that is somewhat illogical? Pang Ligang analyzed, gazing intently at Li Shiyu. That may be true, but he is a police officer. Surely he wouldn't break the law. Li Shiyu remained skeptical about the notion of a police officer committing murder. One can never be too sure. Perhaps there are secrets between them. Police officers are often busy, yet Officer Liu happens to be traveling alone at this time, which raises suspicions. Moreover, he spends his days listening to music with headphones. Seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, Pang Ligang continued, "Woof, woof, woof." The sound of barking interrupted from outside. Pang Ligang rose and approached the window, intending to open it. Outside, a small dog was being led by a year-old boy, who appeared to be tugging at the dog, trying to prevent it from moving forward. Despite its small stature, the dog seemed to possess considerable strength, as the boy occasionally took a few steps ahead. Watching the boy and his dog, Pang Ligang suddenly grasped something, yet it remained insufficient as direct evidence that he closed the window and lay back down on the bed. After entering the room, Lin Liwen stripped off her clothes, approached the bedside, picked up the telephone, and dialed the front desk to request a bottle of red wine be sent to her. A creaking sound emanated from the adjacent room, reminiscent of a wooden bed swaying. Has it begun anew? For the sake of a woman, they truly seem to risk everything. Have they forgotten the events of 2 years ago? Just after the demise of Zhang Qian, they still possess the audacity to engage in such activities. One is left utterly speechless. Lin Liwen, listening to the sounds from the neighboring chamber, pondered to herself. She lifted the water glass from the cabinet and downed its contents in one gulp, then, unclothed, approached the door, cracking it open slightly to await the arrival of the service staff with the wine. Lin Liwen then retreated into the bathroom, turning on the water to commence her bath. Why do I feel such an overwhelming desire to sleep? Never mind, I shall forego the wash and head to bed instead. Who knows how long those two rascals will continue their antics? As Lin Liwen mused, she shut off the water, took a towel from the rack, and exited the bathroom, sitting at the head of her bed. She toweled her hair, feeling her eyelids grow heavier, the drowsiness intensifying. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure entered. Lin Liwen, in a daze, saw someone approaching her, a small knife glinting in their hand, the blade appearing exceptionally sharp and of an unusual design. As if seldom seen, Lin Liwen attempted to scream, but fatigue enveloped her, leaving her too weary to even open her mouth. Beneath the lamp on the bedside table lay a fruit knife. With great effort, she grasped it tightly in her hand, summoning all her strength to hold on to. I must leave a clue for the police. I cannot perish in such a disoriented manner, she admonished herself internally. Ultimately, Lin Liwen succumbed to slumber, still clutching the fruit knife with fervor. The shadowy figure, brandishing the knife, slowly moved it toward Lin Liwen's chest, preparing to slice through her skin, just as the knife's tip made contact with her breast. It halted. The assailant reached for the fruit knife in Lin Liwen's grasp, but her grip was too firm, rendering him unable to extract it, forcing him to relent. Only 2 more, and I shall exact my revenge upon you. You must watch over me from the heavens and ensure I successfully eliminate them. Had it not been for them, you would not have met such a tragic end. Had it not been for them, I would not feel this unbearable solitude. I have already slain 2. They will join you soon, rest assured. Moonlight seeped into the room, illuminating the lifeless form of a woman sprawled upon the bed. The pristine sheets now stained a vivid crimson. A figure stood by the bed, gazing with satisfaction at their grim handiwork, the knife in hand still dripping with blood, while they clutched an object that appeared to be writhing. The following morning, Pang Ligang awoke to the sounds of commotion, finding Li Shiyu nestled in his embrace, still fast asleep. Gently, he repositioned her head onto the pillow, donned his clothes, and exited the room. In the depths of the corridor, a crowd had gathered, seemingly composed of nearly all the guests at the inn. Pang Ligang felt an unsettling intuition. Another murder had occurred. He pushed his way through the throng, where the door stood wide open. Lu, the officer, and Du Tengwu already inside. Upon the bed lay the nude corpse of a woman, a slender gash carved into her chest, her left hand clutching a fruit knife, her eyes merely slumbering, as though in peaceful repose. On the bedside table rested a glass of water, seemingly untouched, still filled to the brim. The room was impeccably tidy, devoid of any signs of a struggle, and on the television stand rested an unopened bottle of red wine. Officer Liu, might I inquire about the approximate time of death of the deceased? Pang Ligang inquired. It is estimated that the murder occurred between 9 and 10 o'clock last night. The cause of death is identical to that of the victim from yesterday. It appears the perpetrator administered a sedative or a similar substance prior to the crime. The deceased's right hand clutched a fruit knife tightly, suggesting it was not placed there posthumously by the assailant, but rather an attempt by the victim to convey a message regarding their demise. I have already contacted the local authorities. They will arrive shortly to address the situation, Officer Liu remarked while jotting down notes on a piece of paper. Chapter 6 Isolated Interrogation. Pang Ligang initially intended to exit, but Officer Liu gestured for him to stay, closing the door behind him. The room now contained only the 2 of them. Pang Ligang cast a serious glance at Officer Liu and stated, between 9 and 10 last night, my wife and I remained in our room, engaged in online conversations. There are witnesses who can corroborate our alibi, as we were simultaneously on video and did not leave the room at any point. Officer Liu nodded in acknowledgement, taking notes in his small notebook. He then added, last night, I was in the room where Zhang Qian was murdered. Both the waiter and the owner can attest to that, as they visited the room 2 or 3 times. The hotel owner complained to me for about 10 minutes, while the waiter conversed with me for approximately 10 minutes within the hour. Pang Ligong forced a wry smile and glanced at the door. The others had yet to depart. The plump waitress appeared lost in thought, her body trembling slightly. He called out to her, and she immediately exclaimed, Officer, I have something to say, please allow me to enter first. Intrigued, Pang Ligong wondered what she could possibly have to share, yet he permitted her entry. After closing the door, he gestured for the waitress to take a seat. Officer Lu kept his head lowered, pointing with his pen to indicate she should begin. You mentioned that the young lady was killed between 9 and 10 o'clock, the waitress queried loudly. However, I delivered red wine at precisely 10:20. And she appeared to be perfectly alive at that time. Could it be that the waitress halted abruptly, terror etched across her face? Nonsense. The time of death for the victim, Lin Liwen, is indisputably between 9 and 10. There can be no mistake about that. You claim you delivered wine and that she was indeed alive. Did you see her in person? Officer Lu scoffed at the waitress's wild claims. His tone noticeably elevated. Well, not exactly. When I knocked and entered, the door was unlocked. Upon entering, I noticed a figure in the bathroom taking a shower, although the glass on the bathroom door was frosted, obscuring the person's features. It was undeniably a woman. The waitress, having been reprimanded by Officer Lu, adopted a more serious demeanor. Are you certain it was precisely 10:20? How is it that you still entered Lin Liwen's room at that time? Officer Lu inquired. So it means that last night you merely saw someone in the bathroom, yet you had no knowledge of who exactly was in there. Pang Ligong interjected suddenly. I suppose that is the case. Miss Lin was aware that I was bringing wine, which is why she left the door unlocked. If it were someone else bathing in the bathroom, they would surely have locked the door. The attendant insisted, still refusing to admit any mistake. Very well, you may leave for now. Please ask Mr. Ji Yuming to come in, Officer Lu said, pausing his writing and looking up at the attendant. Ji Yuming entered with an air of disdain, casually walking in, lighting a cigarette, and taking a few drags before expressing his displeasure. What do you want from me again? Didn't I already say everything yesterday? You want tea? Let us leave, not even to exit the hotel. Are we here for a vacation or to be interrogated? What were you doing last night between 9 and 10 o'clock? Officer Lu maintained his icy demeanor. I was in the room with Wang Shuangru. We didn't kill anyone. If you don't believe me, you can ask the attendant. She brought us things last night, Gu Ming replied, still exuding arrogance. What time approximately did she bring you? What items? Officer Lu continued his relentless questioning. Contraceptive supplies, commonly known as condoms. She delivered 10 in total, of which we've already used 2. If you wish, I can retrieve them for you, Gu Ming said, growing irritated by Officer Lu's inquiries. Please step out and ask Miss Wang to come in. Officer Lu instructed Gu Ming. Ji Yuming exited with an air of self-importance, and in came Wang Shuangru, her face streaked with tears, clutching a stack of tissues as she wept uncontrollably. Officer Lu did not lift his gaze, merely murmuring for her to take a seat. Wang Shuangru, still sobbing, sat down, wiping her tears as she spoke. I told you all along that we shouldn't have come, but Zhang Qian and Li Wen insisted on uncovering the truth. And now we've put our lives at stake. We shouldn't have come. Next it will be my turn. She will surely kill me as well. Miss Wang, are you concealing something from us? Who exactly is this she you speak of? Pang Ligong asked, standing by the television cabinet. It is her. It must be her. She summoned us here and threatened that if we did not come, she would kill us all. There is no one else. She is studying nursing, and only she possesses such extensive knowledge of the human body, Wang Shuangru said, disregarding her tears, curling up in her chair in fear of the person she mentioned. Officer Lu posed several questions in succession, but Wang Shuangru seemed oblivious, her expression vacant as she huddled in her seat. Lu set down his pen and notebook, approaching Wang Shuangru, and delivered a sharp slap across her face. The force of the slap startled her awake, and she touched her left cheek, beginning to cry anew. Miss, who exactly is this she you are referring to? Please clarify, Pang Ligong reiterated. She was from the same school as us, but she committed suicide by jumping off a building 2 years ago. At that moment, we happened to be downstairs. She lay on the ground, her eyes wide open as she gazed at us, an odd smile lingering on her lips. A few days prior, the 3 of us received a text message instructing us to meet Gu Ming and Qingda, or else we would all face dire consequences at her hands. Wang Shuangru, with her left cheek covered, tearfully remarked. Is that message still available? Please show it to me, urged Pang Ligong as he lowered his hands and approached Wang Shuangru. Wang Shuangru retrieved her phone from her pocket, pressed a few keys, and handed it to Pang Ligong, who read aloud the ominous message. It has been 2 years, if you do not wish to be killed, accompany that man to Qingda, otherwise, none of you will escape. Pang Ligong attempted to dial the number, but was met with a notification that the number was no longer in service, indicating it had been deactivated. He returned the phone to Officer Lu, who glanced at it before passing it back to Wang Shuangru. Officer Lu inquired, is the girl you mentioned the one who committed suicide by jumping from the Shihao Hotel 2 years ago? Named Luo Yutong, his expression was tinged with excitement, perhaps unbeknownst to himself, but Pang Ligong noticed every detail. Wang Shuangru, wiping her tears, asked in confusion, yes, how could you possibly know that? The case was never reported. Not many should be aware of it. Officer Liu clenched his fist around his notebook with his left hand, the black leather cover contorting slightly, yet he uttered not a single word. Pang Ligang observed everything silently. Aware that revealing Officer Liu's unspoken thoughts would only lead to discomfort for all three of them, Wang Xuanru, drying her tears, exited the room, while Pang Ligang contemplated asking Officer Liu a few questions. Only for Liu to assert, "Please call in the next individual. We can discuss matters further once the statements are completed." Chapter 7 Discord in Chaos. Officer Liu's tone was resolute, leaving Pang Ligang no room for rebuttal as he opened the door to summon the next person in. The newcomer was Dr. Du Tengwu, whose demeanor appeared somewhat despondent, as if troubled by some concern. "I retired to bed quite early last night, around 9 o'clock, and fell asleep shortly thereafter," Du Tengwu recounted. "Why did you retire so early?" Officer Liu, evidently skeptical of Dr. Du's statement, pressed further. "Understood, you may step out now. Please ask the next individual to come in," he instructed, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the matter further, allowing Du Tengwu to leave. Next to enter was Fang Xinhui, who maintained her usual nonchalance regarding the murder investigation. Pang Ligang gestured towards a chair, indicating for her to take a seat. Once seated, Fang Xinhui remarked, "Are you going to inquire about what I was doing last night again? I found myself quite bored alone in my room, so I took my camera and started snapping random photos. To be honest, the night view here is rather beautiful. Perhaps I could show you the pictures. They truly are stunning." Between 9 and 10 last night, did you hear any commotion from Miss Lin's room? You reside directly opposite her. If there were any comings or goings, you surely would have heard them. Officer Liu looked up at Fang Xinhui and inquired, I didn't hear anything because I was listening to music the whole time. Moreover, my room door was closed, so how could I possibly hear someone entering or leaving her room? Perhaps it was just the service staff. Would I have gone out of my way to check?" Fang Xinhui placed her hands upon the armrests of her chair, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Very well, if there is nothing else. Please summon the hotel owner," Officer Liu remarked. Closing his notebook, Fang Xinhui exited the room, and shortly thereafter, the hotel owner entered. "Does the hotel have a back door or any entrance for outsiders?" Officer Liu asked as he stepped onto the balcony to survey the surroundings. "Understood, you may carry on with your duties," he said, gazing at the scenery beyond the balcony. After the hotel owner departed, Pang Ligang approached the balcony as well. Before he could utter a word, Officer Liu spoke first. "Luo Yutong was my girlfriend during my university years. At that time I was wholeheartedly striving to pursue a postgraduate degree in forensic medicine, but the slots were limited. Without offering favors to the authorities, I stood little chance of securing that opportunity. My family has always been impoverished, and they had already incurred substantial debt for my education, leaving them unable to provide any financial assistance. Yutong's father was diagnosed with chronic leukemia and urgently required funds for surgery. We considered numerous solutions. On several occasions, I secretly sold my blood without her knowledge, yet the money was perpetually insufficient." Officer Liu paused, and Pang Ligang noticed his eyes glistening with moisture. He retrieved a pack of tissues from beside the television cabinet and handed it to him. After wiping his eyes, Officer Liu continued, "One night, Yutong unexpectedly called me, urging me to check with the bank as she had sent me some money. I was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing that funds had been transferred. I dashed to the bank without a second thought, withdrawing cash from several ATMs before heading to the leaderess residence." "What happened next? Why did Miss Luo suddenly take her own life?" Pang Ligang inquired as Officer Liu fell silent. "It wasn't until the following morning that the police called me to inform me that Yutong had jumped from a building. They did not disclose the reason, merely presenting me with a letter of farewell. The note was penned by Yutong herself, yet it made no mention of the source of the funds. It simply requested that I take care of her father. Subsequently, I successfully passed the entrance exam for graduate school and was assigned to the municipal police department as a forensic investigator, but I have been haunted by this incident ever since. I often frequented the Shanghai Hotel under the guise of my work, seeking the truth behind Yutong's suicide, yet the staff either claimed to have forgotten or had been replaced, leaving me with no leads." Officer Liu gazed thoughtfully into the distance, softly speaking. "Why have you suddenly chosen to travel alone to Qingda this time? Surely it's not merely for leisure?" Pang Ligang questioned skeptically. "Certainly not, although being a forensic investigator is not a high-ranking position. My daily responsibilities are substantial. I received a call from a mysterious individual who claimed that the true culprit responsible for Yutong's demise would perish during this trip, urging me to attend." Officer Liu disclosed. "A mysterious individual. Have you traced the source of the call?" Pang Ligang suddenly sensed that matters had taken an intriguing turn. It appeared that the perpetrator must indeed be that enigmatic individual. "Likely one among the members of the tour group," he remarked. Fang Xinhui hesitated momentarily but ultimately handed the camera to Pang Ligang. The camera contained numerous photographs of night scenes, which were indeed taken the previous evening. Suggesting that Fang Xinhui had not been deceitful, however, the night images appeared somewhat indistinct, differing from those captured during daylight. Perhaps it was due to the darkness that some buildings were not adequately photographed. Pang Ligong returned the camera to Fong Xinhui and advised her, "We cannot venture out just yet, we must wait until tomorrow, you should remain in your room for the time being." With that, he resumed his contemplation while making his way towards his own room. The door to his room was ajar, and without hesitation, Pang Ligong strode inside. A middle-aged maid was making the bed, and upon noticing Pang Ligong's entrance, she remarked, "Mr. Pang, you seem to have entered the wrong room, yours is across the hall." Pang Ligang glanced around the room and stepped back to inspect the door, realizing there was no room number displayed, and all the doors appeared identical, which explained his mistake. He smiled apologetically and was about to turn away when his gaze fell upon a blood-stained bedsheet discarded on the floor as the maid prepared to lay down a fresh one. A sudden flash of insight surged through Pang Ligong's mind, connecting the myriad of chaotic events, and he abruptly comprehended everything. He dashed out of the room, racing towards Lin Liwen's chamber. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The murderer was truly cunning. Had it not been for this discovery, the perpetrator might have continued unimpeded. Next, he only needed to confirm one matter with the hotel owner to ascertain the location of the murder weapon. As Pang Ligong pondered, he exited Lin Liwen's room. "They delivered it to us. Prior to that, they always communicate with the guests over the phone. We do not handle it ourselves," the hotel owner replied. Perplexed, "Thank you, sir. Please gather everyone together, and could you also ask the adjacent Western restaurant to deliver a meal identical to the one ordered by yesterday's guest?" Pang Ligang said with a smile to the hotel owner. "Why are you summoning us all to the dining room now? It seems rather late for breakfast," Gu Ming grumbled. "Just be quiet and listen. There is no need for such unnecessary chatter," Officer Lu reprimanded. "The reason for gathering everyone is to inform you that I have ascertained the identity of the murderer. Furthermore, the culprit is currently devising their next murderous scheme, which is why I have called you all to the dining room to unveil the true face of the murderer." Pang Ligong declared solemnly, "Darling, do you truly know? Otherwise, everyone will surely scold you." Li Shiyu expressed her concern for Pang Ligong. He chuckled softly, patting her shoulder reassuringly to convey that there was no need for alarm. "If you truly know who the murderer is, please reveal it quickly, otherwise, we shall all be left in a state of anxiety," Fong Xinhui stated, her demeanor suddenly serious as she set down the robotic dog she had been holding. "Please wait a moment, there is still an important piece of evidence that has yet to be presented. Shortly, I will reveal to everyone who the murderer is." Suddenly, Pang Ligong feigned an air of mystery. Persistently refraining from disclosing the truth, all gathered in the dining hall sat anxiously, save for Pang Ligong, who appeared remarkably at ease, seemingly confident of victory, unperturbed by the impending revelations, calmly puffing on his cigarette. After a wait of over 10 minutes, the hotel owner entered the dining area, bearing a large platter covered by a substantial semicircular stainless steel lid, the contents beneath it shrouded in mystery. It was time to unveil the true identity of the culprit. However, before that, there was a crucial matter to address, lest the audience remain bewildered. Pang Ligong rose, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. "Whatever it is, please speak quickly. We are all here, indulging in your tiresome detective game, and I have no time for such trifles." Ji Yuming began to voice his complaints against Pang Ligong once more. "Mr. Gu, are you not even the slightest bit afraid? Of the 3 young ladies who accompanied you, 2 have already been murdered. Have you not contemplated the reasons behind their untimely demise?" Pang Ligong replied with a sardonic smile. "How would I know? Perhaps they offended someone without even realizing it, which led to their demise." Ji Yuming shrugged nonchalantly. "If the murderer were to target you first, you might not even comprehend why you were killed. When you find yourself before Yama, you would be at a loss to articulate the reasons for your own death, truly devoid of any sympathy." Pang Ligong shook his head in disappointment. "Mr. Pang, if you already know who the murderer is, please reveal it without delay," Dr. Du urged, his patience wearing thin. "How could that be? The sheets are undeniably stained with her blood. If that were not the crime scene, how could there be so much blood on the sheets? If the body were moved afterward, the blood would have long since dried." Wang Shuangru was the first to express skepticism, with others nodding in agreement with her assertion. "You are correct. If the murderer had relocated the body post-mortem, the blood on the corpse would have dried, and the transferred sheets could not possibly contain such an abundance of blood. However, if the murderer removed the sheets along with the body, the situation would be markedly different." Pang Ligong crossed his arms. "That is because the perpetrator exploited a rather mundane directional error. The assailant did not administer any drugs in Miss Lin's room at all," exclaimed Pang Ligong loudly. "Then how did the murderer manage to administer the poison? Speak up." Gu Ming grew increasingly agitated, shouting loudly, "Miss Fong, when Miss Lin entered her room last night, you happened to be right at your own door." "Correct, you should have seen that Miss Lin was still alive at that time." Pang Ligong suddenly turned to Fong Xinhui and inquired, "Indeed, and now I shall demonstrate something for everyone. Please proceed to the corridor on the 2nd floor." Pang Ligong concluded, pulling Li Shiyu along as he walked ahead, with the crowd following in puzzled silence. The rooms along the corridor were divided into 2 sides, with Officer Lu's room directly opposite Du Tengwu's. As everyone stood in the corridor, Pang Ligong addressed Officer Lu. "Officer Lu, please stand at the entrance of Du Pengwan's room and then open the door." Officer Lu said nothing, simply complying with Pang Ligong's request. Pang Ligang then remarked, Mr. Du, at this moment, which room do you believe is yours? Your room is directly across from Officer Lu's. Wouldn't it be quite natural for you to assume that Officer Lu's room is the one you occupy? Ah, upon reflection, that does seem to be the case. If one cannot distinguish left from right, then it would be even more perplexing, Du Tengwu suddenly comprehended. But what does this imply? Does it suggest that Lin Liwen cannot tell left from right? Gu Ming questioned, perplexed. Indeed, it does, and furthermore, it indicates something else. The initial crime scene where Miss Lin was attacked was not her own room. She was moved there only after the perpetrator had committed the murder. Pang Ligang stated, walking towards Lin Liwen's room. Upon finishing, all eyes turned towards the assailant. Pang Ligang pointed a finger at the culprit, declaring, Indeed, Miss Fong, the murderer resides directly opposite Miss Lin, which is you. Fong Xinhui appeared bewildered, stepping forward defiantly and proclaiming, Sir, please refrain from making unfounded accusations. This is slander. I have an alibi. I was taking photographs all last night, and you have already seen them, haven't you? Were you truly taking photographs? Or were those images merely self-taken by the camera? Pang Ligang retorted coldly, What do you mean by that? What evidence do you have to prove that those photos were not taken by me? Moreover, the angles in those photos are entirely different. A camera does not possess legs, so how could it possibly move around to capture various viewpoints? Fong Xinhui replied with unwavering conviction, countering Pang Ligang's assertions. While it is true that a camera does not have legs, if you were to attach 4 legs to it, the situation would be quite different. It is rather simple. All you need to do is use the robotic dog in your possession. Attach the camera strapped to it, and the robotic dog will pull the camera along. Given that the robotic dog's original power is rather limited, it would move even slower while dragging the camera, allowing you to set the camera to self-timer mode, thus capturing images from different angles. Pang Ligang explained with satisfaction. Even if your reasoning holds, what about the murder weapon? Where is the murder weapon? Did Officer Lu not mention that the culprit wielded a professional surgical knife? Such a distinctive item should be easily noticeable if it were placed in my room, shouldn't it? Fong Xinhui abruptly shifted the conversation towards the murder weapon. The weapon? This is quite simple, boss. Could you kindly bring me the item I requested? Pang Ligang suddenly burst into laughter. The hotel owner swiftly dashed downstairs and soon returned with a platter in hand. Presenting it to Pang Ligang, he approached the group, lifted the stainless steel semicircular cover from the platter, revealing a steak accompanied by a knife and fork on either side. The knife was evidently not an ordinary dining utensil. It was considerably more petite. Is this not a surgical knife? How did it end up here? Dr. Du was the first to react, questioning in bewilderment. To claim I am the murderer solely based on this surgical knife seems rather far-fetched. Does it not? Fong Xinhui's expression suddenly lightened, as she released her hair from the tie at the back of her head and restyled it. Of course, if you are still unconvinced, there is one direct piece of evidence that could unequivocally prove you are the murderer. Pang Ligang abruptly pushed open Fong Xinhui's door and gestured for everyone to follow. The room was tidy and clean, evidently having been tidied up that morning. The bedding on the bed was neatly arranged, and the pristine sheets were devoid of any dust. Pang Ligang approached the bedside, lifting the white sheets along with the quilt, revealing a mattress stained with dried blood underneath. I must say, to devise such an intricate plan at your age is truly remarkable. You are indeed a genius. Can you elucidate why you chose to kill them? I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. As Pang Ligang heard Fong Xinhui confessing to being the murderer, a sense of disappointment welled up within him, for she was still but a young girl. Perhaps you are unaware of the incident 2 years ago at the Shihao Hotel, where a tragic suicide occurred. One would expect that such an event would be reported, even if not on the news, then at least in the city papers. Yet, why did not a single newspaper cover it? Do you not find that peculiar? Moreover, the employees at the hotel have either been replaced or remain tight-lipped about the matter. Could it be that they truly have no knowledge of it? Fong Xinhui murmured softly. I have always found it strange that after 2 years of investigation, there has been no lead whatsoever. My colleagues at the police station have urged me to cease my inquiries into this matter. Is it possible that someone has bribed the newspapers behind the scenes? Officer Lu suddenly stepped forward, regarding Fong Xinhui with curiosity. What did you say? You are Yutong's sister. Why has she never mentioned this to me? Officer Lu recoiled in shock. Of course, we share the same mother but have different fathers. Perhaps even my sister is unaware of it. My mother was merely referred to as a concubine, and I have been scorned by those around me since childhood. In my solitude, I longed for the companionship of a brother or sister. When I learned from my mother that I had an elder sister, I was overwhelmed with joy. My mother informed me that my sister was studying in Beijing, eager to reunite with her. I diligently completed both my middle and high school education, and by the age of 15, I was admitted to the university where she was enrolled. However, in a sudden turn of events, Fong Xinhui burst into tears, her hands cradling her face. Yet, this young master, driven by his own selfish desires, indirectly caused my sister's demise. As her boyfriend, you never once contemplated avenging her. Instead, you used the money she earned through her sacrifices to bribe the school's authorities. It is you who deserves the utmost contempt. I truly regret not having been the first to end your life, Fong Xinhui, with her face obscured by her hands, pointed at Officer Lu and declared. Indeed, I am the one who should perish had I not been so single-minded in pursuing further studies, but instead sought employment to earn money for Yutong's father's medical treatment. We would have been married by now. Yutong must be waiting for me on the other side. I will be there shortly. Officer Lu's demeanor shifted abruptly as he gazed into the distance at Punaying Temple. In a moment of despair, he seized the scalpel from Pang Ligong's grasp and plunged it into his own body. Although Pang Ligong attempted to restrain him, he failed to grasp his wrist, and the scalpel found its mark in Officer Lu's abdomen. Instantly, the white shirt was stained crimson with blood. Pang Ligong shouted, "Quick, call for an ambulance." On July 7, 1937, Japanese imperialism initiated the long-planned Marco Polo Bridge incident, revealing their predatory ambitions to engulf the entirety of China within 3 months and establish their envisioned Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. In May 1944, Japanese forces invaded Hunan. On June 1, the city of Pingjiang fell, followed by the capture of Luoyang on the 14th, and the provincial capital of Changsha on the 18th. On the 22nd, they invaded Hongyang, where the defending troops, after valiantly holding out for 47 days, succumbed due to exhaustion of ammunition and supplies, with reinforcements failing to arrive in time. When Pingjiang was breached on June 1, the Japanese army continued their infamous 3-alls policy, prompting the local residents to flee to the countryside or seek refuge in distant lands. The inhumanity of the Japanese forces is widely acknowledged, and the site of the former Pingjiang uprising was similarly destroyed, though it has since been restored post-establishment of the nation. The Japanese dispatched small squads to scour the villages, one of which, a 10-man unit, arrived at a place called Inwu Village, a fictional location. Please do not take it literally. Surrounded by towering mountains, the village is nestled within a natural embrace, with only one pathway serving as both its entrance and exit. A river with turbulent waters crosses near the village, which made access difficult for the villagers, prompting them to construct a wooden bridge. It is uncertain whether a talented scholar or a gifted poet from the village named this bridge, but the name, Wumu Bridge, fittingly reflects its construction. The bridge is made of 5 massive timbers, though the specific type of wood remains indiscernible due to the passage of time. The village is home to over 100 inhabitants, all descendants of generations who have lived there, creating a familial atmosphere among them. Generally, the villagers seldom ventured beyond their borders, living a self-sufficient existence, with knowledge of the outside world gleaned solely from traveling merchants or the occasional young man who left the village. Most had never contemplated seeking a livelihood elsewhere, as they were accustomed to their way of life and remained largely uninformed about the outside world, feeling lost and isolated upon departure. On June 3, several women washing clothes at the village entrance noticed 10 men clad in yellow garments, armed with rifles, approaching Wumu Bridge, seemingly intent on entering the village. The young Ichui, having never witnessed such a gathering of outsiders, exchanged hushed words with the 2 women beside her before hastily returning to the village to report. Inwu Village has long upheld a rule that the village chief's words are akin to divine decree, with villagers never daring to defy or disobey. The village chief holds a lifelong position, passing the mantle to his son or a male direct descendant upon his death, establishing a hereditary system. The chief, an elderly gentleman in his 60s with a full head of white hair, garbed in a long gown, exudes an air of ethereal wisdom. His surname is Qin, and as he is commonly referred to as Eerie, second master. The villagers have long forgotten his given name. Sister Tang intended to tease Ichui, but upon hearing that outsiders were approaching, she recognized the gravity of the matter and urged Ichui to promptly seek out the village chief. Chief Qin Eerie was seated at his doorstep, puffing on a pipe, seemingly preoccupied with troubling thoughts that lingered in his mind. What significant matter could possibly vex the village chief? It must indeed be a matter of consequence, for otherwise, he would not be found squatting at his doorstep, indulging in one packet of tobacco after another. The pungent aroma of the smoke is overwhelming. Only those with years of experience can endure it. The chief, in his reckless consumption, soon found himself in distress, coughing incessantly until he finally ceased, knocking the ash from his pipe. As for the source of the chief's troubles, it traces back to a merchant who passed through the village 3 days prior. On that day, the eager young boy, Xiao Liuzi, rushed to the home of Elder Qin, inquiring whether they should permit the merchant to enter the village. It is not uncommon for peddlers to traverse Inwu Village, and such occurrences do not warrant excessive astonishment. Elder Qin, engrossed in his reading, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let him in. It has been quite some time since our village has acquired anything new. Let us see what he has to offer, and perhaps the villagers might find something of use." Xiao Liuzi, having received Elder Qin's permission, darted off in excitement. Before long, the village was abuzz with activity. Elder Qin's wife entered the house, laden with assorted goods, and remarked, "I say, old man, you ought to venture into the village. Everyone is gathered around the peddler. You might even find a book or 2 worth your while." Reflecting upon the village chief's mindset, one might perceive him as a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world beyond. Yet were not the people of the nation at that time similarly narrow-minded? They gazed proudly upon their 5,000 years of culture, entirely unaware of the need to embrace the advanced industry and technology of the West, clinging instead to a few books of limited insight. Blissfully ignorant of their own folly, nevertheless, it would be unjust to label the village chief as inept. Having served as chief for several decades, he has contributed significantly to the village's welfare. He has encouraged the youth to venture beyond the village, trading surplus goods for essential supplies, acts that were once unimaginable to previous generations. Elder Chin set aside his book, lit his pipe, and stepped outside. The merchant was surrounded by villagers in the village square, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an ambush, yet the laughter on the villagers' faces betrayed their warm welcome for the merchant. There was no sign of discontent. The chief quietly joined the throng, and before long, the crowd parted to allow him passage. The chief, however, harbored little interest in the assorted goods. Instead, beneath the merchant's burden, he discovered a tattered book. Flipping through a few pages, he found it intriguing and inquired of the merchant the price for the book. The merchant, not being literate himself and having acquired the book from the city, smiled and replied, "Old sir, if you fancy it, take it. I cannot read, and all I ask in return is a meal at noon. I have traveled all morning without breakfast, and I am quite hungry now. If you would be so kind." With the meal already prepared, the village chief invited the merchant to sit and eat. Smiling as he said, "Do not be shy, eat as much as you can." "And from where do you hail?" The grocer, rather unceremoniously, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, devouring his meal with great gusto. Upon hearing the village chief address him, he quickly swallowed his food and replied, "I hail from the north, where the entire nation is engulfed in war. The Japanese have already seized the northern territories. A few days ago, I took a shortcut to arrive here, and while passing through the county town, I observed numerous Japanese soldiers patrolling the streets. I suspect that the town has also fallen into their hands, compelling me to take the rural paths instead." Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, the grocer continued, "You may not be aware, but I have heard that the Japanese arrived by sea, armed with guns. They kill any man they encounter, regardless of age, committing heinous acts of murder, pillage, and violation without remorse. The soldiers in the town have likely perished. I heard from others in the neighboring villages that the county magistrate has long fled with his wife and children, showing no concern for the lives of the remaining populace. Upon learning that the county magistrate had abandoned his family and fled, the village chief was immediately incensed, exclaiming, in broad daylight, "A dignified county magistrate abandons the citizens of an entire town to save himself. This is a complete disregard for the law." Perhaps having read too many books, Eerie had unknowingly developed a scholar's indignation. Feeling a righteous anger towards the magistrate's cowardly escape, his wife urged him to remain calm, reminding him that such matters were external and did not concern them directly. Gradually, the village chief regained his composure, chuckling and apologizing for his earlier outburst, urging the grocer to continue his meal. Little did they know, the grocer's subsequent words would trouble the village chief for several days. The grocer stated, "The Japanese have already occupied the town, and neighboring villages have also fallen. I fear they may arrive here shortly. So it would be wise for you, village chief, to prepare." Upon hearing this, the village chief could not help but deliver a passionate speech, gesturing towards the door as he declared, "If those Japanese dare to come, I shall rally the entire village and strike them down. I refuse to believe they are mightier than the great beasts of the mountains." The grocer, however, took little heed of the chief's bravado. Having witnessed firsthand the Japanese's merciless nature, he simply cautioned, "They are armed with guns. You ought to exercise caution." Following this exchange, both the grocer and the village chief fell into a contemplative silence, the conversation having taken an unexpected turn. After finishing his meal and resting briefly, the grocer bid farewell to the village chief, expressing his gratitude before shouldering his burden and departing. Though the grocer had left, the notion of the Japanese encroaching upon the village lingered in the village chief's mind like a persistent brand, leading him to ponder whether they would indeed arrive for 3 consecutive days. He remained vigilant, scanning the horizon for any sign of the Japanese as described by the grocer, yet he saw nothing. Nonetheless, he could not shake his anxiety, for he bore the responsibility for the lives of his villagers. At that moment, while the village chief was preoccupied with these troubling thoughts, a Chui approached him with unsettling news. Spotting the village chief squatting at his doorstep, she waved and called out, "Eerie! Eerie, a few men in yellow clothes have arrived at the village entrance and are now at the bridge. Should we allow them to enter? Could it be that the Japanese had truly come to the village? It is imperative to hasten and summon the villagers to prepare. Perhaps the peddler was mistaken about the identity of these visitors from Japan. Let us wait until they arrive and see what their intentions are." The village chief contemplated. Eerie, there are people at the village entrance, and quite a number of them at that. They are all clad in yellow garments and wearing hats. Should we allow them entry? A Chui, thinking the chief had not heard, reiterated her message. Upon hearing the chief's words, a Chui took off in a sprint, as if she had received a royal decree. The village chief felt it necessary to meet these individuals and ascertain whether they truly were the merchants the peddler had mentioned. The youthful Chui passed by several homes, calling out the names of the young men inside. Having grown up in this village, she was intimately familiar with both the adults and children of every household. When the young men heard her calling from outside, they emerged from their homes to investigate. Upon discovering that it was Chui summoning them, they teased her playfully, saying, "Chui, have you grown up and started thinking about men? Are you eager to get married?" Chui's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "You are the one who was thinking about men. It is Eerie who sent you to the village entrance. There are some outsiders, and I fear their intentions may not be honorable. Come quickly and see for yourselves." When they arrived at the village entrance, they found a group of Japanese soldiers in yellow uniforms. Weakly dispersing and kneeling on the ground, among them was a long-haired man with a sallow complexion, engaged in conversation with two women. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, while the plump Zhang Sa scratched her head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend their words. By the time the village's young man and Chui arrived, the long-haired soldier continued his discourse with Zhang Sa and her companion, who now appeared to grasp some of what was being said, thus preventing the young men from questioning the outsiders. The leader, Qing Xiang, looked at Zhang Sa with puzzlement and asked Zhang Sa, "What are these people here for?" "Eerie sent us to assess the situation. It was rare for outsiders to visit the village, let alone in such numbers." Zhang Sa, curious to see if there might be a man among them who caught her eye and would be willing to stay, smiled at Qing Xiang and replied, "They have come seeking a meal. Just look at their appearance. They must have gone days without food. They seem quite pitiful. Let us allow them to enter the village and have something to eat and drink." Qing Xiang and several young men from the village approached the Japanese soldiers, observing them closely, although the attire of these outsiders was peculiar, and they bore long black sticks with small sharp blades attached. They appeared to be simply starving and bore no ill will. Relaxing his guard, Qing Xiang declared, "Let them in, allow them to eat, but they must leave afterward. They cannot linger in the village." The soldier, conversing with Zhang Sa, upon hearing Qing Xiang's willingness to grant them entry, expressed his gratitude in a halting local dialect, but before he could finish, he began to weaken and collapse towards the ground. Standing beside him, Sister Zhang hurried to assist him, guiding him step by step into the village. The villagers, of course, were unaware that these outsiders were Japanese soldiers, and they remained oblivious to the true intentions of these men. It was precisely their momentary act of kindness that ultimately led to a grave disaster. This situation bears a resemblance to the tale of Mr. Dongguo and the wolf, yet the reality is devoid of the hunter who saved Mr. Dongguo. The people of Hunan are undoubtedly very hospitable, regardless of whether the visitors hailed from Hunan or were even Chinese. The villagers presented their finest food to their guests. The Japanese soldiers were exceedingly famished, to the extent that they neglected to inspect the food for poison. However, what perplexed Sister Zhang and Chui was that these individuals, before partaking in their meal, clasped their hands together and murmured some incomprehensible phrases, only to clap their hands before finally picking up their chopsticks. Observing this group of ravenous outsiders, Sister Zhang smiled knowingly, urging them to eat more slowly and to be cautious while swallowing. The Japanese soldier, conversing with Sister Zhang while eating, remarked in somewhat clumsy Hunan dialect, You do not understand. We have not eaten for 5 days. We are truly starving, and your food is exceptionally delicious." Although the villagers' hospitality was commendable, there was an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction regarding the intentions of this group. Typically, travelers would carry their own provisions, yet these individuals claimed to have been starving for 5 days. If they had traveled on foot, it should have taken no more than 2 days to reach this place from the county seat, and there were numerous villages and towns along the way where they could have procured sustenance. Villager Qin Eerie had quietly arrived at Sister Zhang's doorstep at some point. In truth, Qin Eerie was reluctant to linger at Sister Zhang's home, and entering would be even less likely. As the saying goes, a widow's doorstep is rife with gossip, and it was entirely normal for Qin Eerie to avoid stepping inside. He cast a few glances at the group, sensing that they did not appear to be malicious, but rather resembled laborers who had been starved for a considerable time. Understood. Eerie, however, it seems that rain is imminent. If it starts to rain, it would be unkind to send them away, Chui remarked, glancing up at the overcast sky, which suggested that a downpour was on the horizon. Although it was only June, the weather had begun to feel oppressive. Then let us urge them to eat quickly and escort them out of the village before the rain begins to fall. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Qin Eerie suggested, taking a puff from his pipe without hesitation. Sister Zhang, Qin Eerie said they should leave promptly after finishing their meal. I believe they have nearly finished, so we should hasten their departure, Chui whispered to Sister Zhang. But look at the weather. It seems the rain is about to come. It may not be considerate to send them on their way in the rain. Sister Zhang hesitated, glancing at the darkened sky outside. Qin Eerie insists they should leave immediately after eating, before the rain arrives. They cannot be allowed to stay in the village for the night. Chui added, somewhat displeased with Sister Zhang's perspective. Very well, I shall speak with them. Please wait a moment. Zhang Sa found herself in a predicament. In truth, she wished to have this group of individuals stay for the night. However, the village chief's words were akin to a decree, and despite her status as a widow, she dared not defy his wishes. It was unclear what Zhang Sa was discussing with the Japanese soldiers, for their voices were barely audible to Chui and the others. All they discerned was that the man conversing with Zhang Sa frequently nodded in agreement and, at times, unexpectedly bowed to both her and Chui's group. When Zhang Sa approached them, she conveyed that the group would soon be leaving the village and asked her to express gratitude on behalf of the villagers. The Japanese soldiers shouldered their rifles, adjusted their caps, and marched out of Zhang Sa's home in formation. The village's youth, witnessing the soldiers' willingness to depart, felt a considerable weight lift from their chests, smiling as they bid them farewell. It was then that Chui realized that among the outsiders, only the relatively handsome man spoke the Hunan dialect. The others had not exchanged a single word with Zhang Sa and her companions. As they reached the village's entrance, a torrential downpour ensued, leaving them no time to seek shelter, and all were drenched. In that moment, Chui noticed that the outsiders had removed their clothing to wrap a long black object, seemingly to protect it from getting wet. Chui has arrived. Have those people left? Eerie remarked, lifting his gaze upon noticing her presence. Let them stay the night. We shall send them off once the rain ceases tomorrow. It is unkind to drive them away in such weather, he added, taking a drag from his cigarette, but I can't shake the feeling that they harbor ill intentions. They kept staring at me incessantly while at Zhang Sa's house. Chui voiced her concerns, unable to shake her unease regarding the outsiders. Perhaps you misinterpreted their gaze. Do not be overly suspicious, just stay indoors tonight, lock the door tightly, and we shall escort them out of the village come morning. Eerie reassured her, finishing the last puff of his cigarette and disposing of the ashes. Still troubled about Zhang Sa, Chui informed her parents and, clutching an umbrella, made her way to Zhang Sa's home. Upon arrival, she noticed that no lights were lit within, leading her to assume Zhang Sa had already retired for the night, prompting her to turn and leave. Suddenly, she heard faint sounds emanating from within, which seemed to be Zhang Sa's voice. Curiosity piqued, Chui leaned closer to the door to listen. The sounds continued, and gradually, Chui came to understand what Zhang Sa was engaged in, feeling heat rise to her cheeks and her throat dry with unease. Torn between the urge to leave and the reluctance to abandon the scene, she found herself paralyzed. The murmurs from within grew louder, the wooden bed creaking ominously. Suddenly Zhang Sa cried out, and Chui sensed something was amiss. Instinctively calling out herself just as she prepared to flee, she was suddenly seized from behind, a hand clamping tightly over her mouth to stifle any sound. In an instant, Chui lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself bound, her mouth gagged. In the darkness, a flicker of flame illuminated a grotesque face, the owner of which was one of the Japanese soldiers they had taken in. Zhang Sa knelt bare on the ground, pleading desperately for them to spare Chui. Yet, how could that group of Japanese soldiers possibly acquiesce to Zhang Sa's entreaties? One soldier swiftly discarded the burdensome restraints that had long encumbered him, and then, in his nakedness, he descended upon Zhang Sa, relentlessly pressing down and elevating his grotesque, darkened form. The young Chui, overwhelmed by shame, tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight before her. The outcome, naturally, need not be elaborated upon. Both Chui and Zhang Sa fell victim to unspeakable horrors, enduring 2 agonizing hours that would haunt Chui for the rest of her life, perhaps exhausted from their cruel indulgence. The intruders finally granted Chui a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to her, the ropes binding Chui had loosened, and seizing the opportunity, she scrambled off the bed and fled towards the door. Clad in tattered clothing, Chui clutched her garments tightly as she raced towards her lover's home. The Japanese soldiers in Zhang Sa's house, aware that calamity had struck, hastily donned their attire and began to plot their next moves. Their conclusion was grim, an annihilation of the village. Meanwhile, Zhang Sa, bloodied and desperate, continued to plead for mercy, imploring them not to inflict further harm upon the remaining villagers. It was unclear what the soldiers were discussing, but ultimately the fate of the village was sealed. Only the women would remain, and these women were to be subjected to their depravity first. After their deliberations, the soldiers erupted into sinister laughter, their mirth dripping with malice and lewdness. The villagers, stirred into action, gathered in groups and rushed towards Zhang Sa's home, where Chui was tightly embraced by her lover. Upon seeing Chui, her partner immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He swiftly roused the entire village, arming them as they advanced towards Zhang Sa's abode. He swore to ensure that none of these outsiders would escape alive, even if it cost him his own life. Fortune smiled upon them as the rain ceased, and the villagers congregated at Zhang Sa's doorstep, vociferously demanding that the Japanese soldiers emerge unperturbed. The soldiers sauntered out of the house, their cunning smiles betraying a brazen lack of shame. The 2 soldiers who emerged last hoisted the bloody Zhang Sa aloft, a blatant provocation and a derision towards the entire village. At that moment, the villagers could no longer afford to gaze upon Zhang Sa's ravaged form. Several young men charged forth wielding clubs, but with a few deafening gunshots, they collapsed to the ground. This village, nestled in the valley, had its centuries of tranquility shattered by the echoes of gunfire. Witnessing their fallen comrades, the villagers hesitated, paralyzed by fear. The village elder, Eerie, rushed over, alerted by the gunfire. Terrified, Chui hid within her lover's embrace, who sensed an impending doom for all. He gently pulled Chui aside from the throng and solemnly instructed her, I fear that today none of the villagers will escape. You must retreat to the mountains and hide. Should we perish, remember to avenge us. This scoundrel band must not be allowed to leave Yin village. Chui remained ensnared in the traumatic grasp of recent events. prompting her lover to reluctantly strike her face with a heavy slap. The resounding slap proved effective, as Achui immediately regained her senses. Her lover reiterated his earlier words, urging her repeatedly to leave. With tears in her eyes, Achui retreated into a nearby cattle shed, where she anxiously observed the happenings before Zhang Sa's home from the shadows. The village chief stepped into the crowd and, upon seeing several lifeless bodies on the ground, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Achui's lover shouted for the outsiders to pay for their deeds, and spurred by his fervor, other young men began to lose their restraint. Meanwhile, the villagers remained silent throughout, with the village chief standing dazedly to the side, mute. The Japanese soldiers, noticing the palpable fear among the onlookers, grew increasingly aggressive. One soldier who spoke Chinese declared, "If you kill these few individuals, we will spare the people of your village, otherwise, none of you will survive until dawn." The village chief, Eerie, stood frozen, at a loss for words. The soldiers, seemingly devoid of patience, indiscriminately shot one person from the crowd. Witnessing the gruesome sight of a living individual collapsing lifelessly to the ground sent everyone into a panic, scattering in all directions. Another soldier casually executed another person, extinguishing yet another life in silence. The soldier reiterated, "We are quite impatient. We hope you make a swift decision, preferably by executing these individuals in different manners, otherwise, the cost will be your entire village." The village chief could no longer remain silent, for his compassion had already cost numerous lives. He gestured with his hand and said, "I hope you keep your word, otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I shall take you down with me." The villagers understood the chief's signal. In such dire circumstances, the instinct for self-preservation was only natural. They quickly rallied together to seize the individuals in question. One soldier fetched an oil lamp from a nearby house, drenching one young man in lamp oil, and struck a match through the air. In an instant, the young man was engulfed in flames. The village was soon filled with curses and anguished cries, reverberating through the hearts of all present. But this was merely the beginning. The remaining young men were executed in various horrific ways, stabbed to death, bludgeoned, drowned, and buried alive. As they witnessed their fellow villagers meet such fates, no one dared to speak, for a single word could seal their own doom. They had no opportunity to flee. Any attempt to escape would result in certain death. The sky rumbled ominously as one young man was bound to a large tree, the heavens crackling with lightning, yet no rain fell. After a deafening crash, the tree was split apart, and the young man tied to it had already been charred beyond recognition. Whether the young man's demise was deserved or merely a tragic coincidence remained uncertain. The situation had solidified into an inescapable reality, beyond the reach of words. "We have fulfilled your demands. We hope you will leave the village immediately." Village chief Eerie bit down on his lip, striving to maintain his composure, drawing blood from the pressure, a testament to his resolve. "It appears I have yet another request to convey. The women of the village must come to accompany us this evening. Otherwise," the Japanese soldier said, raising the gun in his hand, and then he shot at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was none other than Achui's father, and Achui's lover was the young man who had just been tied to the tree. Hiding in the barn, Achui pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She sought vengeance. She yearned to take revenge on the entire village. The grotesque side of the villagers was all too clear to Achui. The blame could not rest solely on the Japanese soldiers, but rather on those who, in their selfishness, disregarded the lives of others. The villagers could no longer bear the burden of inaction and charged at the Japanese soldiers, resulting in an inevitable outcome. All the men of the village fell to the gunfire of the Japanese soldiers. The village chief Eerie, unable to bear the sight of the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, picked up a kitchen knife and took his own life. This night was destined to be turbulent. The women of the village found themselves subjugated beneath the Japanese soldiers, who unleashed their wrath upon them. These soldiers seemed to possess boundless strength, venting their frustrations throughout the entire night, and Achui bore witness to it all. As heavy rain fell, the soldiers donned their clothing and departed at dawn, leaving behind a trail of destruction as they ruthlessly slaughtered the elderly women and children of the village. They intended to leave their mark, to transform this place into a Japanese stronghold, ensuring that all future births would be of Japanese descent. Following that fateful night, it seemed the soldiers' desires had been fulfilled, as every surviving woman in the village became pregnant, with no doctors available and in ignorance of the means to terminate a pregnancy. The birth of these children became an inevitable reality. Achui, too, found herself expecting, longing to escape, to flee from this loathsome village, yet, each time she thought of her parents and her beloved, the notion was immediately extinguished. She craved revenge. She wished to eliminate every villager. Of course, when Achui referred to the father of her child, she meant her former lover. However, she did not disclose this to the child, advising him that if he could not exact revenge, he must pass it on to his son. It was imperative to eradicate every single villager. Yet, Achui failed to realize that love could indeed dilute hatred. When Achui's son fell in love with a girl from the village at the age of 30, their romance blossomed swiftly. In June 2008, Peng Ligong and his wife arrived in this picturesque small town in Hunan. Peng Ligong was an employee at a bank, enjoying a substantial annual salary along with an additional half-month of vacation each year. Working merely 5 days a week, a job most enviable. During his university years, Pang Ligong participated in a self-organized detective club, drawn together by a shared passion for mysteries, although they had never solved any significant cases. The most notable being the successful deduction of who had stolen a wallet. Nonetheless, Pang Ligong's abilities were beyond reproach. He often deduced the identity of the ultimate culprit while reading mystery novels or watching detective dramas. While this skill bore little practical application in daily life, it could still be deemed a talent. Pang Ligong's wife serves as the deputy manager of a tourism development company. The board of directors has resolved to establish a tourist village in this small town. With the location already determined, however, the villagers appear quite obstinate and are unwilling to accept the terms set forth by their company. Consequently, the board has dispatched Pang Ligong's wife to persuade them. Hoping for their agreement to relocate. Her name is Li Shiyu, and while her name is profoundly poetic, her character and demeanor are entirely contrary to its essence. Nonetheless, it is precisely her boldness and decisiveness that have enabled her to ascend to the position of deputy manager at such a young age. Leaving one to ponder whether this is a virtue or a vice, after 2 nights of charming persuasion from Li Shiyu, Pang Ligong finally agreed to accompany her to this locale. In truth, he had a 2-week vacation with no particular plans, and he acquiesced primarily to benefit from accompanying Li Shiyu. When a woman arrives in an unfamiliar place, her first inclination is seldom to attend to work. Rather, it is to explore the beautiful surroundings. Fortunately, Pingjiang City boasts numerous attractions worth visiting, including Ditenshoyu Mofu Mountain, the Tomb of Dufu, the CI and Taiping Poetry Society, Dongshan Ancient Temple, the Fusho Mountain National Key Scenic Area, and Shinya Village, among others. The couple spent an entire week exploring, yet many places remained unvisited. My dear, we cannot linger any longer. If we continue to dawdle, your company's plans for the tourist village will fall through. Pang Ligong remarked, reclining on the hotel bed while smoking a cigarette as his wife Li Shiyu showered in the bathroom. We've only visited a few spots. Why the urgency? We should thoroughly explore the scenic areas and understand the character of the local residents before attempting to persuade them. Just accompany me for now. You needn't worry about work, he continued. Hearing her husband, Li Shiyu turned off the shower and the sound of water ceased. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Whatever you say goes. She replied, well then, tonight you must comply with my desires. Pang Ligong said, his mind wandering, already plotting his next moves. And how do you intend for me to comply? She teased, emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Her hair damp as she playfully gazed at him from the doorway. This is a matter I cannot disclose just yet. Revealing it now would leave a fleeting impression, she coyly stated, surprised by her playful demeanor. Pang Ligong sprang from the bed, seizing her from the bathroom doorway and pulling her into his embrace. My dear, do not be so eager. Let me dry off first before attending to you. Li Shiyu mimicked the tone of a courtesan from the television. I can hardly wait. It's better you forego drying off, for tonight shall be one to remember, a night worth a fortune. Do you think I am merely an ATM? Pang Ligong replied, adopting a playful demeanor of a patron as he attempted to remove the towel from her body. How dare you act so brazenly? Have you grown bold in my absence? Speak to me, where does it itch? I shall attend to you properly, Li Shiyu teased, embracing the playful banter. Li Shiyu suddenly shifted her tone, transforming into a commanding figure, as she spoke while unbuttoning Pang Ligong's shirt. How could I dare to solicit you? It is rather you, sister Sure, who would be soliciting me. In an instant, Pang Ligong transformed into a bashful man, yanking the bath towel from Li Shiyu's body. And the two tumbled onto the bed. The hotel bed was quite satisfactory, at least it did not emit any creaking sounds. As they lay bare before each other, Li Shiyu abruptly inquired, what date is it today? While Pang Ligong's hands roamed, Li Shiyu let out a series of delicate gasps. Today is the 10th, he replied, a week has already passed of my half-month leave. Yes, we must promptly attend to our business, so I can return to work tomorrow. While Pang Ligong mentioned business, his intent was entirely different from that of Li Shiyu. As he pressed her down once more, the following morning, Pang Ligong awoke first. After dressing and washing up, he noticed that Li Shiyu had yet to rise. Last night, she had insisted on engaging him for 3 to 4 hours before finally conceding to sleep, so it was no wonder she struggled to awaken now. Approaching the bedside, he called out for Li Shiyu to get up, but she appeared not to hear him. Not wishing to prolong the day, given his dwindling leave, he abruptly tossed aside the thin blanket. Li Shiyu, exposed and nestled under the covers, instinctively touched her body, perhaps realizing the absence of the blanket, before she let out a piercing scream. Pervert, help! After breakfast, they haggled for a considerable time with the taxi driver over the fare, ultimately convincing him to take them to the developing tourist village, albeit without issuing a receipt, meaning Li Shiyu could not claim reimbursement. The driver was quite gregarious, recounting all the scenic spots and museums in Pingjiang County. But he also shared insights on the tourist village that mattered most to Li Shiyu. The information he provided was far more vivid than what the brochures conveyed. The ecological tourism village her company aimed to develop was named Tianmu Village, which comprised only 12 families and a little over 40 residents in total. Though small, the villagers had quite a fierce temperament. they typically refrained from associating with outsiders and held a particular aversion to individuals dressed in yellow or those with the surname Huang. Such individuals would be expelled from the village. I'm not entirely certain about that. I've only heard it from others, so it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Oh, thank you for the information. Is there anything else we should be mindful of? Li Shiyu inquired, jotting down the driver's advice in her notebook and circling the names Huang and the ancestral worship ceremony. It seems that's about all. But I can't say for sure, as we seldom venture there. The personnel from the town government seldom visit there, given the sparse population in their village, which also necessitates family planning efforts. Their visits primarily consist of informing the villagers of the government's new policies annually. As the driver navigated the road, he lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff, remarking, after a journey of over half an hour, they finally arrived at Tianmu village, where the vehicle came to a halt in front of a wooden bridge. The bridge's structure was quite simple yet appeared remarkably sturdy, thanks to its triangular design. Constructed entirely of timber, it comprised only 5 logs, making it a rather rare sight. The driver hesitated to drive onto the bridge. Concerned about its stability and wary of potential remarks from the villagers, the couple stepped onto the wooden bridge, and Pang Ligong deliberately stomped his feet, which confirmed the bridge's solidity. Traversing it by vehicle would pose no issues whatsoever. Upon descending the bridge, Pang Ligong noticed 2 small children playing beneath it, seemingly around years old. He approached the riverbank and called out, "Hello, little friends." The 2 children turned to look at him, and he gestured for them to come over. The barefoot youngsters, wiping sweat from their brows, approached the shore, albeit with somewhat displeased expressions, as if their playtime had been interrupted. The boy with a crew cut shoved his hands into his pockets and asked the man and woman, "Who are you, and what brings you to our village?" Fortunately, Pang Lifeng had adequately prepared for their visit. Prior to arriving, he had learned some local dialect from the villagers, allowing him to comprehend simple statements. Pang Ligang squatted down and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, smiling as he said, "Little friend, uncle and aunt are here to see your village chief. Is he at home? We have some important matters to discuss with him." Before the boy could respond, the girl beside him spoke up first. "Mom said it's wrong to touch a child's head. It might take away their soul. Xiao Qi, you should hurry and touch his head." Pang Ligong nodded in agreement and stood up. Xiao Qi pointed at the girl next to her and said, "This is Xiao Qi, with the Wang character. She is my wife, and we are a couple." Pang Ligong and Li Shiyu were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You were so young, do you even know what couple means? Who taught you that? Shouldn't the adults be supervising you? This is misleading." Just as the couple was laughing heartily, a voice from behind them inquired, "May I ask what brings you two here?" Pang Ligong immediately turned around to find a woman in her 30s standing before him. She was plump but not overweight, her appearance not overly glamorous yet distinctly graceful, and her skin appeared to be in excellent condition. Dressed quite ordinarily, she seemed to be a villager. Pang Ligong nudged Li Shiyu's waist, signaling her to take note of the woman before them, then exchanged a glance with her that conveyed admiration for the woman's skin and physique, contrasting it with Li Shiyu's own. Feeling a sense of guilt, Pang Ligong refrained from exchanging glances with Li Shiyu. With a smile, he inquired, "We have come to discuss the development of a tourist village with the village chief. Is he at home?" The woman, who could escort them to the chief, received multiple expressions of gratitude from Li Shiyu, and thus the group proceeded towards the village together. During their conversation, Li Shiyu learned that this 30-year-old woman was named Deng Qili, the mother of the young boy, Xiao Qi. Upon mentioning Xiao Qi, Deng Qili could hardly contain her enthusiasm, continuously praising his intelligence, while the boy himself maintained a cool demeanor. Walking ahead with Xiao Qi, Pang Ligong felt it was inappropriate to interject in the dialogue shared among the women. Yet he observed a few notable things. Xiao Qi the boy spoke sparingly but expressed only the truth, whereas Xiao Qi the girl exhibited a greater level of understanding, likely a reflection of her upbringing, and she appeared particularly obedient to her family. As a mother, Deng Qili clearly adored her son. Any attempt to engage her in conversation necessitated a mention of him, else she would remain tight-lipped. The path into the village was not extensive, yet it was entirely composed of muddy terrain. Given the dry weather of the season, a gentle breeze stirred the dust, causing it to swirl around and invade Pang Ligong's eyes repeatedly. Li Shiyu, adorned with large sunglasses, remained unaffected by the dust. Throughout the journey, she assisted Pang Ligong in clearing his eyes multiple times, which began to test her patience. "You two certainly share a delightful bond. A testament to everlasting love," Deng Qili remarked with a smile, observing Li Shiyu tending to Pang Ligong's eyes. After a few gentle blows to his eyes, Pang Ligong felt some relief and opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Realizing they were traversing a narrow path nestled between 2 towering mountains, the road beneath their feet was merely 2 to 3 meters wide, flanked by sheer cliffs on either side, resembling a passage through a ravine. The cliffs soared over 100 meters high, equivalent to a 40-story building. While Li Shiyu continued her conversation with Deng Qili, the discussion revolved around Xiao Qi. As Pang Ligong walked, he discreetly cast a glance at Li Shiyu. Sensing her growing impatience with the topic, though Deng Chili remained oblivious to her discomfort. Li Shiyu repeatedly signaled to Pang Ligang with her eyes, but he feigned ignorance, even whistling nonchalantly. Li Shiyu felt a mix of frustration and resentment. Yet she could not allow her feelings to surface. Any visible reaction might lead Deng Chili to believe she was uninterested in their conversation, thus offending someone before even entering the village, a scenario Li Shiyu wished to avoid. The path leading into the village was a straight, muddy road that appeared short, yet after walking for several minutes, they discovered it was indeed longer than anticipated. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, they finally entered the village. Upon entering, Pang Ligang noted that this village was entirely nestled within a valley surrounded by mountains. At the heart of the valley lay the village's homesteads, with the residences constructed there, and the surrounding farmland encircled the modest village on 3 sides. From the road at the village entrance, one can see a majestic mountain rising just behind the houses, with the village nestled at its very foot. At this moment, it happens to be the season in the south when rice is ripe, and thus, from a distance, the fields are awash in a sea of golden hues. Pang Ligang gazed at the resplendent color, unable to suppress his emotions, exclaiming, "This must be the fields of hope. The rice has ripened, and well, everything else has ripened too, hasn't it?" He silently congratulated himself for his quick reflexes, narrowly avoiding uttering an inappropriate remark. However, Li Shiyu, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned the subtle thoughts swirling in Pang Ligang's mind. Without uttering a word, she stealthily reached around his waist and pinched him sharply. The sudden pain made him wince, yet he dared not cry out, tears brimming in his eyes. Deng Chili, walking ahead, remarked, "The road ahead is rather difficult, all raised paths. Please tread carefully behind me, Miss Li, as you are in a skirt. Do take extra caution, the rice stalks can easily scratch the skin." Before she could finish her sentence, a small cut had already appeared on Li Shiyu's fair calf. Though shallow, it still drew blood. Pang Ligang quickly retrieved some Yunnan baiyao and band-aids from his bag, tending to her wound, and soon found himself reluctantly carrying her into the village. The village houses were of the traditional yellow earthen brick style, uniformly single-story dwellings that appeared remarkably sturdy. However, their exteriors lacked aesthetic appeal, riddled with small holes the size of a pinky finger, with bees occasionally buzzing in and out. Li Shiyu had always harbored a deep fear of such winged insects. Clutching tightly to Pang Ligang's clothing as they walked out, "We've arrived at my home. If you wouldn't mind, come in for a glass of water and a brief rest before we head to the village head's house." Deng Chili suddenly halted and turned to say that, "No, we have matters to discuss with the village head. We kindly request that you escort us there," replied Pang Ligang. "Not, we shall visit your home later this evening." Li Shiyu, lacking the patience to continue the conversation with Deng Chili, felt that prolonging the discussion would surely drive her to madness. Deng Chili had initially hoped for a more engaging dialogue with Li Shiyu, but upon encountering her refusal, she recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from pressing further, instead instructing Xiao Qi to lead them to the village head's residence. Xiao Qi guided the couple to the entrance of the village head's home, which was devoid of any presence, yet the door stood wide open, leaving them uncertain about the occupants within. Xiao Qi boldly stepped inside, prompting Pang Ligang and his wife to follow suit, albeit apprehensively. Upon entering, they quickly realized that the internal structure of this southern abode differed significantly from those in the north. The main door opened directly into the hall, the floor paved with cement, providing a relatively even surface, though the craftsmanship appeared somewhat crude. Flanking the hall were wooden doors on either side, typical in texture and craftsmanship, with some doors lacking even a coat of paint. Perhaps due to their age, several wooden slats had fallen from the doors. In the center of the hall stood a round 8 immortals table, upon which rested various bowls, the contents of which remained a mystery. Behind the 8 immortals table, a long deep red cloth banner hangs upon the wall, inscribed with black ink in vertical characters, "The ancestral spirit tablets of the Li family from the Jinyang Hall." "Is the village chief's surname Li?" Pang Ligang inquired, his gaze fixed upon the black characters on the red cloth. "Yes, how did you know?" Li Shiyu replied, looking at Pang Ligang with a hint of confusion. He pointed towards the red cloth, and upon glancing at it, Li Shiyu quickly grasped the situation. Extracting her makeup items from her handbag, she began to touch up her appearance while explaining to Pang Ligang, "The village chief is named Li Yele, and he is 64 years old this year. From the information provided by the company, I gathered that he possesses quite an eccentric personality, though he is generally polite, albeit difficult to converse with." Xiao Qi had vanished after dashing into the main hall moments ago. On either side of the hall, there were doors ajar, yet both individuals hesitated to wander in carelessly. Mindful of the saying, "Be cautious in the melon patch and beneath the plum tree," however, the oddities did not end there. A doorframe stood just a meter to the left of the 8 immortals table, yet it bore no door panel. Behind this frame, another building seemed to connect seamlessly, leaving Pang Ligang somewhat dazed. Out of nowhere, Xiao Qi sprang forth from behind the couple, maintaining his cool demeanor. "Grandpa, village chief has invited you in. Please follow me and refrain from wandering about here. Be cautious, for there are spirits above. Oh, this little one is quite astute," Pang Ligang began, but before he could finish, Li Shiyu tugged at his sleeve. Signaling him to cease his words. Understanding her intent, he promptly fell silent and followed Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi led the couple through the left door, and it was only upon his introduction that they learned this was the eastern room. The residence of the village chief and his wife. The room at the far eastern end was occupied by the village chief's mother, who, due to her advanced age, required a quieter atmosphere to avoid disturbing her rest. As Xiao Qi spoke, his demeanor was indistinguishable from that of an adult, prompting Pang Ligang to make a gesture for silence. After traversing through 2 rooms, they reached the village chief's bedroom, which was intriguingly adjacent to the living area. The television and bed were situated here. The television was a modern 34-inch model, indicating that the village chief's household was somewhat distinct from that of the average villager. The bed resembled an old-fashioned frame bed akin to a rectangular wooden cage adorned with a white mosquito net. "You must be Miss Li and Mr. Pang. Please have a seat," greeted an elderly man in his 60s. His hair entirely white, his face bore few wrinkles, yet he was notably gaunt, lacking the frailty often associated with advanced age. As Pang Ligang appraised the elderly gentleman, he set down his backpack and urged Li Shiyu to sit. Once seated, Li Shiyu inquired, "Village chief Li, are you alone at home? Where is your wife?" Although she was eager to discuss matters, her serious approach to such a grave topic seemed somewhat inappropriate at the outset. Pang Li was not particularly interested in the commercial conversation taking place, hence he remained silent, instead choosing to observe the decor of the room. The walls were adorned with numerous outdated posters, featuring long-forgotten icons such as the Little Tigers, Lian Lai, and Andy Lau, relics from over a decade ago. The posters had aged, taking on a yellowed hue, and were accompanied by various newspaper clippings. Even the ceiling was draped in a blue, red, and white striped oil paper, from which intermittent clattering sounds emanated reminiscent of heels striking the wooden boards above. The low-hanging ceiling amplified the noises, creating an illusion that the sounds were echoing directly above him. Before long, a woman in her 20s entered from an adjacent room, dressed quite ordinarily, her dark hair neatly pinned up. She wore a blue skirt with white floral patterns around her waist and was busily dusting herself off with a cloth. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of Pang Li and the others, the woman, Suya, exchanged a polite nod with the couple, smiled, and then left the village chief's bedroom. After placing the cloth aside, the village chief took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "This is my daughter-in-law, Suya. You two should join us for a simple meal at our humble abode this afternoon. If you don't mind the simplicity of our village, perhaps you could stay the night." This matter cannot be resolved in a single discussion, as it pertains to the future of over 40 villagers. Staying overnight would indicate the possibility of continuing negotiations with the village chief, especially since he was willing to accommodate Li Shiyu and her husband. Without hesitation, Li Shiyu agreed. While Pang Li, intending to speak up, found that Li Shiyu seemed to anticipate his thoughts, she quickly interjected, "We are truly grateful, village chief Li. We shall refrain from discussing this matter further today. Please take your time to consider the points I raised earlier, and if you have any reservations, feel free to voice them. I will do my best to advocate with the company." The village chief remained silent, nearly nodding in acknowledgement. Suya returned with a round iron tray, holding several cups of tea. She placed the cups before Li Shiyu and Pang Li, who looked at her with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Li Shiyu discreetly pinched Pang Li's waist, prompting him to hurriedly accept the cup offered by Suya. Her hands were delicate, with notably long fingers and fair skin embodying the essence of beauty. After setting down the tea, Suya departed with the tray. The village chief, seemingly aware of Pang Li's thoughts, extinguished his cigarette after the last puff and remarked, "My unambitious son is fortunate to marry such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Perhaps our ancestors are indeed smiling down on you. By the way, since you are staying tonight, you can witness our village's annual ancestor worship ceremony tomorrow. We may not have time to continue our discussions until the day after. I hope that is acceptable." "Certainly, it would be a privilege to partake in your village's grand celebration," Li Shiyu responded with a smile. "There is no rush regarding our negotiations, so you need not worry about that." After concluding the discussions on commercial matters, the conversation naturally gravitated towards topics of daily life. Village chief Li introduced the Pang Li Gun couple to various aspects of the village, though most of the information was trivial, such as the fact that the village comprises only 49 inhabitants, a significant portion of whom are elderly women and children. There are merely 15 men, and many of them have sought employment outside the village. Surprisingly, Pang Ligang expressed considerable concern regarding this issue, inquiring curiously, "How do the villagers sustain themselves? Who tends to the fields with such a scarcity of manpower?" In truth, it is primarily the women of the village who cultivate the land, as the men have departed for work elsewhere. The few men remaining in the village lend a hand when they can, and life, albeit challenging, continues. However, the village now faces a pressing dilemma. Many of the residents are related, rendering it increasingly difficult to find spouses within the community. Village chief Li articulated this critical issue, pondering why the men do not seek partners beyond the village given the vast opportunities that lie beyond its confines. Pang Ligang found this perplexing, questioning the necessity of finding a partner within the same village. The reality is that the villagers should consider relocating. If they persist in marrying within the family, the population will dwindle further. Moving away from the village would be the most prudent course of action. This led Peng Ligong to once again broach the subject of commerce. This is why you are both here to negotiate with me, he remarked, yet, despite this acknowledgement, he insisted on advocating for the villagers' best interests before reaching an agreement. What if we consent to this arrangement, and your company fails to resolve the issues? Where would that leave us? Village Chief Li's voice grew louder, his keen eyes fixed intently on Li Shiyu. It was evident that he was somewhat swayed by the proposal, yet human nature inclines one towards greed. In both public and private matters, Village Chief Li sought to maximize benefits, thus concealing his intrigue. With a measured tone, he suggested, let us revisit this matter after the ancestral worship ceremony is completed. I kindly invite you both to stay in the village for a couple of days. This will allow you to gain insight into our customs and traditions, which may prove beneficial when you transform our village into a tourist destination. Should you require assistance, you might consider hiring someone from your village as a guide. That's a commendable suggestion, Chief Li Shiyu replied. If feasible, I shall discuss with my company the possibility of inviting your villagers to serve as tour guides, which would also address some employment concerns for your community, thereby benefiting everyone involved. Li Shiyu recognized Village Chief Li's astute business acumen. His proposal was indeed constructive. Father, do you truly intend to sell the village to them? Li Keming's tone reflected his strong disapproval of the relocation. Using rather extreme language, what do you mean by selling it to them? I am planning for the future of the 49 souls in our village. Once we relocate, your company will assist us in addressing some employment issues, ensuring that our lives will improve significantly. Please refrain from questioning this matter further and go wash up. Dinner will be served shortly. A Village Chief Li did not wait for Li Keming to utter the next phrase. He preemptively dismissed the ensuing conversation. Li Keming, shouldering a hoe, exited without uttering a word. Li Shiyu discerned the underlying tension, recognizing that the father and son had likely argued over this matter on numerous occasions. With Li Keming vehemently opposing the relocation of the village, she chose not to confront the issue directly, maintaining an enchanting smile as she sat in her chair, fearing that Peng Ligong might speak recklessly. She discreetly pinched his waist, eliciting a painful reaction from him. The three continued their conversation, meandering through mundane topics. Just then, a woman in her 50s or 60s entered, carrying a dark bamboo basket covered with a floral cloth. The contents concealed from view. The woman glanced at Li Shiyu and her husband, inquiring, aren't you two from that travel agency? Why is it that there is no tea left, and you haven't asked Suya to bring a new cup? This woman was none other than the village chief's wife, her tone tinged with mild reproach. She set down the bamboo basket beside the wooden bed and proceeded to the table, taking the teacup to refill it. Village Chief Li laughed heartily and remarked, my wife has always had this temperament since her youth. Even at her advanced age, she still considers herself a young maiden. Young couples grow old together. It seems your relationship with your wife is indeed quite commendable, Li Shiyu praised. I fear that one day I might depart first, leaving her to navigate this world alone, with only our son and daughter-in-law remaining. Life would lose its meaning for her then, Village Chief Li mused, his sudden comment perplexing. The village chief's wife returned with freshly brewed tea, and Li Shiyu and Peng Ligong stood to receive the cups. At that moment, she offered a smile, and Li Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Village Chief Li suddenly recalled something important and beckoned his wife closer, whispering something in her ear. Peng Ligong and Li Shiyu refrained from eavesdropping, understanding it was not meant for their ears. What did you say? Let them stay there. The village chief's wife raised her voice slightly, causing Peng Ligong and his wife to hear clearly. A Village Chief Li shot her a sidelong glance, signaling her to remain composed. He then turned to Li Shiyu with a smile, saying, it seems my mother is coughing. Let us first check on her. You two may sit for a while, and if you find yourselves bored, feel free to explore outside. Li Shiyu nodded with a smile, signaling the village chief not to trouble himself with them and to attend to his matters. Village Chief Li hurriedly ushered his wife into the inner room, seemingly intent on preventing Li Shiyu and her husband from overhearing. Ironically, this matter appeared to concern them as well. Peng Ligong observed the expressions of the village chief and his wife and called out to Li Shiyu, dear, it feels rather stuffy in here. Shall we step outside for a stroll? We can also assess the surroundings and see if there are any changes needed. This is a sacrificial offering for our ancestors. We refer to it as Dao here. I'm not quite sure how to explain it to you. It is essentially for the purpose of worship, he added. The elegant Suya appeared beside Peng Ligong at an indeterminate moment, offering an explanation. I understand, however, we do not possess such things in our vicinity, and our ancestral worship customs differ from yours. I am merely curious and am just taking a look. You carry on with your tasks. We shall wander outside. Peng Ligong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ran his fingers through his hair and spoke. Suya chose not to engage further with him, instead carrying a large bowl into the doorway beside the 8 Immortals table, which lacked a door panel. As Peng Ligong and Li Shiyu stepped out of the main hall, they found themselves in a cemented courtyard, surrounded almost entirely by rice fields, with limited options for exploration. Pang Ligang abruptly pulled Li Shiyu aside in a conspiratorial manner. Li Shiyu, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives, prepared to pinch him. Do not pinch me, it hurts terribly. I have something important to discuss with you. Did you notice how the village head and his wife seem to be concealing something from us? They mentioned something about us staying there. Did you hear it? Pang Ligang grasped Li Shiyu's small hand tightly. And despite her efforts, she could not break free, feeling as if she were caught in a vice. I did hear, given their secretive demeanor, they must be hiding something from us. Perhaps they intend for us to stay in a haunted house. Are you frightened? Li Shiyu took his words lightly, responding half-jokingly, stop jesting. I am being serious. If they were not hiding anything, they would not need to sneak off to discuss it in private, when village head Li arranges our accommodations. Do not agree immediately, let us inspect it first. Pang Ligang's expression grew serious, sensing that there was indeed some underlying issue, and thus heightened his vigilance. Understood, I will let you lead the conversation later. Is that acceptable? Li Shiyu responded somewhat defiantly, yet refrained from saying too much. This is the board's decision, I am powerless to change it. With so many in agreement, my words hold little weight. Regardless, they are footing the bill. So let us not dwell on it. If negotiations fail, we can simply consider this a vacation. Li Shiyu consoled him. Mr. Pang, dinner is ready, let us discuss matters further after we have eaten, Suya unexpectedly announced from behind them. The atmosphere at the dining table was tense, with village head Li and his wife remaining silent throughout the meal, while Li Keming and his wife engaged in quiet conversation, their words inaudible due to the distance. From the moment he sat down, village head Li's face was flushed, as though he had quarreled with his wife, likely due to the earlier discussion about accommodations. Understanding the delicacy of the situation, Pang Ligang and his wife refrained from speaking much, focusing on their meal. After dining, village head Li offered to show Li Shiyu and the others around the village. Pang Ligang, fully aware that this was not the primary objective, felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns and thus accompanied them. Village head Li led the two on a brief tour along the earthen paths, but when Li Shiyu expressed discomfort in her dress, he guided them into the village itself. However, along the way, they encountered few people, mostly children playing freely at the doors of their homes. Suddenly, village chief Li became exceedingly courteous, leaving Li Shiyu and Pang Ligang feeling rather uncomfortable. They were acutely aware of his ulterior motives, yet dared not voice their suspicions. It was akin to a mute tasting bitter gall, suffering in silence, unable to express their distress. Village chief Li pushed open the wooden door, while Pang Ligang stood in the room, scrutinizing his surroundings. This room bore no distinction from other earth and brick houses, save for the cobwebs adorning the exterior, which unmistakably indicated a prolonged vacancy. Village chief Li called out to them a few times, gesturing for them to enter and inspect the interior. The interior was indeed quite austere, furnished with merely a table and an antiquated bed, the window sealed with long wooden planks. Village chief Li approached the bed, giving it a gentle pat, seemingly testing whether this old wooden structure remained sturdy. The bed emitted a resonant thud, yet there was no creaking sound of instability. It appeared that the old bed was still quite robust. At least in terms of quality, this bed is indeed quite sturdy. I shall summon someone to tidy up shortly. You may then assess if there are any items you require. I will also arrange for your luggage to be transported here promptly. If you wish to bathe, I can have a wooden tub brought over. Village chief Li appeared intent on addressing all matters at once, eager to resolve the living arrangements of Li Shiyu and her companions. After he had finished articulating his intentions, Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately exchanging a resigned chuckle. We have no further needs at the moment. Should anything else arise, we will trouble the village chief again. Very well, feel free to take a look around. Someone will arrive shortly to clean. Village chief Li concluded, turning to depart. Take your time, village chief, Pang Ligang murmured softly. As the village chief exited the room, Pang Ligang regarded him with a look of helplessness. Squatting down, he remarked, well, now that he has left, there is no turning back. I wonder if this place is a haunted house. If so, we might be in for trouble. Do not be so suspicious. This is merely an ordinary house, albeit somewhat old and uninhabited for quite some time, Li Shiyu retorted, disapproving of Pang Ligang's overly critical disposition. Just then, an elderly woman accompanied by a younger one entered. The older woman appeared to be in her 50s, her hair completely white, and she hunched slightly, seemingly unable to stand upright. The younger woman, in her 30s, carried their luggage with ease, showing no signs of fatigue despite the long journey, indicating she was likely accustomed to hard labor, though she did not resemble a local. Li Shiyu exchanged a glance with Pang Ligang, silently urging him to assist. Reluctantly, Pang Ligang approached the woman, smiling as he took the luggage from her grasp. Li Shiyu stood by, inquiring, we truly appreciate your help. May I ask how to address you both? After this exchange, Pang Ligang took Li Shiyu's hand and led her out of the house, only to discover a group of unfamiliar children, around 7 or 8 years of age, gathered outside. Notably absent were Xiaoqi and Xiaoqi, replaced by an assembly of strange faces. Upon seeing Pang Ligang and his companions emerge, the young children immediately scattered in all directions, seemingly terrified at the sight of strangers. Pang Ligang, perplexed, wondered aloud, could we truly be that fearsome? That upon our arrival, they all fled. He turned to Li Shiyu for clarification. No, it is not us, it is you who is frightening, more fearsome than a wolf, she replied with a laugh, covering her mouth. Indeed, I am a wolf, a genuine domestic wolf, Pang Ligang retorted promptly. Suddenly, the sound of a child's cries reached their ears from a distance, prompting Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu to cease their playful banter and follow the sound. At a nearby intersection, they found the group of children gathered closely together, encircling a small boy with a round face, as if interrogating him about something. After listening for a while, the couple realized they were reprimanding the boy for having lagged behind. Suspecting he sought to approach Pang Ligang and his companions for something, thus, they were conducting a public trial, preparing to condemn him. Unbeknownst to them, one of the children spotted Pang Ligang and the others behind them and suddenly cried out, causing the group to scatter once more. The boy in the center of the commotion, still weeping, remained oblivious to his peers' warnings, standing frozen in place until Pang Ligang approached him. Little one, what is your name? Can you share it with uncle? Pang Ligang crouched down, offering a tissue to wipe the tears from the boy's face. Upon realizing that the person before him was Pang Ligang, the boy immediately ceased his cries. Standing there in silent shock, Pang Ligang examined him closely. The boy wore an oversized, tattered blue-gray t-shirt, seemingly discarded by an adult, its length causing it to hang awkwardly on his small frame. Little friend, would you kindly tell your sister your name? Li Shiyu joined them, gently stroking his cheek as she inquired. I am Yulai. Yulai, the boy responded loudly. Very good. Now, can you tell your sister why you all ran away upon seeing us? Li Shiyu seized the opportunity to ask. The villagers say you are here to buy children, to take us far away. My mother told us to avoid you, lest you snatch us away, Yulai whispered. Suddenly filled with fear, fear not, Yulai, we are not here to capture you. Your sister has come to visit your village chief. Could you share with me if anything strange has happened in the house where we are staying? Despite having advised Pang Ligang against being too inquisitive, Li Shiyu's curiosity often surpassed that of men when the chance to uncover local gossip arose. I cannot say. My mother instructed me not to disclose village matters to outsiders, Yulai firmly asserted, remaining steadfast in his resolve, seemingly unaffected by Li Shiyu's charm. If you tell us, I will give you these candies, and we promise not to reveal that you were the one who spoke, Pang Ligang said, pulling out some candies he had purchased at the supermarket the previous day, laying them out enticingly before little Yulai. A person invariably possesses weaknesses. Even saints cannot withstand temptation and may err, let alone a naive child who has yet to experience the world. Thus, it was not long before Xiaoyu succumbed to the allure of candy, exclaiming as she indulged, I heard from the adults in the village that house once witnessed a death. A woman who hanged herself. Subsequently, some villagers claim to have seen her apparition several times at night, prompting the village chief to seal the house. Since then, no one has dared to reside there. Pang Ligang cast a sidelong glance at Li Shiyu, implying, see, I told you that village chief Li harbors ill intentions. Now it is too late to seek a refund from them. Li Shiyu returned his gaze, conveying her innocence in this matter. Xiaoyu, happily clutching her candy, departed, leaving the two behind with expressions of helplessness. Just as they were wallowing in their discontent, Hong Jie called out to them from behind, the house has been cleaned. You may enter and take a look. If you need anything else, let me know, and I will arrange for someone to assist you in purchasing it. Unbeknownst to them, a large wooden tub had been moved into the room, filled with water ample enough for Pang Ligang and his wife to sit comfortably inside. Beside the tub were 7 or 8 smaller buckets, presumably for bathing purposes. A light bulb hung from the beam above, seemingly a makeshift arrangement, with a pull switch affixed to the vertical beam of the wooden bed. The bed was already made and even adorned with a mosquito net. Pang Ligang sat down to test the bed, which felt remarkably soft, cushioned by several layers of quilts, and a mat was laid atop, ensuring it wouldn't be too warm. The windows, previously sealed with wooden slats, had been opened, though they were of an antiquated design, requiring wooden poles for support. After a brief exploration, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, prompting Li Shiyu to prepare for a bath. Just as she was about to close the door, Hong Jie approached with a tray of food, cheerfully announcing, you must be hungry. The village chief asked me to bring you dinner. I made this myself. Since you city folk are accustomed to gourmet delicacies, why not try our humble countryside fare and savor the freshness? Hong Jie was quite the conversationalist and possessed a certain charm, which left a favorable impression on Li Shiyu. Naturally, such thoughts could not be voiced. She could only reflect upon them inwardly or share them with Pang Ligang under the covers. Li Shiyu eagerly reached out to take the plate, but Hong Jie insisted on placing it on the wooden table herself. Following Hong Jie were 2 small children, each carrying a stool. Li Shiyu shot a glance at Pang Ligang, signaling him to assist with the stools. With a resigned sigh, he stood up to take the stools from the little ones, who seemed to have shed the burden of their seats and scampered away joyfully. Hong Jie placed the food on the table and remarked with a smile, please, you two go ahead and eat first. In the countryside, we have little to offer in terms of hospitality. As night falls, be sure to rest early. Tomorrow, the village will hold an ancestor worship ceremony, and I may not have much time to attend to you. I hope you will be understanding. Pang Ligang smiled and took a seat at the table. Ready to enjoy the meal. Li Shiyu forcefully slapped his hand, indicating that he was being exceedingly rude. She inquired, those two children earlier were Hongjie's, right? How old are they this year? Before Li Shiyu could suggest giving her a ride, Hongjie turned and exited the door without hesitation. Pang Ligang, who was eating with a bowl and chopsticks, called for Li Shiyu to join him as he ate. Li Shiyu tilted her head and sat down. Seemingly lost in thought, after taking a mouthful of rice, Pang Ligang chewed a few times and swallowed, then looked at the dazed Li Shiyu and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and finish eating so we can wash up and sleep." "Don't you think they seem quite reluctant to enter this room? Even if they do, they appear eager to leave, as if they are frightened of something." Li Shiyu tilted her head and replied, "How can they not be afraid? Someone hung themselves in this room. I'm scared too. Why did you choose such a dreadful job, insisting on coming here for some tourism development? Now look, the village chief has arranged for us to stay in a haunted house. Just wait until nightfall." Pang Ligang expressed his dissatisfaction, continuously venting to Li Shiyu. After they finished their meal, Pang Ligang contentedly lay down on the bed, while Li Shiyu secured the door tightly and prepared to take a bath. Unbeknownst to him, Pang Ligang drifted off to sleep. In a hazy state, he saw a rope descending from the redwood beam above, inching down slowly, accompanied by a strand of black hair that gradually dangled down. A wave of terror engulfed Pang Ligang. He attempted to rise but found himself utterly immobilized. The rope fell and tied itself into a noose, with the black hair growing longer, and a head protruded from the beam. Pang Ligang could only see the top of that head, desperately trying to suppress any thoughts of its face, yet his mind betrayed him, conjuring horrifying images uncontrollably. With a loud scream, Pang Ligang bolted upright in bed. Drenched in sweat, scanning the room in panic. Li Shiyu was soaking in a large wooden tub, looking at him in confusion, asking, "What happened? Why did you suddenly shout so loudly?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just had a nightmare. I should wash up," Pang Ligang replied, climbing out of bed while undressing and making his way to the tub, then leaping naked into the water. Fully submerged, the cool water gradually brought him back from his fright. And he wiped the droplets from his face, saying, "Actually, taking a bath together occasionally isn't so bad, right?" Li Shiyu's previously puzzled expression turned to one of disdain as she forcefully pushed his head underwater. They began to frolic in the tub, and all the darkness in Pang Ligang's heart dissipated. While Li Shiyu was scrubbing his back, a loud cry for help suddenly echoed from somewhere unknown. Pang Ligang peered through the wooden window, and in the distance, a fiery glow illuminated the night sky. "Quick, get dressed, let us see what is happening," he exclaimed, jumping out of the tub and hastily putting on his clothes. Li Shiyu emerged from the wooden barrel, while Pang Ligang retrieved a bath towel from his backpack and handed it to her. Li Shiyu hastily dried herself and donned her clothing, fortunately, as she was wearing a dress. She required only one set, thus not wasting any time. The two of them proceeded in the direction of the flickering flames, which seemed to emanate from the foot of the mountain behind the village. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, they finally arrived at the scene. At the foot of the mountain, a crowd had already gathered. Suddenly, 2 individuals rushed past Pang Ligang carrying buckets of water. As the onlookers instinctively stepped aside, on the ground lay a person engulfed in flames. The fire was quickly extinguished, but the individual had already been charred beyond recognition. Their body was entirely blackened, their features distorted, with remnants of partially burned clothing clinging to their frame, presenting a horrifying sight. Beside the corpse lay a transparent bottle, seemingly a brand of white liquor, with some liquid still remaining inside. Adjacent to the bottle was a half-burned lighter. Pang Ligang urged Li Shiyu not to look, yet her curiosity got the better of her, and she stole a glance, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over her, prompting her to rush aside and vomit. The few individuals standing near the corpse remained in a state of shock, their faces obscured by the darkness. A frail voice broke the silence, lamenting, "I had long advised the gentleman to refrain from drinking, but he never heeded my counsel. Now, alas, he has succumbed to the flames of his own indulgence. Who else could it be but him? He was the only one in our village who drank, and his household alone possessed that Shuanggo liquor. I had warned him repeatedly to give it up, yet he would not listen. Now, he can truly become a ghostly drunkard in the underworld." Pang Ligang crouched beside the body and inhaled deeply. Indeed, a strong scent of alcohol wafted from the remains. The corpse lay there, seemingly at peace, as if simply asleep. Pang Ligang picked up the lighter and the bottle of Shuanggo liquor, suddenly shouting, "This is not an accident. He has been murdered. Village Chief Li, why are we not investigating who committed this crime? This is murder. Can we simply let it go? We should call the police and have them look into this matter." His agitation was palpable, perhaps spurred by the brutal nature of the crime that compelled him to voice his thoughts. No need for that. We can handle matters within our village. Village Chief Li firmly rejected Pang Ligang's proposal. Besides, we have the ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow. We cannot allow too many outsiders into the village. Even the gravest of matters must wait until the ceremony is concluded. However, there had been a murder, and no one could guarantee that the killer would not strike again. If left unchecked, it could very well escalate into a series of homicides. Yet, Pang Ligang refused to relent, continuing to urge Village Chief Li, With the village chief dismissing the issue, further argument seemed futile. Pang Ligang, supporting Li Shiyu, made his way toward the house designated by the chief. Throughout their journey, Li Shiyu expressed her fear, pleading with Pang Ligang to hold her tightly. Pang Ligang resolutely carried Li Shiyu on his back, yet after much contemplation, he felt the gravity of the situation and decided it could not be dismissed so easily. He retrieved his phone from his pocket. Intending to call the police, however, to his dismay, there was no signal. Is my phone malfunctioning? There's absolutely no reception. I need to report this incident. It concerns a human life, and we cannot turn a blind eye. He declared. It seemed that this village indeed lacked coverage, rendering the possibility of calling for help futile. They would have to venture out of the village to seek the authorities. Li Shiyu sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her demeanor indicating that she had yet to recover from the shock of earlier events. Pang Ligang removed his shoes and sat beside her, embracing her tenderly. Li Shiyu kissed him, and the two became entwined in a moment of intimacy. Are you still intent on pursuing this matter? Did we not agree to refrain from meddling in the affairs of their village? Have you forgotten how you promised me last night? Li Shiyu retorted, her frustration palpable as she tossed her undergarment, which she had just put on, at Pang Ligang while glaring at him. Pang Ligang picked up the fallen bra and took a seat at the edge of the bed, gently assisting Li Shiyu with her clothing. Shiyu, he said slowly, this situation concerns a life. I spent the entire night wrestling with my conscience, unable to convince myself to ignore it, regardless of how grievous the deceased's actions may have been. He possesses the right to exist, unless decreed by law. No one has the authority to strip him of that right. Li Shiyu fastened her bra, descended from the wooden bed, and quietly donned her dress. She had anticipated that after their conversation during the previous night's events, Pang Ligang would acquiesce to her wishes to leave the matter alone. To her surprise, his resolve was unwavering, realizing further persuasion would be futile. She decided to remain by his side, come what may. Once they were both dressed, they exited the dwelling. Li Shiyu linked her arm with Pang Ligang's as they made their way to the village square. Though referred to as a square, it was merely a larger expanse of open land facing the mountain behind the village. In the center stood a modest platform, approximately a meter high, adorned with a low wooden table resembling a Japanese shibudai, upon which an array of fruits and meats was displayed, offering to their ancestors. This may very well be the last ancestral ceremony our village holds. It may not be an easy sight to behold again. I sincerely hope our forebears do not hold us in contempt, Pang Ligang mused. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, resonant and robust, belonging to an elderly man. This was Wen Deity, the oldest elder in the village. Of the same generation as the village chief, Deity is akin to grandfather, and you may address him as such. Wen Deity, what did you mean by saying this is the village's final ancestral ceremony? Will there be no more in the future? Pang Ligang inquired. Wen Deity pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Pang Ligang. Pang Ligang cast a fleeting glance at the two Yuana pack Shaanxi bird cigarettes. Ordinarily, he refrained from indulging in such low-cost smokes, not out of disdain for their affordability, but rather due to his unfamiliarity with them. Instinctively, his hand reached out. He was accustomed to accepting cigarettes from his superiors during their outings. As refusing could potentially offend. At that moment, it felt inappropriate for him to decline, so he reluctantly accepted the offering. When Deity lit his own cigarette and extended the lighter towards Pang Ligang, who hastily declined and retrieved his own lighter from his pocket to ignite his smoke. When Deity took a puff and remarked, "Isn't your company planning to acquire our village for some tourism development? All of us villagers will have to relocate, and we will no longer be able to perform our ancestral worship rituals." This revelation struck Pang Ligang immediately, as Wen Deity was one of those in favor of the relocation. He chuckled softly, feeling the weight of age and confusion settling in as he realized he had forgotten what he had just said. "You two can sit over there, if you find it dull. Feel free to take a stroll around the village. Lunch will be prepared for you, but we won't be cooking anything today, so I hope you can understand." Suddenly, Wen Deity shifted the topic, adopting an elder's demeanor. Pang Ligang felt powerless against his feigned wisdom and could only watch as Wen Deity, cigarette in hand, sauntered away. Suya led Pang Ligang and his wife to the eaves of a nearby building, where she fetched two chairs from inside for them to sit upon. Pang Ligang recalled Wen Deity's mention of not cooking all day and inquired of Suya the reason behind this custom. She replied softly, "It is a village tradition for ancestral worship. It serves as a demonstration of sincerity towards our forebears, fasting as a sign of respect. Additionally, it is a time for atonement, to seek forgiveness for any wrongdoings committed throughout the year." "It must be starting soon. The villagers are arriving one after another," Pang Ligang observed, gesturing towards the gathering crowd in the square. Suya offered a gentle smile to Li Shiyu and her husband before making her way into the throng. The attendees in the square were clad in white garments. Pang Ligang estimated there were around 40 individuals, predominantly women, with a handful of young men and elderly men over 60. The remainder were children, roughly 7 or 8 years old. "Dear, don't you think the villagers seem to have a uniform age distribution? It appears as though they are all categorized. First, there are the villagers of Li Village. All seemingly in their 60s, with age differences hardly exceeding 2 years. Then there's the generation of Li Keming, which also appears quite similar in age, and their offspring are nearly the same age too. The children are almost all around 7 or 8. How is it that they are so uniformly aged? Li Shiyu remarked, observing the crowd. The ritual had commenced in the square. All participants knelt upon the ground, facing the great mountain behind the village, heads bowed as they murmured softly to themselves. Pang Ligong found it rather challenging to comprehend the conversation, as mastering these ordinary dialects was already quite an achievement for him. While he was pondering, he suddenly noticed a slight indentation around the middle of the corpse's neck, a mark that seemed to encircle the neck entirely. This mark was not particularly conspicuous. It would easily go unnoticed without careful scrutiny. Moreover, the body had previously been scorched, causing the muscles to tighten, which rendered the mark even less apparent. However, the prior burning had also caused the muscle contraction to make the mark indelible. As for the motive of the murderer, I am currently unaware, but I suspect that his demise is undoubtedly linked to certain secrets of this village. Regarding the assailant, I believe it unlikely that they are from outside the village. There is only one route into the village, and the moment an outsider enters, someone would promptly report it. Did you not notice that Xiaoqi and Xiaoqi did not attend the ancestral rites today? I surmise they have returned to the wooden bridge at the village entrance. Pang Ligong rested his chin on his left hand, deep in thought. Are the two of them the guards? Li Shiyu seemed to grasp Pang Ligong's words. I believe so. There are very few young men in the village, and most are absent. What remains are the elderly, children, and women, who would not suffice for guarding the entrance. It would be exhausting for them to stand watch all day. Therefore, we must rely on these youngsters, who are less likely to attract attention, leading me to conclude that it is certainly not an outsider committing the crime. Pang Ligong continued his analysis. Li Shiyu, clad in high heels, took several minutes to reach Pang Ligong's side and inquired about the situation. Pang Ligong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, just now, someone dashed out of this house. Looking quite flustered. I suspect it cannot be anything good. Let us enter this house and see what they have been up to. Li Shiyu hesitated, responding, is that advisable? They are not home, and we cannot just walk in. Pang Ligang glanced up and realized that this was indeed the house of Village Chief Li, who would sneak into Village Chief Li's home during the ancestral rites. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed and said to Li Shiyu, let us enter. Village Chief Li will not hold it against us. Besides, we are not here to steal. He has encouraged us to explore the village and never mentioned we could not visit his home. The weather today was rather dismal, or perhaps one should say atrocious, with clouds densely gathering as if rain were imminent. Even though it was barely past 8 in the morning, Pang Ligong took Li Shiyu by the hand and led her into Village Chief Li's home. The chief and his wife, along with their son and daughter-in-law, had all gone to the ancestral rites, leaving the house unoccupied. Suddenly, a thought struck Pang Ligong, and he remarked, come to think of it, I don't recall seeing Village Chief Li's mother earlier at the square. We haven't seen her since our visit to their home yesterday, not even during mealtime. Indeed, I hadn't considered that until you mentioned it. Did Village Chief Li not say that everyone in the village would attend the ancestral rites? Why did his mother not go? Li Shiyu looked at Pang Ligong with a face full of questions, hoping he could provide answers to her inquiries. Please don't look at me with that expression. How would I know why Village Chief Li's mother doesn't participate in ancestral worship? Perhaps it is because of her seniority that she is exempt from such rites. We will find out if we go in and take a look. Pang Ligong playfully rubbed his hands against Li Shiyu's delicate face a few times. The couple passed through 2 rooms and arrived at the chamber where they had met Village Chief Li the previous day. The room remained unchanged, save for a pink panda pattern cover draped over the television. Everything else was just as it had been the day prior. Approaching the final door, Pang Ligong reached out to push it. But despite several attempts, it did not budge. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the door needed to be pulled outward. The interior was dimly lit, with the windows obscured by thick curtains. Pang Ligong could faintly discern a figure reclining on a chaise lounge. Yet the person's features remained indistinct. The individual appeared to be asleep, oblivious to the entrance of Pang Ligong and Li Shiyu, still lying with their head turned to the side. Excuse me, dear grandmother. We are guests of Village Chief Li. May we enter your room to take a look? Pang Ligong inquired softly. Despite his repeated entreaties, the occupant did not respond, leading him to conclude that she might be somewhat hard of hearing. Rather than continuing to speak, he decided it would be more effective to approach her directly. As he moved closer to the chaise lounge, aided by the scant light filtering through the window, he finally beheld the visage of the person resting there. The sight was perhaps the most horrifying Pang Ligong had ever encountered in his life, an image that would haunt him forever. Her skin was an ashen hue, reminiscent of freshly painted walls, devoid of any semblance of color. The condition of her face transcended mere wrinkles. Her skin seemed to have separated from her underlying muscle, causing her countenance to sag grotesquely, an utterly chilling sight to behold. Pang Ligong nearly cried out in terror but managed to stifle his scream just in time, taking a step back. As he retreated, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of light, as if a beam was reflecting off a metallic object, emerging from the woman's chest. He instructed Li Shiyu to draw back the curtains, eager to discern the true nature of the figure before him. The sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, and although the light was not particularly strong, it compelled Pang Ligang to instinctively shut his eyes upon its sudden appearance, after more than half a minute. He cautiously opened his eyes, only to be rendered speechless by the scene that unfolded before him. Li Shiyu, upon opening her eyes, let out a piercing scream and instinctively threw herself into Pang Ligang's embrace. Reclining on the chaise was an elderly woman, her eyes wide open and mouth agape, her hands clutching a black metallic object that had pierced through her chest. Her white garment was soaked with blood. A substantial area across her chest stained a deep crimson. Pang Ligang immediately steeled himself, forcing down the wave of fear that threatened to overwhelm him. He approached the chaise to examine the body more closely. The blood on the clothing had dried, and the corpse was entirely rigid. The room was remarkably tidy, showing no signs of struggle. Pang Ligang shook his head at Li Shiyu and said, "She has been dead for quite some time. At least over 12 hours. We should promptly inform the village chief and the others. The murderer is likely the individual we just encountered. Do they intend to annihilate the entire village?" Suddenly, a chill coursed through Pang Ligang's body as the words of the village chief's wife echoed clearly in his ears. Village Chief Li remained silent, lost in a daze as he stared at the ground, with tears welling in his eyes and a quiver in his voice. He asked, "Mr. Pang, do you have any idea when my mother was murdered?" "If my guess is correct, it was likely between 8 and 9 o'clock last night. From the scene, it appears that your mother did not struggle when she was killed. The fatal blow was delivered swiftly, suggesting the assailant was very close. Your mother likely did not anticipate that the murderer would strike her suddenly. I believe she was well acquainted with this individual, having spoken with him prior to her death. The most pressing matter at hand is to call the authorities. Our mobile phones have no signal here. Does your village have a landline?" Pang Ligang explained. "Impossible. Around 8 o'clock last night, my spouse and I visited my mother's room, and she seemed perfectly well. We even conversed for a while. I am certain she was alive and in good spirits then. Our village has electricity but no telephone service, as we are quite small and lack relatives outside, making a phone unnecessary for us," Village Chief Li replied, shaking his head. My grandmother's room can only be accessed through my parents' area. If anyone had entered, we would have known. However, no one came to our home last night. Our entire family was present. Suya, who was kneeling nearby, interjected. "No one came. That implies everyone has an alibi. How did the murderer manage to strike in broad daylight? The assailant could not have simply burst in and attacked. They must have conversed with the elderly lady first. Yet, if there were conversation in that room, the Li family would certainly have heard it. How did the murderer carry out the act?" Pang Ligang pondered, still unable to fathom how the assailant entered the room. Village Chief Li, we must choose to report this to the authorities. If we delay, more villagers may fall victim, Li Shiyu urged. Suddenly, Village Chief Li rose to his feet, lifting his mother's lifeless body with the intention of moving her to the bed. That moment, Li Keming also got up from the ground, assisting in transferring the elderly lady to the bed. As they did so, a piece of torn paper fluttered down from beneath her. Pang Ligang picked it up. It was merely a common sheet used by elementary students, upon which several words were scribbled in a shaky hand, evidently torn from somewhere. Meanwhile, the village chief's wife had risen during Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu's conversation, her clothing and hair in disarray, resembling a madwoman running wild in the streets. Village Chief Li approached her with a countenance full of fury, delivering a resounding slap and scolding. "Look at your appearance. Hurry and change your clothes, and cleanse your face." Amidst a haze of confusion, Pang Ligang fell asleep once more, only to find himself once again ensnared by the dream from the previous evening. Alarmed, he hastily scrambled out of bed. Suya was still engaged in conversation with Li Shiyu, and with sleep now eluding him, Pang Ligang crouched beside Li Shiyu and inquired of Suya, "Suya, has anyone ever committed suicide in this room? Could you perhaps share the details so that we might feel more at ease during our stay?" Suya appeared to struggle with the question, and despite Pang Ligang's persistent urging for her to divulge the truth, she eventually sighed and recounted. "During the anti-Japanese war, Japanese soldiers invaded our village, resulting in the deaths of many villagers. The Japanese were merciless, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillaging. A widow named Zhang Sa, after being violated by the Japanese soldiers, ultimately took her own life by hanging herself in this very room. As she was a widow whose husband had perished outside. The villagers deemed this room uninhabitable, thus sealing it off. Why then have I heard others say that it was the sighting of her ghost that led to the room being sealed?" Pang Ligang pressed further, "That was merely a tale told by the village elders to deter children from playing here. However, there are indeed claims of having seen Zhang Sa's spirit. I cannot ascertain the truth of it, as I have only heard these stories from the villagers." Suya replied, "And who does your mother-in-law refer to when she mentions they? Is it those Japanese soldiers?" Pang Ligang continued to pry, eager to uncover the identity of they as mentioned by the village chief's wife. Suya stood to leave, stating that she had matters to attend to at home. Li Shiyu accompanied her to the door, returning 2 umbrellas to her. Suya suggested that they keep them for the time being, as they might yet be needed. Before exiting, Suya reminded Li Shiyu to close the door tightly lest the rain be blown inside. Li Shiyu expressed her gratitude, and Suya departed, holding her umbrella aloft, after closing the door. Li Shiyu approached the window to shut it. Catching a glimpse of Suya walking home, she called out to her to exercise caution, but it seems Suya did not hear. Consequently, Li Shiyu drew the window closed. Checking her phone, she noted it was nearly noon. Li Shiyu then lay down on the bed, burying her head in Pang Ligong's embrace, occasionally nuzzling against his chest. Distracted by her presence, Pang Ligong found it difficult to concentrate on his thoughts. The pair played together on the bed until fatigue finally compelled them to stop. Gently stroking Li Shiyu's hair, he inquired, "What were you and Suya discussing for so long?" "Oh, it was nothing of great import. I simply asked her why someone so beautiful would remain in such a small village." Suya mentioned that she hails from outside the village and that she met Li Keming while working in Guangdong. He treated her well, and thus they naturally married. Suya has been living here for about a year now, Li Shiyu explained. That explains it. I wondered why she didn't resemble the other villagers. Pang Ligong mused, "Alas, I cannot ascertain whether village chief Li has sought assistance from the authorities. If this situation persists, one cannot predict who the next victim of the assailant may be." Suddenly, Pang Ligong broached the matter of reporting to the police again. "While I was engaged in conversation with Suya, I seemed to have glimpsed someone hurriedly making their way toward the village entrance, clad in a raincoat, which obscured their features. However, as I was deeply engrossed in conversation with Suya, it is possible that I misidentified the person. Perhaps they were not even leaving the village." Li Shiyu remarked, "Perhaps it is best to await the arrival of the police for their investigation. We should hasten our departure from this place," Pang Ligong urged. Taking Li Shiyu's hand, the two lay on the bed, uncertain of what to say, and thus remained in silence. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Pang Ligong prompted Li Shiyu to answer it, and with great reluctance, she rose from the bed. Upon opening the door, she discovered it was Suya. With a face full of panic, Li Shiyu inquired, "Suya, what troubles you? Why do you appear so distressed?" "It is dire news. Someone just came to my home saying that Keming has met with an incident at the village entrance. May I trouble you both to accompany me?" Suya spoke through tears, her eyes reddened. Without hesitation, Pang Ligong sprang from the bed, donned his shoes, and hurried to Suya's side, urging Li Shiyu to fetch an umbrella. The three of them, umbrella in hand, made their way toward the village entrance. What should have taken nearly 4 or 5 minutes stretched into 10 as they trudged through the rain. Upon reaching the riverbank at the village entrance, they discovered that the sole wooden bridge leading to the outside world had been destroyed. Leaving only a solitary beam floating amidst the turbulent, murky waters, there lay a figure by the riverbank, hands submerged in the water, seemingly with their head also immersed. From the clothing, it appeared to be Li Kemen. As soon as Suya spotted the figure, she dropped the umbrella and rushed over. Pang Ligong swiftly approached the riverbank, glanced at the scene, and immediately instructed Li Shiyu to assist in pulling Suya away. Li Shiyu, without questioning, moved to Suya's side and firmly grasped her. Pang Ligong exerted strength to drag the body aside, meticulously examining it. There were no apparent wounds on the corpse. It appeared that the individual had been forcefully submerged from behind, leading to asphyxiation. The laceration on the neck was jagged, not resembling a clean cut from a sharp blade. Yet, what weapon could have severed the head? The body had begun to stiffen, indicating death had occurred at least half an hour prior. Why would the assailant go to the lengths of decapitating Li Kemen? It seemed entirely unnecessary. Pang Ligong, perplexed by the killer's motives, squatted beside the corpse, scrutinizing it closely. "It is all my fault. I should not have urged Kemen to seek the police. Had I not sent him, he would not have met this fate. It is all my doing," village chief Li lamented, collapsing beside Li Kemen's body, weeping uncontrollably. "Chief Li, the assailant has now claimed 3 lives. And we have no means of leaving the village. If you continue in this manner, I fear the killer will inevitably target others. I recall your wife once stating that they would come to slaughter everyone in the village. I believe this is not a mere fabrication. Now, we must rely solely on ourselves. Otherwise, we shall become the next targets of the killers," exclaimed Pang Ligong vehemently. Village chief Li remained silent, merely murmuring softly beside the corpse. Pang Ligong continued, "Chief Li, if you persist in this numbness, your wife and your daughter-in-law may very well be at risk of being murdered. In truth, I do not wish to meddle in this matter. The assailants harbor no animosity towards us. I believe they would not strike against us. At this moment, I am here to assist you." Village chief Li stood up quietly and said gravely, "Come with me. I will disclose everything I know. Over 60 years ago, this village was not originally named Tianmushan, but rather Insular village. As for the peculiar origin of its name, the villagers remain unaware. Perhaps it stemmed from an ancestor who practiced the arcane art of Qimen Duanjia. The villagers originally migrated from Shaanxi and have resided in Pingjiang for over 400 years. The inhabitants of Insular village initially all bore the surname Li, but through the passage of time and development, other surnames have integrated into the village, fostering its growth and population prosperity. Due to prolonged isolation, the villagers' mindset has gradually fallen behind the progression of the times. They are unaware that the outside world has replaced manual labor with machinery, and that gunpowder can be utilized to create weaponry. In mid-June of 1944, tranquility shattered as a dozen strangers invaded the serene village, commencing a spree of arson, murder, and plunder. Many of the village's men sought refuge in caves to protect the women and children. resulting in the near-total annihilation of the able-bodied men. Yet, the village's children managed to escape a similar fate. However, this merely indicated their successful concealment within the mountains, while the remaining strangers seemed relentless in their pursuit. Those hiding in the caves, old, young, women, and children, could no longer endure the torment and resolved to face death together. They set traps within the caves, ambushing the unfamiliar intruders one after another. By the time they encountered the sixth stranger, almost all the village's men had perished, leaving only a few women and children. The women organized the remaining children and prepared the final trap. The stranger advanced through the dimly lit cave. Wielding a long black wooden staff, sharp bamboo arrows, honed to a point, flew towards him, and the sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed through the narrow cavern, illuminated by the light streaming in from the cave's entrance. The remaining villagers witnessed the stranger's blood erupting over a meter high, gushing forth like a fountain, staining the cave's walls and floor with crimson. The women had never before witnessed the harrowing sight of death. They stood transfixed by the gruesome spectacle, hurriedly covering their children's eyes to shield them from the bloody scene, while many of the women turned their heads away in horror. Deep within the recesses of the cave, the group remained utterly silent, fearing that any sound might betray their hiding place to the stranger lurking below. They understood that if discovered, there would be no escape for any of them. After a hushed discussion, 3 of the older women adjusted their garments and retrieved a few bamboo arrows from the lifeless body of the intruder, armed themselves with a longbow, and stepped cautiously out of the cave. Outside, the thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain seemed imminent as they began their descent down the mountain. The 3 women wept for an indeterminate duration, so absorbed in their sorrow that they no longer felt the sting of raindrops against their skin. In the downpour, it was impossible to discern whether the moisture on their faces was rain or tears. Perhaps their internal reservoirs of grief had long since run dry, leaving only the tasteless rainwater to fall. As the rain pooled on the ground, it washed away the blood that had soaked into the earth, quickly turning the water a deep crimson, which coalesced into a flowing stream, meandering past the corpse and continuing into the distance. It was unclear how long they knelt beside the body before they finally remembered the others trapped in the cave, prompting them to rise and patrol the village. They needed to ensure that the demons had vacated the area before summoning everyone. To do otherwise would risk leading the entire village into danger, with a fate mirroring the "what does that even mean? Please clarify," Pang Ligang inquired, gradually calming down. Since then, have any other strange occurrences transpired in the village? Undeterred, he pressed on with his questions. The village head remained silent. Having finished his cigarette, he extracted another from the box on the table, lit it, and fell back into silence, realizing that he would glean no further information. Pang Ligang excused himself and exited the inner room. In the main hall, the 2 corpses lay on the floor, shrouded in white cloth, appearing less terrifying than one might expect. The village head's wife had regained consciousness and knelt beside the bodies. Weeping uncontrollably, her cries filled with despair, sorrow, and helplessness. Shuya quietly knelt beside Li Keming's corpse. Her complexion, already paler than others, now seemed devoid of color, her expressionless face resembling a mask affixed to her head. "What did the village head tell you? How is it that you emerged from his room a completely different person?" Li Shiyu asked, fastening her bra while gazing at Pang Ligang, who lay despondently on the bed. Without uttering a word, he swiftly sat up, embraced Li Shiyu from behind, and rested his head on her shoulder in silence. As Li Shiyu prepared to change into clean underwear, she felt 2 warm streams of liquid slide down her back. Pang Ligang was crying. This was Li Shiyu's immediate realization. Since their marriage, he had always been cheerful, never once shedding tears, yet now, he was genuinely crying, leaving her somewhat at a loss, forgetting about her underwear. She turned and shared a passionate kiss with him. Once the lengthy tale concluded, Pang Ligang lit a cigarette to alleviate his unease, expecting Li Shiyu to join him in tears. He was taken aback when she erupted into laughter, her animated demeanor only serving to deepen his frustration. With a swift motion, Li Shiyu mounted Pang Ligang, playfully scolding, "You fool, the village head must have been deceiving you. In a small village like this, so far from the county town and nestled deep in the mountains, how could Japanese soldiers possibly arrive here? You really ought to think more critically. It's a wonder you even studied finance for 4 years." Upon reflection, Pang Ligang conceded that she had a point. There was nothing of significance in Tenmu village that would warrant the arrival of Japanese soldiers. He also felt that the village head's deception was rather pointless. The story could not have been fabricated on the spot, as it was too vivid and believable. Thus, while the tale bore some truth, the recent murders in the village were certainly not the work of supernatural forces. Someone was likely using the legend as a pretext for murder. Who could be orchestrating such a calculated act? Did the perpetrator harbor a deep-seated grudge against the village head, compelling them to slaughter his family members? Pang Ligang mused to himself as he inhaled from his cigarette. Li Yushir sat on the bed, feeling a bit weary after a moment of drowsiness. Subsequently, she reclined against Pang Ligang's chest, casting a sideways glance at the redwood beams above. A sudden wave of fear washed over her, prompting her to nestle closer into his embrace. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Do you think it could be related to the woman who hanged herself in this room?" Perhaps her ghost has emerged to seek vengeance, or maybe the villagers had wronged her in life, thus she refuses to let them rest even in death. What a jest, surely ghosts do not exist in this world. If they did, it would only be within the hearts of men. The nefarious perpetrator, harboring sinister intentions, must have had a motive for wishing these individuals harm. A murderer will inevitably reveal some flaw in their scheme. With careful contemplation, the truth will become apparent, and understanding shall dawn. Pang Li Gong repeatedly murmured the last sentence, his voice dwindling as he seemed to ponder something deeply. Eventually, the two of them succumbed to slumber. And once more, Pang Li Gong found himself in that dream, this time distinctly perceiving a woman suspended from the beam above, her body bare. Just as he sought to discern her features, he jolted awake. It seemed someone was knocking at the door. He gently nudged Li Shiyu, who responded with a soft murmur, rolled over, and drifted back to sleep. With a sense of resignation, Pang Li Gong donned his shoes and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he realized that night had fully descended. Standing at the entrance was a relatively young woman, perhaps in her late 20s, holding a platter covered with transparent plastic, containing rice and dishes beneath. She held an umbrella in her left hand while balancing the food in her right. Though her expression was neutral, she appeared amiable. Pang Li Gong hurriedly stepped aside to invite her in, then proceeded to the bedside to switch on the lamp. He quietly inquired, "Why hasn't Sister Hong come? Isn't she the one who usually brings our meals? Has something happened at her home?" "Oh, I see. I appreciate your help after dinner, my wife, and I would like to pay Sister Hong a visit. Would you kindly escort us to her home? We've never been there since we arrived in the village," Pang Li Gong remarked. The woman set down the food and cradled the wooden platter against her chest, nodding gently. At that moment, Pang Li Gong could clearly see her face. She was strikingly delicate, her complexion fair and radiant. Such a graceful woman was a rarity in the north. A term came to his mind, the highest good is like water, which perfectly encapsulated her essence. If there were any dissatisfaction to voice, it would only concern her stature. She was not particularly tall, perhaps around 1.60 m, and her lower body showed signs of having borne children. "Who is it? Have you eaten?" Li Shiyu yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she rose from the bed. She approached, and the woman with the platter turned to leave. Suddenly, Pang Li Gong called out to her, asking, "May I know how to address you?" "Please call me Fanglin. My home is right next to Hongjie's. After you finish your meal, I shall come by to collect the bowls, and then I will take you to Hongjie's house." "Take your time with your meal," she said with a slight nod. Pang Li Gong also nodded in response, and Fanglin turned to leave their room. Pang Li Gong then sat down at the table and began to eat, while Li Shiyu, feeling extremely hungry, picked up her bowl and started to eat heartily, completely disregarding her usual demure image. After consuming half a bowl of rice, Li Shiyu noticed that Pang Li Gong seemed preoccupied. Lost in thought, with a mouthful of rice lingering unswallowed. Is he still thinking about that beautiful woman from earlier? It seems he couldn't get enough of her, could he? Li Shiyu nudged Pang Li Gong's abdomen with her elbow. "Oh no, I was pondering the woman named Fanglin. She doesn't appear to be from the village, does she? Did you not notice her light makeup? Generally women from the village do not wear makeup. I doubt many would know how to apply it." Pang Li Gong hurriedly swallowed his food and replied, "Now that you mention it, I recall that the women we've encountered in this village seem not to wear makeup, even if there are those who could. It's unlikely they would know how to apply such subtle foreign makeup," Li Shiyu remarked, seemingly having noticed Fanglin's delicate makeup as well, pursing her lips in contemplation. After finishing their meal, about half an hour later, Fanglin returned, carrying a plate and holding 2 umbrellas. She handed the umbrellas to Pang Li Gong and Li Shiyu, then proceeded to clear the table, leading the two out of the room. The arrangement of Hongjie's house was quite similar to that of village chief Li's. Regardless of which room one entered, there was always a threshold about 20 centimeters high. As these doors were embedded within the walls, they were not overly tall, and Pang Li Gong had to bend down to enter. As he lowered his head, he suddenly noticed that the threshold was damp, with some wet mud still clinging to the wooden surface, indicating that someone had recently entered from outside. "Hongjie, we have come to see you. Are you feeling better?" Li Shiyu called out loudly as she stepped over the threshold. Pang Li Gong followed suit, surveying the room. The interior was nearly indistinguishable from village chief Li's home, with yellowed walls plastered with newspapers. The most striking features being the large posters of Jackie Chung and Aaron Kwok, which though faded and worn, were from over a decade ago when they were at the height of their fame. The uneven earthen floor was a patchwork of various lumps, resembling tumors. Hongjie emerged from behind a white gauzy curtain, dressed in a traditional outfit reminiscent of the Republic of China era, fastening her buttons as she walked. Her hair appeared not yet fully dried, loosely hanging and tangled. "What are you standing around for? Please take a seat. I'll fetch you some tea," she said, ushering Pang Li Gong and the others to sit before turning toward the back room. Bored, Pang Li Gong started to wander around the room, and upon reaching a large cabinet, he noticed a small table with a rusty tin containing various medicines. He casually picked up a few to examine. Finding mostly cold remedies, albeit lacking boxes, only the inner packaging remaining, Pang Li Gong flipped through the pages again when Li Shiyu suddenly approached, striking the back of his hand forcefully and admonishing him not to fidget. In her haste, she inadvertently knocked over the rusty container filled with medicine, causing most of its contents to spill out. Come, have some snacks, Hongjie suggested. Both Pang Ligong and Li Shiyu were momentarily taken aback. Failing to comprehend her words, realizing that they might not have understood, Hongjie clarified, snacks refer to treats or tidbits. What brings you both to my home unexpectedly? She inquired. As enlightenment dawned upon them, Pang Ligong picked up a piece of sweet potato chip and tasted it. Finding the flavor agreeable, suddenly recalling certain matters, he remarked, we heard from Fonglin that you have not been feeling well, so we came to check on you. I hope you are feeling better now. I wonder when this incessant rain will cease. It has been pouring for 3 consecutive days, which is quite bothersome. I truly appreciate your concern. I'm feeling much better now, though it's nothing serious. There are always some ailments every month, and I'm grateful you both made the effort to visit me at this late hour. The climate here tends to be like this, being situated in a valley. The warm air entering from the village cannot disperse. It keeps rising into the atmosphere, forming clouds and rain, hence the continuous downpour. In a couple of days, once the heat dissipates, it will improve, Hongjie explained softly. Gently rocking her chair, Hongjie, how do you possess such extensive knowledge of geography? Pang Ligang asked curiously. By the way, what were you doing when Li Keming passed at noon today? He found it peculiar that Hongjie was so well versed in meteorology. Oh, I learned it all from children's books, she replied casually. Noon, I was at home cooking. What else could I be doing? She answered nonchalantly. And what about around 8 o'clock last night? Pang Ligong inquired further. Hongjie, I mean no offense, it's just that 3 people have died in the village recently, and I'm curious about what everyone was doing at that time. He emphasized that his intentions were purely inquisitive. I understand, it's only natural to feel apprehensive with 3 recent fatalities in the village. While some may attribute it to supernatural causes, not everyone fully believes in such things, leading to speculation among the residents. Individuals like you, who have received higher education, are even less likely to buy into tales of ghosts, Hongjie nodded, indicating her understanding of Pang Ligong's sentiments. So, what were you doing last night? Could you share that with us? He pressed once more. What about your husband? I don't recall you ever mentioning him, he suddenly remembered, glancing around the room, having not seen Hongjie's husband since his arrival. I apologize, Hongjie, I had no idea your husband had. You are still quite young. Why not seek companionship elsewhere? Life outside this small village surely offers more opportunities, Pang Ligong remarked, unsure why he had said such a thing. Li Shiyu felt that this was an inopportune moment for such comments and pinched him sharply on the back. Realizing his indiscretion, Pang Ligong quickly added, I'm sorry, I misspoke, please forgive me, there is nothing to be concerned about. The person has already passed away. Moreover, I am merely 30 years old, and sustaining this household single-handedly is quite a challenge. Finding another partner is not entirely out of the question, yet given that my husband has just died, it would be rather inappropriate to seek someone else so soon. Furthermore, my mother's health is not in the best condition, and I cannot leave her alone here without worry. Hongjie waved her hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. Pang Ligong then noticed a circular mark on Hongjie's left ring finger. Clearly the result of long-term ring wear, yet the ring was absent from her finger. Do you think Hongjie is the murderer? Li Shiyu suddenly inquired. It is hard to say, every individual in the village could potentially be the culprit. The only route leading out of the village has been destroyed, and the murderer likely orchestrated this to trap everyone here in mutual suspicion, facilitating their murderous scheme amid the ensuing chaos. The majority of the villagers are elderly and children, with a scant 10 or so adult women remaining, of whom perhaps only 4 or 5 are men. They are all locals. It would be quite easy to cast suspicion upon those who harbor deep-seated grudges against the village chief, thus reducing the likelihood of the men being the killers. As Pang Ligang analyzed through elimination. He paused, casting a glance at the rice fields under the night rain. The downpour was heavy, and visibility was exceedingly low. In a hushed voice, he remarked, if we could ascertain the murderer's motive, the chances of identifying them would significantly increase. However, it is currently unclear what drives the killer to commit these acts. If it were due to the relocation of the village, then Li Keming's staunch opposition would render that motive invalid. Could it be that Li Shiyu began, only to slip and nearly fall into the muddy ground? Fortunately, Pang Ligong reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. Li Shiyu had been suppressing her fear, and the sudden slip unleashed her pent-up frustration, prompting her to curse the treacherous path. Pang Ligong steadied her and crouched down slowly to pick up a stone from the ground. The stone that had nearly caused Li Shiyu's fall appeared to be rather rough to the touched eye. In the dim light, Pang Ligong discerned that the stone was pockmarked, resembling a honeycomb. Its color was unlike the ordinary stones. Being a deep black, seemingly mixed with some other impurities that were indiscernible, the stone was roughly the size of an egg, and it was likely Li Shiyu's high-heeled shoes that had caused her to stumble. As they hurried out of the house, Pang Ligong noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of Deng Chili's home, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Surely something had transpired once more. He urged Li Shiyu to quicken her pace, ultimately opting to carry her on his back as he sprinted towards Deng Chili. Deng Chili's tongue extended unusually long, and her eyes were wide open. Much larger than usual, resembling the haunting visage often depicted in horror films of a hanged ghost. Beneath her, several dried rice stalks lay scattered, remnants evidently left over from the previous season's harvest. With some empty husks still clinging to them inside the dwelling, a large rice jar had been overturned, its white grain strewn across the floor. The tables and chairs, however, remained undisturbed in their original positions. The uneven surface of the earthen floor bore distinct impressions, clearly marked by footsteps, with the exposed mud still fresh, indicating recent disturbance. Pang Ligang illuminated the room with his phone, revealing only a limited view of the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, someone approached the wall, reaching for the pull cord switch affixed there. In the hushed room, the sound of the switch being tugged was distinctly audible, yet, despite several vigorous attempts, the light remained stubbornly unilluminated. As if something were lodged within the switch, preventing it from being pulled down smoothly. A few male villagers assisted in lowering Deng Chili's body, collectively transporting it into the main hall. The sound of a child's weeping permeated the air. Unmistakably the voice of Deng Chili's son, Xiao Qi, whose sorrow was palpable. The one who discovered the body was none other than Xiao Qi, which explained his inconsolable wails. Li Shiyu had been holding Pang Ligang's hand. But upon hearing the cries, she released it and made her way toward the hall. Pang Ligang moved to the wall, using his phone to cast light, and then attempted to tug at the nylon cord of the switch. Halfway through, he found himself unable to pull it further. Something was indeed stuck inside. With his left hand holding the phone to illuminate the black circular switch box, he cautiously unscrewed the round cover. Within the brass ring, the nylon cord had been threaded through, along with a slender wooden twig that was lodged in the middle, thereby obstructing the cord's movement to illuminate the light. Carefully, Pang Ligang extracted the twig and tugged at the nylon cord once more. This time, the light immediately flickered to life. After his inspection, Pang Ligang concluded that a struggle had undoubtedly transpired here, and it must have been quite fierce, as it was likely that others in the vicinity would have heard it. Following this, he entered the main hall, where Li Shiyu was tightly embracing the inconsolable Xiao Qi in his left hand. Xiao Qi clutched a tattered yellow notebook, its corners dog-eared from frequent use. Pang Ligang approached Li Shiyu and gently stroked Xiao Qi's hair. Softly speaking to him, Xiao Qi, "Uncle will certainly help you find the one who harmed your mother, but you must assist me as well. Would you like to know who took your mother's life?" Xiao Qi broke free from Li Shiyu's embrace, wiping the tears from the sides of his nose with his fist, and nodded vigorously. Pang Ligang gestured for Li Shiyu to take Xiao Qi to another room, so as not to disrupt his thoughts by having him witness Deng Chili's lifeless form. Li Shiyu led Xiao Qi into the room where Deng Chili had met her demise. Before entering, Pang Ligang glanced at the individuals in the hall. Most were familiar faces from the memorial gathering, yet one man was unfamiliar to him, appearing not to be a local. His attention seemed far removed from the body. As if he were lost in contemplation, Hong Jia stood amidst the crowd, tears brimming in her eyes. Beside the suspicious man was a woman named Fong Lin, who appeared to be greatly frightened by the sight of the corpse. Biting her lower lip so tightly that it seemed the crimson hue would soon bleed, the village chief's furious reprimands echoed in the air. Pang Ligang intended to offer some words of comfort to the village chief. Yet in light of the recent spate of murders, it was entirely understandable for the chief to be incensed, given the tragic loss of so many lives in the village, coupled with the utter ignorance of the identity of the perpetrator. Pang Ligang stepped into the room, gently closing the door behind him. It was not out of fear that those outside might learn anything, but rather to prevent the noise of the gathering from disturbing Xiao Qi. As their conversation might unsettle her further. He pulled a chair over and sat in front of Xiao Qi and Li Shiyu, forcing a light-hearted smile as he inquired, "Xiao Qi, were you the first to discover your mother?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Did you attempt to push the door open at that moment? Did you hear any sounds, perhaps of a struggle or voices coming from within?" "No," Xiao Qi replied decisively. Shaking her head, the room was pitch black. Apart from the hanging figure, there was no sign of anyone else inside. Pang Ligang pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, so this room was not a seal chamber. The murderer must have fled the scene immediately after committing the act. Hearing Xiao Qi's cries for help, everyone rushed here, allowing the perpetrator to blend seamlessly into the crowd. He mused, but how did the killer evade Xiao Qi? Was the victim already lifeless by the time she reached the windowsill? Suddenly, he asked Xiao Qi, "When was the last time you saw your mother?" "At 7 o'clock, Xiao Qi replied. My mother always took her bath at that time. She told me to play by myself for a while and that she would come to tuck me in after her bath. After she left, I was writing in this notebook. There was a character I couldn't write, so I came over to ask her, but just as I reached the windowsill, I saw..." Xiao Qi's voice trailed off and she burst into tears. "Can you recall the exact moment you reached the windowsill?" "Think carefully," Pang Ligang continued. Li Shiyu held Xiao Qi close, gently stroking her back, and gradually, Xiao Qi quieted down, the notebook slipping from her grasp and falling to the floor. Curious, Pang Ligang picked up the notebook. Flipping through a few pages without scrutinizing them closely, the pages were filled with uneven handwriting, nearly devoid of blank spaces, punctuated by several misspelled words, evidently written by Xiao Qi herself. It was 7:20. Xiaoqi suddenly said after a moment of sobbing. I checked the time before passing under the eaves. Pang Ligang glanced at his phone. It was now 7:40. If Deng Qili had been murdered before 7:20. The body should be beginning to stiffen. Pang Ligang hurriedly opened the door and rushed to the side of Deng Qili's lifeless body, pinching her arm and several parts of her body. However, there was still residual warmth, and the phenomenon of rigor mortis had not yet set in, indicating that Deng Qili had been deceased for less than half an hour. Standing up, Pang Ligang surveyed the more than 10 men and women in the hall. Realizing that the murderer must be among them, how despicable, how had the culprit managed to deceive Xiaoqi's eyes and ears, if Deng Qili had entered her room after taking a shower? Encountered the murderer, and engaged in a struggle. Xiaoqi should have heard something or seen something. Why was there not a single sound? Pang Ligang silently cursed within, his eyes steadfastly fixed on the crowd. He approached Village Chiefly, looking down at the chief seated on the ground, and inquired, Village Chiefly, is there truly no other route leading out of the village? Can the surrounding mountain paths lead to safety? If this continues, the murderer will surely claim more victims. Village Chiefly silently shook his head and replied, the mountain paths around here are not stable. They easily slide during rain. If one attempts to traverse the mountains in the rain, they could easily be engulfed by falling rocks or mudslides, unless we wait for the rain to cease. The handwriting in the notebook was somewhat juvenile, resembling a narrative rather than practice, although some characters were difficult to discern. Pang Ligang scrutinized it earnestly. Suddenly, he noticed something and called out loudly, Xiaoqi, did you write the words in this notebook? Who told you this story, and where did you hear it? Xiaoqi, perhaps startled by Pang Ligang's voice, immediately ceased her weeping. Li Shiyu softly reproached Pang Ligang for his brusque demeanor, but he paid her no heed and repeated his question. Xiaoqi rubbed her eyes and timidly replied, this was told to me by Grandma Chui last year. She asked me to write it down and then read it to the other grandmothers in the village. Grandma, is that your maternal grandmother? Pang Ligang inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Here, grandmother refers to great-grandmother. It is different from the northern terminology, Li Shiyu explained. Suddenly, Pang Ligang grasped something, albeit just one aspect of the situation. He continued to probe, Xiaoqi, did you read this story to the grandmother at the village chief's house? Did you see her do anything? What did she do afterward? Did you give her the notebook? Pang Ligang asked hesitantly. He glanced again at the notebook and noticed that a page was indeed missing a corner. He rummaged through his pocket and found the crumpled fragment of paper, smoothing it out so that it fit perfectly into the missing section of the notebook. I see now, so it is like this. Could the murderer truly be a descendant of this Grandma Chui? Pang Ligang muttered to himself. Zhihui had come to such a remote place out of sheer necessity. Originally, he should be at a lively entertainment venue in Shenzhen, belting out tunes while cradling a young and beautiful girl on each side, comfortably awaiting their ministrations of food, occasionally teasingly sucking on their delicate fingers or playfully slapping their backsides. Such a leisurely existence was one that he believed would continue indefinitely. After all, he had enjoyed this luxurious lifestyle for over a decade. Since his first fortune was made in the 1990s by reselling daily necessities, he had embarked on the path to affluence. Elbowing his way into the ranks of the wealthy, however, he was a man who had never completed even elementary school, and aside from possessing a commendable penmanship, his intellectual resources were regrettably limited. 2 months ago, a miscalculated investment cost him his entire fortune, forcing him to liquidate his lavish mansion and expensive sports car to settle debts. The once jovial companions with whom he had shared nights of revelry now shunned him like the plague, revealing their true, unsavory natures to him. As for how he embarked on the treacherous path of gambling, he had long since forgotten. He only recalled that in the beginning, he had won a substantial sum. Momentarily reliving those indulgent nights filled with song, he believed that such money was effortlessly acquired. All it took was a firm conviction and a wager, and the cash would flow generously into his pockets. He envisioned himself soon reopening a business with his newfound wealth. The saying 9 out of 10 gamblers are deceived is well known to many. Ultimately, he lost all his earnings, and when he found himself without a penny to his name, he was forced to leave the gambling table in disgrace. As he departed, 2 rather unwelcoming men approached him, inquiring if he needed to borrow money. In his moment of desperation, he agreed to their unreasonable lending terms without a second thought. Plunging himself deeper into the abyss of gambling with the high-interest loans, increasingly reckless with each wager, however, the borrowed money vanished swiftly, compelling him to seek further loans, with interest compounding rapidly until he was mired in insurmountable debt. The loan sharks, employing unknown methods, discovered his residence, and soon debt collectors were knocking at his door daily. Upon arriving at his wife's ancestral home, he learned that the secretive village was largely unaware of his troubles. And while he did uncover a few scattered remnants of potential value in various locations, they were insignificant and unnoticed. Lying in bed, he smoked, the dim light of the ember flickering in the dark room. He had grown weary of the backward lifestyle in this village, where the food offered was fit only for dogs. Indeed, even the fare he had once provided for his own dog was of superior quality. Gently, he pushed his wife, who had been leaning against him, aside, slowly lifted the thin blanket, donned his shoes, and descended from the bed. He had resolved to maintain his strength for what lay ahead, even declining his wife's intimate advances. This time, he was determined, upon encountering that object, he would swiftly eliminate the hindrance and escape with it in hand. Jihao's decision to end his life was not made lightly, it was the result of meticulous contemplation. With several villagers already fallen victim to the mysterious killer, he surmised that his own act of murder would raise no suspicions at this juncture. Once he fled, no one would suspect a thing. They would merely believe that Jihao had also succumbed to the dreadful, enigmatic murderer, his body simply lost to the shadows. Quietly, Jihao nudged the old, weathered wooden door, striving to avoid any sound. However, the door, long neglected, creaked ominously as it shut, rousing his wife from her slumber. "What are you doing at this hour?" she murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes and reaching for the pull cord on the bedside lamp. She did not press him with further inquiries, nor did Jihao wish to elaborate. In truth, the reason Jihao had chosen this simple countrywoman as his wife was primarily due to her steadfast nature and her ability to manage household duties. Of course, her pleasing appearance was also a significant factor, otherwise he would not have sought out a rural bride. He had invested quite a sum in her, despite her humble origins, from behind the hall door. Jihao retrieved a raincoat, donning it before stealthily opening the door just enough to slip outside. As he made his way toward the mountains, he frequently checked his phone for the time. The pitch-black, rain-soaked night instilled a sense of trepidation, especially with the recent spate of deaths. Who could say he wouldn't be the next target of the killer, who showed no mercy even to the elderly? Accompanying the night rain was a restless wind that howled from various directions, drenching Jihao's back. His shirt was soaked not merely from the rain, but from an inexplicable dread that churned within him. Despite his attempts to remain composed, assuring himself that there was nothing to fear, Jihao's audacity to venture out alone at midnight stemmed from the fact that no villagers kept cats or dogs, alleviating his concern of being startled by a sudden animal. Yet, this was the countryside, surrounded by mountains, and strange sounds frequently echoed through the hills, noises reminiscent of a baby's wail, yet imbued with an eerie, sinister quality. What is there to fear? Wealth can command even the supernatural. Once I acquire that object, I shall wield power over the spirits, he mused, dismissing the existence of ghosts as mere fabrications to frighten children. There was truly nothing to dread, he chuckled to himself, softly humming a tune, believing it would ease his anxiety. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jihao deliberately checked the wooden stick tucked at his waist. Reassured by its presence before ascending the rugged path, the trail proved treacherous, muddied and slippery, evoking a sense of being ensnared in a quagmire, which only intensified his desire to depart swiftly. Once I obtain what I seek, I shall leave immediately, without a second's delay, he vowed silently to himself. Suddenly, Shiho's foot slipped beneath her, nearly causing her to tumble into the muddy ground. Exclaiming in frustration, she noticed several objects scattered about. With her phone, Shiho illuminated the muddy terrain and retrieved the items, rinsing them clean with the rainwater. If there had been light, one could have discerned a hint of triumphant satisfaction at the corners of Shiho's mouth. These were precisely the items she had been seeking, albeit not in abundance. She proceeded towards the designated meeting place, utilizing the faint glow from her hand to guide her through the sodden earth, where she collected a considerable number of those objects. Although they amounted to less than the size of a clenched fist, they represented a substantial fortune. The unease that had once clouded Shiho's thoughts was now entirely supplanted by the joy of success. Her mind filled with visions of substantial sums of money flowing into her account. You finally arrived. I thought you had lost interest, a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts as a shadow materialized before Shiho, confronting her as she bent to gather her finds. I doubt you could carry it all by yourself. That is quite a fortune, enough to sustain everyone in this village for generations. Perhaps it wouldn't be so easily relinquished, the stranger remarked, his tone laced with rudeness, prompting Shiho to withhold any polite responses. Enough of the chatter, hand over the items, and once we've divided them evenly, we shall part ways and remain strangers thereafter. We were never acquainted, nearly united by a common goal, and once we have what we seek, we shall be entirely indifferent to one another, the individual urged Shiho. Shiho placed the items she had gathered into her pocket. Though few, they felt somewhat weighty, thus slowing her pace. That won't do. I've walked all this way to collect them. It would be a shame to simply discard them. Why don't you hold onto them for me? I have no intention of throwing them away, Shiho insisted, resolutely shaking her head as she stood behind the man. Then hand them over to me. I am indifferent to such trivialities, for greater opportunities await me ahead. The man had little choice. Had he not needed Shiho's assistance, he would not have agreed to carry her belongings. Reluctantly, Shiho extracted the small items from her pocket and placed them into the man's hands, feeling a twinge of reluctance as she did so. What if he was deceiving her? What if there was nothing to be found at their destination? Nevertheless, Shiho ultimately surrendered the items to him. There was no point in deluding herself, and after all, these treasures had been collected from the mountain. That if it were merely for the small sum, she could have gathered them alone. Once Shiho relinquished the items, Their pace quickened. For the sake of safety, she remained steadfastly by his side, acutely aware of the necessity of vigilance, a lesson learned since her awakening. She must never allow him the opportunity to exploit her. The two reached a point halfway up the mountain where a concave semicircular pit was clearly visible, evidently excavated by human hands. They paused, and Shiho pointed towards the hollowed area, inquiring, "Is this the place?" The man nodded and gestured for Zhihui to go over and see for himself. Zhihui cast a sidelong glance at him, then reached behind to feel the wooden stick concealed within her raincoat. Swallowing hard as she approached the depression, Zhihui took out her phone to illuminate the area. The rain had washed away the dirt from the object, making it unmistakably clear that it was precisely what she had been searching for. Now merely a meter away from her, Zhihui turned to the man and nodded, then strolled toward him, her right hand stealthily slipping into the back of her raincoat. As she neared him, just half a meter away, she suddenly drew the stick and struck fiercely at his head. The crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, and even amidst the torrential downpour, Zhihui heard it distinctly. A sinister smile adorned her lips. A smile laced with disdain, a smile born from the thrill of success, all of it vividly etched across her face. Blood began to drip onto the ground, mingling with the rainwater. Zhihui collapsed into the mud, her consciousness fading, yet her survival instincts compelled her to persist. In her mind, she vowed that she would not perish so easily. This man was the murderer, and she had to leave some trace for the young man to seek vengeance on her behalf. That young couple would undoubtedly uncover the killer, perhaps, lying in the mud. Her body grew still. The man, clearly shaken, trembled despite the rain. To ascertain whether Zhihui was truly dead, he prodded her with his foot. She offered no resistance, nor any sign of trying to rise, prompting him to exhale in relief, but then a thought struck him, and his relaxed demeanor tightened again as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, he devised a method to conceal the body without drawing attention. He picked up the wooden stick that Zhihui had brought and rushed to the object trapped in the mud, beginning to dig frantically. The terrain was mostly composed of soil, with few stones, and the relentless rain had caused mudslides, cascading down the mountain like a torrent. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Looking up, he realized that a large rock, having lost its support, was tumbling down alongside him. He abandoned the stick and fled. Meanwhile, Peng Ligang and his wife, along with Xiao Qi, were fast asleep when they were startled by urgent knocking at the door. Jolting Peng Ligang awake, since entering this village, he had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Shaking his head vigorously to shake off the drowsiness, he opened the door, taking several seconds to recognize the figure before him. It was Fang Lin, who had brought them dinner earlier in the evening, her expression fraught with anxiety, as if something terrible had transpired. The late visit from Fang Lin raised alarm. Had something indeed occurred? Peng Ligang rubbed his temples, softly inquiring. As he prepared to step outside, he suddenly remembered that Li Shiyu and Xiao Qi were still in the room, and if the murderer were to arrive now, they would be utterly defenseless. He approached the bedside and roused Li Shiyu, instructing her to secure the doors and windows tightly, and to not open the door for anyone. Peng Ligang nodded slightly, and the two of them walked towards Fang Lin's home. Upon their arrival, they found that quite a number of people had already gathered there. Fang Lin was weeping as she recounted her story, yet her husband was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, Peng Ligang was unaware of which one among the crowd was Fang Lin's spouse. The interior of the house was quite sparsely furnished, featuring an old wooden bed, several chairs coated in tung oil, and 2 travel bags beside the bed. Though somewhat worn, the bags were evidently of high quality. As they were emblazoned with the letters LV, Peng Ligang approached Fang Lin, interrupting her narrative to inquire, "Fang Lin, did your husband only tell you that before he left? Could it be possible that he has gone up the mountain? If so, perhaps we should all venture up there to search for him. He is unfamiliar with the village terrain, and given that the bridge at the village entrance is already damaged, he would likely be aware of that and not attempt to go there. However, it would still be prudent to send a few people to the village entrance to confirm." Suddenly, Peng Ligang addressed the crowd, proposing that they search the mountain, accompanied by several young men from the village. Peng Ligang ascended the mountain. The path was inherently treacherous, and after several days of rain, it had become exceedingly slippery. As they climbed towards the summit, they called out Fang Lin's husband's name, and it took Peng Ligang several repetitions to discern that they were calling for Jibao. After searching for over 10 minutes without sight of him, they decided to split up in order to widen their search area. Suddenly, Peng Ligang heard someone shouting, seemingly having found Jibao. Following the sound, he rushed towards it, noting the urgency in the voice, as if something dire had transpired. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered. The man calling for Jibao was mired in wet mud, his shoulders completely buried beneath the earth, and a large stone pressed down upon him. Peng Ligang crouched down and illuminated Jibao's face with his phone. The man's eyes were wide with terror, as if they might pop from their sockets, and muddy water had already begun to seep into his mouth. With his right cheek submerged in the mire, Jibao's hands were splayed open, and it seemed he was gripping something in his left hand. Was this a dying message left behind? Peng Ligang pondered. It appeared to be an accident. Jibao had not managed to escape, being trapped by the flow of mud and the heavy stone. A shorter man standing nearby remarked, It seems he was caught unawares. Pang Ligang recognized him as Li Yuanxiang, someone he had encountered several times before. Pang Ligang attempted to pry open Jibao's fingers but was unsuccessful. He called over two men standing nearby for assistance. And together they finally managed to open Jibao's hand. To their astonishment, Jibao was clutching a stone containing a magazine, albeit slightly larger and seemingly containing more impurities than the one Pang Ligang had previously found. As Pang Ligang unbuttoned Jibao's shirt to reveal his chest, a gory wound appeared at the location of his heart. He quickly took the cloth that Li Yuanxiang offered and gently wiped away the mud surrounding the wound. Once cleaned, it became evident that the ribs of the chest cavity were exposed. Jibao had been fatally pierced by a sharp iron object, the weapon likely being a square-shaped implement. Pang Ligang gazed at the shape of the wound, striving to envision the weapon the murderer had wielded to take the life of Zhihui, yet the conceivable objects seemed almost impossible to have appeared in this village. Just as he was lost in thought, Fang Lin suddenly stood at the door and let out a piercing scream before fainting, losing consciousness entirely. "Are you suggesting the murderer is among us?" Li Yuanxiang interjected, skepticism lacing his voice. "You mustn't speak such nonsense. We have all lived in this village for many years, and it appears that every household is somehow related. If the culprit were one of us, why would he slay his own kin? That seems rather implausible. While I am not yet certain of the true motive behind the murder, it remains an undeniable fact that the perpetrator is indeed among us. I will unearth the identity of the murderer. I shall ensure he does not evade justice," Pang Ligang declared with righteous conviction. "Though that may be a possibility, Zhihui has no connection to this affair. Why would the murderer also eliminate him? If the intent was to annihilate all the villagers, then we too would be targets. Yet, as it stands, the murderer seems disinclined to pursue us. Why then would he target Zhihui, a stranger to the village? Furthermore, he would not linger here for long, but would depart once the rain ceased. It is evident that the murder of Zhihui was a desperate act," Pang Ligang countered. Do not forget that Zhihui's wife, Fang Lin, is from this village. If the murderer truly is a descendant of a Chui, then Fang Lin is equally a potential victim. Li Shiyu reminded Pang Ligang whether or not the assailant is a descendant of a Chui can be clarified by inquiring with the village chief. "He surely knows who a Chui's descendants are," Pang Ligang replied. Li Shiyu roused Xiao Qi, who was still rubbing his eyes, and Pang Ligang carried him out the door. Upon arriving at the home of village chief Li, they found him draped in a coat, vigilantly watching the two bodies that lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and devoid of tears. A subtle, mournful cry echoed from the bedroom, suggesting that the village chief's wife was weeping alongside him, casting a pall of sorrow over the household. "Indeed, there is one more matter I must convey to you, village chief Li. Your mother was not murdered, she took her own life," Pang Ligang stated solemnly. Recalling the circumstances surrounding the village chief's mother, "You claim my mother committed suicide. On what grounds? Did you not assert that she was killed by another?" Village chief Li responded, clearly incredulous. "Consider this carefully. For the murderer to enter your mother's room, he would have had to pass through your bedroom. Would you not have heard someone crossing your room and opening that wooden door? Such a commotion would surely not go unnoticed. Moreover, prior to her death, you had entered her room and confirmed she was alive. How could the murderer have silently crept in during the dead of night to take her life?" Pang Ligang challenged. "And what of Kiman's death? Can that also be labeled as suicide? He was decapitated. It is inconceivable that he could have severed his own head," Li Yuanxiang retorted. The village chief Li appeared to be visibly shaken. The conversation swiftly shifted to his son, Li Keming. "Chief Li, please remain calm. The unfortunate demise of your son, Li Keming, was indeed the result of a violent act committed with a certain instrument. The brutality exhibited by the murderer in severing your son's head likely stems from an attempt to conceal a particular matter. It is highly probable that during his final struggle, he managed to bite the assailant, prompting them to deliberately remove the victim's head to obscure their own injury," reasoned Pang Ligang. At that moment, Suya suddenly emerged, her demeanor markedly despondent and her countenance lacking vitality. Upon noticing Pang Ligang and his wife, she offered them a gentle nod as a form of greeting. She then approached Chief Li and said, "Father, please stand up and stretch a bit. You have been seated for an entire day and night, with Keming and grandmother already departed. If you were to fall ill as well, this family would truly be irreparably shattered." Her words were tinged with a sobbing undertone, revealing her profound sorrow. Though her tears had long since dried, the incessant rain had gradually lowered the temperature in the village, prompting Suya to don a long-sleeved shirt. As she reached out to assist Chief Li, Pang Ligang distinctly noticed a white bandage wrapped around Suya's left wrist, which was stained with considerable blood, indicating a laceration. He chose to remain silent about his observation. Just as Chief Li rose to his feet, Hongjie unexpectedly entered from outside, calling out to him, "Chief, you must hurry and see. Fang Lin is crying and threatening to take her own life, insisting on joining her husband in death. You must go and persuade her." Hongjie supported Chief Li as they exited, while Pang Ligang lingered in the hall of the chief's home, his gaze fixated on the spiked rake, his expression suggesting he was grappling with an elusive thought. Li Shiyu gently nudged Pang Ligang's back, urging him to follow them outside rather than remain idle. He replied with an absent-minded acknowledgement and made his way out, forgetting to take an umbrella. Observing him step into the rain, Li Shiyu shook her head in resignation, opened her umbrella, and hastened to catch up with him. Suddenly, Li Shiyu inquired, "You mentioned that the murderer intentionally severed Li Keming's head to conceal their own injury. Given that Suya had a white bandage on her wrist, which was bleeding, could it not imply that she is the perpetrator?" Pang Li Gong sighed, responding, "It is difficult to say, but this is the only possibility I can deduce at present. However, it seems that Suya had no opportunity to commit the murders of the other 3 victims, and we still lack a clear motive for the killings. I doubt she could be so cruel as to take her husband's life. I am confident that she is not the murderer. She could never bring herself to kill," Li Shiyu asserted with unwavering conviction, as if entirely certain. Pang Li Gong, perplexed by her certainty, asked, "What leads you to believe so firmly that she is not the killer?" "The intuition of a woman, besides to sever a person's head, is an unimaginably horrific act. I believe she would never dare to do such a thing." Li Shiyu expressed her fear with a wide-open mouth and round eyes as she spoke. Pang Li Gong, indifferent to her distress, took the umbrella from her hand and proceeded towards Fan Lin's residence. Upon their arrival, they found Hong Jiefang and Li Yuanshan grappling with Fan Lin, who was desperately struggling and wielding a kitchen knife. Intent on harming herself. Li Yuanshan was shouting for Hong Jie to disarm Fan Lin, but she remained resolute, twisting her body in an attempt to escape his grasp. Hong Jie and the few bystanders dared not approach Fan Lin. Fearing the blade in her hands, after uttering a hasty remark, Hong Jie rushed into Fan Lin's house. Pang Li Gong experienced a fleeting thought, but when he tried to grasp it again, it eluded him. Noticing Pang Li Gong still frozen in place, Li Shiyu nudged him and urged, "What are you waiting for? Go fetch the medicine from Hong Jie's house. Let's find the remedy." Emerging from Hong Jie's abode, Li Shiyu addressed Pang Li Gong, although she did not fully comprehend his intentions. Her prolonged acquaintance with him had instilled an understanding of his purpose, prompting her not to inquire further. As she carried the medicine back to Fan Lin's home, Pang Li Gong strolled towards the home of village chief Li. His mind still contemplating whether the perpetrator might be deceived. Upon reaching the village chief's residence, he found Xiaoqi peacefully asleep on the bed, with Suya attending to him. Pang Li Gong borrowed paper and pen from Suya, taking a piece of writing paper to prepare a note for village chief Li, which he intended to deliver in half an hour. After reading it, the village chief would surely comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Pang Li Gong grasped the circumstances surrounding Deng Qili's murder. The myriad questions had been resolved, and now he awaited the true culprit to face justice and unveil the entire truth. He changed into another outfit, opened the umbrella, and stepped outside, making his way towards Fan Lin's home. "Did Xiaoqi see me yesterday? I was clearly hiding behind the door. He shouldn't have been able to spot me from the window. No, the plan is nearing completion. I only need to eliminate the village chief and his wife, and my long-held aspirations will be fulfilled. Regardless of whether Xiaoqi truly saw me, he must be silenced." He stood frozen in place, rapidly formulating his next steps in his mind. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was fixated on Li Yuanshan, he discreetly departed. "Are you still reluctant to speak? I had assumed you would not return, yet it appears you remain apprehensive about the revelation of truths, ultimately deciding to extinguish the life of an innocent child as well." Pang Li Gong withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, inhaled a puff, and coldly remarked, "What are you saying? I merely wish to check on Xiaoqi's well-being. That child, so young, has lost her mother. It's truly lamentable." He suddenly broke into a relaxed smile, addressing the smoking Pang Li Gong. "Do you still not wish to acknowledge that you are the murderer? What, pray tell, do you intend to do with that rope in your hand? Are you contemplating suicide here?" Pang Li Gong pointed to the rope with 2 fingers, pinching his cigarette, inquiring, "No, I intended to take the rope to Fan Lin's home. She is in need of it for securing her belongings." He lifted the rope slightly and casually set it aside, explaining, "What do you mean by that?" He feigned ignorance, questioning, "I am at a loss for your words. Wasn't Guegue's demise an accident?" he queried. "Can accidents be orchestrated?" "This is the first I've heard of such a thing." He tousled his hair, speaking with casual disdain. "How then did the murderer manage to take the life of the village chief's mother? Did you not mention that her time of death was approximately between 8 and 9 o'clock that evening? Surely the village chief and his family were all at home. How could the murderer silently infiltrate their quarters to commit the act? Is there perhaps a hidden passage within the chief's residence?" He gazed at Pang Li Gong with exaggerated disbelief, posing his inquiry. "Certainly, there is no hidden passage, for the village chief's mother was not slain by the murderer, but rather took her own life. The perpetrator was acutely aware of the villagers' fears regarding the curse associated with the Japanese soldier. And on that very night, 2 individuals perished in peculiar manners, leading the community to naturally associate these events with that dreadful legend. The murderer seized this opportunity to eliminate those intended for demise." One by one, Pang Li Gong stated, "But why must the murderer also take the life of Li Keming? He seems unrelated to that so-called secret." He expressed his suspicions. Pang Li Gong shook his head, softly sighing. "The murderer was compelled to kill Li Keming, as he did not wish for outsiders to involve themselves in this matter, nor for the police to investigate the village. Should the police commence their inquiries, the secret would inevitably be unveiled. The murderer may have attempted to persuade Li Keming, yet he is a stubborn individual who would not heed the murderer's entreaties. Thus, in a state of desperation, the murderer took his life. Furthermore, to prevent anyone else from alerting the authorities, he destroyed the solitary wooden bridge leading out of the village. But why did the murderer decapitate Li Keming, since he was already dead? What purpose did that serve? He inquired. Oh, what item are you referring to? Your words seem rather unclear. As he spoke, he instinctively touched his fingers, smiling as he questioned. Pang Ligang rubbed his eyes and, extending his hand with a clenched fist, remarked, "It is the ring worn on the finger of the murderer. During the heinous act of taking Li Keming's life, the murderer inadvertently dropped the ring. At that moment, Li Keming had not yet succumbed to his injuries. And with his last vestige of strength, he managed to clutch the ring in his mouth upon seeing it on the ground. It was only after the fact that the murderer became aware of this incident, compelling him to sever Li Keming's head. He remained silent, merely rubbing his hand against his trousers a few times." Pang Ligang continued, "The weapon used by the murderer to behead Li Keming was an unassuming chopping knife. And the jagged incision on the corpse's neck corroborates this assertion. That weapon still resides in the murderer's abode, alongside another deadly implement. How could another weapon have appeared? Were all these individuals slain by the same perpetrator?" He feigned ignorance as he spoke, indeed, and following this, yet another innocent soul fell victim to the murderer's brutal hand. Deng Qili met her demise because she uncovered that very weapon, leading to her untimely death at the hands of the killer. Pang Ligang attempted to approach him. He was now close to the bed where Shao Qi lay, and taking Shao Qi hostage would complicate matters significantly. When Deng Qili perished, there was no one present. Did not Shao Qi mention that he had only heard the scream and then discovered his mother hanging in the room? How did the murderer manage to escape? He continued to inquire. The murderer had not left at all. He remained within the confines of the house, and at the moment Shao Qi heard the cries, Deng Qili was still alive. What hung by the rope was not a person but rather a figure crafted from straw. It is likely that the murderer also heard Shao Qi calling for his mother and consequently threatened Deng Qili, warning her that if she dared to utter a sound, Shao Qi would also meet a grim fate. Deng Qili, being a mother who cherished her son dearly, would naturally not allow Shao Qi to come to harm. Thus, the murderer seized this opportunity to strangle her, hastily tidying the scene of the crime before making his escape. Pang Ligang had already reached the head of the bed. However, your statement seems somewhat contradictory. Shao Qi first heard a faint sound, then saw the corpse before seeking help. Should not Deng Qili have already been deceased by that point? How could she still be alive? He recognized Pang Ligang's intent and retreated a couple of steps from the head of the bed. It is quite simple. This is a ruse devised by the murderer to ensnare everyone in a web of cognitive dissonance, leading them to believe that Deng Qili had already perished by the time Shao Qi sighted the body. In truth, Deng Qili's scream was merely a reaction to her inability to pull the power switch. And upon seeing the straw figure hanging by the rope, she was startled into emitting a scream. The murderer had been hiding in the grain bin, thus Deng Qili was oblivious to the presence of another in her home. Pang Ligang dared not advance any further, evidently aware of his intention to seek out Shao Qi. Yet he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, took a puff, and remarked, "Was it not Jiwa who was slain by a sharp, curved instrument that pierced his heart? With that statement alone, one could be certain that you are the murderer. I merely stated that the weapon was quadrilateral in shape and possessed a curved edge. But I never claimed that Sherbua was stabbed in the heart to her demise. The only individuals privy to the true cause of Sherbua's death, aside from myself, are the murderer and me. Thus you are indeed the culprit, Hong Jie. You have lost." Pang Ligang tossed a half-burnt cigarette but in front of him and spoke in a stern tone. "What evidence do you possess to assert that I am the murderer? If you insist on labeling me as such, then please present some concrete proof." Hong Jie slammed her palm against the bed and rose to her feet. "You seek evidence, do you? It will arrive shortly. So do not fret." As Pang Ligang spoke, he cast a glance at the already startled Shao Qi. Hong Jie, now visibly agitated, tightened her grip on the rope with her left hand while her right hand seized Shao Qi. Just as Pang Ligang found himself at a loss, Li Shiyu and Suya entered the room, followed closely by the village head and Li Keming. The village head held a long rake in his hand, while Li Keming clutched a machete. Still crawling with ants, Shao Qi on the bed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, gazed at Hong Jie with her watery eyes and suddenly uttered, "Aunt Hong, I want some water." The air became thick for 3 seconds. As everyone's breath came to a standstill, Hong Jie abruptly discarded the rope in her hand, bent down to pat Shao Qi's hair, and smiled. "Aunt Hong will fetch some tea for Shao Qi. You should lie down and rest, all right?" Shao Qi nodded and peacefully lay back down. At the village head's home, everyone gathered in the main hall, where Hong Jie recounted the entire affair, openly confessing to her misdeeds. Bound by ropes, she sat quietly in a chair. Suddenly, she turned to Pang Ligang and asked, "How did you deduce that I was the murderer?" "It began with the discovery of contraceptives in your home. Your husband has passed away, and it is evident that you have no need for such medication unless you are in collusion with others. The birth rate of children in the village is rather low. suggesting a similarly low probability of conception among the residents, yet, you still resort to medication, which implies two possibilities: either you are in cahoots with someone from the village, or with someone from outside. The former is evidently untenable, as there are only 4 or 5 men remaining in the village, the rest being elderly gentlemen well past 60, leaving only the latter possibility, Pang Ligang elucidated, after days of persistent rain. The sun finally began to emerge from behind the clouds by midday. The mountain village, once shrouded in mist, was now basking in sunlight, no longer needing to cower under the ominous shadows, while the sun could disperse the fog. It could not erase the scars upon the human spirit. The legend of the murder case in the tourist village ultimately concluded in failure, and it is likely that this tale will not be passed down further. Accompanied by the villagers, Pang Ligang and his wife exited the village, whereupon Pang Ligang suggested that the village head contact the authorities to handle the matter. The village head merely nodded, remaining silent. Once outside the village, Pang Ligang still felt a sense of unease and made his way to the local police station to file a report. Li Shiyu has recently been in poor spirits, frequently taking leave to rest at home. While her company has ultimately decided to relocate the development of the tourist village to a different site, Pang Ligang has recently applied to the bank for a change in his work schedule, transitioning from full-time to part-time in order to spend more time at home with Li Shiyu. To be continued. The Tale of a Deranged Killer prologue. In 1997, Beijing had already evolved into an open city. Many northerners often ventured south to Guangdong and Fujian to engage in business, commonly referred to as daoyu in northern parlance. They primarily dealt in the trade of northern specialties such as ginseng and deer antler from the northeast. Following the reforms and opening up policy, the economy in the south also soared, and Beijing, as the capital of China, had transformed into a highly modernized metropolis, although numerous areas in Beijing retained customs from the Republic era or even the late Qing dynasty. These traditions had harmoniously integrated with the modern economy. During this period, many from the south began flocking to Beijing, as it was widely regarded as the capital of China, promising ample opportunities. Furthermore, Beijing boasted some of the finest universities and educational institutions. Thus, parents aspired to have their children attend school in Beijing, hoping they would gain admission to prestigious universities. By the end of the 20th century, numerous old-style residential buildings, colloquially known as tongsalu in Beijing dialect, had yet to be demolished. Though these structures were increasingly devoid of local residents, the communal living arrangements proved quite inconvenient, as all residents shared a single public restroom and bathed in large communal bathing facilities. Cooking was often done in the hallways, with only a thin wall separating each household, leading to poor sound insulation. Consequently, local inhabitants tended to rent out these apartments to outsiders, generating additional income without leaving the properties vacant. Newcomers were eager to reside in such places, attracted by the low rent and the chance to evade the cumbersome process of obtaining temporary residence permits, thus saving a significant amount of money. Another crucial factor was that all residents were also outsiders seeking a livelihood. Although they might not hail from the same hometown, they were less likely to face the discrimination often encountered from local residents, making their living situation relatively pleasant. Lao Chi, a native of Guangdong, came from a family that had been selling pork for generations. His fortunes had not fared well in Guangdong, and according to local customs, he would be referred to as Pork Qi. In truth, Lao Chi was not old, merely in his 20s, but his fierce appearance made him seem older than his peers. While in Guangdong, he missed the opportunity to prosper. As many of his friends became successful business owners, he remained a mere butcher, tending to a pork stall and leading an unremarkable existence. However, for an outsider aiming to survive in a new place, the challenge was formidable, especially given the long-standing Chinese mentality of uniting against external competition. At any given time, the local populace tended to favor their own, making Lao Chi's first month in Beijing a struggle, where even basic necessities like food and drink became significant concerns, let alone the prospect of making substantial profits. Fortunately, Lao Chi possessed a unique family skill in butchering pigs and sheep, a talent that he had inherited. By a stroke of serendipity, Lao Chi discovered that all the individuals in this locality engaged in the sale of pork were utterly ignorant of the art of slaughtering pigs. They invariably relied on others to wield the knife on their behalf. The substitute butchers not only lacked skill but occasionally failed to properly clean the bristles from the pork. Although the local residents refrained from vocalizing their concerns, it was only natural that they harbored thoughts on the matter. Some even ventured to more remote areas to procure their pork, seeking peace of mind in their purchases. Thus, Lao Chi found himself once again immersed in the life of butchering and selling meat. And gradually, his circumstances improved. He moved out from a shared accommodation with several others and, through an introduction, secured a residence in a cylindrical building. The living conditions in the cylindrical building were certainly an improvement. At the very least, living alone afforded him a much cleaner environment. Moreover, Lao Chi was particularly sensitive to noise. Even the slightest disturbance would rob him of sleep. During his time with a group of Guangdong individuals, they often remained awake until 2 or 3 in the morning, their thunderous snoring rendering it impossible for him to rest. This was a significant reason behind Lao Chi's desire to relocate. Additionally, his compatriots were not particularly fastidious. They would carelessly toss their worn clothes around the house, sometimes even leaving them on Lao Chi's bed. Therefore, after earning money from his first day of selling pork, his foremost thought was to secure a rental property. To Lao Chi's left resided a young couple, seemingly in their early 20s, who were both intellectuals. They treated Lao Chi with great respect and did not look down upon him because of his profession. In fact, the couple frequently became his regular customers, and each time they sought to purchase meat, Lao Chi would generously offer them extra portions. During the day, while the couple was at work, the household remained tranquil. Yet each evening, the creaking of their wooden bed could be distinctly heard, disrupting Lao Chi's peace and preventing him from finding solace in sleep. Diagonally opposite Lao Chi lived a family of 3. Including a daughter in her teens who appeared to be studying music. Every day after school, she would pick up her arrow and practice incessantly, yet her skills left much to be desired. Barely reaching the level of a beginner, the melodies she produced were indistinguishable from mere noise, yet she persisted in her relentless practice, seemingly oblivious to the concept of monotony. To Lao Chi's right, diagonally across the hall, resided a young man who would strum his guitar haphazardly at home, often belting out songs in a manner akin to a roar. This young man had a girlfriend in her 20s, and the two would frequently engage in heated arguments, the sounds of objects shattering echoing through the walls. After each quarrel, the creaking of the old wooden door slamming shut would often jolt Lao Chi from his slumber. Each night, as Lao Chi lay awake, listening to the creaking of the neighboring wooden bed and the cacophony emanating from the young woman's practice sessions, an irrational fury would bubble within him, accompanied by an impulsive desire to rid himself of these households entirely, believing that such an act would restore tranquility to the world. In the stalemated murder case 1 in 2008 in a fleeting moment, the two cases became a nationwide sensation, prompting the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau to swiftly establish a special task force to investigate the series of dismemberment murders. However, despite the prolonged investigation, little progress was made, with even the perpetrator's gender remaining unknown. These two homicide cases devolved into an enigma, and the assailant had not struck again in recent times, leaving the entire city of Beijing shrouded in fear. Pang Ligang accompanied Li Shiyu to consult a psychologist, who prescribed a small dosage of antidepressants for her. It appeared that Li Shiyu's emotions were merely suppressed. Once released, she would undoubtedly recover rapidly. The doctor advised Pang Ligang to take her to crowded places for activities, preferably venues that offered vigorous exercise, such as dance halls or bars. Pang Ligang had few friends in Beijing, mainly acquaintances from school, and those former classmates had long since graduated, scattering in various directions and losing touch. Most employees at the bank were young women, with relatively few male staff members. Pang Ligang decided to invite several young colleagues from the bank, with whom Li Shiyu was familiar, as they often gathered for meals together during their leisure time. Dance halls, being a melting pot of diverse individuals, attracted a wide array of patrons. Today's youth took great pleasure in dressing up, particularly in nightlife settings like dance halls, where trendy young women adorned themselves in shorts or skirts, and some even bolder souls donned merely bras, dancing wildly in the center of the dance floor. The dance hall primarily catered to the desires of many men, who came with varying intentions. Some sought to openly admire the bodies of the youthful and beautiful women, others were fixated on specific physical attributes, while some merely sought to fulfill their physiological needs. Regardless of their motives, this venue served as a crucial fulfillment of diverse desires among both genders. Within the dance hall, numerous men fixated on the girl swaying in the center of the floor, each gaze conveying different sentiments. Among Pang Ligang's colleagues was one named Wang, who appeared relatively mature, earning him the nickname Wang Deshang. Another colleague, Bai, recently graduated and was known for a more feminine name and a scholarly demeanor, leading everyone to affectionately refer to him as Bai Shoucai. Whether in jest or earnestness remained unclear. Bai Shoucai patted Pang Ligang on the shoulder, gesturing towards the sound system of the dance hall. Standing next to the speakers was a figure clad in a black cap, the dim lighting obscuring their features, but their physique indicated they were male. This man leaned slightly, wearing a hooded brown sweatshirt and faded jeans, his hands buried in his pockets, bulging as if concealing something. At that moment, the atmosphere in the dance hall reached a fever pitch, the music blaring at maximum volume as the men and women on the dance floor swayed in abandon. Although Bai Shoucai's words were lost to the din, he leaned closer to Pang Ligang's ear, loudly reiterating his earlier statement. The group of girls, now glistening with sweat, nodded in agreement, signaling their intention to move ahead. At that moment, Pang Ligang was still observing the individual, who had not turned their head since earlier, suggesting that they were not spying on Li Shiyu and her companions, for the group had already departed. Yet the person remained stationary. Upon returning to his seat, Pang Ligang continued to search for that figure. The girls poured the remaining alcohol into their glasses, urging everyone to finish the last drink before leaving. However, it seemed as if Pang Ligang was oblivious, lost in thought on the sofa. Li Shiyu lightly kicked Pang Ligang's foot with the tip of her shoe, offering him a glass of beer while looking down at him. Slightly tilting her head to signal him to accept it. Realizing his rudeness, Pang Ligong repeatedly apologized, accepting the glass and joining the group in downing the contents. After exiting the dance hall, Wang Deshang proposed they go for barbecue. And the women readily agreed, prompting everyone to drive to Guijie in Beijing. If one wishes to indulge in barbecue, Guijie is the place to go. The prices are relatively affordable, and at this hour, the streets are bustling with people. Often frequented by celebrities. After the girls ordered their desired dishes, they handed the menu to Pang Ligang and Wang Zicheng. Pang Ligong shook his head, returning the menu to the waiter, stating, "This is sufficient. Please serve it promptly, and if we cannot finish, we shall pack the leftovers. By the way, brother Wang, why are there so many patrolling police officers lately? It seems many shops are closing earlier as well." Pang Ligong suddenly recalled and, taking a cigarette from his pack, offered it to Wang Deshang, who was seated opposite him. Wang Deshang accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, responding, "Are you not aware? It's due to the Olympics." "Isn't it? Yet that shouldn't necessitate shops closing so early," Pang Ligong queried. Bai Xiaocai took a sip of cola, his expression grave as he remarked, "Recently, a madman has emerged in Beijing, known as the Beijing Beauty Slayer, specifically targeting young women. I have heard that the police have yet to uncover any leads," he continued. "Currently, the police are at a loss. Moreover, as the capital measures are being taken to prevent further attacks, they have increased the number of patrol officers roaming the streets, which has made young women reluctant to walk alone." "And how does this relate to the early closing of shops? Now there are even no places to buy cigarettes," Pang Ligong lamented, seemingly more concerned about where to procure cigarettes than the killer's exploits. "How many victims has this murderer claimed?" he inquired casually. Point 2. But these two young women bear no connection whatsoever in terms of age, identity, background, educational institution, or interests. They hail from different locales and pursue distinct fields of study. Bai Xiaocai elaborated, shaking the transparent cup of cola in his hand. Pang Ligong flicked the ash from his cigarette, commenting, "So, this implies that the killer is indiscriminate. Any young woman is a target. Is the method of murder particularly brutal? In such cases of indiscriminate killing, one would expect the perpetrator to lean toward dismemberment or other gruesome acts. Has there been any indication of that?" Before Pang Ligong could voice further thoughts, Li Shiyu pointed at his head, skepticism lacing her tone as she remarked, "Rely on him. This man is afraid of even dogs. How could you trust him to escort me to and from work? That would be tantamount to delivering me into the jaws of danger. I possess my own vehicle, and it suffices for me to commute to and from work independently, rendering his assistance unnecessary. The perpetrator remains at large, and indeed, this individual exhibits a level of depravity that is shocking. Who would have thought that someone would dare to commit such acts in the heart of Beijing? This is clearly a provocation directed at the police. Why have there been no recent reports on this matter in the news?" Pang Ligong remarked nonchalantly, as though the situation bore no relevance to him. "It has been over half a month. During your recent vacation, the news was incessantly covering it, yet now that the assailant has refrained from further violence, the reports have diminished accordingly. As long as the murderer is not apprehended, he may still emerge to kill again, so it is wise to remain cautious." Wang Deshang cautioned. As Pang Ligong and his companions initiated the conversation, other tables began to engage in the same topic. "I overheard a girl from the adjacent table say, I heard that the murderer sent a letter to the police prior to committing the crime, forewarning them of his intentions. However, the contents of the letter were indecipherable. Filled entirely with strange symbols, devoid of any coherent words. It is said that the names, times, and locations of his intended victims were included within. Indeed, I have heard the same, yet it appears that the murderer only sent one letter, and there was no such forewarning for the second homicide. In my opinion, although the two cases exhibit similar methods, they likely do not originate from the same individual. Typically, the victims of serial killings share certain commonalities. Yet these two sets of victims seem entirely unrelated. It appears the murderer is simply motivated by the act of killing itself." A youth adorned in hip-hop attire interjected, setting down his beef skewer and wiping his mouth. "Does this imply that someone is deliberately mimicking the previous murderer's methods in an attempt to shift blame onto him? Perhaps, but it is difficult to ascertain. There are no clues left from the crime scenes, and it remains uncertain whether the assailant is male or female. Thus, anyone within the city of Beijing could potentially be the murderer. It is entirely possible that the perpetrator could strike again on a whim. Enough of this. The more we discuss it, the more frightened I become. What if the killer is right here among us? Enough with the deadlock of this murder case. Please, no more. You have no idea how terrified I already am from our earlier discussion at the barbecue restaurant. Now you wish to frighten me further. Li Shiyu disdainfully struck Pang Ligong on the head, admonishing, "Are you incapable of refraining from such talk? Those two young ladies live alone. Must you scare them so that they cannot sleep at night? Have you gone a few days without a good scare, and now you feel the itch? Stop it. I'm driving out. If we all end up overturned, I shall truly revel in the afterlife with three beautiful ladies accompanying me on the road." Pang Ligong retorted, emboldened, raising his arm to signal Li Shiyu to desist from striking his head. "Seventh brother, please enough. I will not be able to sleep tonight. I have a timid nature and have never dared to watch horror films. The moment I hear anything about a murder case on television, I immediately change the channel. Alright, I shall not speak of it any longer. The two girls are not locals. The one with a more delicate appearance is named Zhang Qian. Hailing from Sichuan, after completing her university education in Beijing, she was recruited by the bank where Peng Ligong works. Aside from being somewhat timid, she excels in other aspects and possesses an endearing charm. Peng Ligong often assists her at work, and whenever Zhang Qian encounters difficulties, she is inclined to seek his guidance. He patiently imparts his knowledge to her, fostering a cordial relationship between them in their leisure time. Zhang Qian frequently ventures out with Li Shiyu for shopping excursions. The other girl is named Lu Lianxue, who has also just been hired from the School of Economics. Lu Lianxue has passed the 8th level of English proficiency, thus specializing in serving international clients. Although there are numerous foreigners in Beijing, the daily influx of them at the bank is not particularly high, rendering her workload relatively light. Zhang Qian resides in a modest residential complex. While it may not be upscale, it at least has security personnel on duty. Despite this, she still feels apprehensive about going upstairs alone, prompting Peng Ligong to insist that everyone accompany her. Zhang Qian even suggested inviting them to her home. Li Shiyu glanced at Lu Lianxue, who nodded in agreement, and the four of them headed towards Zhang Qian's residence. The street lights in the complex are not very bright, yet they suffice to illuminate the path beneath their feet. As they waited for the elevator in the dimly lit corridor, the motion sensor lights inexplicably refused to activate, casting an eerie darkness that heightened their unease, especially as individuals occasionally emerged from the basement. The elevator soon arrived, and the four entered. Peng Ligong observed the elevator's structure and noticed a surveillance camera in the upper left corner. He reassured Zhang Qian, saying, "You need not fear, Zhang Qian, this complex has security personnel. And the elevator is monitored. Your apartment is on the 17th floor. Even if a perpetrator were to come here, the guard at the entrance would apprehend any suspicious individuals, and should anything untoward occur in the elevator, the monitoring personnel would promptly halt its operation. Indeed, there is nothing to fear. Even if that deranged murderer eschews the elevator, the arduous climb to the 17th floor would undoubtedly exhaust him." Li Shiyu chimed in. Zhang Qian and Lu Lianxue erupted in laughter just as the elevator arrived at the 17th floor. "Well, you go on in. We won't intrude any further. It's already past midnight, and you have work tomorrow, so you should rest early," Peng Ligong said. "Are you truly not coming in for a visit?" he added, leaning out of the car window to glance at the direction Lu Lianxue had departed towards, which was engulfed in darkness, devoid of even a single illuminating streetlight. Thanks to the car's headlights, Peng Ligong discerned an exceedingly old communal building, often referred to as a tube building, which has mostly been phased out within the city limits of Beijing. Only a handful remain that have yet to be designated for demolition, and those are exceedingly rare. I never expected Lianxue to reside in such a place. Does your bank not provide adequate housing for its employees?" Li Shiyu remarked discontentedly, observing Lu Lianxue as she receded into the distance. "The bank has arranged accommodations for them, yet Lianxue is reluctant to move there. Perhaps it is due to her boyfriend." Peng Ligong explained, "Such a situation cannot be ignored entirely. It is indeed quite challenging for Lianxue to commute daily, particularly given the alarming increase in perverts and deviants on public transport. What can be done? Considering Lianxue's circumstances, it would be exceedingly easy for her to find a man of considerable wealth should she so desire, yet she remains unwilling to part ways with that scoundrel." After a few mentions from her colleagues at the bank, the others have grown hesitant to bring it up again. "You should really check on Lianxue. I cannot shake off my concerns. The darkness here is quite thick, and one cannot help but worry about what might lurk in the shadows." Just as Li Shiyu finished speaking, Lianxue's piercing scream echoed from a short distance away, prompting Peng Ligong to swiftly open the car door and leap out. Having uttered those words, Peng Ligong promptly shut the door behind him and dashed into the obscurity. The dimness of the surroundings was oppressive. The moonlight had not made its presence felt at all. Peng Ligong clenched his fists, uncertain whether the skills he had acquired in the Taekwondo club during university had waned over time. If a deranged murderer were indeed to appear, he felt an unsettling lack of confidence. He could vaguely discern 2 or 3 figures standing nearby, one of whom was undoubtedly his colleague Lu Lianxue, who appeared to be grappling with another individual. Lianxue was fiercely clinging to something, refusing to relinquish her hold. Observing the presence of 2 individuals emboldened Peng Ligong somewhat. Surely, it could not be the psychotic assailant. As he approached Lianxue, he strained to overhear their conversation. "Please, let go. There is nothing of value here, just some cosmetics." Lianxue's tone bore an air of desperation, while the other person seemed intent on seizing her handbag. "I told you to let go. Are you deaf? Release it now, or do you want me to teach you a lesson?" The voice belonged to a man, and his demeanor was exceedingly rude, devoid of any courtesy one ought to extend to a lady. "There truly is nothing of value here. If you need money, I can lend you some after work tomorrow." "Alright," Lianxue continued to resist, clutching her handbag tightly while pleading, "There must be something valuable inside." Otherwise, you would have released it by now. I need money right now, do you hear me? I will count to 3, and if you do not let go, I swear I will strike you. 1.2.3. As he spoke, the man raised his hand, aiming a blow at Lian Xue's face, demonstrating no intention of merely intimidating her. Under the tranquil night sky, the man fell heavily to the ground, as Pang Ligong's timely intervention spared Lian Xue from harm. At that moment, Pang Ligong clearly noticed that beside the man stood a very young girl, perhaps only 17 or 18, dressed provocatively and exuding an air of arrogance as she looked down at the man seated on the ground. A cigarette dangling from her lips. Pathetic. If you can't get any money, don't even think about going out tonight. You certainly don't look like someone who has much to spend. I told you, how could you possibly have enough money to indulge every day? Very well, you resolve your own matters. If you fail to secure the money tonight, do not dare to approach me. I shall take my leave now. Should you acquire the funds, you know well to come to me, but if you are empty-handed, do not disgrace yourself by appearing today. The girl took a drag from her cigarette, exhaled towards the man sprawled on the ground, and, with an air of haughtiness, addressed him before turning to leave. Wait for me just 5 minutes ahead, she implored. Just 5 minutes, I shall procure the money shortly. You must remember to wait for me, I will be right back. Upon hearing her intent to depart, the man's demeanor shifted to one of desperation as he scrambled to his feet. You had better hurry. My patience is wearing thin. And as he spoke, the girl's phone rang, the ringtone a rather amateurish Chinese DJ tune. She answered the call, striding towards the street. Once she had departed, the man wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Casting a sardonic glance at Lian Xue, smirking as he remarked, what is this? Have you struck gold with a man after a few days? I wonder if he is wealthy. Buddy, lend me some cash, will you? You're only after her, right? If you're willing to part with some money, I can assure you she will comply in 1T. Resist, you. This is my colleague from the bank, he is already married. And his wife is just ahead. Lian Xue stumbled over her words, flustered by the man's insinuation. Seventh brother, I implore you, lend me some money, and I promise to repay you as soon as I receive my salary. Lian Xue suddenly turned to Pang Ligang, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. It seemed that the man held some incriminating leverage over her, a secret that must not be disclosed to others, compelling her to submit to his intimidation. After a moment's contemplation, Pang Ligang threw a punch that knocked the man back to the ground. He retrieved 2,000 yuan from his wallet and tossed it onto the man's body, standing over him with an imposing presence. This money is your compensation for medical expenses. Should I encounter you again, I assure you that you will spend the rest of your life in bed. If you doubt my words, feel free to approach Lian Xue again. My amiability does not equate to weakness, remember this well. Halt, there are still matters left to clarify. Pang Ligang suddenly recalled that Lian Xue had something incriminating in the man's possession. Grabbing the back of his collar and commanding loudly, the man nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains, his hands incessantly bowing in respect to Pang Ligang, eager to depart swiftly. Be gone, Pang Ligang bellowed, releasing the man's collar. The man darted away like the wind, leaving Pang Ligang somewhat perplexed. How could such a frail figure move with such alacrity? He mused that during the Beijing Olympics, this man should have been entered in the 100-meter dash. Perhaps he might even surpass Powell and secure a gold medal for China. I in the midst of a deadlocked murder case. Seventh brother, I will repay you the money as soon as possible. Thank you so much for today, Lian Xue said, wiping her tears while bowing gratefully to Pang Ligang, clutching her handbag tightly. Lian Xue, there is no need for such formalities. We are all colleagues, and our personal rapport is quite amicable. If it weren't for inviting you to accompany Shiyu, she might still be in the same state as a few days ago. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about we go out tomorrow evening? Pang Ligang quickly offered, smiling as he supported Lian Xue. Lian Xue insisted on repaying Pang Ligang, checking her phone from her handbag. I've already told you, that money was for the scoundrel's medical expenses. There is no need for you to repay it. As long as he ceases to threaten you, that is what matters. Money is a trivial concern. By the way, seventh brother, how did you know he had leverage over me that could be destroyed? Lian Xue suddenly recalled Pang Ligang's earlier instructions to the man regarding the destruction of the evidence. Looking at him with curiosity. It's quite simple, given his character. If you continue to associate with him, it indicates your unwillingness. That would suggest you are being coerced. Naturally, he must possess some leverage over you. A delicate girl like you would not have committed any heinous acts that he could exploit. Working at a bank entails daily reconciliations, and certainly there would be no embezzlement involved. So Pang Ligang ceased his explanation, as the expression on Lian Xue's face confirmed his deductions were entirely accurate. Regardless of Lian Xue's willingness or reluctance, Pang Ligang firmly took her by the arm and led her towards the parking area. I saw a man and a woman exit just now. Did something happen? Nothing to worry about, just a couple of small-time thugs. They 1T return, he reassured. Lian Xue will stay at our home tonight. You'll share a room with her. Enough of that. With your dubious credentials, during your university days, you likely sent love letters to countless girls. The world is indeed amusing these days. Even pandas claim to have taken colorful photographs. You are but a salted fish, and no matter how much you struggle, you will remain a salted fish, do you understand? Li Shiyu scolded as she firmly grasped Pang Ligong's ear, reprimanding him for his insolence. Upon returning home, Li Shiyu and Pang Ligong retreated to their respective rooms to take a shower, while Pang Ligong languidly reclined on the sofa, smoking and pondering the leverage that man held over Lian Shui. Although it was Lian Shui's personal affair and he ought not to meddle, as her friend and colleague, it was imperative to resolve this issue lest it adversely affect her future work and life. Should he perhaps speak with her? Although she might not disclose much. As he idly exhaled smoke rings, Pang Ligong contemplated whether to reach out to Lian Shui after consuming a fair amount of alcohol at the ballroom and engaging in a prolonged argument at Lian Shui's building. He was already fatigued. He had barely settled on the sofa for a few minutes before succumbing to sleep, oblivious to the cigarette nearly burning his fingers. Fortunately, after her shower, Lian Shui stepped out to check on him. Extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and propping up his other leg onto the couch of the next day, when Pang Ligong awoke, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Glancing at the wall clock, he realized he had missed work. In a flurry, he grabbed his phone, preparing to explain to his supervisor, but then recalled that he had recently applied for a schedule change to a half-day shift, allowing him to report for work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Relieved, he reclined back on the sofa, massaging his temples to shake off the drowsiness. At 1:30 in the afternoon, a gloomy haze enveloped Beijing as the Olympics thrived in full swing. Although Pang Ligong yearned to witness the events live, his responsibilities at the bank took precedence. Moreover, with Li Shiyu's emotional state being somewhat unstable, he could not afford to neglect her for the sake of the games. As for the matches, he could always watch the replays later. The immediate priority was to ensure Li Shiyu's well-being. Upon entering the bank, his colleagues greeted him amicably. Noticing that everything seemed normal, Pang Ligong proceeded to the changing room to don his work attire. Just as he contemplated calling Li Shiyu, she called him first. While getting dressed, he answered the call. You're awake. I thought you'd still be sleeping. Have you started your shift at the bank? I've been up for a while, just changing clothes now. Did you call to wake me up for work or for something else? Nothing particularly urgent. Since you're at work, I'll let it be. I was actually going to suggest you visit Lian Xue. Is something wrong with Lian Shui? Did that scoundrel go after her again? Pang Ligong immediately recalled the man he encountered last night outside Lian Shui's building. Suspecting he had returned to demand money from her. No, Lian Shui called me around noon, but I was in a meeting and couldn't quite grasp what she was saying. After the meeting concluded, when I attempted to call her again, her phone was already switched off. A wave of concern washed over me, and I thought it prudent to request that you check on her. At this moment, Li Shiyu seemed to be preoccupied, while Pang Ligong could hear Su Tsongren moving about and the sounds of the elevator doors opening and closing on the line. Understood, you may continue with your work. I shall step out to investigate. If Lian Shui has yet to arrive at work, I will take leave to visit her home. After hanging up, Pang Ligong changed his attire and ventured inside. Upon reaching the work area, however, he found Lian Shui absent. Taking a seat at his desk, he organized himself and lightly tapped on Bai Xiaocai's table, inquiring, "Is Lian Shui not at work today?" Bai Xiaocai, sensing something unusual about Lian Shui's absence, responded with confusion. "Could you please help me request leave from the supervisor? Just tell them I am going to Lian Shui's home to check on her. I am worried something might have happened." "Very well, go ahead." "There isn't much on the agenda today anyway." Pang Ligong borrowed a vehicle from Wang Deshang and hastened towards Lian Shui's residence. Her home was quite distant from the bank, making it inconvenient even by car. Fortunately, during the Olympic period, odd and even license plate restrictions had been enacted, resulting in lighter traffic on the roads. Halfway through his journey, Bai Xiaocai suddenly called Chiga. "Are you still on your way to Lian Shui's house?" His tone betrayed a hint of urgency, as if something had transpired. "I am almost at her place. What has happened?" "While I was outside requesting leave from the supervisor, I overheard a call he received. Presumably from the police station. They reported that Lian Shui has been murdered in her home. You should hurry over there. I've already secured your leave. If anything is amiss, do not hesitate to inform me immediately." Bai Xiaocai appeared to be speaking from a restroom, striving to keep his voice low to avoid drawing attention to the conversation. Do not raise any alarm. I will investigate Lian Shui's home first, and if there is news, I will inform you at once. You focus on your work. Although Pang Ligong was uncertain of the veracity of this distressing news, he wished to avoid inciting any speculation too soon. After ending the call, he pressed down on the accelerator. His vehicle halted on the street in front of Lian Shui's residence, where he noticed several police cars stationed below, and the staircase had been cordoned off with police tape. A crowd had gathered downstairs. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Pang Ligong squeezed through to the edge of the barricade, only to be intercepted by two uniformed officers. "A crime has occurred here. We ask that unrelated individuals refrain from entering. May I inquire about the identity of the deceased? Is it a male or female?" Pang Ligong, reluctant to accept Bai Xiaocai's claims, asked cautiously. "I'm sorry, but that is confidential information. Only family members or friends of the deceased are privy to such details." How can I ascertain whether I am a family member or friend if you do not disclose the deceased's name? Pang Ligang felt a surge of frustration. Without any information, he had no way of knowing who the victim was. I regret that I cannot disclose this information. Please remain behind the yellow line of the police cordon. The police, having spoken and gestured for Pang Ligang to step outside the cordon. How tragic was the demise of that girl upstairs. I have heard she was quite beautiful and employed at a bank. The crowd began to murmur, and I could not discern who was speaking. Perhaps it was indeed her boyfriend who had taken her life. I have seen that man several times, and he hardly appears to be a respectable individual. On multiple occasions, I witnessed him demanding money from her, threatening that if he were not paid, he would reveal certain things to others. Alas, was it not said that it was this man who called the police? How has he now become the prime suspect in a murder? Who can truly know? Nowadays accusations often come from the guilty. And it is entirely plausible that he killed her and then feigned innocence by alerting the authorities. Although Pang Ligang was reluctant to accept it, the descriptions from the onlookers left no doubt that it was indeed Lin Xue. A sudden wave of profound despondency washed over him, an inexplicable weight pressing upon his heart as he lowered his head and approached the police line. I am a colleague of the deceased and have come in response to your call. I hope you will permit me to enter, he stated, producing his identification card from the bank and presenting it to the officer. You may enter, but do not disturb anything, the officer replied after briefly examining the card. Gesturing for him to proceed upstairs. In the midst of the stagnant murder case, Pang Ligang had never visited Lin Xue's home and was unaware of which floor or room she occupied. Uniformed officers continued to descend the staircase. Yet he refrained from inquiring, relying solely on his instincts to ascend to the 5th floor. The hallway was cluttered with various items: a cooking stove, a cabinet for dishes, brooms, mops, and more, all crammed into the narrow space. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he was assured of Lin Xue's residence there by the presence of police at the entrance. I am a colleague of the deceased, please allow me to enter and take a look, he implored, feeling the futility of his words despite their truth. The officer regarded him with a sorrowful gaze, genuine grief evident on his face, particularly as Pang Ligang wore his work identification prominently. You may enter, but you can only observe. Do you understand? The officer cautioned, then opened the door, indicating that he could go inside. The room was exceedingly small, perhaps around 11 or 12 square meters. A bed was positioned by the window, occupying a significant portion of the space, leaving only a dilapidated desk, atop which were neatly arranged a few books, a small desk lamp, and a picture frame containing a photograph of two individuals, a middle-aged woman and a girl of about 10, whose features bore a resemblance to Lin Xue. On the desk sat a small pen holder fashioned from an emptied Pepsi can, containing several ballpoint pens and a fountain pen. The desk had 3 drawers, all locked, their contents unknown. A coarse piece of fabric covered the desk, leaving one to wonder if anything lay beneath it. Beside the desk, there stands a portable wardrobe, constructed from slender steel pipes and canvas. The wardrobe, resembling a pair of semicircular zippers, is only partially unzipped, revealing several outfits hanging inside. Those are the very ensembles that Lin Xue typically wears. Below the wardrobe, there remains some space. It is uncertain what might be concealed beneath, perhaps it is merely more clothing. A large pool of blood stains the floor, and the pristine white sheets have been tainted a vivid crimson. The bed is in disarray, clearly indicating that Lin Xue struggled violently before her demise. All while lying on the bed. A man, clad in a casual outfit, stands within the room, lost in thought, his gaze fixated on the bloodstains below. Greetings, I am Pang Ligang, a colleague of the deceased Lin Xue. I wish to pay my respects to her. Not at this moment. The coroner is presently conducting an autopsy on the deceased. If you are eager to assist in any manner, please help us reach out to her family, as we have been unable to contact her relatives or family. This is something I have not heard Lin Xue mention, as she has only been employed at our bank for 2 months, although we often spent time together during work and breaks. She never spoke of her family. I see. Has she had any recent disputes with anyone, or has she been threatened or extorted? The man stepped over the bloodstains and approached the window, opening it to flick the ash from his cigarette. There was a man, purportedly her boyfriend, but I find that hard to believe. It seems Lin Xue held some leverage over him, as he frequently asked her for money. Just last night, he arrived with another girl. Is this the man in the photograph? A police officer retrieved a picture from his white shirt pocket and presented it to Pang Ligang for identification. Though I did not get a good look last night, I can confirm that this is indeed the person in the photograph. I have heard that he was the one who reported the incident. Is that correct? Understood. Please refrain from asking further questions unrelated to the case, as this is confidential police information that I cannot disclose. May I at least know how Lin Xue met her end? Surely, I have the right to know. As her colleague, we owe it to her parents to clarify this matter. If you choose not to share, I shall have to conduct my own investigation. She was murdered. The body has already been examined. I implore you to keep this under wraps. The ongoing serial killings have caused significant distress in society, and with the Olympics currently underway, the government does not permit such matters to be sensationalized. I hope you can understand. The officer's tone softened, adopting a more conciliatory manner as he spoke with Pang Ligang. I comprehend, which is why I am urging you to share this information. Regardless, Lian Xue was both my colleague and friend. She has been a source of support for my wife during her recent struggles. For my wife's sake, I must see the perpetrator brought to justice and avenge Lian Xue. Every word uttered by Pang Ligang was sincere, devoid of any intention to deceive. I empathize with your sentiments. It is only natural to feel such emotions when a friend has been taken from you. However, reality and thoughts diverge significantly. I presume you have heard about the serial murder case. I shall refrain from elaborating on other matters, as they are classified. Nevertheless, there is one critical piece of information I must convey. Do not act recklessly. The perpetrator is an exceptionally clever and cunning individual, and confronting him alone is futile. No matter how astute a fox may be, it cannot evade the watchful eyes and firearms of the hunter. Should you uncover any clues or make any discoveries, please contact me immediately. This is my number. Feel free to call me at any time you think of it. As the man spoke, he produced a notepad, inscribing a series of numbers before handing it to Pang Ligang, along with a name written on it. Yu Chengyang, indeed, it appears I am a few years your senior. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Yu. You won't regret it. Upon locating her, remember to inform me, as I wish to gather some information from her parents. Understood. Pang Ligang tucked the note into his pocket and turned to leave. With his mind preoccupied, Pang Ligang drove absent-mindedly, his thoughts consumed by the image of Lian Xue, envisioning the circumstances of her murder. His gaze betraying a sense of helplessness and despair. The individual who reported the incident was the man from last night, and his suspicion was indeed considerable. Yet, why would he suddenly resort to murdering Lian Xue? Given that he held leverage over her, it seemed improbable that he would take such a drastic step. As Pang Ligang drove, he muttered to himself. At the red light, a group of children, around 13 or 14 years old, were engaged in a heated argument. Absorbed in his thoughts, Pang Ligang failed to notice them until he abruptly hit the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Anger surged within him as he leaped from the car. Confronting the children with a stern voice, "You little rascals, if you wish to play, do so elsewhere. This is a roadway, and should my brakes fail, your parents would be devastated if I were to run you over." Understood, no need for your concern, one of the leading boys replied, casting a sideways glance at Pang Ligang. Boss, let us just go. This guy won't dare to come empty-handed tomorrow. The leader approached a bespectacled boy within the group, seizing his collar and glaring at him fiercely. If you fail to bring the money tomorrow, you'll see what I'm capable of. Be sure to deliver it, or else you know what will happen. With that, he waved his hand, and the other boys followed suit. Departing together, Pang Ligang felt a pang of sympathy for the bespectacled boy. He crouched down, producing a tissue to wipe away the boy's tears and adjusting his glasses. "Are they bullying you?" The boy remained silent, nodding as he continued to cry. "Why don't you tell your teacher or your since then? No one has dared to provoke him again. He collects protection fees at the school gate every day. If anyone fails to comply, he resorts to violence, demanding not only the current dues but also any arrears from the previous day. Otherwise, the beatings will persist the following day." The boy wiped his tears, gripping tightly onto the broken strap of his backpack, striving to prevent its weight from tipping over to one side. "Are you afraid of them? Then why don't you report them to the police?" Pang Ligang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I am not afraid of them. They merely seek money. Their threats of killing me for non-payment are merely intimidation. He perceives me as his ATM, and there is no reason to damage an ATM. I just don't want to worry my family. Besides, such individuals will inevitably face retribution." The boy appeared remarkably resilient, revealing no trace of fear, which evoked a sense of admiration from Pang Ligang. An ATM, indeed. How did I not realize that? Pang Ligang murmured to himself, as if coming to an understanding, startling the boy beside him. The impasse of the murder case. 5. Pang Ligang approached the supervisor's office door and knocked gently. "Ligang, please take a seat. I'll pour you a glass of water," the supervisor said, glancing up from his chair. The supervisor, a man in his 40s, though youthful in appearance, possessed a wealth of experience and a kindly demeanor. Whenever bank employees faced difficulties, he would readily extend his assistance. During informal gatherings, the staff often invited the supervisor, fostering a good rapport with Pang Ligang, despite his status as a mere junior employee. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Supervisor Yin? First, have a sip of water. We'll talk slowly." "Did you visit Lian Xue's home earlier?" Supervisor Yin offered a disposable cup filled with water to Pang Ligang. "Yes, my wife shares a close relationship with Lian Xue. This morning, Lian Xue called her, spoke some odd words, then abruptly hung up. My wife was concerned for Lian Xue's well-being, prompting me to check on her." "You are likely aware of Lian Xue's situation. The police station just called the bank to inform us that one of our employees was at the scene. I hope you won't disclose this matter. You are aware of the recent string of murders in Beijing. Although security has been heightened during the Olympic period, fear still lingers among the populace. If this news reaches our colleagues, it may dampen their spirits and disrupt the workplace. I sought you out for this reason. Although we are a bank and not a law enforcement agency or private detective, the senseless murder of a bank employee could tarnish our reputation. Therefore, I would like you to investigate this matter. I will explain to the bank staff that you are attending to Lian Shui, and I have already discussed this with the president. Why am I being asked to investigate this matter? Pang Ligang pondered, feeling that, as just an employee, it shouldn't fall within his purview. Li Gang, you are well aware of the reasons behind your recruitment by the bank. Your diligence in your work has always been commendable. And your assistance to the police in solving a case during your academic years has not gone unnoticed by the leadership. The decision to assign you to investigate this matter was made after careful deliberation among several superiors. Lian Shui is one of our employees, and following her tragic demise, her insurance compensation must be processed. Although a detailed report is required to claim this insurance, consider this an opportunity to assist Lian Shui in her final endeavor. Will you accept this task? Supervisor Yan's words were laden with double meanings, leaving Pang Ligang with no grounds to refuse, and he felt compelled to thoroughly investigate the matter. Rest assured, Supervisor Yan, I will expedite my inquiries and uncover the perpetrator. I entrust you with the bank's concerns, Pang Ligang replied, nodding as he nervously rubbed the disposable cup in his palm, which began to lose its shape. Excellent, your willingness to take this on is greatly appreciated. However, whether you can ascertain the identity of the culprit is of secondary importance. The primary objective is to clarify the circumstances surrounding Lian Shui's situation. We are not police officers, and delving into criminal investigations is beyond our purview. Do you understand my implication? Supervisor Yan's insinuation was clear, as he preferred not to state certain matters too overtly. Very well, you may leave now, but remember to resolve this issue promptly. Supervisor Yan gestured for Pang Ligang to exit. Reminding him of his responsibilities, after changing out of his work attire, Pang Ligang headed home, troubled by how to convey the news of Lian Shui's death to Li Shiyu, having just emerged from the shadows cast by the Tianmu village incident. The revelation of Lian Shui's demise would undoubtedly have a profound impact on her. Pang Ligang found himself in a quandary, pondering whether he should inform Li Shiyu of the situation, being an outsider in Beijing. He had few acquaintances, and his university classmates, all of whom had pursued finance, had no connections within the police force. Thus, seeking information about Lian Shui through friends seemed a daunting task. Li Shiyu's father had previously served in the police department, and he might be able to lend a hand. Surely he must have friends or former students within the force. Suddenly, Pang Ligang recalled his father-in-law, Li Shiyu's father, once the captain of the criminal investigation team. He had retired early to indulge in gardening and calligraphy. Though he often expressed skepticism about Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu's marriage, he held a favorable view of Pang Ligang himself, leading to minimal opposition during their wedding, his only request being that Pang Ligang treat Li Shiyu well. I merely need to ask him to help me find someone to take me to see the body. That shouldn't pose much difficulty, Pang Ligang mused to himself. Upon returning home, he scoured his yearbook, flipping through the pages in hopes of identifying a classmate still residing in Beijing who could assist him. Yet, despite thoroughly examining all his contacts, he found not a single acquaintance involved in criminal investigation work. Pang Ligang, filled with disappointment, tossed the memorandum onto the coffee table and repeatedly pressed the channel switching button on the remote, lost in thought about how to approach Li Shiyu's father. If Lian Shui was not murdered by that man, then who could the true killer be? It is unlikely that Lian Shui harbored such intense animosity towards anyone as to warrant her brutal murder and dismemberment, although the clues currently at hand do not connect the previous two dismemberment cases. They suggest that perhaps someone is deliberately attempting to imitate the methods of those crimes to frame the earlier murderer for this case. Pang Ligang tossed the remote up and down, engrossed in his musings about the case, oblivious to the position of the hour hand on the wall clock. What dismemberment case are you talking about? He hastily retorted, swiftly diverting the conversation towards Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu threw her handbag onto the sofa, unbuttoning her shirt as she prepared to change clothes and cook. Shiyu, I didn't buy any groceries today. How about we go to your parents' house for dinner? It seems like it's been ages since we visited. Although Pang Ligang was eager to seek assistance from Li Shiyu's father, he felt too embarrassed to go alone. Thus, he resorted to bringing Li Shiyu along as a buffer. Even if her father were to refuse or be unable to help, Pang Ligang would not feel particularly awkward. Li Shiyu was a woman of keen observation. Despite their recent marriage, she was well aware of Pang Ligang's character. Unless he had something particularly pressing to discuss, he would never voluntarily suggest a visit to her parents' home. During their wedding preparations, Li Shiyu's mother had vehemently opposed the marriage, disapproving of Pang Ligang as he was not a local from Beijing, and his position as a mere bank clerk, coupled with the necessity of taking out a loan for their home, only fueled her objections. Although they eventually married, Li Mama's attitude towards Pang Ligang remained less than favorable, which was a significant reason for his reluctance to visit her family. Concerned that he might inadvertently reveal the tragic news of Lian Shui's death, Pang Ligang feigned indifference, striving to conceal any emotional shifts from Li Shiyu's perceptive gaze. He could not allow sorrow to betray itself on his face. Li Shiyu paused mid-zip of her dress, studying Pang Ligang with a perplexed expression, neither of them speaking, locked in a moment of tension surrounding the murder case. Li Shiyu scrutinized Pang Ligang for some time, yet she could not discern anything from his expression. Finally, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, she addressed him. At that moment, Pang Ligang's heart raced. He recognized that Li Shiyu was an exceptionally astute woman, with insights that even he found humbling. If he were to utter just a few more words, she would undoubtedly glean something from his speech. Fortunately, Li Shiyu chose not to press the matter, granting Pang Ligang a narrow escape. He swiftly dashed into the room, embracing her passionately for a few moments before turning to grab a pair of underwear from the wardrobe and rushing into the bathroom. At this moment, Pang Ligang's inner turmoil and outward demeanor presented a stark contrast. The sorrow within him could not be expressed, compelling him to feign an appearance of utmost joy, ensuring that Li Shiyu remained oblivious to his true feelings. He could not allow any deviation from his usual composure in front of Li Shiyu's parents, for her father, with decades of experience as a police officer, would undoubtedly sense that Pang Ligang harbored secrets from Li Shiyu. "How is Lian Shui faring? Did you manage to visit her after getting off work so early today?" Li Shiyu inquired nonchalantly while retouching her makeup in front of the mirror, her gaze fixed on Pang Ligang, who was focused intently on driving. The abruptness of her question nearly led him to divulge the truth, but he quickly regained his composure. Li Shiyu furrowed her brow slightly, turning to scrutinize Pang Ligang, gradually leaning closer to him. "What do you mean? Please don't startle me while I'm driving. Otherwise, we might end up together in a rather compromising position. Why the urgency? You must allow me to explain at a measured pace." Pang Ligang replied, reaching out to pull her closer, only to be met with a sharp slap on the back of his hand from Li Shiyu. "Speak quickly," she insisted. At that moment, Pang Ligang felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't realized he possessed such a remarkable talent for deception, leaving him uncertain whether this was a virtue or a vice. "Is that so? Then why was Lian Shui weeping so uncontrollably when she called me?" Li Shiyu clearly remained skeptical, though Pang Ligang's words seemed plausible. "It's merely her boyfriend. Last night, didn't we hear her screams from below her apartment? It was him demanding money from her. Lian Shui had already run out of cash, and he resorted to forcibly taking her bag. There appeared to be something of great significance in her possession, as she refused to relinquish it. When I arrived, he was about to strike her, and I managed to intervene just in time. Her boyfriend is truly despicable. Why does she even stay with him? She could end it sooner rather than later. Why cling to such an inhumane individual? With Lian Shui's attributes, she could easily attract a multitude of admirers in Beijing with just a simple call. Li Shiyu exhibited her discontent towards the man Pang Ligang described, her face contorted with anger as she reprimanded him. As I mentioned earlier, Lian Shui seems to possess some incriminating evidence against him, which is why she feels compelled to comply with his demands. Then she should report him to the authorities. This is clearly extortion and intimidation, Li Shiyu asserted. Lian Shui's leverage must remain undisclosed, otherwise she would have alerted the police long ago. She is not foolish. Pang Ligang countered, beginning to feel some irritation. It seemed that Li Shiyu, influenced by her father's teachings, instinctively sought legal recourse whenever confronted with unlawful matters, unaware that many aspects of life lie beyond the reach of the law. Li Shiyu appeared reluctant to dwell on the issue any further, letting out a soft sigh as she addressed Pang Ligang. Indeed, with things at the bank not being particularly hectic and everyone's focus on the Olympics, the HR manager finally agreed to grant her leave. "Let us put Lian Shui aside for now and visit your parents." Pang Ligang preferred not to dwell excessively on the matter, as he feared that too many words might slip from his lips inadvertently. Li Shiyu's parents resided in Shaoyang, which was somewhat distant from Pang Ligang's home. Fortunately, during the Olympic period, private vehicles were subject to alternating traffic restrictions, resulting in a relatively sparse flow of cars on the roads. By the time they arrived at Li Shiyu's parents' residence, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, yet the sky was still brilliantly illuminated. Li Shiyu's parents lived in an apartment building. They had previously moved here after their former residence was designated for redevelopment, necessitating an additional financial investment. As the couple entered, Li's father was in the living room practicing calligraphy, his reading glasses perched on his nose. He glanced up at the newcomers before bending down to continue his writing. "What a surprise to see you today. You didn't even give us a call," he remarked, feeling a sudden pang of homesickness. Li Shiyu replied, "I came to see you, Mom and Dad, and to learn some calligraphy from you. Dad, our bank is organizing a calligraphy competition soon, so I thought I would seize the opportunity to learn from you." As Pang Ligang slipped off his shoes, he cheerfully addressed his father-in-law. Li's father, with his brush poised in midair, straightened up, momentarily taken aback by Pang Ligang's words. It was understandable. Since Pang Ligang had married Li Shiyu, he had never expressed a desire to learn anything from Li's father. After a moment of contemplation, Li's father set down his brush and approached Pang Ligang, saying, "Then come with me to the study. I have a few fine pieces of calligraphy and paintings tucked away." Pang Ligang couldn't help but admire Li's father. Indeed, despite being retired, his analytical skills were no less sharp than those of an active investigator. Having changed into his slippers, Pang Ligang exchanged a brief greeting with Li Shiyu before following her father into the study. In truth, it was not only Father Li who felt a hint of peculiarity, even Mother Li had discerned the same, standing at the threshold of the kitchen, her apron adorned with a floral pattern draped around her neck and tied at her waist. She had been peeling garlic when she noticed Pang Ligang and her husband entering the study together. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth revealed her confusion as she beckoned to Li Shiyu. Signaling her to approach, intending to share her thoughts. Why is that child so eager today? He entered and immediately engaged your father in conversation, something he rarely does. I suspect he has something to request of your father. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so proactive in seeking him out. What could he possibly need from Dad? If it were about a promotion at the bank, he would still have to wait a year or two. As for starting a business, he lacks the aptitude for it. I cannot fathom what he would want from my father. Li Shiyu firmly disagreed with her mother's assessment. Then pray tell, why would he feel the urgency to come over today? Normally he wouldn't even entertain our invitations, yet today he has sought us out unprompted. Is it not indicative of a request? Mother Li persisted in her viewpoint. Once Dad comes out, we can simply ask him and ascertain the truth. Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, she countered. At that moment, a loud thud resonated from the study, prompting both Li Shiyu and Mother Li to hastily make their way there. Boldly, please converse civilly. There is no need for quarrels, Mother Li called out from the doorway, leaning in to catch the murmurs within. With a creak, the door swung open, and Father Li emerged, his hands clasped behind his back. While Pang Ligang scrutinized a piece of calligraphy in his hands. Nothing to worry about. I merely knocked the inkstone off the table and now let us prepare dinner. It's already past 6. Observing Father Li's retreating figure, Mother Li hesitated before responding. Understood, but do wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. In truth, both Mother Li and Li Shiyu had noticed that Father Li's right palm was flushed crimson, clearly the result of his forceful slap on the desk. Yet, why would he claim that the inkstone had fallen? Li Shiyu approached the large round table in the living room, where an array of rice paper, brushes, inkstones, and some already inscribed sheets lay scattered. She picked up one of the papers and examined it, admiring the vigorous strokes that mirrored her father's character. Dad. She began, only to be interrupted by Father Li, who insisted that Pang Ligang had no ulterior motives. Merely a longing for home. If her father was unwilling to elaborate, Li Shiyu resolved not to press the matter further, figuring it would be more prudent to inquire directly of Pang Ligang that evening. Xiao Gang, your father is indeed Mr. Huaigu. If he ever expresses his anger towards you, do not take it to heart. It is merely a momentary lapse, and he will undoubtedly regret it afterward. Although your mother had some reservations in the past, those are bygone matters. You two are now married, and that makes you one family. We have only one daughter in our family. We seek nothing more than for you to treat Xiaoyu well. After our passing, everything we have will be left to you both. Mama Li spoke with a certain emotional weight. Though tears did not embellish her words, it was evident that her sentiments were sincere. Without saying much more, Mama Li turned and ascended the stairs. The couple then entered their vehicle and drove homeward. Li Shiyu sat silently beside them, while Pang Ligang appeared resolutely uncommunicative. Pressing him further would be futile. Oddly enough, Pang Ligang seemed quite cheerful today, humming a little tune as he drove. What could be the source of your joy? Have you received a promotion or a bonus? Li Shiyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as she sat beside him. Her brow furrowed in concern, while he, in stark contrast, appeared to be the happiest person in the room. What a joke, she thought. You know very well that the bonuses we receive are only dispersed at the end of the year. As for promotions, let us not even entertain that notion. At my current pace, I would need to wait several more years, more than 3 to be precise. Pang Ligang made a point of emphasizing that this matter had nothing to do with the bank. As Li Shiyu spoke, she opened her mouth as if to bite him, her face contorted with anger, clearly not jesting. Stop it, my happiness does not stem from your mother speaking to me in a subdued tone. Rather, it's the fact that she has finally ceased opposing our relationship. It's truly a hard-won victory. Think about it, she was the first to object to our marriage, claiming I was merely a white-collar worker whose monthly salary barely covered your cosmetics. And that I had no property in Beijing. She painted me as utterly worthless, yet now she is the first to relent. As Pang Ligang spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it matters little if my parents oppose us now. We are already married, and should we divorce, I would simply be labeled as second-hand. Li Shiyu said this with a serious demeanor, nodding affirmatively from time to time. By the time they returned home, it was already 9 o'clock. Pang Ligang pushed open the glass door leading from the living room to the balcony and switched on the air conditioning. As Li Shiyu walked towards the bedroom while removing her clothing. It was clear she intended to take a shower, having already showered once before going to work that afternoon and again at Li Shiyu's parents' house. Pang Ligang had no intention of showering again that day. Instead, he reclined on the sofa and lit a cigarette, his mind drifting back to the incident in the study. Not only did Li's father refuse to assist Pang Ligang, but he also gave him a severe reprimand. The essence of his words was a directive for Pang Ligang to focus on his work and care for his family, advising him to refrain from meddling in matters that were of no consequence. Investigating murders and solving cases was the police's responsibility, not that of a mere bank employee like Pang Ligong. Although he couldn't recall the exact words, he remembered Li's father being extremely angry, more so than when he first heard the news of Li Shiyu's intention to marry him. In a phrase, he was like a thunderous wrath. Before he knew it, he had smoked several cigarettes. In truth, Pang Ligong was not much of a chain smoker. He had picked up the habit after graduating from university. And regardless of the brand, he would only smoke about half of each cigarette before discarding it. While this may seem wasteful, it spared his lungs from the tar, with the cigarette pack now empty. Pang Ligong contemplated going downstairs to buy a new pack. Just then, Li Shiyu emerged from the bathroom, having finished her shower and dried her hair. Noticing Pang Ligong putting on his shoes by the shoe rack, seemingly preparing to go out, she immediately inquired, "Where are you off to at such a late hour? Is there not still one at home? What is the need to venture downstairs? Surely, you do not intend to frolic somewhere at this late hour? Where could I possibly go for amusement in the dead of night? Besides, it is currently the Olympic season, and most bars in less frequented areas have closed their doors. There is truly nowhere to go. Yet, you still wish to step outside, as if there is a dearth of cigarettes at home." Li Shiyu felt a tinge of discontent, inexplicably finding Pang Ligong particularly irksome today. "Perhaps you should rest first." "I wish to take a solitary stroll, for my mood is rather dismal." Pang Ligong, however, remained resolute in his desire to venture out. It is imperative to release certain pent-up feelings that have lingered too long within. Otherwise, they will only accumulate further, culminating in an inevitable, explosive outburst. Li Shiyu had initially intended to treat Pang Ligong well today, as he had been consistently caring for her during her recent bouts of melancholy. And she felt genuine gratitude in her heart. Observing Pang Ligong's somber demeanor, she surmised he harbored concerns he preferred not to share. Nodding, she remarked that after the release of emotions, rational contemplation must commence. Lian Shui cannot be unjustly taken from this world. The perpetrator must be brought to justice, as that is only fair and just. Pang Ligong mentally replayed the scenes he had witnessed at the crime scene earlier that day. Yet he found nothing particularly noteworthy. Everything appeared as if it had been meticulously tidied. It seemed he must return to the site, perhaps to uncover some trace left by the assailant. With his hands resting firmly on the steering wheel, he muttered to himself. Upon arriving at Lian Shui's building, he found it cloaked in darkness, just as it had been the previous night, the moonlight above offering no illumination. Everything felt the same as yesterday. Yet the world had irrevocably changed. The police cordon had been removed, for this was a public area, and the residents required access. Pang Ligong quietly reassured himself. Despite his own trepidation, he sought to muster courage. He cautiously approached Lian Shui's room, his demeanor reminiscent of a special police officer. The seal affixed to the wooden panel, referred to as a door, had been removed. The door stood ajar, dim yellow light spilling through the crack. Pang Ligong discerned a tall figure within the room, turned away from the entrance, revealing only the silhouette of a man. He paused, recognizing the uniformed man as someone familiar, a face he felt he had encountered before. "You are Mr. Pang, I presume. It has been quite a while," the man said, extending his hand with a smile. "You are Officer Liu, right?" "Indeed, it has been ages. What brings you here?" After a moment's reflection, Pang Ligong finally recalled that this man was Officer Liu, with whom he had solved a murder case in Chengde. "It has been a long time. I am a police officer. After all, a murder has occurred here, so naturally, I must be present. However, I am currently working part-time, serving not only as a forensic expert but also in pursuit of the killer. Is the police station particularly busy at this moment? Why have they assigned you, a forensic expert, to this task?" "Indeed, the police are quite occupied, especially during the Olympic period. However, a special task force has been established to investigate this series of grotesque murders, of which I am a member. I was not the one who conducted the autopsy during the day. Although I have reviewed the photographs, I still feel that something is amiss and thus decided to come and take a look myself. Mr. Pang, what brings you here so late?" The deceased was my colleague." "I see. It appears that Mr. Pang is intent on uncovering the identity of the murderer. Do you have any leads?" "None. When I arrived during the day, the body had already been taken away. I wish to examine the corpse, but your colleague steadfastly refused to allow me access. We do share a certain camaraderie, so I wonder if Officer Liu might be able to provide me with some clues." Pang Ligong shook his head. Surveying the room, Officer Liu smiled but remained silent. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Mr. Pang, if you expect me to provide information on a homicide case to a civilian, that would be quite impossible. As our precinct adheres to strict regulations. However, if you are genuinely seeking to avenge your friend, I do have a rather effective method in mind. Should you be willing to consider it?" Pang Ligong was momentarily taken aback. Officer Liu's words seemed somewhat contradictory, yet they hinted at something deeper, leaving Pang Ligong perplexed. What does Officer Liu imply? The Municipal Bureau has established a task force for this series of homicides, and I happen to be the leader of that group. We have received orders to apprehend the perpetrator before the conclusion of the Olympics. Currently, we are short-staffed, and the criminal's modus operandi is rather peculiar. making it difficult to ascertain their true intentions. In the previous case in Chengde, Mr. Peng demonstrated remarkable intellect, which is why I wish to extend an invitation for you to assist us in solving this case. Both as a police officer and as a friend, Shun maintained that same smile, seemingly altered since our parting in Chengde, yet Peng Ligang still harbored some trepidation, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. As for your professional obligations, rest assured, I will liaise with your workplace. I am confident they will not complicate matters for you. Mr. Peng, I sincerely hope to enlist your intellect in our investigation. Please do not decline. Especially considering that your friend was a victim of this serial killer. I surmise you are equally eager to unearth the culprit. Shun seemed to anticipate what Peng Ligang was about to say. Having preemptively formulated a response. I agree, but I must insist on obtaining all the materials related to this series of murders. Peng Ligang resolved to cease his deliberation, for his purpose in visiting Lian Xue's home was to seek out the murderer. Now that a legitimate opportunity had presented itself, why would he refuse? The most peculiar deduction. One, welcome aboard. I hope to leverage your intellect to successfully resolve this series of homicides. Shun extended his hand and spoke sternly to Peng Ligang, clearly not jesting. Can you now share with me the clues you have uncovered? After a brief pause, Peng extended his hand in response. Mr. Peng, allow me to first provide you with the details of this homicide case. Once you have heard the information, I implore you to base your deductions solely on this apparent locked room murder. And refrain from considering it as part of a serial killing, as that might cloud your judgment. Before divulging the information, Shun articulated his stipulation. Please proceed. Upon receiving the report today, we promptly arrived at the scene and secured the area. The report was made by Meng Jizhong, who claims to be the deceased Lu Lianxue's boyfriend. According to Meng, prior to his entry into this room, the door was intact, indicating that the murder occurred in a sealed environment. The victim was found sprawled on the bed, with blood cascading from the bed's edge to the floor. Shun gestured towards the door of the bed, and the pool of blood on the floor. And what of the cause of death? Please listen carefully. When the victim died, the room was as pristine and orderly as it is now, save for the disarray upon the bed. On the desk lay a novel, a mystery genre, titled Butterfly Cemetery, authored by Kai Jun. I have the book with me. Do take a look to see if anything appears peculiar. Shun then produced a book with a lavender cover and handed it to Peng Ligang. A novel? Peng questioned, accepting the book. The title Butterfly Cemetery was embossed in white lettering on the cover, which he discovered to be raised under his touch. Beneath the title was the author's name in black ink. Flipping to the back cover, he noted a brief synopsis. He then opened the book and began to read rapidly, seemingly skimming through the pages. In mere minutes, he had finished the entire volume. It seems this book is missing several pages, approximately 20. I would estimate. Indeed, the entire text consists of 216 pages, with all the pages marked in Arabic numerals having been torn out. That does not seem to indicate much. Perhaps Lu Lianxue's boyfriend tore out the pages. He does have a propensity for violence. Peng believed this could not serve as conclusive evidence, speculating that it might indeed have been the work of Meng Jizhong. Initially, I entertained that notion as well. But upon interrogating Meng Jizhong, he emphatically asserted that he had never seen this book and did not tear out any pages. Shun promptly refuted that claim. From my understanding of Lianxue, she was rather timid and unlikely to purchase such literature. And there were no horror or mystery novels on her desk. Therefore, this suggests the book was left by the perpetrator, and the torn pages may also have been the work of the killer. Could it be that the assailant left behind some information regarding the murder? Have the missing pages of the book been compared, and are there any particularly noteworthy details within them? Upon receiving this premise, Peng Ligang immediately made a judgment, believing that this was a murder clue left by the perpetrator. A thorough comparison had already been conducted, and no information or forewarnings related to murder were found among the torn pages. However, a certain observation was made, the significance of which I wonder if Mr. Peng has noticed. Shun, having spoken, gazed blankly at Peng Ligang. All the torn pages contained the number 6. Mr. Peng's keen observational and analytical skills indeed shine through. It appears that inviting him to join was a wise decision. I have already compared the torn pages, and there are 4 single pages containing the number 6, which implies there are a total of 40 pages featuring the number 6. 40. Does this signify a clue? If this is merely a case of a locked room murder, what significance does the perpetrator find in such actions? Peng Ligang bowed his head, beginning to contemplate, muttering to himself. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Peng. My earlier suggestion for you to consider this as a simple locked room murder was to enable you to more swiftly connect these two matters after viewing this photograph. Shun retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Peng Ligang. The photograph was evidently taken with a high-definition camera, depicting a woman lying on the bed, her expression one of a indeed. We have conducted a thorough investigation here and inquired with the surrounding neighbors. The deceased never cooked for others, thus, it is evident that no knives were likely purchased for the household, and it is clear that this was not a spontaneous act of murder. Shun always waits until Pang Ligang has finished articulating his reasoning before revealing their investigative findings. The possibility of a random killing has been dismissed, leaving only the prospect of premeditated murder. However, considering the mindset of a long-term extortionist, it is unlikely that the perpetrator would readily relinquish or eliminate their victim, as that individual serves as their perpetual source of income from any perspective. Meng Jizhong cannot be the culprit in this case. He lacks a motive for murder. The time of death was estimated to be between noon and 1 o'clock, and Meng Jizhong had visited once before 10 in the morning, returning again after 1 o'clock, at which point he discovered the body and subsequently reported it. The neighbors are already acquainted with Meng Jizhong, they can attest to his whereabouts as an alibi. Furthermore, at the time of the victim's demise, Meng Jizhong also had a time witness to confirm that he was not present at the scene. Shun appears to have a penchant for playing the role of the hindsight strategist, always waiting for Pang Ligang to complete his analysis before presenting the investigative results. Therefore, based on the previous analysis, it is clear that the murderer is not Meng Jizhong, and the incomplete novel on the desk was not left by him either. This implies that it was deliberately placed at the scene by the true culprit, and the torn pages likely contained information pertaining to the deceased. Pang Ligang summarized his earlier analysis. The most perplexing deduction: why would the murderer leave a novel at the scene, only to tear out certain pages? Do the removed pages contain information relevant to the murderer, or perhaps the name of the next victim? However, Shun stated that he had compared the torn pages and found no significant information therein. Why did the murderer sever a leg from Lian Shui? The clothing on the corpse was evidently freshly changed and showed no signs of bloodstains, suggesting that the murderer had intentionally dressed Lian Shui. What could be the significance of such an act? The following day, on August 13 at 7:30 a.m., the Olympics had reached its fifth day, with fierce competitions ongoing in full swing. The hearts of the nation were captivated by the question of how many more gold medals the Chinese team could secure today. Meanwhile, the panic instigated by the series of murders prior to the Olympics had gradually been supplanted by the fervor and passion of the Games, perhaps due to the significant increase in security measures throughout Beijing, which had provided considerable reassurance to the citizens. Li Shiyu had already completed her morning routine and was now changing clothes in front of the wardrobe. Hearing some noise, Pang Ligang turned over, awakening from his slumber, and opened his eyes to wave at Li Shiyu. As she zipped up her short skirt, she turned and gave Pang Ligang a playful slap. Aren't you getting up for work? It's nearly 8 o'clock. The bank isn't closing for the Olympics, so hurry up. What are you rushing me for? I'll be up shortly. Miss Li, may I ask where you purchased that lovely short skirt? It's truly beautiful. Pang Ligang had just risen from his bed, embarking on a mischievous bout of teasing towards Li Shiyu, occasionally nudging against her playfully. Oh, come on, this is my work attire, she retorted. If you have nothing else to do, why not give your parents a call today? Didn't you say you were homesick yesterday? With a playful smack on the back of his hand, Li Shiyu suddenly recalled Li Gang's earlier admission of longing for home. The moment she playfully struck him, Li Gang's interest waned, and he picked up his trousers from the floor and proceeded to gather his clothes. Let's discuss it before the holiday on the 11th. After all, there is still plenty of time. The tourism village plan fell through, and now the company is considering other options. I might be rather busy lately, so whether I can take a break on the 11th is still uncertain. If it turns out I can't get the time off, I can always request leave then. Li Shiyu pouted, her left cheek puffed out, directing a playful admonition at Li Gang, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from him. She slipped into black thigh-high stockings, smoothing out the wrinkles in her attire before shouldering her bag and preparing to leave. Li Shiyu possessed an admirable figure, standing at 1.72 meters tall with long, slender legs. While most women either have a thick or slim waist, hers was notably short, giving her a longer lower body in comparison to her upper body. The black stockings complemented her professional short skirt beautifully, accentuating her perfect form, causing Li Gang to follow her with a gaze that was somewhat entranced. Are you not going to brush your teeth or wash your face? Why do you insist on following me around? Li Shiyu remarked, having noticed Li Gang's incessant gaze fixed upon her. How come it took me this long to notice how lovely your legs are? They truly are stunning, Li Gang commented, examining her legs while stroking his chin. I never realized until now that you are quite the lecherous foot fetishist. In response, Li Shiyu flung one of her newly donned high heels at him, the shoe striking him squarely, causing her to erupt into laughter. What did you just say? Repeat that. A fleeting spark of realization flickered in Li Gang's mind, only to vanish almost instantly. Oh, so you've learned to pretend to be hard of hearing, have you? I said you are an unrepentant lecher and foot fetishist. Feel your own filthy wolf heart and see if it's racing. If it is, that just proves I'm right. With that, Li Shiyu removed her other shoe, hands on her hips, pointing accusingly at Li Gang. Suddenly, Li Gang seized Li Shiyu and planted a fervent kiss on her lips, his expression a mix of joy and mischief. You should hurry to work. I'll wash up and join you shortly. I have a lot to attend to today. After completing his morning routine, Li Gang descended the stairs and hailed a taxi to the west gate of Renmin University, the fare totaling a mere 10 yuan. Checking his watch, he noted he had 20 minutes until their agreed meeting time. Spotting a food stall selling breakfast across the street, he decided to indulge in a meal before heading over. The most peculiar deduction, Shun, evidently a meticulous individual who scrutinizes every detail, had arrived at the west gate of Renmin University 20 minutes early, waving at Li Gang as he prepared to cross the street. Signaling for him to get into the car, Pang Li Gang walked over with a sense of helplessness, his stomach audibly protesting. Mr. Pang indeed demonstrated a remarkable punctuality. I had initially anticipated waiting here for a good 20 minutes. However, that was not the case, as my residence is relatively close, allowing me to arrive a bit earlier. While Pang Li Gang spoke one way, his thoughts were entirely different, resenting Shun for depriving him of breakfast. Regardless of how he pondered, it seemed utterly meaningless for the perpetrator to act in such a manner. There is one matter I wish to inquire about. Prior to the onset of the serial murders, did the police department receive an anonymous letter? Once Pang Li Gang became serious, all trivial matters faded from his mind. Yes, it is indeed this letter. Mr. Pang, can you discern any secrets within it? Shun produced a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Pang Li Gang. Gesturing for him to examine its contents, this was a square piece of paper, clearly cut with intention. On this four-sided note, a large square was drawn, divided into 10 rows and 10 columns, with each cell containing a Chinese character. It appeared to be computer-generated, as the font was unmistakably printed in Song typeface. The entire square contained 100 characters, yet no matter the direction from which one read, it failed to form a coherent sentence. At best, one could barely piece together a two-character phrase reminiscent of the online banking password cards issued by Pang Li Gang's bank, reading from left to right, right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top. Diagonally in either direction, all attempts yielded no normal statements. The names that could be awkwardly assembled were bizarre and unfamiliar. While they may not be entirely non-existent, they were certainly unheard of. Pang Li Gang stared at the grid for quite some time, yet failed to uncover any hidden messages. Disappointed, he shook his head. Meanwhile, Shun occasionally turned to him, urging him not to lose heart and to think more carefully. Officer Liu, when did the first and second cases occur? They were on July 22 and July 29, respectively. So, as of yesterday, this is the third case. Were there any other types of incidents in between, or perhaps cases with similar methods of murder? No, since July. A strict order has been issued to intensify security patrols within the city. As you can see, there is almost a police officer every 100 meters in Beijing now, and the crime rate has plummeted by over 70% in the last 2 months. Such brutal killings are nearly singular, and to think that they are part of a serial murder case leaves one bewildered regarding the perpetrator's mindset. What justifies the claim that this is a serial murder case rather than an individual attempting to imitate the previous murderer's methods to shift blame onto them? Pang Li Gang remained skeptical about the notion of a serial killer, as there were indeed numerous points of doubt. Mr. Pang, how likely do you believe it is that these 3 murder cases are connected as a serial killing? 27%, based solely on the clues I currently possess. If this indeed constitutes a series of homicides, there must be a certain commonality inherent within the victims, a trait that the perpetrator would never contravene. Commonality? Mr. Pang, take a look at this photograph. Does it not suggest a connection between these 2 murder cases? Shun slowly withdrew a 7-inch photograph from his pocket and handed it to Pang Li Gang. The date inscribed in the lower right corner indicates it was taken on July 22, 2008, at precisely 9:20 a.m. The image depicts a woman clad in provocative red leather shorts and a scantily fitted tank top. Although she is dressed, the tank top merely conceals her bosom as she reclines on the ground, her figure exquisitely accentuated. Behind the corpse looms a grand bed, her left hand resting upon her lower back, striking a distinctly seductive pose that provokes unsettling thoughts. Yet, this is not merely a risque photograph. Upon closer inspection it reveals a horrifying truth. The body lies nearly flat against the ground from shoulder to toe, indicating that the right arm of the deceased has been completely severed, allowing her to maintain such a position. Seductive. Even Pang Li Gang found himself perplexed by the unexpected emergence of this term from his lips. Accompanied by an intensifying adjective, Shun gradually recounted the deceased's background and familial relations. Could this be a crime of passion, given that her husband had ventured into business, amassing wealth while maintaining a mistress? One might surmise he would wish to divorce her. If we entertain this line of reasoning, the likelihood of her husband being the murderer increases significantly. Pang Li Gang's first thought was that the husband's emotional turmoil had driven him to commit the heinous act. However, Shun swiftly dismissed Pang Li Gang's hypothesis. He believed he was merely eliminating impossibilities rather than engaging in folly. Shun further refuted the suggestion that the deceased's husband might have hired a hitman. Considering the victim resided in a villa, who would have alerted the authorities if she had been murdered? It was the domestic worker who arrived daily to clean the premises, arriving at 8 in the morning to tend to the entire villa. While a dedicated chef prepared lunch for the deceased, both individuals attested that the victim had never entertained unfamiliar men within the villa, a fact corroborated by the security personnel stationed at the entrance of the residential area. However, it was noted that the deceased often spent several nights each month away from the villa. Was she perhaps maintaining an extramarital affair? Such a possibility exists, yet thus far, we have uncovered no information regarding the identity of any potential paramour, leaving us unable to ascertain whether the deceased was indeed a victim of such circumstances. In the end, Shun acknowledged that certain details remained unclear, and he hesitated to draw any conclusions hastily. I deem this possibility to be exceedingly low, perhaps around 7%. What leads you to this conclusion? Typically, individuals willing to engage in such arrangements are motivated by financial gain, though one cannot entirely discount the possibility of emotional emptiness as a driving factor. Although the deceased has now surpassed her 30s, her meticulous skin care and various aspects of her physique undeniably reveal her as a mature and alluring woman. It is entirely reasonable that men would be drawn to her. Yet it is apparent that her companions would not be men above 30. Generally speaking, men over this age tend to have settled into their lives, and most would not pursue such a profession. While there exists a slim possibility, it is negligible and not worth consideration, leaving us only with younger men who have yet to establish themselves in their careers. Such individuals are typically only interested in wealth and would not forge genuine emotional connections with the deceased, as their sole motivation revolves around financial gain. Not if they were to take her life, it would signify the loss of their economic sustenance. Once Pang Ligang transitioned into high-level reasoning, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, starkly contrasting his usual light-heartedness. The peculiar deduction outlined in the fourth point appeared sound. Thus, we need only to take a photograph of the deceased and inquire within that realm for information, which should yield results swiftly. I shall arrange for someone to undertake this task shortly. Mr. Pang, please continue your deductions. Shun blinked thoughtfully, seemingly contemplating the matter, before affirming Pang Ligang's reasoning. At that moment, however, Pang Ligang remained silent, his two fingers pinching the crossword paper, tilting his head at an angle as it rested against his shoulder. Officer Liu, do you not find anything peculiar about this crossword? He inquired, maintaining his unusual posture. What is that posture? Have you discerned something? Shun turned to glance at Pang Ligang, startled for a moment before quickly regaining composure. The seventh horizontal line from left to right and the seventh vertical line from top to bottom contained a character that corresponded to a surname. The seventh horizontal line from right to left and the seventh vertical line from bottom to top revealed the first character of a name. The seventh horizontal line from left to right and the seventh vertical line from bottom to top unveiled the second character of the name. Conversely, the character found in the seventh horizontal line from right to left and the seventh vertical line from top to bottom was a singular one. Pang Ligang pondered aloud, then continued, could this be an error? Although a name has been formed, why is there an additional one? Mr. Pang, your reasoning is indeed correct. The deceased's name is Lin Shurqiong. The final one character, I believe, serves as a deliberate indication by the murderer to denote this as the first homicide, as no other interpretation seems plausible. At this juncture, Shun affirmed Pang Ligang's reasoning regarding the crossword, providing an explanation for the one character. Was Lin Shurqiong the first victim? Did she receive this note before her demise, or was she killed prior to receiving the paper? It is unclear why Pang Ligang seemed so fixated on this question, as it appeared to hold great significance for him. She received the letter first. When was the letter received? A few days before the deceased's death. If we reckon from the day we received the notification from the local police station, it has indeed been 14 days. Pang Ligang pondered for a moment before a sudden realization struck him. I understand now. This letter serves as a harbinger of murder, with the day it was sent marking the initial point, followed by the first homicide occurring 14 days thereafter. The second murder transpired 7 days after the first, and the third, precisely 14 days following the second. Consequently, the fourth murder will occur 7 days subsequent to the third. The fourth. Pang Ligang's voice dwindled to a whisper as he repeatedly uttered the term fourth. Officer Liu, do you recall how many instances of the number 6 were present in that torn novel? Pang Ligang suddenly fixed his gaze upon Shun, eagerly yearning to ascertain the answer he had alluded to. There are a total of 40 instances, with 32 pages being torn out. Shun promptly provided the answer Pang Ligang sought. With impeccable accuracy, Pang Ligang abruptly posed a simple arithmetic question. Point 10. Officer Liu, please turn to the 10th page of the novel. Aside from the protagonist, the first name you encounter will belong to the fourth victim designated by the murderer. Pang Ligang leaned in, his head almost resting on Shun's shoulder. As if viewed from the front, one might assume he was leaning against him. With a sudden halt, Shun brought the vehicle to a stop on the street and retrieved the book The Butterfly Cemetery, casually flipping through its pages. Liu Shuangchuang, the two spoke in unison. Could this be deemed a significant discovery? Mr. Pang, do you possess any evidence that substantiates the notion that the name within the novel corresponds to the next intended victim of the murderer? Shun held the book for a considerable time, ultimately still harboring doubts, and tossed it to the back seat of the car. Beyond this, there exists no other explanation. The murderer could draw from countless novels. One could argue that there are at least 9 or 10 books featuring a character named Liu Shuangchuang. Why did the perpetrator singularly select this particular volume? can Officer Lu provide another satisfactory explanation? Pang Ligang suddenly leaned closer to Shun's face, and Shun distinctly heard Pang Ligang's breath. Mr. Pang, your reasoning is tentatively under consideration. Although I have yet to deduce other possibilities, it does not necessarily validate your theory as definitively correct. Thus it can only be tentatively acknowledged. I shall inform my colleagues to conduct a citywide search for anyone named Lu Shuangshuang if we can identify the next intended victim of the murderer. Then it would substantiate your reasoning as entirely accurate. While Shun could not immediately find a better proof to counter Pang Ligang's deduction, he did not wholly concur with his perspective. So where shall we head next? Pang Ligang did not wish to entangle himself further with Jian Xuanshuan over this matter, as such would merely squander their breath, although you have already inferred the crossword puzzle sent by the criminal. It does not signify much, for we have already computed the puzzle with a computer, and this line of reasoning has been thoroughly validated by the murderer. Thus, we must venture to the scene of the first victim's demise. Perhaps we might uncover additional clues therein, although Shun, despite acknowledging Pang Ligang's previous deductions regarding the intricate word puzzles, did not regard them as particularly remarkable. The vehicle traversed into an upscale villa district, where the opulence was evident even from the entrance. In Pang Ligang's mind, such locales were inhabited by affluent merchants or renowned celebrities, making entry for an ordinary individual quite challenging. Were it not for Officer Lu escorting Pang Ligang, he would likely have been turned away upon reaching the villa's gates. Upon entering the villa, Pang Ligang stepped out of the car, surveying his surroundings with the wide-eyed wonder of a country dweller visiting the city. Officer Lu closed the car door and beckoned Pang Ligang to follow him inside. The villa was a three-story duplex, its white door panels crafted from an unidentifiable material. Pang Ligang, unable to discern its composition, lightly touched the surface, feeling a slight chill that evoked thoughts of ivory. The door was opened by a man in his early 30s, whose demeanor exhibited a blend of melancholy and despondency. His pallor was striking, with pronounced bags under his eyes and dark circles that made them resemble two small lanterns. He hunched slightly, suggesting potential issues with his spine. Officer Lu, have you discovered the identity of the one who murdered my wife? Who could be so cruel as to take a life and leave no remains? The man was evidently the husband of the first victim, Lin Shiqiang. As he spoke, he began to sob softly, though no tears were visible. Perhaps he had long since cried dry. I am well aware of my wife's character. She seldom engaged in disputes, let alone arguments. She was a university graduate, and while attending college may not hold the same prestige for contemporary society, her cultivated demeanor and qualities surpassed those of an ordinary housewife. However, the man seemed to struggle with clarity of vision, rubbing his eyes vigorously, yet his thoughts remained incomplete. But what? Pang Ligang, disinclined to let the man leave his statement unfinished, inquired directly. Disregarding Officer Lu's presence, the man, surnamed Deng, continued speaking, seemingly entrenched in his own line of reasoning. Mr. Deng, allow us to handle those matters. Your cooperation is all we require. Would you kindly accompany us upstairs? I wish to conduct a further examination of the crime scene. Despite the man's wealth, Officer Lu spoke with an air of unceremonious authority, showing no deference. The most peculiar deduction: it was known that Mr. Deng was affluent, yet Pang Ligang had never fathomed the extent of his wealth. A large blue on-white porcelain vase stood at the entrance of the bedroom, and the spacious room could easily accommodate a modest family's entire living space. A grand circular bed occupied the center, large enough to comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. Opposite the bed was a substantial Panasonic LCD television, seemingly around 51 inches in size. About 4 to 5 meters away to the left of the bed were a sofa and coffee table, barely large enough for 2 to sit comfortably. On the coffee table lay an assortment of fashionable magazines and similar books, while the middle tier held several small pieces of chocolate, some of which had been unwrapped but left uneaten. Beside the sofa stood several large wardrobes. The ivory-hued cabinets exuded an air of luxury, adorned with intricately carved floral patterns, one of which had its door ajar. Pang Ligang tugged at the wardrobe door, which slid open with ease. Inside, the garments hung in abundance, all women's clothing. However, the wardrobe he was examining contained solely winter attire. As a thought crossed his mind, Pang stepped back to survey the row of cabinets. It then became apparent that there were 4 substantial wardrobes in total. He approached another cabinet, pulling open the door for a closer inspection. Mr. Deng, may I inquire where your wife's undergarments are? Why can't I find them in any of these wardrobes? After a prolonged search yielded no results, Pang felt it somewhat impolite to continue looking and decided to address the homeowner directly. Mr. Deng gestured towards the wall to the right of the bed, running his hand along its surface before revealing a concealed door. Within the hidden closet lay a veritable realm of women's lingerie, an array of styles overwhelming to behold. Lingerie, 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 everywhere was lingerie, with the deceased's husband present. Pang found it inappropriate to rummage through the intimate garments, as they were personal, unlike the outerwear. He could only observe without touching, yet mere observation proved informative. After a prolonged scrutiny, he noted the scarcity of stockings, particularly long ones, with only a few pairs of beige stockings that closely matched skin tones. This detail suddenly reminded him of the 2 photographs of the corpse that Shun had shown him. Mr. Deng, where are your wife's shoes? Could you kindly show us? Yes, but all the shoes are downstairs, please follow me, Mr. Deng replied, taken aback by Peng's abrupt inquiry but quickly regaining his composure, leading them downstairs. Upon reaching the foyer, he opened a low cabinet filled with numerous pairs of shoes, easily identifiable as designer brands. However, black shoes predominated, while other colors were comparatively few, with red shoes notably absent. Officer Liu, could you show me the photograph of Lian Xue from yesterday along with the one you just showed me? Peng's request came out in a rush, lacking clarity. Officer Liu retrieved the two photographs from his pocket and handed them to Peng, who held one in his hand, studying it intently. Mr. Deng, curious, leaned in to see. But Officer Liu gently tapped his shoulder, signaling that he wished to speak with him. Red shoes, black stockings, short skirts, shorts, pristine clothing, severed arms, and calves. Peng examined the two photographs, noting both similarities and differences, and at that moment, he perceived a common thread, feeling he had drawn closer to identifying the perpetrator. However, an essential element is conspicuously absent from this narrative. If the three heinous murders that have transpired were indeed perpetrated by the same individual, there must have been some pertinent clues left near the first victim that could lead to the next, yet, upon searching the room earlier, no anomalies were discovered. It is not a lack of clues, but rather a deficiency in my own deductive reasoning, reassured himself. Just as he contemplated leaving, Officer Liu unexpectedly appeared beside him, indicating that it was time to depart. The two exited the villa and drove away from the estate, uncertain of their next destination. Mr. Peng, have you uncovered any leads? Inquired. I have indeed gleaned some insights, although there remains a crucial piece missing, he replied. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Indeed, when one considers the psychological state of a woman of her age, it is plausible to deduce that her husband's prolonged absence, coupled with her reluctance to frequently rendezvous with her paramour, would result in her diverting all her energy towards shopping. I wholeheartedly concur with this assessment. Mr. Peng, please continue. This seemed to be the first instance where fully affirmed one of his deductions, leaving him with a sense of elation. Moreover, none of the deceased's shoes were red. As you have observed, the photographs indicated that at the time of her demise, she was adorned in black thigh-high stockings and red shoes, a quintessentially provocative attire. Thus, I surmise that the garments worn by the victim were most likely changed by the murderer, reflecting the killer's personal predilections. If my conjecture holds true, the assailant is likely a deviant with a foot fetish. Guess assertion was somewhat presumptuous, although the attire of the victim may lend credence to his claim. This is a novel perspective. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate it? Appeared somewhat unfamiliar with these matters. From my personal understanding, emphasized deliberately. Please proceed. Many men harbor a foot fetish but are often reticent to express it openly. With the advent of the internet, individuals feel emboldened to share their innermost thoughts online. As anonymity shields their identities and appearances, they can easily seek out images of women with beautiful legs. Indeed, black stockings and red shoes are among the most favored ensembles within this demographic. Seemed earnest in his discourse, rather than jesting. The notion that the murderer might also possess a foot fetish is indeed plausible, which would elucidate the rationale behind the killer's deliberate choice to dress the victim. However, Mr. Peng, you previously mentioned that this only represents the majority, not all individuals. Do you have any general impressions regarding the identity of the perpetrator? Appeared quite meticulous, unwilling to assert anything without absolute certainty. Currently, I possess only a vague impression, yet I can affirm with certainty that the murderer is aware of the shoe size of the victim. Thus she chose to wear the shoes she had brought rather than donning her own. By the way, was the deceased ever a victim of sexual assault? Peng Ligang suddenly recalled a question and turned to inquire. Shun, having finally encountered an unresolved matter, hesitated to respond with certainty to Peng Ligang. It is not particularly uncommon for the majority of men to suffer from psychological disorders. However, individuals who commit necrophilia are indeed quite rare. To my knowledge, those afflicted with such mental illnesses are exceedingly averse to noise, often exhibiting significant emotional fluctuations upon hearing discontenting sounds. Peng Ligang seems somewhat knowledgeable about these psychological disorders, yet his understanding came across as somewhat rote. Based on your reasoning, could you provide a description of the general profile of the perpetrator? The assailant is likely a male adult in his 30s, possessing a certain level of financial stability and likely having access to transportation. The perpetrator is fearful of noise, perhaps also averse to sunlight or bright light, often isolating himself within his abode. It is certain that the assailant was acquainted with the first victim, Lin Shurqiong. However, it remains uncertain whether the victim's husband knows the perpetrator. If the perpetrator is unfamiliar with the victim's husband, it would imply that the deceased had met the assailant after her husband ventured into business. Conversely, if that is not the case, the implications would be precisely the opposite. Peng Ligang animatedly detailed the image of the assailant he had conjured from the clues. Mr. Peng, what do you estimate the probability of your conjecture regarding the assailant's profile to be? Shun parked the vehicle by the roadside, seemingly intent on engaging in a serious conversation with Peng Ligang. The likelihood is approximately 35%, as the clues I have gathered thus far only allow for this level of inference. Should I uncover additional evidence, I would be able to discern the true visage of the assailant with greater clarity. Pang Ligong appeared confident, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of error in his deductions. Mr. Pang, I wonder if you have noticed a particular detail. What is it? The most peculiar inference. Both deceased individuals, as you have seen in the photographs, had their right arms and left calves severed with remarkable precision. Clearly, the assailant possesses considerable expertise. The morning hours slipped away unnoticed, and Pang Ligong, having skipped breakfast, found his stomach growling with hunger. Despite his discomfort, he hesitated to voice his needs and chose to endure the pangs of hunger. A connoisseur of food, Pang Ligong would never oppose his own appetite, regardless of the circumstances. Mr. Pang, I would like to extend a personal invitation for a meal today. I wonder if you would graciously accept. Shun remarked, a smile illuminating his face as he perceived Pang's plight. I had thought the police station would provide meals for those they assist. I am inviting you in a personal capacity. This bears no direct relation to the police station, Shun reiterated, signaling Pang Ligong not to misconstrue his intentions. Very well, regardless of the invitation's origin, the priority now is to eat. You may choose the venue. He continued. Shun, evidently a man of few words, drove directly to Gue Street, a bustling area known for its dining options, albeit slightly pricier. Nonetheless, Pang Ligong felt no discomfort at the thought of the expense. As it was not his own money at stake, after queuing for about 10 minutes, they finally secured a table. The restaurant's efficiency was commendable, as the ordered dishes arrived promptly. Without hesitation, Pang Ligong devoured a bowl of rice, occasionally sipping on cola. Mr. Pang, perhaps you should tidy up a bit. While I understand your hunger, it is wise to maintain one's image in such a crowded place, Officer Lu remarked, observing grains of rice clinging to Pang's lips as he casually offered a napkin. How about a wager, Officer Lu? Pang Ligong inquired as he took the napkin, contemplating an unexpected proposition. As a law enforcement officer, to break the law is indeed a grave sin. However, I am intrigued to hear the terms of your bet. Shun, recognizing Pang Ligong's boisterous nature, felt more at ease and was eager to hear what came next. Let's discuss the stakes first. Should one of us lose, the other shall treat to a meal next time. And family members may accompany us. What do you think? Pang Ligong clearly aimed to secure another meal, this time inclusive of family. That sounds agreeable. Even if I lose, the cost amounts to just a meal. He mused. However, the wager must pertain to our investigation. Frivolous matters are not worth our time. Shun consented but maintained his condition that the bet should not be trivial. Naturally, the wager will be whether the perpetrator hails from the north or the south. Pang Ligong paused dramatically before revealing a rather contemptible bet. Silence enveloped them, an absolute stillness. Shun held his cup of green tea aloft, his lips sealed in contemplation. I wholeheartedly accept. I wager the culprit is from the north. The winning party will decide the dining location. Family members may not exceed 2, and the total bill must not surpass 3,000. If you agree, the bet is effective immediately. Shun first firmly established all the rules, leaving Pang Ligong devoid of any retort. Officer Lu, were there no clues left by the perpetrator at the scene of the first victim? Pang Ligong found himself at a loss for words and had no choice but to steer the conversation towards the case. Mr. Pang, I hope you can exhibit a modicum of professional awareness. Despite not being a trained law enforcement officer, Pang Ligong had completely acquiesced to him, and he resolved to one day write a grand character for him. Waiter, the bill please. This was Pang Ligong's final remark within the restaurant. Where shall we go next? To the scene of the second victim. Pang Ligong casually tossed a toothpick out of the car window, yawning as he inquired, let us call it a day for now. I will ring you in the morning, and I hope Mr. Pang can rise a bit earlier then. Why, Shun explained. We could also investigate in the afternoon. However, Pang Ligong remained unconvinced, insisting on continuing the search. Those who have just eaten lunch are generally lethargic in their minds or at a low ebb, prone to daydreaming and unable to focus. Shun patiently elucidated each point to Pang Ligong. Upon returning home, Pang Ligong comfortably lit a cigarette while reclining on the sofa. To test his ability to concentrate, he switched on the television, using it as a gauge. The screen displayed Olympic competitions, with the commentary passionately narrating the events. Although Pang Ligong merely listened, he found himself unable to resist glancing at the screen, ultimately abandoning this tedious exercise and conceding that Shun was indeed correct. Li Shiyu shouted at Pang Ligong with fervor. Pang Ligong picked up the handbag that Li Shiyu had thrown and plopped down onto the sofa, saying, I thought you might have decided to skip work. With your capabilities, it's clear that relying on you for leadership is futile. I must exert myself even more. Li Shiyu, removing her high heel with her left foot, retorted in dissatisfaction. What do you mean relying on me is surely futile? Say that again if you dare. As night deepened, Pang Ligong lit a post-dinner cigarette, leaning against the pillow at the head of his bed, thoughtfully contemplating the murder case. Based on today's investigation, the next target for the killer is a woman named Lu Shuangshuang, with her demise anticipated in 6 days. The wounds on the bodies of the first victim, Lin Shiqiang, and the third victim, Lu Lianxue, clearly indicate that certainly there exist individuals of a rather peculiar disposition who can attain such psychological levels. However, based on the current clues available, it is evident that the perpetrator is not someone entirely ignorant of dissection. As such proficiency necessitates extensive practice. In an unexpected turn of events, Pang Ligang had dozed off, and in his drowsy state, he dreamed of a promotion to a managerial position, where his subordinates lavished him with praise. Causing him to beam with delight. Upon turning over and half opening his sleepy eyes, he noticed Li Shiyu beside him and promptly fell back into a deep slumber. Are you really going to disturb someone's sleep? What is the purpose of pulling back the covers so early in the morning? It's getting late, nearly 7 o'clock. Hurry up and wash your face, change your clothes, and prepare to head to work. Li Shiyu urged. Observing that she was awake, Pang Ligang tossed the thin blanket back to her and, in a moment of exuberance, planted a kiss on her cheek. What on earth is happening today? Have you come down with a fever to be up this early? It was indeed a rare sight to see Pang Ligang awake at such an hour, prompting Li Shiyu to voice her confusion. I went to bed early last night, hence I rose early today. Come on, get up. I've already prepared breakfast. Let us eat and rush off to work. As he spoke, he unabashedly fixed his gaze on Li Shiyu's figure. Li Shiyu, clearly aware of Pang Ligang's lingering gaze, pointed to her chest and lower body, admonishing him, young man, these areas are not for your wandering eyes. With that, she wrapped the thin blanket tightly around herself. Pang Ligang clicked his tongue in mild annoyance and exited the room. After breakfast, Li Shiyu changed her clothes and left for work. Pang Ligang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still not yet 8. He settled on the sofa and turned on the television, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts pertaining to the case, rendering him oblivious to the news about the Olympic Games. After waiting for half an hour, he could no longer endure the silence, as Shun had yet to contact him. Muttering curses under his breath, he retrieved his phone and dialed Shun's number. After a lengthy wait, the call was finally answered. And Pang Ligang immediately inquired about Shun's whereabouts. After agreeing on a location and time, Shun ended the call, leaving Pang Ligang somewhat irked. He had explicitly been instructed not to be late, yet now Shun was nowhere to be found. By 9 o'clock, Pang Ligang finally settled into Shun's car, which promptly roared to life, though the destination remained a mystery. Where are we headed? To the second victim's crime scene. It appears there was a significant detail I failed to share with you yesterday. Shun replied. At the first victim's scene, no information was left by the perpetrator, thus we cannot ascertain if the same individual is responsible for the second victim. Shun then divulged their intended destination, but suddenly recalled an important matter. Brother, could you please share the clues you have gathered thus far? It's like milking a cow bit by bit. When will you reveal everything? Pang Ligang held a profound disdain for Shun's methodical approach. Bordering on utter contempt, such behavior only serves to entrap them in a web of convoluted reasoning. Unraveling the mystery progressively was the true path to victory, otherwise, all the clues are laid out before one's eyes, dazzling to the point of confusion, rendering it impossible to deduce the true perpetrator, and ensnaring oneself in the process. Shun, however, uttered some tangential remarks, ostensibly to assist Pang Ligang in employing his intellect with greater clarity. Disinterested in engaging in debate, Pang Ligang nonchalantly extracted a cigarette from his pack, only to offer it to Shun. Upon bringing it to his lips, Shun shook his head, declaring that he never smoked, prompting Pang Ligang to reluctantly light it for himself. Enveloped in a haze of smoke, the number 17N was what Pang Ligang observed affixed to the door upon his entrance. The room inside was starkly empty, unfinished in its renovations, with only 3 walls painted, the fourth a bare grey concrete. A rusted iron hook, bent into a circle, dangled from the ceiling, presumably intended for a chandelier. In the center of the living room floor lay several small pools of blood, adjacent to droplets that had formed a floral pattern, unmistakably having fallen from a height. Pang Ligang struggled to fathom how either the victim or the assailant could have caused the blood to appear in such a manner. If the victim had managed to escape here without succumbing to their wounds, the blood would surely be more abundant. Conversely, if the assailant had transported the body, it would be inconceivable for them to leave the scene in such a disheveled state. Given their tendencies, Pang Ligang appeared to believe that this was a gamble, an intangible wager between himself and Shun, the murderer. He had already begun the search for this individual, however, merely possessing a name made the task rather daunting. As you are aware of our country's circumstances, the number of individuals sharing the same name within a single city can easily reach the thousands, rendering the search quite inconvenient, necessitating the verification of each one. Shun straightened up to gaze at Pang Ligang as if he were grappling with some difficulty. There is no need to scour the entire city, we need only seek out women named Lu Xuangshuang, aged between 20 and 30-5. By focusing on these 2 criteria, the search would become considerably more manageable. However, it is likely that around 10 individuals may share the name, yet the scope would be reduced by more than tenfold. After contemplating for a moment, Pang Ligang addressed Shun, stating, understood, I shall instruct the other members of the special task force to proceed accordingly. Mr. Pang, what is your perspective on this second homicide case, based on the evidence currently available? This second case appears to bear no connection to the other 2 murders, and no ominous premonitory clues were left at the scene of the first incident. Officer Liu, was there any indication of a murder premonition left at the scene of the second homicide? Pang Lixing inquired urgently. None. The perpetrator left. No. Pang Ligong found himself momentarily ensnared in a perplexing dilemma, beginning to lose clarity of thought as he pondered aloud. Since the incident, no clues have been uncovered at the crime scenes of the first and second victims, leading him to suspect that the second dismemberment case was a deliberate imitation of murder rather than a series of killings. Shun also harbored some doubts. Was the crime scene of the second victim ever located? Could you take me to see it? The most bizarre deduction revealed a one-bedroom layout. Within the bedroom stood a large bed, remarkably soft and seemingly of high quality. Beside the bedside table were several picture frames, each containing a photograph of a woman who appeared to be a mature young woman. However, her eye bags were slightly pronounced, and her face was heavily made up, resembling a rather vulgar persona, which dissuaded Pang Ligong from lingering his gaze. The room also housed a large wardrobe filled with an array of clothing styles, consisting of both designer brands and more commonplace items. It encompassed everything from the professional attire of mature women to the uniforms of students. Additionally, a vanity table was adorned with numerous high-end cosmetics, of which Pang Ligong could only recognize a few brands, as they were either used or favored by Li Shiyu. A higher air conditioner was present in the room, impeccably clean as if it had been purchased recently. On either side of the luxurious bed were two strikingly pure white nightstands. The lock of the wardrobe had been opened, revealing empty drawers. The contents of the drawers had already been taken away. They had been secured at the time, containing only 8 bank cards from various banks. Additionally, there was cash amounting to 2,300 yuan and a selection of jewelry priced in the mid to high range. Another cabinet held a few books, with several unused condoms pressed beneath them, along with some business cards, all belonging to managers or assistants, likely received in various social settings. Shun meticulously explained the original contents of the cabinet to Pang Ligong. Leaving nothing unmentioned, the murderer had left no items behind, and the victim's makeup suggested she had yet to leave her home. Had the victim's handbag been examined? As Pang Ligong wandered around the room, he engaged in analysis and reasoning. The victim's handbag had been on the sofa, containing a wallet, some cosmetics, and a mobile phone, which was powered off. Of the wallet held 3,000 yuan in cash and 2 credit cards. Within the victim's wallet they discovered a business card, which led them to contact the individual on it, an affluent 43-year-old owner of an IT company who had been the victim's benefactor. Had the circumstances of the victim's life been thoroughly investigated? Was there any possibility of vengeance or a love-related motive? Before becoming a kept woman, the victim had been a prostitute, engaged in that profession for many years, though the exact duration was now beyond verification. Eventually, she had unwittingly met the man who would support her, and she had been under his patronage ever since. The deceased had moved in here a month prior, and the house was purchased for her by that man. Shun spoke with an air of formality, as if delivering a report. The fact that he bought her a house indicates a strong emotional attachment, thereby reducing the likelihood of a crime of passion. Previously she had engaged in the profession of prostitution, which complicates the investigation. If it were a case of revenge killing, it would pose even greater difficulties. Pang Ligong stroked his chin, his face revealing a perplexed expression, as though he had encountered an insurmountable conundrum. What was Mr. Pang's perspective on the matter? If we assumed that this murder was committed by someone who, in an attempt to evade capture, deliberately imitated a killing, then the motives could only fall into 3 categories: a crime of passion, revenge, or robbery. Given the jewelry found in the victim's home and the cash in her handbag, the notion of a robbery gone wrong appears to be implausible. This leaves us with the other 2 possibilities, and considering that the deceased was being supported by someone and their relationship seemed quite amicable, a crime of passion also seems unlikely. As Pang Ligong articulated his reasoning, he glanced at the cosmetics and beauty tools on the dressing table, thus only the possibility of revenge remains. What does Pang Ligong think? I believe that revenge is also improbable, given that the deceased had been engaged in prostitution for so many years. It is evident that she was an astute individual, with a low likelihood of having offended anyone, otherwise she would not have survived to this day. Pang Ligong turned to Shun and smiled, setting down the eyebrow pencil, and uttered a rather surprising statement. Are we to conclude that this murder is linked to the previous one, perpetrated by the same individual? To draw such a conclusion based solely on these clues seems rather hasty, does it not? This is not characteristic of your usual style, Mr. Pang. Officer Liu, if the murderer merely sought to imitate a killing, then why would they transport the body to the 17th floor? The scene of the previous murder was in the victim's own home. Such an action would contradict the very essence of imitation. Pang Ligong remained steadfast in his position, convinced that his reasoning was infallible. You make a valid point. The second perpetrator would have no knowledge of the true killer's motives. The act of moving the body already involved significance. When the 2 individuals arrived at Mr. Deng's residence, it was nearly noon, yet Mr. Deng appeared to be in a state of profound fatigue. Mr. Deng, what exactly do you mean by the discovery you mentioned? Pang Ligong inquired directly, having little interest in Mr. Deng's weary visage as he stepped into the villa. Please follow me upstairs, and you shall soon understand. Mr. Deng replied, unexpectedly employing a touch of suspense, which left Pang Ligang somewhat astonished. Mr. Deng led them to the bedroom on the second floor. As they ascended, Pang Ligang observed that the villa had evidently gone some time without cleaning. With a fine layer of dust accumulating in certain areas, the bedroom on the second floor appeared unchanged from the previous day, lacking any notable differences. After a prolonged examination, the two were left perplexed. Having failed to uncover anything unusual. Mr. Deng, you did not summon us merely to view this room, did you? Pang Ligang expressed a certain discontent, his gaze fixed on Mr. Deng, whom he found somewhat irksome. Mr. Deng, could you perhaps be more concise? I apologize, I intended to recount the events in full to assist you in solving the case as swiftly as possible, Mr. Deng acknowledged, realizing he had been rather loquacious. Please, continue, Shun urged. Mr. Deng approached the wall opposite the bed and pointed at the blank surface. A landscape photograph. He began another lengthy exposition. The most peculiar deduction, Luohu, Pang Ligang questioned. Indeed, Shenzhen Luohu. To my knowledge, that is a geographical location, he elaborated. Although Pang Ligang had never visited Shenzhen, he was somewhat familiar with its areas. Luohu is a place name, but also a freshwater lake relatively small and known to few of the Luohu. Familiar to contemporary society is a district in Shenzhen, while knowledge of the freshwater lake itself is sparse. As Mr. Deng explained. At that moment, Pang Ligang was examining the artworks adorning the bedroom walls. He had noticed them the previous day but paid little heed. However, after Mr. Deng's remarks, he scrutinized each piece with newfound diligence. 8 paintings hung across the 4 walls, 2 per wall. The wall to the right of the door was conspicuously empty, marked by a tiny nail hole, easily overlooked unless one was deliberately searching for it. Shun seemed to have unearthed a revelation. Mr. Deng's assertion appeared resolute, suggesting he had not erred. Might your wife have removed or discarded the photograph? Shun inquired, evidently seeking to confirm a particular hypothesis. That seems unlikely. My wife is quite sentimental. That photograph has accompanied us for many years, and although we have moved several times, she would not part with it casually. I can only surmise that it was taken by the perpetrator. For beyond that notion, I cannot conceive of any other possibilities, Mr. Deng remarked, seemingly adopting the role of a detective, attributing everything to the assailant. Do you have any other discoveries? Shun suddenly asked. None. I pondered all night. And having exhausted all possibilities, I felt compelled to inform Officer Liu, Mr. Deng concluded. Shun seemed anxious to leave, showing no desire to linger any longer in that place. Mr. Deng escorted the 2 individuals out of the villa. And once they entered the car, they departed from the villa district. Pang Ligang was uncertain about their destination, feeling rather dejected as he sat silently beside them. What are your thoughts on what Mr. Deng mentioned earlier? The driver, Shun, unexpectedly inquired. Thoughts. At this moment I can only conclude that he is overly consumed with longing for his wife, which has led him into a mental quagmire, believing that any clue he discovers could assist the police in solving the case. Pang Ligang appeared somewhat dismissive, not placing much importance on the matter. However, the second victim is named Luohu. What did you say? Pang Ligang's eyes widened dramatically, his expression exaggerated as he stared at Shun. The second victim's name is Luohu. Shun reiterated. Let me calm down first. Why didn't you tell me earlier? But Pang Ligang reproached. Mr. Pang, I believe that photograph was taken by the perpetrator, serving as a murder proclamation left by the killer. Shun expressed, for the first time articulating his perspective. There is a possibility of this, but judging by the crossword puzzle and that novel sent by the murderer, it seems he has been leaving items as a means of announcing the murders. Why would this time involve taking something instead? Isn't that somewhat unusual? Although Pang Ligang found some merit in the idea, he still harbored doubts. Yet, the photograph indicates that the second murder was not a mere imitation but the work of the same perpetrator. If this were merely a coincidence, it would be hard to accept. Indeed, if the photograph was truly taken by the murderer, it would confirm that the second murder was not an act of imitation. Furthermore, it reveals a crucial piece of information regarding the killer. From this, Pang Ligang deduced another significant detail. The murderer hails from the south and is likely a local from Guangdong, if not from Shenzhen. Then certainly someone who frequents the city. Shun also recognized this vital information and continued to elaborate on Pang Ligang's observations, approaching the truth. 1. Shun noticed that Pang Ligang had fallen silent. So he pulled out his phone and exited the vehicle, leaving the purpose of his call unknown. Pang Ligang remained in the car, connecting the clues gathered today with those from previous investigations. Before committing him, the only aspect that remains uncertain is the timeline of the acquaintance between the murderer and the victim. It is highly probable that the perpetrator is a local from Guangdong, frequently traversing the Luohu district of Shenzhen, and possesses an in-depth understanding of anatomical techniques, enabling him to deftly excise a portion of the corpse without damaging the surrounding muscle tissue. Mr. Pang, my colleague has informed me that all medical professors and surgical specialists within the entirety of Beijing have been investigated. Yet none fit our criteria perfectly. Could it be that our reasoning has taken a misguided turn? That seems unlikely. Based on the evidence we currently possess, errors should not exist. Might it be that your colleagues have overlooked certain details? or failed to conduct a thorough investigation. Peng Ligong firmly believes that his deductions are the result of meticulous contemplation and are infallible. Please instruct your colleagues to conduct a thorough re-investigation. Although it may be cumbersome, it is imperative to ascertain whether the murderer is among these individuals. It is essential that your colleagues scrutinize their findings diligently. This news has somewhat shaken Peng Ligong's confidence, as he has been fervently seeking vengeance for Lien Shuai. Mr. Peng, there is another matter I must convey to you. My colleague performed a second autopsy on the 3 bodies and unearthed an inconspicuous detail that, while not necessarily conclusive evidence, is noteworthy. Shun suddenly recalled something and addressed Peng Ligong. What is it? The shoes worn by the first and second victims are of a perfectly matching size, yet the shoe worn by the third victim is a size larger. Mr. Peng, what are your thoughts on this? Did Lien Shuai wear shoes that were a size too large? Indeed, when Peng Ligong worked alongside Lien Shuai, it was inevitable that he would witness her changing shoes, and she had also visited his home, where she would need to change into slippers upon entering. However, he had never inquired about her shoe size. He merely remembered that her feet appeared quite petite, likely a size 33 or 34. Though this was merely an observation and not confirmed, based on our previous deductions, it stands to reason that the murderer must have been acquainted with the victims. Furthermore, the shoe sizes of the first 2 deceased align perfectly. Why then would the shoes provided to Lien Shuai be a size larger? Peng Ligong began to mutter to himself, clearly engaged in serious contemplation. Why had you not noticed this earlier? Peng Ligong suddenly queried. The shoes were merely a size larger, which would render them slightly loose. Moreover, given the state in which the body was found, one's attention would naturally not be drawn to the size of the shoes. Had the shoes been a size smaller, the murderer would have encountered difficulties forcing the victim into shoes that were too tight, resulting in evident bruising on the heel. However, the fact that the victim was adorned with shoes a size too large indicates the murderer was unaware of the actual shoe size of the third victim. Shun's statement seemed more an observation than an explanation for their previous oversight. Peng Ligong shrugged, expressing his resignation. Is this considered an explanation? Certainly, it is, as it provides at least one more clue. The murderer is unaware of the shoe size of the third victim. Shun smiled slightly and remarked. Shun's words sparked an epiphany in Peng Ligong, who simultaneously recalled another matter. The murderer is an exceedingly intelligent and cunning individual, fully aware of the shoe sizes of the first 2 victims. Why then is there a lack of knowledge regarding the shoe size of the third victim, Lien Shuai? The murderer is a perfectionist who would never permit such an oversight to occur, leading to only one possible conclusion. Officer Liu, what criteria does the murderer use to select their victims? After a brief silence, Peng Ligong suddenly inquired. Well, it seems we have yet to acquire the most accurate information. The only known fact is that the murderer targets women, and the ages of the victims range between 22 and 33. Moreover, the 3 deceased have entirely different professions and backgrounds, and they do not know one another, indicating no connection whatsoever. Let us entertain a hypothesis. What if the murderer had known these 3 victims for many years? By now, 2 of them would be adults, and their shoe sizes would have already been established and unchangeable. Continuing this line of reasoning leads to a conclusion. The murderer had known the third victim, Lien Shuai, when she was still in high school. During that period, Lien Shuai was still growing, which is why the murderer could not ascertain her shoe size. As soon as Peng Ligong finished, Shun immediately recognized the implication and continued from where he left off. Thus, this hypothesis holds true, and we can infer another detail about the murderer. The murderer is an adult, over 30 years of age. Peng Ligong nodded in affirmation and continued, synthesizing all the information gathered about the murderer. We deduce that he is a middle-aged individual over 30, most likely male, with a particular fondness for black thigh-high stockings and red high-heeled shoes. The murderer possesses profound knowledge of ore dissection, indicating he is at least a seasoned professional in this field. Hailing from the south, and most likely a local from Guangdong, he is at least acquainted with the first 2 victims and is aware of their shoe sizes. Officer Liu, shall we show photographs of the other 2 victims to Lin Shurqiong's husband? Perhaps he might recognize Lien Shuai and that Luahu. That is not permissible. This information is confidential and must not be disclosed to outsiders. Although Lin Shurqiong's husband currently has an alibi, we cannot definitively rule him out as the murderer. If we proceed with this course of action, the murderer may alter the original plan upon discovering it, which would be detrimental to our investigation. Shun promptly rejected. Peng Ligong pursed his lips in disappointment, turning his head away and rolling down the car window to gaze at the shops lining the street outside. Through the course of their collaboration over the past few days, he had come to understand Shun somewhat better, prompting him to remain silent and simply open the car door to alight. Approaching the truth of the matter, he couldn't help but mutter his grievances. Li Shiyu, swaying unsteadily, carelessly tossed off her shoes, her flushed face breaking into a smile as she looked at Peng Ligong. Raising the bag in her hand, darling, I'm doing this for our family, you know, come and eat first. I want to see you finish everything. Li Shiyu had already begun to exhibit signs of drunkenness, Suddenly throwing herself into Pang Ligang's embrace, he felt a sense of helplessness. Though somewhat irritated, he could hardly reprimand her. After all, it was his own ineptitude that left him in this situation. Pang Ligang took out a box from the plastic bag and retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen to begin his meal. The fare from the upscale hotel was undeniably far superior to what one typically found outside. He mused as he chewed in appreciation. After spending over 10 minutes savoring his meal, he contentedly wiped his mouth with a few tissues from the box, lit a post-meal cigarette, and reclined comfortably on the sofa. Li Shiyu fully leaned onto him, her lips parting as she aimed to kiss him, prompting him to hastily extinguish his cigarette in the ashtray, his mouth still occupied. It was a rare day when the couple headed out together for work. Li Shiyu linked her arm with Pang Ligang's as they stepped into the elevator, her face radiating happiness. Upon entering, Pang Ligang reached out to press the button for the first floor. Only to find someone had already done so. The elevator also housed another family of 3. It appeared the mother was taking her child to kindergarten. The little one seemed fascinated by everything. Counting the elevator buttons with delicate fingers, upon reaching 12, he suddenly paused, turning to his mother to inquire, "Mommy, why aren't there any buttons for 4, 13, or 14? The woman, seemingly a housewife, appeared somewhat puzzled by the question. It was the man beside her who chuckled and explained, "Foreigners consider 13 and 14 to be unlucky numbers, so they omit them and substitute them with the following numbers." Is that so? But why do they do the same in China? Pang Ligang escorted Li Shiyu to her car, where she insisted on driving him to work. He chuckled and declined her offer. Li Shiyu, not dwelling on it, drove off. When he pulled out his phone to call Shun, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. On the other end, Shun repeatedly apologized, yawning incessantly, his tone suggesting he had worked late into the night. Upon meeting at their agreed location, Pang Ligang immediately noticed Shun's disheveled appearance today. His dark circles were pronounced, and his hands were smeared with black ink, clearly indicating he had been working until dawn. "Officer Liu, you don't seem to be in the best spirits today. You must have worked until the break of dawn last night," Pang Ligang remarked, sensing the weight of Shun's apology, as though he had committed a grievous error. "You're just trying to solve the case quickly, no need for such formality. There must have been a new development last night, right?" Pang Ligang smiled faintly and inquired, "Indeed, I meticulously examined the 3 corpses last night and finally uncovered some clues. The first and second victims were subjected to defilement, while the third victim bore no signs of such violation. That all there is to it. The second victim endured far more violations than the first." Suggesting that the perpetrator harbored a particular animosity towards her, Pang Ligang bowed his head in contemplation, attempting to adopt the mindset of the assailant. Why would one repeatedly desecrate a corpse? Is it merely because she was a victim? Yet, why was Lin Xue spared? If the perpetrator had defiled the bodies of the first 2 victims, why then did they single out Lin Xue for clemency? This appears rather illogical, Officer Liu. This seems inconsistent with the perpetrator's character. If they were willing to defile the first 2 victims, why would they exempt Lin Xue? I do not know. That is precisely what we must investigate. According to Lin Shichong's husband, she bore no grudges against anyone during her lifetime. Why then would the assailant harbor such profound hatred towards her, repeatedly violating her corpse? Could it be that Lin Shichong's husband was being deceitful? Pang Ligang couldn't help but harbor doubts regarding the veracity of the first victim's spouse's statements. That is a possibility. However, his emotional response to his wife's death does not seem feigned. Furthermore, we have delved into Mr. Deng's background. His given name was Deng Hao. He graduated from university in '97, married Lin Shichong shortly thereafter. Lin Shichong worked at an establishment while Deng Hao was employed at a private enterprise. He abruptly resigned and moved to Guangdong, where in less than 2 years, he became a business owner, having amassed wealth. He founded a company specializing in the garment trade, a venture that continues to this day. Shun then relayed all of Lin Shichong's husband's details. If that is the case, the deceased must have spent 2 years post-university in solitude. Is it conceivable that during this period, she may have fostered enmity with someone, and the assailant bided their time for years to exact revenge? Pang Ligang was uncertain about this notion and tentatively posed the question. Such a possibility seems rather slim. Who would truly wait years to exact vengeance? Heaven knows, there may indeed be such individuals, and given that the assailant is a deviant, it would not be surprising. Very well, let us proceed to the crime scene of the second victim. Perhaps we may unearth further revelations. With that, Shun ignited the engine of the vehicle upon their second entry into the community. They discovered that the security measures were virtually non-existent, allowing individuals and vehicles to come and go at will. Pang Ligang scrutinized the comings and goings within the community from the vehicle. The majority were construction workers, and apart from a few persona, the perpetrator desires for the body to be discovered post-haste, and furthermore, this news must reach the ears of the police in the shortest possible time. This intention, beyond merely provoking law enforcement, carries deeper implications. It appears to be a locked room, does it not, Officer Liu? Pang Ligang remarked as he surveyed the room's decor, gently tapping on the still unpainted walls. Indeed, this space is a locked room. However, the murder that transpired here is not one of the locked room variety. Since the assailant has taken the risk of transporting the body here, it stands to reason that their motives extend beyond mere self-exoneration. Unbeknownst to him, Shun had once again crouched in the center of the living room, scrutinizing the few drops of blood on the floor. The assailant clearly wishes for the body to be found swiftly. But what could be the underlying reason? It seems implausible that it is merely a matter of taunting the police. To Officer Liu, there is something I wonder if you have noticed, suddenly recalling a matter he had observed when he left in the morning. Pang Ligang turned to the crouching Shun and inquired, "What is it?" Shun, sensing the gravity in Pang Ligang's tone, clapped his hands and stood up. "The reason the assailant chose to transport the body to room N on the 17th floor. Are you suggesting that Mr. Pang is already aware of this? Contemporary residential buildings typically lack the 4th, 13th, and 14th floors, a fact that I trust Officer Liu is well aware of. If we consider the 17th floor as a conventional level, we arrive at the conclusion that this is, in fact, the 14th floor. As Pang Ligang spoke, he made his way toward the door. Yes, and then what? The letter N, within the English alphabet, occupies the 14th position as well. It is evident that the assailant would not overlook this detail in deliberately relocating the body here. Furthermore, as I ascended, I took careful note that this residential building is divided into 4 sections. The 2 sections facing north each contain 4 households, while the 2 sections facing south host only 3 households. We now find ourselves in the very last unit on the 17th floor. Pang Ligang opened the heavy security door and lightly tapped the doorplate marked 17N. Shun appeared somewhat unconvinced by this explanation. What Pang Ligang had just articulated was indeed accurate. The layout of this building is undeniably irregular. The 2 sections facing the community each comprise 4 units, ranging from room A to room H. Conversely, the 2 sections facing the rear street each contain 3 households, from room I to room N. Thus, they currently reside in room N on the 17th floor, which signifies that they are, in essence, in the 14th unit of the 17th floor. If the overlap of the number 14 were a mere coincidence, then 2 overlaps would suggest serendipity. However, the fact that it coincides 3 times clearly indicates that the assailant possessed. After careful consideration of Pang Ligang's reasoning, it became evident that a crucial piece of information was still missing. This aspect had yet to be contemplated, or perhaps was entirely elusive. Observing the scene, it was apparent that the perpetrator had neither left behind nor taken anything. There were no props available that could hint at the identity of the next victim. Unless the information the murderer intended to convey was not contained within this room. Pang Ligang turned in place, scrutinizing the entire living room as he spoke. He was indeed correct. Unit 17N was still undergoing renovations. With no occupants and no furniture moved in, rendering it a bare shell, the room contained only partially painted walls and a scant scattering of fine sand on the floor, and due to the murder that had occurred, the homeowner had halted the renovations, resulting in the workers not having returned since. If any items had been left behind, they would have remained there undisturbed. Let us descend to the lower floor and investigate. Perhaps there are clues we have yet to uncover, he proposed upon re-entering the room for the second time. 9. I observed that the visible surroundings remained unchanged from the previous day, revealing no new discoveries. Pang Ligang approached the television, switched it on, and was met with the mundane spectacle of trivial gossip news, which failed to pique his interest, prompting him to quickly turn it off. He then moved to the window. Noting that it was securely locked and coated in a significant layer of dust, suggesting it had not been opened in quite some time, the living room sofa still appeared brand new, its leather gleaming with a distinct luster, exuding an air of luxury. Officer Liu, did the murderer leave behind any fingerprints or shoe prints at the scene? Pang Ligang inquired, sinking into the plush sofa and shifting restlessly. Suddenly struck by a thought. No, the perpetrator likely wore gloves during the commission of the crime. Within this house, only the fingerprints of the deceased and their lover were found, while the room where the body was suspended bore only the fingerprints of a renovation worker on the doorknob, indicating that the killer must have acted with gloved hands. At this point, Pang Ligang found himself contemplating earnestly. No matter how he examined the room, it appeared devoid of any items that could foretell the name of Lian Shui. If the murderer had taken such an item while transporting the body, this would have been futile, for aside from the deceased's lover, few others frequented this place, and the deceased was often absent, engaged in daily soirees. Thus, no outsider could possibly know what possessions resided within her home. From this line of reasoning, the notion that the murderer could predict the identity of the next victim faltered. If that were the case, the only possibility left would be that the killer had left behind an item at the scene. In contrast to the situation in Luohu, Lin Shurchon's household was frequented daily by servants. Even if the servants were oblivious to the contents of the photograph, they would possess some knowledge of the circumstances, easily verified by consulting her husband. Therefore, in the second murder case, it was conceivable that the perpetrator had indeed left behind an item. Pang Ligang murmured to himself while seated on the sofa. Having thoroughly searched the entire room, he found no objects related to the name Lu Lianshui. Pang Ligang had begun to feel a sense of unease. An inexplicable agitation should the name of the next victim left behind by the murderer remain undiscovered. The second deceased would be deemed a case of deliberate imitation, thereby rendering the leads he and Shun had pursued thus far largely invalid. Why would the killer intentionally relocate the corpse upstairs? If the sole purpose was to signify the impending murder of a third individual in 14 days, the assailant could have easily used a calendar or a watch as a mere indicator. Without risking the peril of moving a body, the killer's actions must possess a deeper significance, and the name of the next victim surely lies within that context. As Pang Ligong pondered over the killer's audacious act of body relocation, he found himself at a loss for its underlying motive. Mr. Pang, it appears the murderer has not left any useful information here, Shun remarked, having also contemplated the matter, which explained his silence until now. 17N 14 14 14. Not if we were to combine all these numbers. Shun's words sparked a revelation in Pang Ligang, leading him to a sudden insight regarding a closer approximation of the truth. Officer Liu, could I kindly request your subordinates to investigate a few matters? Please have them look into whether there were any connections between the numbers 141414 and 17N14 during Lian Shui's time in middle school, such as student IDs or personal identification numbers. Certainly, I will make a call to have them investigate immediately. It seems that our thoughts are entirely aligned this time, Mr. Pang. Shun chuckled lightly as he exited with his phone in hand. What could be the motive behind the murders? A sudden thought struck Pang Ligong. Could one of the two numbers mentioned earlier be significant? His urgency to uncover the answer grew palpable. What is the current situation? Have they been questioned thoroughly? The three young women hailed from Sichuan, Guangdong, and Shaanxi, all of whom had previously interacted with individuals from Guangdong. The first, Miss Liu from Sichuan, was now 29 and a homemaker. The second, Miss Liu from Guangdong, was a second-year university student attending the Central Conservatory of Music, and the third, Miss Liu from Shaanxi, sang at a bar and had garnered a modest degree of fame at the age of 22. So, you have yet to definitively identify which of them is the next target of the murderer. That is correct, all three Miss Lius had dealings with individuals from Guangdong 8 to 10 years ago. Which leaves us unable to ascertain which one is the intended victim. For now, we must ensure their protection. Shun shook his head in resignation. The first, named Lu Shuangshuang, was already a homemaker, 10 years prior. She was just 19 and likely enrolled in university. The second, Miss Liu, still a second-year student, should be around 20 given the normal age for her academic progression, making her only a mere child 8 or 10 years ago. The third singer at the bar, Lu Shuangshuang, was merely 12 years old a decade ago. Pang Ligong stroked his chin, engaging in a self-dialogue, meticulously analyzing every conceivable possibility. At that moment, Shun was also contemplating. Pacing within the room. Mr. Pang, have you noticed that the first two victims were of advanced age, while the third victim is the youngest among them? Could this indicate a pattern in the killer's sequence of murders? Pang Ligong abruptly halted his actions. Shun's words had alerted him. It is quite plausible that if the killer intends to target someone older than Lian Xue next, the subsequent victim would logically be placed after the third. According to the clues you provided, the first victim was over 30, and the second victim was nearing 30 as well. And now, it appears that Lian Xue is the youngest among them. Therefore, the next target of the killer must be someone younger than Lian Xue. Lu Lianxue, born in 1985, is now 23 years old. Thus, the next potential victim lies between the second Miss Liu and the third Miss Liu. Mr. Pang, thank you for your reasoning. We are one step closer to the perpetrator. Shun smiled politely at Pang Ligong. Oh, this is your own deduction. There is no need to thank me, Pang Ligong thought to himself, feeling somewhat vexed, although they had made progress toward identifying the killer's next target. The ultimate objective remained elusive, necessitating further investigation. What are your thoughts on these two Miss Lius, Mr. Pang? Shun remained ever cautious, unwilling to relent until the final truth was uncovered. They now faced a challenging dilemma. Both young women named Lu Shuangshuang were younger than Lian Xue. One was a resident singer at the bar, while the other attended the Central Conservatory of Music. Both had ties to music, and the killer's next target lay among them. Officer Liu, what is the major of the Lu Shuangshuang in her second year of university? Vocal performance. She was admitted to the Central Conservatory due to extra points for her Aero exam. The Miss Liu performing at the bar did not study music professionally but pursued a degree in financial management during her university years. Aero and finance. Could the killer's motive for targeting them be related to their fields of study? Though the perpetrator was a psychologically disturbed criminal, the numerous actions taken suggested a unique thought process. Given the evidence at hand, random killings were evidently improbable. Therefore, since the killer chose to murder these victims, it must be that they had previously inflicted some harm upon him, prompting the decision to eliminate them all. The cigarette had burned down to the filter, and Pang Ligong felt the heat between his fingers, hastily extinguishing it. However, considering that Miss Liu was just a middle school student 8 to 10 years ago, and being a girl at that, it seems implausible that she could have done anything detrimental to the criminal. Hence, I have another hypothesis. Eagerly attentive, she realized that the impact they had on the murderer was not physical. but rather psychological. For instance, although the perpetrator had once been a thief, he had never pilfered from the neighbors or the deceased. Nonetheless, the victims frequently subjected him to verbal assaults, which could understandably engender profound resentment within the murderer towards them. Pang Ligang smiled confidently and addressed Shun. Despite his self-assurance, Shun did not immediately concur with Pang Ligang's assertions. Instead, he moved to the window, pondering intently. Mr. Pang, if we follow your line of reasoning, the murderer is a distinctive individual. And the victims have all levied accusations or engaged in verbal attacks against him. However, if we deduce from this point, the victims and the murderer were once neighbors, and due to the prolonged nature of these accusations, it is conceivable that the murderer seeks revenge even after many years. Shun contemplated for a few moments, gazing at the construction site not far away, and remarked, I believe this possibility is quite significant. Therefore, I urge you to have your other team members investigate whether the 3 deceased women and Miss Lu Shuangchuan lived together 8 to 10 years ago. If they did, it is certain that the murderer resides within their vicinity. Alright, I will arrange for them to conduct the investigation. Shun paused before continuing. By the way, if our reasoning holds true, the next victim, Miss Lu, was once a neighbor of Miss Lu Lianxue and Ms. Lin Shiqiong. Thus, this point alone allows us to ascertain which Miss Lu is likely to be the next target. However, he added, this presents a challenge. As so many years have passed, and they were not local residents at the time, it is uncertain whether they possess temporary residence permits, making the inquiry rather cumbersome. Pang Ligang expressed concern, acknowledging the difficulties of delving into such long-standing matters. Miss Lu and Ms. Lin should be easier to investigate. Ms. Lin had been employed 8 to 10 years ago, and her records will contain her address from that time. As for Miss Lu, if our deductions are correct, she must have attended a secondary school within Beijing, thus her student records will also reflect her residence. As long as we can verify these addresses, we can determine which Miss Lu lived in the same place as Miss Lu, thereby identifying the individual we are truly seeking. Shun articulated his reasoning methodically, displaying absolute confidence in capturing the murderer. Furthermore, there is another crucial matter regarding that string of numbers. If we can validate its accuracy, it would simultaneously confirm that the murderer had noticed this sequence once or multiple times. This would imply that the murderer had the opportunity to observe that string of numbers while residing with Lianxue and the others. Pang Ligang timely reminded Shun to remember to check that string of numbers. Understood, let's leave it at that for today. I will inform you tomorrow once I have news. As Pang Ligang rose from the sofa and walked towards the door, he suddenly paused and addressed Shun. Walking alone on the street, although it was not in the city center, it was bustling with activity. The Olympics brought not just numerous events for all Chinese people, but also served to dilute the sadness accumulated over the past year or even the past century. The snow disasters, earthquakes, and all that had transpired in the past year had transformed into a driving force, propelling the entire nation forward. As he strolled along, Pang Ligang encountered many foreigners, proudly waving the Chinese flag while smiling and awkwardly conversing in rudimentary Mandarin with passers-by, asking them to take a few photographs. Compared to a few days prior, Pang Ligang's spirits had improved significantly. The death of Lianxue had become a grim reality, and the only thing Pang Ligang could do for her now was to unearth the murderer and exact vengeance. He was drawing ever closer to the elusive culprit, just a few steps away from unveiling the mysterious figure and sending the perpetrator to prison, ensuring he would spend the remainder of his life there. Then, he could comfortably recline on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while watching the Olympic events, leaving the lights off. How did Lianxue die? Was it during her sleep, perhaps speaking in her dreams? Pang Ligang mused internally, only to immediately dismiss the thought. If he had revealed anything in his sleep, Li Shiyu's character would undoubtedly have compelled her to confront him on the spot, meticulously questioning him, never waiting until the following day. Who told you such nonsense? Pang Ligang feigned calmness, though his palms were slick with perspiration, still reluctant to speak the truth. When you visited my parents' home that day, didn't you already know? You went there hoping my father could assist you. Indeed, there was no point in maintaining the facade. Li Shiyu would eventually discover everything. Why didn't you tell me? Li Shiyu suddenly lunged at Pang Ligang, crying and shouting. She buried her face in his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably, while Pang Ligang merely patted her back, refraining from urging her to stop. After more than half an hour, perhaps exhausted from her tears, she finally quieted down. Have you been investigating this matter these past few days? Yes, the bank has asked me to obtain proof of Lianxue's murder, so the insurance company can proceed with the compensation. Li Shiyu took a tissue to dab at her still damp eyes. With your character, it's impossible that you haven't done anything in these days. Hurry and confess what you found out. Who was the murderer? I still don't know the specific name of the murderer, but it's coming soon. The culprit is slowly coming to light, and once Officer Lu clarifies things tomorrow, we will know who the true murderer is. The next day, Pang Ligang woke up somewhat late, having been tormented by Li Shiyu throughout the previous night, which forced him to sleep in a bit longer. While he was still lying in bed, Shun's call came in instructing Pang Ligang to wait for him at their usual spot. When Pang Ligong rose from his slumber, Li Shiyu had already departed. On the dining table lay a breakfast, beneath which was a note: "Dear husband, please eat your fill and continue your investigation. You must uncover who murdered Lian Xue. Your devoted wife." Pang Ligang smiled at the note and sat down to eat. The fact that Li Shiyu had taken the time to leave him a message indicated her emotional state had significantly improved. Alleviating his worries for her, the persistent negativity that had weighed them down was finally lifting. After finishing his breakfast and changing his attire, Pang Ligang arrived at the predetermined location, where Shun was already waiting for him in the car across the street. As the traffic light changed, Pang Ligang hurriedly dashed over and jumped into the vehicle. "Mr. Pang, you were somewhat late today. Keeping someone waiting is rather impolite. Please be mindful of this in the future." Although Shun expressed this with words, a smile graced his face, suggesting he had good news to share with Pang Ligang. After a night's respite, Pang Ligang scratched his head apologetically and responded to Shun. "My apologies, I was up very late last night. Did you uncover any leads yesterday? It has been confirmed that our deductions from yesterday were indeed correct, and the set of numbers you provided has been validated. 141414 is Miss Lu Lianxue's student ID from her middle school days. Furthermore, Miss Lu's residence during that time was in the same building as Ms. Lin Shicheng. We have also identified the next target of the perpetrator, who is a Miss Lu studying at the Central Conservatory of Music. Therefore, it stands to reason that the assailant is undoubtedly someone who lived alongside them or at the same address back then. The perpetrator was likely in their 20s at that time, hailing from the south, and is highly probable to be from Guangdong. Investigating based on these clues should lead us directly to the assailant." Pang Ligang, brimming with confidence, clenched his fists, feeling an indescribable excitement within. "It has been confirmed. We have cross-checked with Mr. Deng and Miss Lu, as well as gathered information from current residents of that area. This confirms that we are pursuing the right individual. Today, our team will investigate the assailant's residence, and I believe results will surface shortly. But who exactly is the assailant?" Pang Ligang remained particularly concerned about this matter. If it proves impossible to locate him, must we gamble on the chance that he will return to take the life of Lu Shuangshuang in 2 days, given the current circumstances? It appears so, yet, whether he will continue his criminal endeavors remains uncertain. Shun's face suddenly bore an added layer of disappointment, the dark circles under his eyes indicating that he had labored late into the night once more. "Does this mean I am no longer of any concern, Mr. Pang? I am grateful for the assistance you have provided over the past few days, although the police station has nothing to offer in terms of rewards for you. Our prior wager still stands, granting you the freedom to choose the dining location." Pang Ligang waved at Shun as he exited the vehicle, and just as he was about to close the door, he recalled the task assigned to him by his superior. "Not to worry, it will be delivered to your bank this afternoon. The series of murders and dismemberments during the Beijing Olympic period has concluded, and the subsequent responsibilities now rest with the police. Investigation and evidence collection can only be conducted by them," leaving Pang Ligang unable to assist in those matters. 3 days later, Shun arranged for a dinner with Pang Ligang and his wife, for which Pang Ligang specifically reserved a private room to facilitate conversation. "Mr. Pang, with your intellect, you ought to be a police officer." Shun poured a glass of wine for Pang Ligang and handed it to him. "Being a police officer is far too perilous. One could encounter a gunfight at any moment, and I possess a rather timid disposition." Filled with fear, "Why this sudden declaration?" Pang Ligang responded with a hint of embarrassment. "Officer Lu, now that the case has been solved and the perpetrator convicted, you may speak candidly. Spare me from further contemplation." Pang Ligang chuckled and drained his glass of beer. Just as Mr. Pang previously deduced, Guan Jieji harbored an extreme obsession with the female form. Being an unequivocal foot fetishist, he adorned the corpses in accordance with his vision of the perfect woman. Mr. Pang had also mentioned that the murderer was averse to noise, and this aversion was precisely the motive behind Guan Jieji's killings. After finishing his drink, Shun refilled Pang Ligang's glass. "Do not tell me he resorted to murder because he could not tolerate the sounds of Lianxue studying or Lu Shuangshuang playing the erhu." Indeed, that was the crux. Guan Jijia took the lives of Miss Luo and Mrs. Lin because, during Miss Luo's time as a sex worker, she frequently brought clients to that tenement, where the poor soundproofing allowed Guan Jijia to hear everything. Moreover, the Lin couple resided next door, and every evening, the creaking of their bed could be distinctly heard. Thus, at this juncture, Pang Ligang found himself utterly at a loss for words. Such a simplistic motive had led the murderer to heinously slay 3 women, one of whom was even his colleague. Although the 7th day of mourning for Lianxue had passed, Pang Ligang's colleagues from the bank still visited her grave. Accompanied by Li Shiyu, Pang Ligang knelt before the tomb, lighting incense and softly murmuring, "Lianxue, rest in peace. The murderer has confessed and will soon face his punishment in the depths of hell." The red and black series of murders has come to a close. The mysterious death of a female university student. If you are a VIP member, kindly bestow upon me the complimentary VIP ticket for that day. Should you have already cast your vote, I would greatly appreciate it if you could leave flowers for me. The author is truly grateful. Of course, if you have also dispensed with the flowers, please consider clicking on this book frequently, as it too serves to support the author, who is aware that many individuals are standing behind this work. Thank you. Zhang is a student at a university in Beijing, and during the Olympic period, many classes at the institution came to a halt, placing the students in a quasi-holiday state. However, Zhang was not particularly invested in the Olympics. As she had never been fond of sports, in her own words, she would rather spend that time before a mirror, enhancing her appearance and contemplating how to become even more beautiful. Naturally, Zhang has always been strikingly attractive. From a young age, she was regarded as the darling of her parents, teachers, and elders. Not only was she blessed with innate beauty, but she also excelled academically, mastering tasks with minimal effort. Often just a single glance would suffice for her to grasp a concept. Perhaps this is where the distinction between genius and the ordinary lies. While the average person may toil for 3 to 5 years, those gifted can often achieve similar results in merely 3 to 5 days. Zhang once dabbled in swimming and diving, managing to hold her breath underwater for a maximum of 1.5 minutes, while swimming continuously for an hour without pause, although many individuals today can accomplish this feat. It typically requires extensive practice to attain such proficiency. During her university years, Zhang participated in a taekwondo club, which became the sport she dedicated herself to the longest, as she felt the need to maintain her flawless figure. The thought of allowing her love for sweets to distort her physique was so distressing that she whimsically considered the unthinkable: suicide. Yet, this was merely a fleeting notion born out of boredom. And whether she would ever act upon it remained uncertain. She hoped such a moment would never arrive. On August 17, after languishing in idleness for over a week, Zhang could no longer endure the monotony of her days. Thus she resolved to adorn herself meticulously to meet her boyfriend, and subsequently travel to Tianjin to visit a high school friend for a few days. Zhang quickly perfected her makeup, smiling contentedly at her reflection in the mirror, and packed several outfits into her Gucci handbag. The reason for her choice of bag eluded her, though it was likely a gift from her boyfriend, a former soldier who had once served as a drill instructor during her military training. Upon entering university, now worked as a truck driver after his discharge. Although his occupation was not particularly prestigious, Zhang was not overly concerned. Emotional connection was paramount. He was not a native of Beijing and resided in accommodations provided by the freight company. At times, Zhang would spend the night at his place, and their relationship, while generally pleasant, remained rather unremarkable. After all, both were ordinary individuals, and their lives rarely experienced tumultuous upheaval. Zhang packed a few more outfits for the upcoming days into her handbag and rummaged through her wardrobe to find a small pink pouch designed to hold her wallet and some cosmetic items, thus limiting its capacity for larger belongings. Before stepping out, Zhang made a phone call to her boyfriend to inform him that she would be staying overnight at his place and requested him to take her to Tianjin the following day. Although her boyfriend was an ordinary man, he treated Zhang with kindness, always striving to meet her requests. After their conversation, he mentioned that he would conveniently be heading to Tianjin himself the next day, making it perfect for him to drive Zhang there. Zhang briefed her dormitory roommates before leaving the school. Upon exiting the campus, she took a taxi to her boyfriend's residence, for which she possessed the key. His accommodation, arranged by the company, was understandably modest, and being a man living alone, it was inevitably a bit untidy. Once she set down her bag, Zhang began tidying up. Though not particularly diligent, she was at least unwilling to tolerate a floor littered with instant noodle boxes. Zhang was not very picky about food. She belonged to the category that was satisfied as long as there was something to eat. Her appetite was modest, and after consuming a small portion, she patted her not-so-bulging belly, exclaiming that she had overeaten and needed to diet. Her boyfriend merely smiled at her without offering any further comments. Zhang's boyfriend also came from a humble background, having not pursued extensive education. After serving in the military for a few years and realizing he had little hope for promotion, he chose to retire, feeling that his time in the army was merely to pass the days. He considered himself fortunate to have a girlfriend like Zhang, and thus showered her with affection, rarely engaging in verbal disputes with her. More often than not, he indulged her. Zhang was not a capricious girl. While she occasionally complained about her boyfriend, it was mainly regarding his tendency to neglect tidying his room. Aware of his shortcomings, he would not argue back, only smiling and nodding, promising to improve next time. In truth, Zhang did not intend to pick a fight. She sometimes merely sought to spark conversation with her boyfriend, as they were in a romantic relationship, and silence would render their time together as mundane as being with a piece of wood. Her boyfriend had specifically requested a half-day leave from work to spend time with Zhang. Given his busy schedule and her classes at school, their opportunities to meet were scarce, often measured in mere hours. Nevertheless, he cherished her dearly, as Zhang was not only reasonable but also exceedingly beautiful, making it remarkable that she was interested in someone as ordinary as him. Naturally, he could not help but ask a few questions about her plans. Uncertain whether she was meeting a male or female classmate, Zhang smiled and planted a kiss on his forehead, reassuring him that she was visiting a female friend, urging him not to overthink it. Despite her reassurances, he remained somewhat uneasy, stemming from his own lack of self-confidence. With an unremarkable appearance, he considered himself sturdier than the average man, yet he could hardly fathom what qualities he possessed that could attract such an exceptional girl like Jinjin. Additionally, Jinjin was indeed outstanding, a university student destined for a promising career in a large company, while he felt he would forever remain merely a truck driver, even if in the future one manages to accumulate a modest sum of money to venture into some small business. Life would ultimately still be spent in a state of anxiety. The boyfriend is acutely aware that, in all likelihood, Jinjin will never marry him, at least from his perspective, yet he finds it difficult to relinquish her easily. If circumstances allowed, he would wish to propose to Jinjin at this very moment. However, such a notion remains rather unrealistic, as Jinjin is still an undergraduate student, barely in her early 20s. Not only would Jinjin herself likely refuse, but her family would certainly disapprove as well. Frequently, Jinjin's boyfriend contemplates the possibility of her one day leaving him, pondering how he would respond to such a scenario. Should he smile and wish her well? Or he finds himself at a loss, uncertain of the appropriate course of action. Nevertheless, one thing is abundantly clear to him: he is resolutely unwilling to let Jinjin slip away. The following day, after Jinjin completed her morning routine, she prepared to board her boyfriend's company vehicle to Tianjin. However, her boyfriend suddenly received an urgent call from his company, instructing him to travel to Hebei without delay. Reluctantly, he explained the situation to Jinjin. Being a person of understanding, she bore him no ill will for his broken promise. Instead, she simply asked him to take her to the station. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Upon arriving at the bus station in Beijing, Jinjin alighted and entered the terminal. At that moment, her boyfriend noticed a familiar face outside, anxiously scanning the surroundings as though waiting for someone. Just then, another call from his company pressed him to expedite his journey to Hebei. With no choice but to comply, he drove away from the station, heading towards the expressway. Throughout the journey, he couldn't shake the image of the man he had seen at the station. This individual was someone he knew well. Why was he there? The question gnawed at him, almost distracting him to the point of losing control of the vehicle. Jinjin, on the other hand, frequently accessed QQ on her phone, appreciating its convenience and accessibility. She messaged a classmate in Tianjin, teasingly stating that she would be visiting and expected a delightful feast in her honor. Naturally, she did not intend for her friend to prepare an elaborate spread. It was merely a light-hearted jest. The bus station was bustling with people, a reflection of Beijing's dense population and the influx of transient visitors. Amidst the throngs, Jinjin stood, scanning the crowd as if waiting for someone. Ultimately, only Jinjin and the person she awaited truly understood the nature of her anticipation, a mystery that eluded the comprehension of those around her. 1-1 Cause, a convergence of logical reasoning, psychological strategies, and high-stakes inference, gradually unraveling the intricate enigma. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Readers can rest assured that this narrative will not suffer from a lackluster conclusion or an abrupt ending. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to the Chinese website. We encourage everyone to support the original work. On September 7, more than 10 days had elapsed since the conclusion of the Olympics, and the Paralympics had entered its second day. The sensational series of brutal murders targeting women finally culminated in the apprehension of the perpetrator. Previously, Pang Ligang had repeatedly fulfilled his wager with Shun. Believing that he would no longer have the opportunity to engage further with Shun, however, unexpectedly, yet another troubling matter presented itself, compelling Pang Ligang to seek Shun's assistance. The spate of homicides did not significantly impact Pang Ligang's banking career, and prospects for promotion remained elusive. Conversely, the insurance compensation for Lian Xue was duly disbursed, yet, whether the funds eventually reached Lian Xue's family remained a mystery to Pang Ligang. Nonetheless, this situation inadvertently afforded Pang Ligang certain advantageous circumstances, notably a marked improvement in the attitude of Li Shiyu's father towards him. Li Shiyu arrived early, driving to the bank to wait for Pang Ligang's departure. After work, they drove together to Li Shiyu's parents' home, during which Pang Ligang intermittently inquired about the reason for her parents' invitation. However, Li Shiyu could not deduce the underlying motive, though she surmised it could not be anything detrimental, otherwise her father would not have reached out to Pang Ligang. Upon arriving at her parents' residence and ringing the doorbell, they discovered an elderly couple seated on the sofa, both in their 70s. Pang Ligang felt no familiarity with them, unable to recall a previous encounter. Xiao Gang, this is your third aunt and her husband. You two chat while I prepare dinner. Xiaoyu will assist me. Li's mother cheerfully introduced the elderly couple to Pang Ligang before beckoning Li Shiyu to the kitchen to help. Li Shiyu greeted her third aunt, who then entered the kitchen, and Pang Ligang followed suit, calling out to the couple, who nodded in acknowledgement. Despite their many wrinkles, it was evident that the elderly pair bore some concerns. Their eyes filled with worry. Ligang, come to the study for a moment. I need to speak with you. Li's father suddenly called out to Pang Ligang, placing his bag on the sofa. Pang Ligang instructed the elderly couple to enjoy the television before following Li's father into the study. A peculiar feeling enveloped him. The sudden appearance of the elderly couple, adorned with expressions of distress, left him pondering. The study retained its familiar ambience, permeated with the scent of ink, and scattered with pristine sheets of rice paper. The floor bore numerous freshly inscribed pages, ink still glistening. Pang Ligong cautiously navigated around the delicate sheets, fearful of inadvertently treading upon one, otherwise Li's father would surely exact a severe penalty. "Dad, what is it?" Pang Ligong inquired, standing before the desk. Li's father set down his brush, approached the door to close it, and, removing his reading glasses, gestured for Pang Ligong to take a seat. "Ligong, I have a favor to ask of you. As I am now retired and my age has rendered me less mobile." Li's father suddenly smiled, adding, "Indeed, a son-in-law is akin to a son not Li Gang. If there were any grievances in the past, please do not take them to heart. After all, we have only one daughter, and after nurturing her for so many years, it is only natural to feel a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her marrying someone else." Pang Ligong chuckled, interrupting Father Li's words, and said, "Dad, please don't say that. I understand your feelings. Now that we have been married for quite a while, let's refrain from such talk moving forward. If you called me in for something, please just let me know, and I will do my utmost to assist. Dad, just tell me what it is. I'm not that petty-minded," he added, the more Father Li hesitated to reveal the matter at hand. The more Pang Ligong yearned to know, he felt it was imperative to uncover the truth. Father Li suddenly trailed off mid-sentence, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. "Why not seek assistance from the police instead?" Pang Ligong countered, completing Father Li's thought. "Initially, I did suggest reporting it to the police, but your third aunt and the others disagreed. If the police were to be involved, they would first contact your third aunt's daughter abroad, which would only heighten their worries. Thus, your third aunt and her husband are firmly against involving the police. I asked there any way you could lend them a hand." Father Li rarely spoke to Pang Ligong in such a conciliatory tone, which caught him off guard. Pang Ligong nodded and replied, "Dad, rest assured, I happen to have 3 days off coming up, and I can help look into this. However, I would need to know the specifics about their granddaughter to assist effectively. Nonetheless, I suggest your third aunt and the others consider reporting it to the police, as they would undoubtedly be more efficient and have a broader reach in locating her than I could manage alone." "I understand that, but I think it would be best if you first tried to find her. If that proves unsuccessful, then we will resort to notifying the authorities." Father Li seemed somewhat resigned, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. "Dad, I will go to the bank tomorrow to request leave. I will do my utmost to locate your third aunt's granddaughter, so please don't worry," Pang Ligong reassured him. Father Li looked up and smiled, saying, "I truly believe in your capabilities. Your performance during that series of homicides demonstrated your keen intellect. However, you seem to lack ambition and are not inclined towards grand endeavors. Now that you are at the dining table," the couple, referred to as Sangu, spoke very little and consumed even less. Pang Ligong could genuinely empathize with their current emotional state. Their only granddaughter had gone missing, a child who had grown up under their care, and it was only natural for them to feel anxious. However, what intrigued Pang Ligong the most was why this granddaughter had not been in contact with Sangu at all. He intended to gather intelligence, employing a blend of logical reasoning, psychological tactics, and high-level deduction to gradually unravel the thick fog of mystery surrounding the situation. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Paranormal Channel. Unauthorized websites are kindly requested to refrain from reprinting it. Rest assured, this book will not face the fate of being poorly received or left unresolved, allowing readers to enjoy it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights to this book belong to the Chinese website. All support for the original work is appreciated. After the meal, Pang Ligong gleaned some information regarding Sangu's granddaughter from Li Baba, and subsequently organized a simple plan for the search that lay ahead. Finding a missing person necessitates a well-structured strategy. Aimless searching would yield no results. Sangu's granddaughter was named Xiaojinjin. Currently a sophomore at a university in Beijing, the actual name of the institution is omitted to protect its reputation, so let us refer to it as University X, majoring in French. The information provided by Li Baba was rather scant. Perhaps it could be said that Sangu only knew these basic details. Relying solely on such limited clues would make the search exceedingly difficult. The only feasible approach was to visit Xiaojinjin's university and inquire with her classmates. The next day, Pang Ligong applied for leave from the bank, and his supervisor granted it without question. As he had performed exceptionally well on a previous task assigned to him, such a minor request warranted no further inquiry. The following day, Pang Ligong borrowed a car from Li Shiyu. Although she asked a few questions, he deftly sidestepped her inquiries. He drove to Xiaojinjin's university, and upon entering the campus, he took a moment to check his reflection in the car's mirror, pondering, "I still appear youthful enough to resemble a university student. Despite being married, surely I don't look like an old man just yet." After shaking his hair free, he exited the vehicle. As he entered the campus, the guard did not stop him, which pleased Pang Ligong. It affirmed that he still possessed the essence of a student. After some inquiries, he located the classroom for the French major, where a class was in session. Consequently, he had no choice but to wait outside. The anticipation caused him some agitation, prompting him to smoke incessantly one cigarette after another. It was unclear whether the smoke wafted into the classroom or if the teacher, noticing Pang Ligang pacing at the door, found his presence bothersome, but she unexpectedly paused the lesson and stepped outside to ask him what he needed. Upon glancing at the teacher, he noted she was a young French instructor, likely around 30. And possessed a certain charm. However, Pang Ligang had no intention of engaging her in conversation. He simply stated, "I am here to find someone, a student in this class named Xiaojinjin. She hasn't attended class for several days." "What do you need her for?" the female teacher inquired. I am her uncle. Her grandmother sent me to look for her," Pang Ligang replied, contemplating how to define his relationship to the girl. "I am aware that she did not attend class, so I wish to inquire about her situation from her classmates or roommates. Would you be so kind as to assist me in asking around in class?" Pang Ligang appeared to understand, yet he remained reluctant to leave. The female teacher, in a state of resignation, entered the classroom and stood at the podium, seemingly speaking to the students, though I could not discern the content of her words. Shortly thereafter, two girls emerged from the class. While the teacher continued with her lesson, the two girls who stepped out were both tall, at least around 170 centimeters, adorned in high heels and ultra-short skirts. Their faces elegantly made up, one with straight hair and the other with curls. Pang Ligang felt a tinge of discomfort towards such attire, sensing that something essential was amiss, perhaps a lingering aftereffect of sorts. "Are you Jinjin's uncle?" one of the girls inquired. "Not quite. You appear to be no older than 27 or 28, and Jinjin is already 20, the girl with straight hair remarked first. "Well, I am of an elder generation than her. Her parents and I belong to the same cohort." "When was the last time you saw Jinjin? Do you recall?" Pang Ligang found the concept of generational titles to be rather absurd. "The last time was the day she left school. I remember it was during the Olympics. Yes, it was the 17th, August 17th, the girl with straight hair emphasized, providing a precise date. "When she departed, did she mention anything to you, such as where she was going or whom she intended to meet?" Pang Ligang had prepared a small notebook prior to his visit, diligently recording every clue he gathered. "Tianjin, do you know the name of her classmate there? Or which school they attend?" Pang Ligang pondered the reasons behind Xiaojinjin's trip to Tianjin, jotting down notes regarding Tianjin and her meeting with classmates. "I'm afraid we do not know. Jinjin only communicated with her classmate from the same department over QQ and only exchanged a few words with us before leaving school. However, I recall her classmate's QQ nickname was something like Xiaomili," the girl stated. Pang Ligang meticulously noted this information, and to avoid disrupting their class further, he refrained from asking more questions. He thanked the two girls, who merely smiled and reminded him to encourage Xiaojinjin to return to class promptly if he found her. By the way, may I inquire if Xinjin currently has a boyfriend?" Pang Ligang suddenly asked as the two girls were about to re-enter the classroom. "Yes," both girls replied in unison. "Could you tell me his name and where he works?" "His name is Huang Dehui. He is currently a driver for a freight company and is a former soldier who served as our military training instructor when we entered university." The girl with straight hair seemed less than fond of Jinjin's boyfriend, her tone not particularly favorable when mentioning him. "Do you know which freight company it is? I would like to seek him out for more information." Pang Ligang inquired, jotting down the new leads. "I believe it is called Jinpu. I remember that name," she replied. "Thank you very much. If I manage to find Jinjin, I will ensure she returns to school immediately. You may go to class now. I appreciate the time you've spent." Pang Ligang smiled faintly, closed the small notebook he had brought, and tucked it into his pocket. The narrative weaves together logic, psychological warfare, and high-level reasoning to gradually unravel the dense fog of confusion. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Paranormal Channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not suffer from poor reception or an unsatisfactory conclusion. Allowing readers to engage with confidence, the global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to the Chinese website, and we welcome everyone to support the original work. Driving to Beijing Jinpu Freight Company, located in Haidian district, Pang Ligang observed that the company was relatively small, seemingly specializing in short-distance transport. As there were hardly any employees in sight, the office housed a mere 7 staff members, 3 of whom were gentlemen whose accents suggested they hailed from the north, gathered together in conversation, the content of which did not pique Pang Ligang's curiosity. A young woman in a white shirt approached him, assuming he was there for business, and warmly inquired how she might assist him. Although Pang Ligang was not dressed ostentatiously, his years of marriage to Li Shiyu had undoubtedly refined his taste, allowing him to passably resemble a modest entrepreneur. "I spoke with one of your drivers about a business deal last time. I came specifically to see if you have a price list or something similar," he remarked, casually crossing his legs as he surveyed the decor. "Sir, here is our price list. However, we primarily operate short-distance services. Where would you like to transport your goods?" The young woman politely presented the pricing information. "Not far, just to Tianjin. I'm in the clothing business and have yet to find a suitable transport company. If your services are satisfactory, I can foresee a long-term partnership, and your prices seem quite reasonable." Pang Ligang replied, nodding as he perused the price list. Sir, our company offers the most fair prices in Beijing, and our services are both quick and secure, ensuring that no issues will arise, the woman observed. Her smile indicating that a deal might be within reach. I'm not in a rush. Safety is my primary concern, though I deal in clothing. I still fear incidents like fires, so it is essential that safety comes first. By the way, where has your driver gone? Pang Ligang mused, enjoying the feeling of being in a position of authority while remaining focused on his purpose. Boss, which of our drivers are you referring to? Do you remember his name? She asked. I think it was something like Huang De. I can't recall the exact name. Surely your company keeps records? Pang Ligang feigned a lack of clarity. You mean Huang De Hui? I believe that he is the only one in our company with the surname Huang. Would you like me to contact him? She skillfully continued the conversation, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. No need, just give me his number. And I'll call him myself shortly, Pang Ligang replied. He is quite a decent fellow, a veteran no less, possessing a commendable honesty and reliability in his dealings. The very purpose of Pang Ligang's arrival here is rooted in this. The woman paused for a couple of seconds, yet she proceeded to check the personnel records of the company, swiftly handing over the phone number of Huang Dehui to Pang Ligang, having acquired Huang Dehui's number. Pang Ligang had no intention of lingering, for his purpose in coming here was not to transport anything. Departing from Jinpu Freight Company, he promptly took out his phone and dialed Huang Dehui's number. The voice on the other end was that of a robust man, though his tone was somewhat coarse. It remained exceedingly polite. Pang Ligang initially contemplated fabricating a story to coax Huang Dehui into a meeting. But he quickly reconsidered, realizing he was not a clandestine private investigator. It was far more appropriate to lay the facts bare and speak openly. He parked his vehicle in front of a row of single-story houses. Not having encountered Huang Dehui in person before, although he had just heard his voice, identifying someone solely by sound would undoubtedly prove challenging. Pang Ligang was an individual who enjoyed analyzing situations. Despite never having met Huang Dehui, he could still form a mental image based on the information he had gleaned from Qiu Xinjin, just as he was envisioning Huang Dehui's appearance, a tall young man. Seemingly around 22 or 23 years of age, emerged at the end of the lane. He sported a buzz cut and appeared quite sturdy. While not conventionally handsome, his eyes held a certain intensity. Pang Ligang's first instinct was to conclude that this man was indeed Huang Dehui, a judgment founded not merely on intuition but also on his analytical reasoning. Descending from his vehicle, Pang Ligang smiled at the young man and inquired. You must be Mr. Huang, correct? I am a relative of Xinjin, and I wish to discuss a matter with you. I am Huang Dehui. Has something happened to Xinjin? The young man replied, nodding slightly, with a look of concern dawning upon his face. As Pang Ligang posed his questions, he fished out a small notebook he carried with him. Brother, is it true that something has happened to Xinjin? Otherwise, why would you come to inquire about her? Huang Dehui displayed remarkable perceptiveness, a testament to his military background. Even in retirement, his keen awareness of circumstances remained intact. While soothing Huang Dehui's anxiety, Pang Ligang adopted a conciliatory tone. When was the last time you saw Xinjin? Did she mention anything about going somewhere or meeting anyone? Did she ever mention visiting a classmate in Tianjin, the name of the school, or the classmate's name? At this moment, Pang Ligang's primary concern was to ascertain where Xinjin had gone in Tianjin and whom she had encountered. She didn't divulge much. She merely mentioned visiting a female classmate. I inquired several times, but she refused to elaborate, so I did not press further, Huang Dehui replied, taking a puff from his cigarette and shaking his head. Did Xinjin travel to Tianjin on her own the following day, or did you accompany her? Given Huang Dehui's response, it seemed even he was somewhat in the dark. Originally, my company had scheduled me to go to Tianjin the next day, and I intended to drop Xinjin off on the way. However, at the last minute, my company assigned me to a trip to Hunan, so I only managed to take Xinjin to the station the day before. However, Huang Dehui suddenly halted, as if there were matters he wished to refrain from discussing, yet simultaneously yearned to express. What is it? If there is something on your mind, please speak candidly, otherwise I shall not be able to locate Xinjin. Her grandparents are currently at home, anxiously pacing, and should we fail to find Xinjin, I dread to think what might befall the elderly couple. That day at the train station, I encountered an individual. He was an old comrade of mine and also Xinjin's military training instructor during her university days. I noticed him standing outside the station, seemingly awaiting someone, and I suspected he might be waiting for Xinjin. Later, during a reunion with our comrades in Beijing, I inquired about Xinjin, and he replied. Huang Dehui appeared at a loss for words. As if faced with an arduous decision. It's alright, whatever you wish to say, just let it out. This is not the time for sentimentality. Finding Xinjin is of utmost importance, do you understand? Pang Ligang paused his writing, placing a reassuring hand on Huang Dehui's shoulder, urging him not to hesitate. He is named Lei Ziyong, though we affectionately call him Xiao Lei. After his discharge, he secured employment with a taxi company and is now a cab driver. I was aware of his close acquaintance with Xinjin, although I recognized their relationship as merely platonic. The thought of him meeting with her always stirred an unsettling feeling within me. I suspected Huang Dehui still hesitated to voice his thoughts, perhaps unwilling to entertain such notions. Do you suspect that Jinjin and he meet frequently in private, possibly harboring feelings for one another? Pang Ligang was not lacking in respect for others. Yet discovering Jinjin was paramount. Other concerns could be addressed once she was located. Huang Dehui nodded in reluctant agreement. Pang Ligang felt it inappropriate to prolong the conversation, instead jotting down his thoughts in his notebook. Though reluctant to consider it, he harbored the belief that Jinjin's disappearance was somehow linked to Lei Ziyong. The last person Jinjin had been seen with was likely him, thus it seemed prudent to seek him out for further information. What did your comrade share during your meeting? Pang Ligang believed that standing awkwardly in silence was not conducive to their situation. Clarity was essential. He said. Huang Dehui paused momentarily before continuing. He mentioned that Jinjin had indeed seen him on the 18th. But their conversation lasted no more than 5 minutes before she departed in a taxi. This outcome was decidedly unsatisfactory. He didn't mention anything else. Pang Ligang was taken aback by such a revelation. Anyone would find it difficult to believe. Huang Dehui shook his head, his expression one of profound disappointment, clearly disheartened. No, despite my persistent inquiries, he refused to elaborate further. Do you happen to have Li Ziyong's phone number and address? If not, perhaps you could accompany me to his place. I wish to inquire about him. Allow me to provide you with his address. I shall not accompany you, as I have work to attend to this afternoon. Should you locate Jinjin, please instruct her to call me immediately, as I am quite anxious. Huang Dehui ultimately hesitated to confront his comrades alongside Pang Ligang, wavering between love and friendship. By the time they departed from Huang Dehui's residence, it was already noon. Pang Ligang chose a relatively clean restaurant along the street for lunch. The establishment appeared to maintain decent sanitary conditions, although its business seemed rather lackluster. The female server appeared to be from Sichuan. Not particularly tall, and her age was uncertain, yet she possessed an undeniably charming and youthful appearance that compelled Pang Ligang to steal a few extra glances. The television mounted on the restaurant wall was broadcasting news, albeit less coverage of the Paralympics compared to the Olympics. The Beijing City Channel was airing a report. The camera panned to a river, where several uniformed police officers were engaged in a retrieval operation. The scene then shifted to a young man, whose accent suggested he hailed from Hebei. When did you discover the body in the river? He was asked. Around o'clock, he replied. As I walked to the banks of the Beiyun River, I noticed what seemed to be a person floating in the water, completely motionless. I called out several times, but received no response. I could not discern their features, as they were face down. All I could ascertain was that it was a woman. I prepared to enter the water to rescue her. And why did you ultimately decide to call the police? He was queried. I was just about to remove my clothes to enter the river, asking a nearby person to watch my belongings, when those two young men pointed out that the figure in the water was a corpse. Initially, I had not seen clearly, but upon closer inspection, it was unmistakable. Her arms and thighs were swollen like pillars. Thus, I urged those two young men to alert the authorities. The camera then shifted back to the two young men, just as Pang Ligang's order of 2 dishes was being served. He found himself losing interest in the corpse, as the thought of eating took precedence. After a few bites, he heard more commentary from the television, and his curiosity got the better of him. Prompt as I drove, my mind wandered, pondering the curious case of that girl, whom I imagined to be Jinjin. What could have compelled her to venture alone to the North Canal, especially dressed in jeans on such a sweltering day? Numerous questions plagued my thoughts, eluding resolution. After parking hastily, Pang Ligang rushed upstairs, knocking fervently on the door, having forgotten to ring the bell. It was Mama Li who answered. Pang Ligang called out Mom as he swiftly entered the house. In the living room, Papa Li was engrossed in writing with a brush, and he looked quite perplexed by the sudden arrival of Pang Ligang, removing his reading glasses and setting aside the brush. Papa Li approached him. There's some clue, Dad, let us discuss this in the study, Pang Ligang suggested. Papa Li, ever perceptive, obliged and led him into the study, locking the door behind them with a practiced motion. What is the situation? Jinjin is missing. Papa Li's alertness was palpable as he quickly grasped the gravity of the matter. While I was dining in the restaurant earlier, I came across a news report. This morning, a body was discovered in the North Canal, approximately 20 years old, standing about 1.73 meters tall, clad in a yellow and white t-shirt and jeans. I suspect. Pang Ligang hesitated, not daring to voice his thoughts completely. After all, Papa Li had been a police officer for many years and could draw his own conclusions from the clues provided. You suspect that it might be Jinjin? I don't know, the body has been submerged for quite a while, rendering identification impossible. The police are seeking any witnesses on television. I think you want to call your third aunt to identify the body. Papa Li, true to his profession, anticipated Pang Ligang's next words. Yes, though I would rather not consider it. The likelihood seems quite high given the current circumstances. Very well, I will inform your third aunt shortly, and I shall also reach out to the police station this afternoon. You can accompany her to the station for identification. Papa Li's decisiveness was unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. When the third aunt received the news, she nearly succumbed to a heart attack but managed to stabilize herself with a dose of fast-acting cardiac medicine. Ultimately, under the company of Papa Li and Pang Li Gong, her husband accompanied them to the police station. With Papa Li present, navigating the precinct became far more manageable. Accompanied by officers, her husband entered the mortuary. Naturally, Pang Li Gong followed suit. However, before entering, Papa Li cautioned him repeatedly not to utter a word near the body. The forensic expert, masked and gloved, slid open the cold storage drawer, releasing a chilling air that enveloped the room. The stench of death mingled with the cold, provoking an urge to retch within Pang Li Gong, yet he stifled it resolutely. The features of the corpse were utterly unrecognizable, severely swollen to the point where even the basic outline had vanished. The lips were grotesquely distended, exposing a purple tongue. The limbs appeared to be of equal size, blurring the distinction between hands and feet. There were several bruises on the legs, including the inner thighs, the cause of which remained a mystery, suggesting a grim scenario. After a prolonged identification process, during which her husband fainted twice, they ultimately could not confirm whether it was indeed Jinjin. He could only surmise that the police once again retrieved the garments worn at the time the corpse was discovered. Sangufu remarked that he had never seen Jinjin don such attire, neither the clothing nor the trousers. Pang Li Gong stood quietly to the side. Though he refrained from speaking, he meticulously observed the few articles of clothing. Regardless of perspective, both the shirt and trousers appeared to be of a masculine style. The clothing bore no notable brand, rendering it nearly impossible to derive any clues from designer labels. A total of 3 items were presented: a pair of faded, ordinary denim jeans, devoid of any distinguishing features, a yellow and white t-shirt with a round neckline, whose fabric appeared to be of inferior quality, evidently a product from a street vendor, with the yellow sections having significantly lost their hue, presumably due to prolonged immersion in water, and a very thin black jacket, with the label indicating an XL size, further confirming its male designation. Officer, if you were to conduct a DNA test to ascertain the identity, how long might that take? If we have comparable DNA, we could obtain results by the following day. But as you can see now, the officer chuckled helplessly, gazing at the retreating figures of Li Baba and Sangufu as they exited the police station. This book has participated in a decade review. We kindly ask all readers to cast their votes. We are immensely grateful, and the following is the address: a confluence of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, slowly unraveling the layers of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not fall into mediocrity or an unsatisfactory conclusion, allowing readers to enjoy it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights for this book belong to Zhongwen Wang. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Pang Li Gong was aware of certain procedural norms within the police force. Without the signature of the deceased's family, they could not independently proceed with the DNA testing. However, should the identity of the corpse not be confirmed promptly as that of Qiu Jinjin, her case would merely be categorized as a missing persons investigation, affording the perpetrator additional time to obliterate evidence. Consequently, the likelihood of the case becoming a cold one would increase significantly. The officers were certainly cognizant of this reality, yet since the morning news report, only Pang Li Gong and his companions had come to the police station to file a report. There had been no other cases, not even those of missing pets, placing the officers in a rather difficult position. Sir, I hope you can persuade the elderly gentleman to assist by signing for the DNA test. This will enable us to confirm whether the deceased is indeed his missing granddaughter. The longer this matter drags on, the more complicated it will become to investigate. The police attempted to enlist Pang Li Gong's help in convincing Sangufu. Very well, I will speak with him. When the body was discovered, were there any other items present? None at all. When the corpse was found, it was clad only in those 3 pieces of clothing, without even any undergarments. We searched the riverbank extensively but found no identification or personal belongings such as a handbag, replied the uniformed officer, shaking his head in resignation. Understood. If you receive any information from your end, please notify us at the earliest opportunity. Pang Li Gong turned around for a moment and found himself in Zhang Zhang's room, which was filled with an array of cartoon dolls. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, unmistakably indicative of a girl's residence. In the room stood a moderately sized purple wardrobe, its sliding door partially ajar, revealing an assortment of clothing belonging to the girl. At the head of the bed lay a large Snoopy pillow, and on either side of the bed, there were 2 nightstands, each adorned with a picture frame containing a photograph of a young girl, none other than Qiu Jingjing herself. Pang Li Gong approached the bedside, picked up one of the frames, and studied the photograph. It depicted a girl in her early 20s, her hair slightly curled inward, her face appearing to have been lightly made up. She exuded an aura of purity and charm, resembling a sweet college student. Why had she suddenly vanished? He vaguely recalled her mentioning a friend in Tianjin, though the purpose of her visit remained unclear. Do you remember when she called? He inquired. Did she leave you any contact information for her classmates? The only feasible way to locate Jingjing now was to find her classmate in Tianjin. At that moment, Sangufu fell silent, immersed in his thoughts while smoking, whereas Sangu seemed to recall something and began searching for a phone number. Pang Li Gong felt a flicker of hope. At least he might uncover a means to reach Jingjing's classmate. Sangu rummaged beneath the coffee table in the living room and eventually unearthed a blank A4 sheet of paper, on which a single phone number was inscribed. The paper appeared to be a waste, yet it also revealed the affection these elderly individuals harbored for Jingjing. Pang Ligang took the A4 sheet, picked up the phone, and dialed the number, but the outcome was far from promising. The individual on the other end claimed not to know Qiu Jingjing at all. From his accent, he sounded like a native of Tianjin, and his deep voice suggested he was at least in his early 20s. Apologizing, Pang Ligang ended the call and stared at the sequence of numbers on the A4 sheet. Sangu, could it be that you misremembered? Although he hesitated to voice such doubt, it was a possibility worth considering, especially given their advanced age and the potential decline of memory. It was essential for Pang Ligang to clarify, that's impossible. Your Sangu was a mathematics professor at university. She possesses an exceptional memory. Generally, she only needs to see a phone number or ID number once to remember it correctly, countered Li Baba, asserting that it could not be a mistake. I was also concerned I might have misremembered, so I asked my husband to double-check with Zhenjiang, and I verified it myself as well just a few days ago. We attempted to call that number, but it was unreachable, and Jingjing's phone was also out of service. Sangu seemed to share the fear of her advancing age leading to errors, thus deliberately enlisting her husband for confirmation. Holding the A4 sheet, Pang Ligang pondered, then it must mean that the number Zhengjing provided is incorrect, but why would she conceal it even from her grandparents? What could she possibly want to see or whom to meet? Suddenly he recalled Huang Dehui. Perhaps Sangu and the others disapproved of Jingjing's association with him, prompting her to keep it a secret. Sangu, do you know if Zhengjing has a boyfriend? I am aware that Jingjing had once brought that young man to our home. Although the lad possessed little ability, he was quite earnest and treated Jingjing well. We did not engage in much conversation. Sangu, evidently a discerning individual, understood the implications behind Pang Ligang's words. This raises a puzzling question, since Sangu and the others are already privy to the affair between Huang Dehui and Jingjing. It seems unnecessary for Jingjing to act in secrecy. Why then does she seek to avoid Huang Dehui, even concealing matters from her own grandmother? Who is it that she intends to meet? It appears that only by consulting that young Lei can the truth be uncovered. Having met Jingjing, he would surely know where she went on the 18th. Pang Ligang resolved to seek out a certain Lei Ziyang the following day for clarification. Li Shiyu, having bathed and donned her sleepwear, lay gracefully on the sofa with a mask adorning her face, listening to the television. After a long day of running about, Pang Ligang, too, felt the weariness creeping in and lacked the inclination to engage in playful banter with Li Shiyu. So he retreated to his room for a shower. Several pressing issues loomed. Had Jingjing truly gone missing, or had she met with foul play? Or had she ventured on the 18th? Why had she misled Sangu and the others with a false phone number? And whom was she intending to meet? Furthermore, the discovery of a female corpse in the North Canal today, could it be Jingjing? What was the cause of death, and why was she found without even her undergarments? As Pang Ligang washed his hair, he closed his eyes and pondered these questions, yet no answers emerged. To ascertain whether the corpse indeed belonged to Jingjing, he could only await the agreement of Sangu's husband to conduct a DNA test. If he could procure those 3 pieces of clothing for Jingjing's classmates to examine, they might also affirm whether those items were truly hers, thus helping to identify the deceased. However, this endeavor appeared fraught with difficulty, as it was likely that Li's father would not consent to such actions. Perhaps he could consult Officer Lu. As a forensic expert, it should not pose an issue for him to send a couple of photographs. Pang Ligang, taking a roundabout approach, expressed his request candidly. Mr. Pang, please let me know if there is anything I can assist you with. Shun maintained a demeanor of unfamiliarity with anyone present. This morning, did your police not discover a female corpse in the North Canal? I would like to request a few photographs of the clothing worn by the deceased. Pang Ligang articulated his request directly. This might contravene regulations, Shun replied, not outright refusing to assist, but indicating the potential violation. I find myself in a predicament, which is why I am seeking your help. A relative of mine has a granddaughter who is missing, and I need to confirm whether that corpse belongs to her. Otherwise, I would not have thought to approach you. Very well, come to the police station tomorrow, and I shall provide you with the photographs. However, I must insist that you keep this matter confidential. Shun was not an unfeeling individual. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced. 2-3 Suspicious suicide cases. This book has participated in a decade-long review, and I kindly ask all readers to cast their vote. Your support is greatly appreciated. Below is the link. A convergence of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction gradually unravels the fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by a paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not fall into obscurity or end in disappointment. Readers can indulge in it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to the Chinese website. Your support for the original work is welcomed. What a peculiar night it was! How utterly absurd. Under the scrutiny of moonlight, rolling about in bed, one cannot help but feel a tinge of shame. The following morning, after Pang Ligang rose, he discovered that Li Shiyu had mysteriously left for work. After lingering in bed for a while, contemplating the numerous tasks awaiting him, he promptly donned his clothes and got up. As he brushed his teeth, Pang Ligang pondered how he should approach Lei Ziyang regarding the matter of Xinjiang. After all, he was not acquainted with him. Huang Dehui, a comrade of Lei Ziyang's, had been unable to extract the truth, so what were the chances that a stranger like Pang Ligang could elicit any revelation? The answer, evidently, was uncertain. If there were deeper connections at play, the likelihood of Lei Ziyang speaking the truth diminished considerably. However, should there indeed be some bond between him and Zhang Zhang upon learning of her disappearance, he might divulge the truth. After all, humans are creatures of emotion, and sometimes one cannot help but unburden long-held sentiments to a stranger. As Pang Ligang nibbled on a sesame pancake while driving, he occasionally took a moment to sip water with the hand that was not gripping the steering wheel. A perilous maneuver that would make any observer anxious for his safety. After nearly an hour of driving, he finally arrived in Shuani district. Finding Lei Ziyang's residence proved quite challenging, if it weren't for the clearly written address provided by Huang Dehui. Locating Lei Ziyang would have been exceedingly difficult. The rationale for seeking out Lei Ziyang was abundantly clear. He was the last person known to have seen Xiao Xingzhang before her mysterious disappearance. As for that enigmatic classmate from Tianjin, whether Zhang Zhang had indeed traveled there remains a mystery, so the only course of action was to inquire with Lei Ziyang. Lei Ziyang also resided in a bungalow. And since the car could not navigate the narrow alley, Pang Ligang had no choice but to park at the entrance, while checking the house number against the address he had noted. He suddenly noticed a crowd gathered in front of a particular residence. Lowering his gaze to the slip of paper, he realized it was indeed the location of Lei Ziyang. Hastily, he tucked the note into his pocket and rushed over. How could Xiao Lei have died so suddenly? Just yesterday, he seemed perfectly fine. Who could have known? He always appeared to be an honest fellow, yet it was surprising that he would resort to such an act. Could it be that he had committed some wrongdoing? In these times, one should never judge by appearances. Those who seem virtuous may harbor darkness within. This young man must have been troubled by something. Otherwise, why would he choose to end his life in such a manner? Not long after Xingzhang's disappearance, a nameless female corpse was discovered in the North Canal, suspected to be the last person seen with Xingzhang. The very next day, this individual committed suicide by hanging. If one were to speak of this, who would believe that there is no connection? It is likely that no one would. Officer, could you allow me to enter and take a look? I have some clues that might assist you, inquired Pang Ligang as he squeezed through the crowd. Standing before two police officers. One of the men retrieved his police badge from his pocket and briefly showed it to Pang Ligang before inviting him to speak in a private room. Pang Ligang nodded in acknowledgement of the officer's gesture of courtesy and subsequently followed him into the inner chamber. The layout of the inner room resembled that of many rental apartments, consisting of a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, albeit with somewhat sparse furnishings. In the living room stood a 21-inch television, its black casing chipped and worn, suggesting it had seen better days. A tattered leather sofa, clearly a relic from the late 20th century, was adorned with scattered books. In front of the sofa sat a small square table littered with beer bottles, some empty, others unopened cans. The curtains in the living room were drawn, casting a dim light that rendered the space rather gloomy. The room was in disarray. Although the floor was tiled, it bore a layer of neglect. The once white tiles now darkened with grime. Within the living room, 3 or 4 officers were taking statements from a man in his 20s, originally from the north. As Pang Ligang entered, they all briefly glanced up at him before returning to their work. The officer led Pang Ligang into the bedroom, which felt rather empty. Apart from a bed, there were several cardboard boxes, partially opened and containing various articles of clothing, alongside a computer that appeared somewhat outdated. Likely purchased a year or two prior, however, the computer desk was remarkably tidy, starkly contrasting with the disorder of the living room, giving the impression that it did not belong in this space. Had it not been for the deep indentations in the floor beneath the desk's legs, Pang Ligang might have assumed that both the computer and the desk were pilfered from elsewhere. Sir, do you have any information to share with us? The middle-aged officer inquired, noticing Pang Ligang's keen observations since his arrival. Oh, my apologies. I actually came here to see Lei Ziyang, who resides in this place. To gather some information, may I ask, was it Lei Ziyang who hanged himself in this room, or was it someone else? Pang Ligang responded, slightly embarrassed, offering a polite smile to the officer. This is no secret. It will be disclosed anyway. The deceased is indeed Lei Ziyang. May I ask what business you have with him? The officer replied. Pang Ligang was neither a petty thief nor a private investigator, so he candidly explained his purpose for visiting, hoping that Officer La might provide some leads that could greatly aid in his search for Zhang Zhang. Upon preliminary examination by the forensic team, it has been conclusively determined that the deceased indeed succumbed to suicide. Aside from the ligature marks around the neck, there are no other injuries present on the body, and the restroom is remarkably clean, devoid of any signs of struggle, thus suggesting that foul play is unlikely. You officer, shouldn't such matters be kept confidential? Why are you disclosing this information to me? This is not a secret, once the truth of the case is ascertained. We shall make it public, although this information may not necessarily assist you. Do you not find it somewhat peculiar? Just yesterday, a female corpse was discovered, and yet her identity remains unconfirmed. The individual suspected to have been the last to see Zheng Zheng alive has now committed suicide. Is there truly no correlation between these events? The deceased left behind 3 suicide notes, one of which was specifically addressed to the police, wherein he claimed he did not murder the woman named Qiu Xingzhang. Asserting his innocence as the reason for his suicide, the middle-aged officer suddenly revealed a piece of shocking news. What? That is indeed strange. How could he possibly know that Zheng Zhang had died when it has not yet been confirmed that the body discovered yesterday belongs to her? What about the other 2 suicide notes? Pang Ligang was even more astonished, as a myriad of questions began to cloud the situation, turning the suicide case into an enigma. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. At the very least, could you inform me approximately when the deceased passed away? This morning, roughly 2 hours ago. The middle-aged officer did not withhold such minor details, providing an honest account to Pang Ligang. This is indeed odd. If the deceased has only recently taken her life, how could you arrive at the scene so swiftly? Did someone report the incident to you? It was the gentleman you saw in the living room who made the report. He is the deceased's cousin. He received a text message from the deceased prior to her suicide, prompting him to rush over to report the incident. How curious. Did he show you the message she sent him? Pang Ligang felt an air of strangeness enveloping the circumstances, as if there were elements that remained inexplicable. The IT has already been verified. The deceased sent a text to the reporter at 7 o'clock this morning. And there has been no deceit, the middle-aged officer replied earnestly. May I see the scene of the suicide? Pang Ligang pondered with his chin resting in his hand before suddenly making the request. This book has participated in a decade-end review. I kindly ask all readers to cast their votes, for which I would be immensely grateful. Below is the address. Merging logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction slowly unravel the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Paranormal Channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not experience a decline or abrupt ending. Allowing readers to engage with confidence, the global exclusive publishing rights to this book belong to the Chinese website. We welcome everyone to support the original work. The middle-aged officer remains silent, seemingly contemplating whether to grant permission, but soon nodded, signaling to Pang Ligang that he could proceed to take a look. Pang Ligang acknowledged the officer with a nod of gratitude. Behind the bedroom lies a restroom and bathing area, which houses an antiquated twin-tub washing machine, its metal casing marred by extensive rust, with dark red flakes of corrosion littering the floor, unmistakably indicating the machine's era of manufacture. Within the bathroom, there exists a ventilation fan, now closed, and unless the heating light is activated, the space resembles a pitch-black chamber, rendering visibility nearly impossible. A rope hangs on the wall, adorned with towels and similar items. Above, a sturdy iron rod stretches across the bathroom, suspended approximately 2 meters from the ground, while a small red plastic stool lies toppled on the floor. All items in the modest bathroom are arranged in an orderly fashion. Pang Ligang touched the towel affixed to the wall. Several towels were dried out on the white porcelain sink, a toothbrush cup, toothpaste, and other toiletries are neatly displayed. Pang Ligang also examined the basin of the sink, which was likewise dried. However, these observations merely indicate that Lei Ziyang had not washed his face or brushed his teeth prior to his demise. Failing to shed light on other matters, after scrutinizing the small bathroom 3 or 4 times, Pang Ligang could discern no irregularities. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found the middle-aged policeman had vacated the bedroom, compelling him to follow into the living room, which was now largely deserted, save for the middle-aged officer standing in the center, seemingly awaiting Pang Ligang's emergence, idly smoking a cigarette. Any discoveries? He inquired, producing a cigarette from his pack and offering it to Pang Ligang. None, replied Pang Ligang, accepting it without hesitation. I checked the towels and sink. They were both dry, but this only suggests that Lei Ziyang did not wash his face before his suicide. The middle-aged policeman initially seemed skeptical of the suicide theory. Yet after careful consideration, he could not deny the reality. However, one aspect eludes my understanding. If Lei Ziyang had truly resolved to end his life, why take the time to compose 3 farewell letters while neglecting to tidy his surroundings? Not to mention his personal hygiene in such a hurried act of self-destruction, Pang Ligang mused, inhaling the smoke and watching the world blur before him, only to regain clarity. This is precisely the conundrum I cannot fathom. If an individual is determined to take their own life, most would prefer to do so in a pleasing environment. Conversely, if the deceased made a sudden decision to end his life, why then leave behind 3 letters? The middle-aged policeman evidently shared a penchant for seeking the truth. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for allowing me to examine the scene. However, the whereabouts of my niece remain increasingly uncertain. I must continue my search. Should you uncover any information regarding her whereabouts within the deceased's belongings or letters, I implore you to contact me. As he spoke, Pang Ligang produced a small notebook and inscribed his phone number. Understood. Although this case appears to be a suicide, numerous aspects remain inexplicable. If you make any discoveries, please do not hesitate to reach out. I am stationed at the nearby police station, just call me Old Joe. The middle-aged policeman replied with a smile, accepting Pang Ligong's note. When Pang Ligong called Li's father, he was at the home of Sang-gu, where two unfamiliar voices, a man and a woman, could be heard on the line. It seemed that Jinjin's parents had already arrived home. After hanging up, Pang Ligong drove directly to Sang-gu's residence. Jinjin's parents, in their 40s, appeared to exude an air of sophistication often associated with returnees from abroad. However, Pang Ligong was not in the right frame of mind to ponder such matters. His first words were to request that Jinjin's parents come to the police station to identify the body. Clearly Jinjin's parents were far more composed than Sang-gu and her husband, as they immediately agreed to the request. Upon seeing the unidentified female corpse, Jinjin's mother collapsed to the ground in tears. While Jinjin's father remained silent, yet Pang Ligong could already surmise the outcome of this body was indeed that of their missing daughter, Zhou Jinjin. Although the basis for their conclusion was unclear, the cause of death was determined to be drowning. With the estimated time of death around August 18th, given that the body had been submerged for over half a month, the precise time of death could no longer be ascertained, but it certainly could not have been later than that date. Shun seemed to have another task at hand, to inform the deceased's relatives of Jinjin's time and cause of death. This was implausible. Jinjin had previously learned to swim and could hold her breath underwater for over a minute, making it inconceivable that she would drown. Jinjin's mother vehemently argued, utterly unable to accept this grim reality. However, we have conducted multiple examinations, and the deceased indeed succumbed to drowning, Shun continued, presenting his findings. That is even less likely. If Jinjin accidentally fell into the water, why were her clothes not washed away, while her undergarments were missing? This is undoubtedly a case of murder. You must uncover the truth behind my daughter's demise. As Jinjin's mother wept uncontrollably, she chastised Shun and his colleagues. Rest assured, we will uncover the truth. If it is indeed a murder case, we will apprehend the perpetrator, another officer interjected. Continuing to linger at the police station proved futile. So Pang Ligong persuaded Jinjin's parents to leave. Jinjin's father appeared remarkably calm on the surface, yet when Pang Ligong offered him support, he could feel the tremors coursing through his body, clearly suppressing his emotions. Upon returning to Sang-gu's home, Pang Ligong recounted the events from the morning at Lei Ziyong's residence. Jinjin's mother was adamant that Lei Ziyong was the murderer, claiming that he had taken his own life out of fear of being discovered. Sister, while I also find Lei Ziyong somewhat suspicious, I doubt he is the true culprit. Moreover, the police have yet to clarify the facts. Please be patient for now, Pang Ligong said, unsure of how to persuade this relative who had returned from abroad. Jinjin had trained in taekwondo. Although she might not overpower a man, she certainly could defend herself and escape. Who could possibly confine her? Apart from the ex-soldier Lei Ziyong, Jinjin's mother seemed resolute in her belief that Lei Ziyong was the murderer. Rendering any attempts at persuasion futile, Pang Ligong suddenly recalled something and took out several photographs from his pocket, presenting them to Jinjin's parents. Have you ever seen the clothing depicted in these photos? Jinjin's mother merely cast a cursory glance before promptly denying, asserting that she had never seen her daughter don such shabby attire, insisting that the garments could not possibly belong to Jinjin, but rather had been substituted after her demise. Jinjin's father remained relatively composed, not only affirming that Jinjin had never owned such clothing but also suggesting that Pang Ligong inquire with Jinjin's classmates. The case of the missing person had escalated into a murder investigation, although the police had yet to ascertain whether it was an accident or foul play. Jinjin's mother steadfastly believed it to be murder. As a relative, Pang Ligong felt compelled to delve into the matter. Despite the strained relationship with this branch of his family, although it was midday, Sang-gu's household had not commenced meal preparations. Pang Ligong tucked away the photographs and departed from Sang-gu's home, grabbing a light bite outside to nourish his mind, as he sought to unravel the truth behind the incident and provide some closure to Sang-gu's family. Determined not to neglect self-care, hello, Officer Liu, I must trouble you with another matter. Could you assist me in retrieving Jinjin's mobile communication records from the 18th? I require all records from that day. Pang Ligong dialed the number for Shun. I have already looked into it. The printed documents are at our police station. What do you wish to inquire about? Shun's tone remained icy and unyielding. Devoid of warmth. I apologize for the inconvenience, but Jinjin is the daughter of my wife's relative, and I must seek justice for her. Regardless of the circumstances, I must impose upon you once more. Pang Ligong resorted to a strategy of emotional appeal, determined that Shun would assist him today. Shun likely regretted having incurred a favor with Pang Ligong. On the lengthy telephone records printout, a series of different numerical sequences was arranged. Each distinct phone number represented a different individual, with every incoming and outgoing call meticulously documented. As Pang Ligong gazed at the extensive list, he felt slightly dizzy, his vision blurring. Meanwhile, Shun examined the records with utmost seriousness. Seemingly unfazed by the volume of information. On the 18th, Zhou Xinjiang had engaged in 5 calls with Lei Ziyong, albeit with varying durations. After scrutinizing the lengthy printout, Shun rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if making a concluding remark on a significant matter. The situation is far from simple, since the 18th Xinjiang's phone has received no calls, nor are there any records of outgoing ones. It is possible that the last person to see Xinjiang, Lei Ziyong, has now inexplicably committed suicide, rendering the circumstances quite perplexing. Pang Ligang leaned back in the leather chair, stretching his limbs to invigorate his body. Being allowed to examine Lei Ziyong's corpse would suffice. I shall conduct my own investigation thereafter. By the way, has Xinjiang's classmate from Tianjin been located? Do we have her phone number? Suddenly, Pang Ligang recalled that Xinjiang had mentioned intending to visit her classmate in Tianjin and inquired further. We have already contacted her via phone. Her number is indeed listed here. Her name is Huang Jinya, and prior to the 18th, Zhou Xinjiang had indeed expressed her intention to visit her, having communicated with her on both the 17th and 18th. However, on the 18th, Zhou Xinjiang did not travel to Tianjin, and our investigation revealed that when she assured her grandparents of her safety that day, the call was actually made from Beijing. Shun gestured towards a series of numbers printed on the document as he spoke. This raises an intriguing question. Why would Xinjiang deceive her grandparents? It seems to me that their oversight of her was not particularly stringent, making such a fabrication unnecessary. Is there a hidden secret behind this? Moreover, according to Huang Jinya, Zhou Xinjiang logged into QQ on the 19th and assured her that she would indeed visit her. Shun revealed this surprising information, leaving Pang Ligang astounded. Was Xinjiang not declared dead on the 18th? How could she have logged into QQ on the 19th? After a prolonged silence, Pang Ligang finally managed to compose himself. I do not know, but from this, we can deduce something crucial. The individual who accessed Zhou Xinjiang's QQ account on the 19th is undoubtedly the perpetrator. Shun exhibited the demeanor expected of a police officer in such matters, firmly rejecting any notion of a supernatural connection. You are correct, since the murderer used a phone to log into QQ. It indicates a desire to conceal their location online. With today's technology, it is possible to discern the identity of the culprit with a mere investigation, yet logging into QQ via a mobile device leaves no trace. However, it seems improbable that the login password would be easily discovered. How then did the murderer acquire it? As Pang Ligang pondered this, he gradually began to grasp the implications, although certain aspects remained elusive. I do not know, yet it stands to reason that very few individuals would possess knowledge of Zhou Xinjiang's QQ password, and among those, the murderer must surely be included. You might consider pursuing this angle. Shun, though unable to provide substantial assistance, was still able to offer some suggestions. Very well, I shall not intrude any further. I will proceed to the Shuni police station. The last individual to have encountered the deceased has mysteriously succumbed to suicide by hanging, leaving behind a note asserting his innocence. It remains uncertain whether this act was motivated by guilt or if he was indeed innocent. Presently, the sole possessor of the truth is the murderer. As all others privy to the facts have met their demise, the morgue at the Shuni Police Sub-Bureau is somewhat antiquated. Akin to other mortuaries, it is imbued with an atmosphere of chilling stillness and dread. Maintained at a consistently low temperature, there, the body of Lei Ziyong lies stark and exposed within the drawer, devoid of any clothing. True to his military background, even in retirement, Lei Ziyong's physique remains robust. His muscles well defined, his skin is not particularly fair, and his body is adorned with a considerable amount of hair. Aside from the ligature mark around his neck, there are no other visible injuries, leading one to conjecture the possibility of death by strangulation or suicide by hanging. Directly, have the handwriting analyses of those 3 letters been conducted? Can we confirm they were penned by Lei Ziyong himself? Asked Pang Ligang, while examining the body. It has been verified, they are indeed in Lei Ziyong's handwriting. How did you come to know this? Replied the individual standing alongside him, who was none other than the middle-aged officer seen earlier that morning at Lei Ziyong's residence. He was, in fact, the deputy director of the Shuni District Bureau. As Pang Ligang elaborated, he grasped the right arm of Lei Ziyong's corpse, gesturing for directorly to take a closer look. Enough, do not torment the body any further. Allowing you to view the corpse was already a breach of protocol. Now that you have seen it, please make haste to leave. We can discuss any matters in my office. The deputy director seemed quite reluctant to linger in the morgue. What of Lei Ziyong's cousin? Has he divulged any information to you? Pang Ligang inquired as he accepted the cup of water that deputy director Li had prepared for him. Well, it's rather peculiar. He seems to be rambling incoherently. At times, he insists that Lei Ziyong could never have taken his own life, while at other moments, he claims that Lei Ziyong must have been driven to despair by that girl who rejected him. Replied Deputy Director Li, appearing somewhat hesitant, perhaps unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Does he suffer from a mental illness? How then could he have reported to the police? Pang Ligang found himself puzzled. If Lei Ziyong's cousin were indeed such a person, Extracting any relevant information from him might prove exceedingly challenging, yet he does not seem to exhibit any signs of mental instability. There are moments when he appears quite rational. I suspect that the situation surrounding Lei Ziyong has profoundly affected him. Deputy Director Li remarked. According to the neighbors living near Lei Ziyong, the two shared a commendable relationship, frequently socializing. Despite residing in different locales, whenever they had the opportunity, they would gather to share drinks and conversations, often calling home together to reassure their families. Deputy Director Li appeared to have no intention of withholding information from Peng Ligang, candidly sharing his observations. That raises some perplexing questions, considering Lei Ziyong's mindset when he wrote the letters. He was undoubtedly resolute in his decision to end his life. Why then would he send a text to his cousin prior to his death, informing him of his intentions? Surely his cousin would have attempted to dissuade him. Peng Ligang pondered. Moreover, after receiving the phone call, his cousin did not proceed directly to Lei Ziyong's residence. Instead, he summoned the local police to accompany him. Could it be that he had prior knowledge of Lei Ziyong's demise by the time he arrived? Once Peng Ligang delved into contemplation, he would often lapse into soliloquy or engage in conversation with an invisible interlocutor. Suddenly, he realized that he had overlooked a significant individual, one whom he had never harbored suspicions about: Xiao Xinjin's boyfriend, Huang Devoué. Could it be that Huang Devoué was concealing something from him? Given his feelings for Xinjin, he could not possibly be unaware of her frequent interactions with Lei Ziyong. After all, no matter how strong a bond between comrades may be, one would hardly share their girlfriend with another. Director Li, when might I be able to meet with Lei Ziyong's cousin? I have some inquiries I wish to discuss with him. Tomorrow, perhaps. Lei Ziyong's mood seems rather poor today. And even if you were to meet him, you might not glean much information. I shall arrange for you to meet him tomorrow instead. Also, remember not to address me as Director Li. Refer to me as Deputy Director Li or simply Old Li. It would be undesirable if others were to find out, Deputy Director Li remarked half-jokingly to Peng Ligang. Reluctant to linger any longer, Peng Ligang resolved to leave Shuani and seek out Huang Devoué once more. 3-2 The emergence of the culprit. This book is participating in a decade review. I kindly ask all readers to cast a vote, for which I would be immensely grateful. Below is the link. Engaging in logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction slowly unravel the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Paranormal Channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not falter or conclude unsatisfactorily, allowing readers to indulge in it with confidence. The global exclusive publication rights of this book belong to the Chinese network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. While in the car, Peng Ligang had already placed a call to Huang Devoué. When Huang Devoué answered, his tone was somewhat flustered, as if he were in the midst of an activity that had suddenly been interrupted. However, Peng Ligang paid little heed to this and straightforwardly conveyed his intention to visit Huang Devoué's residence. Huang Devoué was alone at home, which was equally modest, furnished with pieces that appeared to be long outdated. The coffee table's peeling paint had taken on a yellowish hue, yet despite the simplicity of the furnishings, the space was remarkably tidy for a man. It was indeed a rarity to maintain such cleanliness in his home. For reasons unknown, Peng Ligang distinctly detected the acrid scent of burnt fabric. The white walls of the ceiling bore significant charring, indicating that Huang Devoué had recently burned something in the living room. Huang Devoué's countenance was not favorable, his demeanor despondent, and he appeared lost in thought. Did you burn something in this room? Although Peng Ligang had much to say to Huang Devoué, he was at a loss for how to begin. Yes, I just burned some useless items. They were taking up space. Xinjin has passed away. I have come to discuss this matter with you. After much internal struggle, Peng Ligang ultimately decided to speak the truth to Huang Devoué. Believing that he would be able to accept this harsh reality. Where is she? I wish to see Xinjin. Huang Devoué bit his lower lip, the flesh now crimson from the pressure, revealing the intensity of his efforts to remain composed. Peng Ligang, at a loss for how to comfort him, decided to divert his attention instead. Perhaps I should refrain from attending to it. Seems that Xinjin's parents are unaware of our relationship. Moreover, I am not someone of significance. I do not wish to tarnish Xinjin's reputation further. I shall visit her after the burial. Despite Huang Devoué's strenuous attempts to suppress his tears, they cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. Peng Ligang, somewhat inept with words, could find no comforting phrases after much contemplation, so he chose silence and bid farewell to Huang Devoué before departing. By the time he left Huang Devoué's home, night had fallen. Tomorrow marked the last day of Peng Ligang's leave, and if he could not unearth the perpetrator by then, he would have to wait another month for time off. It was difficult to envisage whether he would even be able to find the culprit by then. Upon returning home, he encountered Li Shiyu, who had just arrived reeking of alcohol. Spotting Peng Ligang, she lifted her leg and aimed a kick at his vital area. He attempted to block it but failed, and instead, she struck his inner thigh. Although Li Shiyu appeared slender, the force behind her kick was considerable, nearly bringing Peng Ligang to tears. He hurriedly covered his thigh and retreated to his room. After removing his trousers to inspect the damage, he discovered a large red bruise on his inner thigh. Li Shiyu, uninterested in his plight, tossed her handbag aside and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Leaving Peng Ligang to tend to his own injury, suddenly, a thought struck him. There seemed to be similar marks on Jinjin's inner thigh, and her injuries appeared far more severe than his own. An image formed in his mind. Jinjin had likely engaged in a struggle before her demise, overpowered by an assailant of greater strength. Peng Ligang realized he knew the identity of the murderer. However, with so much time having passed, the evidence was likely long erased by the culprit. The only recourse was to elicit a confession from the perpetrator. Pursuing further evidence would likely prove futile. He retrieved his phone and dialed Deputy Director Li, conveying his thoughts. Although Deputy Director Li was not entirely on board with the plan, he acknowledged that no better alternative existed and assured Peng Ligang he would make the necessary preparations for his visit to the police station the following day. On the third day since the discovery of Jinjin's body, which coincided with the last day of Peng Ligang's leave, he returned to her school to verify whether the clothing found with her corpse belonged to Jinjin. It was the same classroom, the same teacher, but this time, Peng Ligang could not afford to wait outside. He knocked on the door and stated his purpose. In addition to the two girls from his last visit, another unfamiliar female student emerged. As they recognized him, he wasted no time and got straight to the point. Have any of you seen Jinjin wear the outfit in this photograph, or do you recall her purchasing something similar? Please think carefully. Peng Ligang took out several photographs obtained from Shun and presented them before three female classmates. They had never seen such attire. Jinjin would not wear such clothing. The first girl shook her head, indicating she had never encountered them. It should be impossible. Such garments are typically worn by men, so how could Jinjin possibly purchase such outfits? The second girl also asserted she had not seen them. These clothes do not belong to Jinjin. I am certain of it. The final girl, however, exhibited a resolute demeanor, as if she could never be mistaken. On what basis can you be so sure? While Peng Ligang trusted that she would not lie, he felt it prudent to remain cautious, for these garments could serve as evidence. I often exchange clothes with Jinjin. I am well aware of what garments fill her wardrobe, though I have worn nearly all her clothes, save for a few expensive designer pieces, which even she seldom dons. Jinjin would never purchase such styles, let alone wear them herself, the girl insisted, her eyes wide and her tone unwavering. Thank you all. I believe Jinjin will also be grateful, Peng Ligang expressed earnestly as he gathered the final piece of information. By the time he arrived at the police station, it was already past 9 o'clock. Deputy Chief Li awaited him anxiously in his office. He had prepared everything as per Peng Ligang's instructions from the previous night, and the perpetrator had already been brought in, and now, it remained to be seen how Peng Ligang would coax a confession from the culprit. Good morning, Director Li, Peng Ligang greeted, seemingly in high spirits, in stark contrast to Deputy Chief Li, whose bloodshot eyes suggested he had not slept a wink. I've told you before, you can either call me Lao Li or Deputy Chief Li. Just omit the deputy to avoid giving the impression that I am scheming for power. I have prepared everything as you requested. Now it's your turn to take the lead, Deputy Chief Li remarked. Clearly displeased by Peng Ligang's omission of the title, although he wished to drop the deputy himself, it was not in such a casual manner. Rest assured, the perpetrator will confess on their own accord. The items you prepared, no one should be able to discern them, correct? Peng Ligang replied, shrouded in mystery. Unaware of the nature of the items he alluded to. Fear not, government operations are typically not so easily recognizable, Deputy Chief Li assured him, patting Peng Ligang's shoulder with a knowing air. He then led Peng Ligang to an adjacent room beside the interrogation chamber, featuring a deep mahogany glass that offered a clear view of the proceedings next door. Peng Ligang, having only seen such rooms on television, was surprised to find one in the police station. Is this glass adequate? They won't be able to see us, will they? He inquired, peering anxiously through the glass. This glass has excellent soundproofing. From the interrogation room, it appears as a solid wall. There is no need for concern regarding that, Deputy Chief Li reassured him. Ri Zhong's cousin is currently in another interrogation room. Which one should we visit first? Deputy Director Li recalled that Peng Ligang had mentioned wanting to meet Ri Zhong's cousin yesterday. I will go see Lei Zhen first. You all can begin here. Remember to treat him as if he were the perpetrator, but do not make it too obvious, he instructed. Ironically, it was Peng Ligang who began to instruct the police on how to interrogate a suspect. Having been a police officer for so many years, I am certainly no less knowledgeable than you, Deputy Director Li retorted, clearly agitated by Peng Ligang's persistent teasing. Peng Ligang was led by Deputy Director Li into another interrogation room, where only the man he had encountered at Ri Zhong's home yesterday was present. His disheveled hair and vacant expression revealed that he had likely spent a sleepless night, unaware of when Peng Ligang had entered. Lei Zhen, Peng Ligang cautiously inquired, speaking in a hushed tone to avoid provoking him. Are you a police officer? What has happened to my brother? Is there any news? Lei Zhen asked, his agitation palpable as he approached Peng Ligang. Wasn't your brother found hanged? That case has been closed. Were you not at the scene yesterday? That is not true. My brother was driven to his death. Thought he would never commit suicide. The mere mention of Lei Zilia ignited a fervor in Lei Zhen. his expression transforming dramatically from one of dazed indifference to one of exaggerated intensity. Do you have any evidence? Pang Ligang pressed. However, I must tell you, if your brother was indeed coerced into taking his own life, you would be the first suspect, as he texted you before his death. He pushed back his chair and stood looming over Lesion, pointing a finger at him. I don't know. That morning, after I received my brother's message, I got a call from someone else, who instructed me to bring the police along. It was that person who told me to do so. The true culprit faces justice. This book has participated in a decade-long review. I kindly ask all readers to cast a vote, for which I would be immensely grateful. Below is the link. Engage in logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction to gradually unravel the intricate mysteries. This book has been exclusively acquired by the Paranormal Channel. Unauthorized sites are prohibited from reproduction. There will be no abrupt endings or unresolved plots. Readers may rest assured, the global exclusive publication rights to this book belong to the Chinese website. We welcome everyone's support for the original work. This suicide note is a forgery. He forcefully slammed the white letterhead onto the table, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the two uniformed officers seated across from him. The officers, nearly half a meter away, remain impassive, while the officer on the left gestured for him to take a seat, urging him to speak calmly without such agitation, yet, he was oblivious to the fact that he had just unveiled the truth. Inadvertently confessing to being the true perpetrator behind the murder case. He has spoken. Do you wish to go and take a look? Deputy Director Li pushed open the door to the interrogation room and entered. Observing Pang Ligang, who was gripping Lesion's hands tightly, he paused momentarily before inquiring, all right, could you please fetch 2 individuals to handle this fellow first? In another interrogation room, Lesion exclaimed, what right do you have to detain me here? Your actions are tantamount to interrogating a criminal. What crime have I committed? His emotions were beginning to spiral out of control. Despite the daylight outside, the room was shrouded in darkness, instilling a sense of dread within him. Although there was a desk lamp providing illumination, it failed to brighten the room adequately. Cease your shouting. You have already confessed to being the murderer of Qiu Xinjin, Pang Ligang interjected calmly as he stepped inside. What did you say? I killed Xinjin. Are you jesting? When did I ever admit to that? His anger escalated, and he slammed his hand on the table. Stop your evasion. You acknowledged it just moments ago. The suicide note of Lei Ziyang has only been seen by the police, no one else. How could you possibly know that the note you read is a forgery? The only logical explanation is that you were already aware of its contents beforehand. Pang Ligang asserted, advancing towards him and pointing at the suicide note beside the lamp. Taken aback, he had not anticipated the police would ensnare him in such a trap, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with a sardonic smile. Xiao Lei sought me out before his suicide. He mentioned the general content of the note. Is that not valid? Well, that could indeed be a valid point, however, even if Lei Ziyang informed you of the general contents of the note while he was alive. On what grounds can you definitively declare that the note on the table is a forgery? He might have changed his mind right before taking his life, Pang Ligang countered. At that moment, Lesion found himself at a loss for words, momentarily speechless as he grappled for a rebuttal. Soon, however, he devised another strategy and declared loudly, even if the note is authentic, it does not imply that I am the murderer. Evidence is required, is it not? Evidence, of course, there is evidence, which is why we called you here. Do you think the tea at the police station is that enjoyable? Pang Ligang appeared self-assured, as if he had anticipated such a response. His confidence surged, knowing full well that the evidence had vanished. Even with the knowledge of him being the culprit, the police were powerless against him. Truly, one does not give up until reaching the Yellow River. May I pose a few questions to you beforehand? Please be quick. I have no desire to linger here, he replied, wishing to escape the oppressive atmosphere, environment, and various factors that instilled fear within him. Xinjin must have visited your home frequently. If I recall correctly, you have mentioned this before. Yes, he replied, striving to minimize his words to avoid falling into yet another trap. However, just 10 minutes ago, the police visited your residence and found not a single item belonging to Xinjin. Nor even her fingerprints. Can you explain why that is the case? Pang Ligang sat across from him, idly toying with the desk lamp. What does this imply? Just because my home lacks any items belonging to Xinjin, does that make me the murderer of Xinjin? The more he endeavored to compose himself, the more he felt the grip of anxiety. The man seated opposite him seemed to possess all the clues. Showing no concern for the words he uttered, he wished to take a seat, yet his legs betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. On August 17, Xinjin called you, saying she would come to your home, and that evening she spent the night there. Xinjin had mentioned her intention to visit a classmate in Tianjin. Perhaps you gleaned some information from her words when you bid Xinjin farewell on the morning of the 18th. You feigned a business trip to Hebei, merely escorting her to the bus station. I have already conveyed this to you, but I must correct your assertion. It was not a mere pretext for a trip to Hebei, but rather a genuine assignment from the company. After a surge of intense unease, he found himself surprisingly calm, far more composed than before. The police had already visited your company for inquiries on the 18th. You requested a leave of absence, failing to report for work. On that day, you encountered Lei Ziyang at the bus station. Perhaps you were already aware of Jinjin's frequent interactions with him, leading you to suspect an affair, which compelled you to clandestinely follow them to Lei Ziyang's residence. He remained silent, observing Pang Ligang, eager to discern what he intended to reveal. When Jinjin met her demise, she was not wearing any undergarments. It must have been in that moment that you caught her, and in a fit of rage, you did not allow either of them to dress, instead seizing all of Jinjin's clothing. Throughout the day of the 18th, Jinjin remained exposed under your watch at Lei Ziyang's home. By midnight, driven by hunger, you sent Lei Ziyang out to procure some food, and then, he was impatient to uncover all that Pang Ligang knew. After Lei Ziyang departed, Jinjin may have seized a few of his garments in a moment of distraction, fleeing without the time to retrieve her own undergarments, which accounts for her lack of them posthumously. As she ran, she donned the clothing, pursued by you until you reached the banks of the North Canal, where a scuffle ensued. Pang Ligang lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings. Does a scuffle imply that I committed murder? Quite absurd, isn't it? He scoffed softly, speaking coldly. Indeed, when I grappled with Jinjin, her leg struck my left shoulder, while I kicked the inside of her thigh. Though Jinjin had some self-defense training, she was ultimately no match for you. Quickly subdued. In a fit of rage, you pressed her head beneath the water. In that moment of emotional turmoil, you were oblivious to how long you held Jinjin submerged, and thus she perished by asphyxiation at the riverbank. Jinjin's corpse bore swollen, everted lips, her tongue a shade of purple. Jiang, in a fit of anger, extinguished his cigarette but grasped his collar with a fierce grip. He remained silent, nearly smiling, a cold mocking smile that never wavered. Huangdi, you are indeed the true murderer of Qi Zhn. Not only have you taken her life, but you also drove Lizang to his demise. Attempting to frame Lizhn in the process. Do you still refuse to admit it? Jiang bellowed at Huangdi. Do you have any evidence? If not, kindly release me, Huangdi retorted, shaking off Jiang's hand and adjusting his collar. I have already provided the evidence. There is not a single item belonging to Zhn in your home. Not even a fingerprint left behind. Even if Zhn didn't leave her belongings at your residence, she must have left some fingerprints during her time there. Yet, apart from your own fingerprints, there are absolutely no others in your home. This is the most compelling evidence of your guilt in her murder. Jiang pointed accusingly at Huangdi who sat in the chair. Regret washed over Huangdi. He found himself at a loss for words. This dialogue, or rather, this confrontation, had been doomed to his defeat ever since he incinerated all of Zhn's possessions. The absence of evidence had paradoxically become the strongest proof against him, a notion he perhaps had never contemplated, sealing his inevitable downfall. In the time that followed, Huangdi confessed unabashedly to his crimes, admitting not only to the murder of Qi Zhn and the coercion leading to Lizang's death but also to his intention to frame Lizhn, which resulted in Lizang's final text in farewell note to Lizhn. However, the case ultimately left a lingering enigma. Huangdi steadfastly refused to disclose why Qi Zhn had been involved with Lizang, and the reasons behind it could no longer be pursued. The living had departed, and these past events would settle into the dust. In an ordinary hillside village, a terrifying legend has persisted since the nationalist era. On stormy, thunderous nights, malevolent spirits emerged to claim lives. A group of Na'vi youths met their untimely ends in the village, their bizarre deaths attributed to the vengeful spirits, or perhaps to a deeper conspiracy at play. Stay tuned for the next installment of The Legend of the Village's Old Corpse and the Evil Spirit Murders. The 17K deduction collection features a battle of logic, psychological warfare, and high-level reasoning. Gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery, this book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this work will not fall into mediocrity or an unsatisfactory conclusion. Allowing readers to enjoy with peace of mind, the global exclusive publishing rights for this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone's support for the original work. Furthermore, I have previously penned a book in the supernatural deduction genre. Should readers have an interest in paranormal events, I invite you to explore my earlier work, hoping for your gracious consideration. A young girl spent an entire summer vacation at home, her days filled with gatherings with high school classmates or researching information about the city she was destined to attend school in, Yin. In truth, her parents did not wish for her to study there. This issue had been discussed late into the night with her parents before her college entrance examination, yet it did nothing to alter her determination to pursue her education in Yin. The young girl hails from a remarkably affluent family. Her father serves as the deputy sheriff of the city police department, and her grandfather was also a police officer before his retirement, thus marking them as a family steeped in law enforcement tradition. Both her mother and grandmother run their own companies, contributing to their family's substantial wealth. The girl has long pondered why her parents have consistently refused to bear another child to carry on the legacy of her father and grandfather. She has inquired of them numerous times, yet her father always remains silent, while her mother deftly diverts the conversation, leaving the girl with a significant question mark in her mind. Jumps, are you still awake? Her mother entered the room, carrying a glass of milk and approaching the desk. Since you have resolutely decided to study there, what purpose does it serve to pursue these inquiries further? Perhaps a tale recounted by an upperclassman at school may reveal some insights. Possibly even tales of your father and uncle's experiences, her mother suddenly teased, as if jesting with the girl. Those trivial matters need not concern Jumps, they are merely relics of the past, unworthy of discussion. At that moment, her father entered the room and gently admonished her mother, though his expression bore no hint of displeasure. In the girl's recollection, her parents had never quarreled, their relationship was characterized by harmony and mutual respect. Yet it was remarkable how well they seemed to understand one another. Despite having lived with her parents for over a decade, the girl could never quite fathom the true nature of her father. Jumps, I have found you a part-time job, her father announced. I have written down the contact information and address on this note for you. Once you arrive at school, you may reach out to him. He will arrange everything for you. With that, her father handed her a slip of paper. She unfolded it to find a strong, bold script detailing an address and a phone number, yet the name of the contact was conspicuously absent. Dad, why didn't you write that person's name? We are not lacking in money. Why must I take on a part-time job? The girl asked, puzzled. You will understand once you go, her father replied, offering no further explanation as he turned and exited her room, leaving her in a state of confusion. Mom, what do you think Dad is always thinking about? Why do I get the sense that he seems somewhat melancholic? You are still young and do not comprehend many things. When you grow a little older, your father will share those matters with you, her mother replied, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. The girl gently wiped away the tears from her mother's face and nestled against her. The following day, the girl boarded a flight to Qingning City. The journey from southern Guangdong to Qingning took 3 hours. Although she was flying, the time felt rather lengthy to her, as she was eager to finally visit the city she had longed to see. At the entrance of Qingning University, throngs of people bustled about, yet it was not overly noisy. The staff members responsible for welcoming new students were diligently attending to their tasks, while the arriving students formed orderly lines, some gazing at the surrounding scenery and others engrossed in their phones, yet no one raised their voice in raucous chatter. The young girl glanced around at the people nearby, most of whom were accompanied by their parents. With only a handful of freshmen arriving alone to register, her belongings were minimal, consisting solely of a small suitcase and a shoulder bag. Tayo, I see you've also been admitted to Qingning University, spoke a girl of around 10 years, whose delicate features made her appear enchanting. Dressed in a vibrant green outfit, she resembled a sprite that had emerged from the depths of a forest, her face illuminated by a cheerful smile directed at the girl named Tayo. You are Biyun. I didn't realize you had also gained admission to this school. We can be together every day now. The acquaintance between the two was quite simple. When their parents had brought Tayo to Qingning City to pay respects to a departed friend, they had stayed at Biyun's home. It seemed that Biyun's parents shared a close bond with Tayo's family, giving her the impression of a familial connection. Being of similar age, Tayo and Biyun quickly became good friends. However, Tayo's family resided in the south, and after leaving Qingning City, their correspondence ceased, making their unexpected reunion here all the more delightful. The thought of spending each day with an old friend filled Tayo with excitement, and she clasped Biyun's hand tightly, as if they were sisters. Tayo, we are not the only ones who got in here. Look who this is. Suddenly Biyun stepped aside, revealing a tall and handsome boy standing behind her. He appeared slightly more mature than Tayo, his sunny demeanor accentuated by a gentle smile as he regarded her. Biyun, I told you, how could this little witch possibly remember me? She has likely forgotten all about me. Considering how much mischief I caused her back then, I can only imagine her running to my parents to complain, which kept me confined at home for over half a year. The sunny boy suddenly transformed, addressing Biyun. Tayo, this is the boy you used to call Little Short Stick, Tian Baiqing, Biyun explained, stifling a laugh. I remember now. He wasn't this tall before. How is it that he has grown taller than me? Tayo gestured to her waist, then, feeling defiant, approached Tian Baiqing and measured her height against him, only to realize that her stature of 171 meters still left her significantly shorter than him. Alright, don't be upset. From now on, we can attend classes and play together every day, Biyun said, gently shaking Tayo's hand to soothe her. That's not possible. My father initially disapproved of my attending here. I secretly filled out the application myself and only informed my parents after receiving the acceptance letter, leaving them no choice but to let me come. However, my father surprisingly arranged a part-time job for me before I came, so it seems I won't be able to join you all and play. Tayo's previously bright smile faded instantly as she recalled her obligation to the part-time job, leaving her unable to feel any joy. It appears that everything has been meticulously arranged for you as well. I suspect that the three of us are destined for the same location. Our parents have likely conspired long ago to send us to that very place. The girl named Biyun suddenly wore a serious expression, casting a glance at Tiao and Tian Baiqing as she spoke. Just then, Tiao Tiao's phone rang unexpectedly. In a flurry, Tiao Tiao searched her belongings but found no trace of her phone, only to realize that she was wearing a dress today, devoid of pockets. The office closes at 5:30 in the afternoon, and if we do not arrive before then, we might as well not come at all tomorrow. In her haste, Tiao Tiao fumbled to retrieve her phone and pressed the answer button, only to hear a brusque male voice on the other end. "Who are you, and why should I?" Before Tiao Tiao could finish her words, the line abruptly disconnected. "Tiao Tiao, who was that?" Biyun inquired with curiosity. "I don't know, he merely mentioned something about going to an office before 5:30, and if we fail to arrive by then we needn't bother coming tomorrow. Could it be that our parents have sent us to that place? Where the boss is calling us for part-time work?" Biyun speculated, seemingly convinced that the proprietor of the place they were about to work at was an old man, and a rather harsh and cunning one at that. The voice didn't sound like that of an elderly man though. Nevertheless, we should hasten to check it out after we complete our enrollment procedures. After all, we will have to go there eventually. Otherwise, if he contacts our parents, they will begin their incessant nagging again. Tiao Tiao bit her finger and promptly addressed Bian and Tian by Ching. As for Pang Ligang, he had yet to fathom why he had acquiesced to accompany Li Shiyu to Hong Kong. Despite never having visited the city before, seated in the minibus, he nibbled on a half-eaten biscuit, mumbling to himself in a low voice, his words indistinct and incoherent. It must be the pillow talk. "Why do I always succumb to such sweet temptations?" he muttered, his right arm draped protectively around the slumbering Li Shiyu. The previous plan to develop a tourist village had fallen through for her company, and after careful deliberation among the senior executives, they resolved to establish a new tourist village in Hong Kong, a popular travel destination. In truth, the company had already commenced work 2 months prior, and Li Shiyu's presence was merely to oversee the project and conduct an inspection. Yet, the reason behind Pang Ligang's decision to take leave and follow her remained a mystery, even to himself. On this occasion, Li Shiyu did not take him around for leisure and shopping. Instead, upon disembarking, she headed directly to the construction site. Fortunately, they were met by a vehicle at the airport, otherwise, being unfamiliar with the area and unable to comprehend Cantonese, it was uncertain where they might have ended up. Thankfully, most Hong Kong residents are now proficient in Mandarin, albeit not perfectly, yet it suffices for effective communication. Hong Kong is a rather sweltering city, often subject to typhoon warnings due to its coastal location, which poses challenges for travel and work. Upon alighting, Pang Ligang had dozed off, and it took considerable effort for the driver to rouse the couple. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Li Shiyu surveyed her surroundings and realized they had arrived on a hillside. Approaching them was a middle-aged man in his 30s, standing over 6 feet tall, distinctly not resembling a southerner. His laughter was hearty, yet a long scar marred his left cheek, a testament to a long-healed injury, giving him an air reminiscent of a gangster. "Miss Li, you have arrived. I am the manager here. My Yaozu, you may call me Old Mike," he greeted warmly, introducing himself while taking their luggage from the driver. "This is my husband, surnamed Pang." Li Shiyu introduced, reciprocating the gesture. "Your husband is remarkably youthful. May I inquire about his profession?" Old Mike inquired, gesturing for them to follow him as he led the way. "I work at a bank, though merely as a junior clerk. It hardly merits mention," Pang Ligang replied, his modesty rooted in the truth of his position. "By the way, Miss Li, as the project has concluded, we have issued several trial stay invitations. Today, a few award-winning members will be arriving to experience the facilities. 3 have already reached the lodge this morning." Old Mai suddenly recalled an important detail to share with Li Shiyu. "Very well, I would appreciate your assistance with the introductions later. We can discuss other matters after I've had a chance to rest," she replied. Old Mai guided them to a bungalow, while Pang Ligang casually observed the structure. The bungalow was quite ordinary, a common sight in rural areas, characterized by green bricks and red tiles, with a revolving lantern at the entrance displaying the lodge's name. Waitsuan Lodge, however, the interior was a different story, boasting decor befitting a star-rated hotel, a stark contrast to its exterior simplicity. Behind the reception desk hung a map with red circles marking grid-like sections, clearly indicating room distributions. Old Mai retrieved a large set of keys from the wall behind the counter, leading the couple toward the nearest building. As Pang Ligang surveyed the surrounding bungalows, he casually remarked, "The arrangement of these houses appears rather irregular, with varying distances. Indeed, during the initial construction, this area was an abandoned village. After acquiring the land, all the old structures were demolished, and what you see now is entirely newly constructed." Old Mai explained, however, the majority of constructions are situated upon the completed residential locations, resulting in a rather irregular distribution. Lao Mai diligently addressed the inquiries posed by Pang Ligang. It is indeed a formidable challenge to preserve the village's original quaint charm while simultaneously demolishing and reconstructing the entire area. "Once this place opens, what will the daily accommodation rate be?" Pang Ligang appeared particularly intrigued by this, as he wished to gauge the true strength of Li Shiyu's company. "This matter pertains to confidential negotiations, and I am unable to disclose it to Mr. Pang at this moment. However, once you settle in, you may be able to make an educated guess. Well, we have arrived. I must ask the 2 of you to endure your stay here for the next few days." Lao Mai halted in front of a single-story house, set down his luggage and retrieved a key from his keychain to unlock the door. Inside, the furnishings were all of high quality, with a revolving chandelier and a spacious, comfortable bed. The only drawback was an indescribable scent lingering in the air, likely emanating from the new furniture as disinfectant, which Pang Ligong found somewhat displeasing. Miss Li, Mr. Pang, here are the keys to your room. Please take good care of them. Since we have yet to officially open, there is currently only one key available with no spare, so it is imperative that you safeguard it. Clearly attentive, Lao Mai finished speaking and handed the key to Li Shiyu. I will keep it safe. How many staff members are currently here? Li Shiyu inquired while securing the key. Lao Mai nodded slightly before preparing to leave. Given that this is hotel-style accommodation, the living room and bedroom are interconnected. With only a single window in the room, Pang Ligong drew back the curtains and opened the window, seeking to allow some fresh air into the space. Everything here is completed. Why has your company sent you over? Pang Ligong expressed his bewilderment regarding Li Shiyu's company's intentions. Your company certainly enjoys a comfortable arrangement. Perhaps I should resign and join you. We wouldn't want you, Li Shiyu responded with a playful pout. Then gracefully collapsed onto the bed. Wouldn't want me, yet last night you were as fierce as a tiger. Oh, please, it is you who resembled a tiger. Naturally, being a man comes with that vigor. Realizing she had fallen for Pang Ligong's banter, Li Shiyu chose to ignore him, discarding her shoes and turning onto her side to sleep. Pang Ligong stood at the windowsill, smoking a cigarette. After several hours of flying, his mind felt somewhat foggy. He then closed the window, turned on the air conditioning, and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled Pang Ligong from his slumber. The room was enveloped in darkness, but he could discern the outlines of obstacles beneath his feet thanks to the faint light filtering through the window. After shaking off some drowsiness, he reached for the remote beside his pillow to turn off the air conditioning, slipped on his shoes, and approached the door. The knocker was none other than Lao Mai, who smiled and nodded at Pang Ligong. Mr. Pang, dinner time has arrived. The members participating in the trial stay have all gathered. Could you please summon Miss Li to the main building's dining room? The weather outside has begun to change, and there is a possibility of thunderstorms tonight. Do remember to wear an extra layer? Lao Mai remains as attentive as ever, even forewarning Pang Ligong of the impending weather shift. Very well, we shall arrive shortly. The main building is that illuminated structure ahead, adorned with a rotating light. Correct, Pang Ligong confirmed the location of the main hall. Indeed, please make your way here promptly. With that, Lao Mai turned and departed. Pang Ligong fumbled to switch on the lights in the room, rousing Li Shiyu from her slumber, and coaxed her gently as they made their way towards the main hall. This book is sourced from Pinshu.net 1-2 Guests Mobile Reading, a collection of logical reasoning battles, psychological warfare, and high-level reasoning challenges, gradually unraveling the layers of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reprinting it. There will be no instances of failure or unsatisfactory endings. Readers may indulge in it with confidence. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. I recommend the book Night Talk Notes by my friend Sanjan Cha. If readers have an affinity for supernatural events, it is certainly worth a read. Miss Yu appeared to have spent the entire night awake, her expression dazed and looking exceedingly haggard. Lu Meili, on the other hand, was disheveled. Her heavy makeup faded significantly, giving her a rather terrifying appearance, a stark contrast to the Lu Meili from the previous evening's dinner. Zhang Jia, however, seemed unperturbed, elegantly indulging in her meal like a lady of leisure, occasionally casting furtive glances at Pang Ligong, her gaze akin to a wave of electricity directed towards him. Lu Zhongyi appeared to have already had breakfast, seated on the sofa in the living room, chain-smoking without any further movement, seemingly preoccupied with some internal turmoil. The atmosphere in the living room was laden with silence, each individual lost in their own thoughts, sharing an unspoken understanding as they lingered together. Amidst this, a vigilant Pang Ligong suddenly discerned an unusual detail. The glass here was made from a peculiar material. If one section were to shatter, the entire pane would follow suit, disintegrating into shards. Such specialized glass is rarely encountered in daily life. Typically, high-end hotel presidential suites utilize specially treated bulletproof glass impervious to standard bullets, yet this hotel appeared to employ this unique type of glass, usually reserved for magic shows and specific occasions. Why then would it be found in an ordinary inn? At this moment, the breakfast ordered by Pang Ligong and his wife was brought to them, and Fong Shiying promptly served 2 cups of warm milk. As Pang Ligong lifted the transparent glass to drink, a thought struck him, prompting him to call out to Fong Shiying, who was busy writing at the counter. Miss Fong, could you kindly prepare a cup of coffee for me? If you are occupied, I can ask my wife to do it instead. At that moment, Pang Ligong cast a meaningful glance at Li Shiyu, although he was uncertain whether she would grasp his intentions. He nonetheless hoped she would. Despite their recent marriage, there existed a profound understanding between the two. Li Shiyu, though unaware of the implications behind Pang Ligong's words, rose without hesitation and proceeded directly towards the kitchen. Mr. Pang, I can manage on my own. It would be splendid if Miss Li could lend a hand to it would allow us to brew a pot of coffee together, Feng Shuriying remarked politely, yet her demeanor remained unremarkable as she made her way into the kitchen. Was it truly the case? Pang Ligong pondered silently as he observed Feng Shuriying entering the kitchen. That if she were indeed the perpetrator, her murderous intentions would inevitably target Miss Yu next, although the nature of the enmity between Miss Yu and the culprit remained unclear. The circumstances surrounding Yu Dongxing's death and Yu Zifei's disappearance suggested that the assailant was evidently intent on dealing with the three siblings of the Yu family, with a plan to eliminate them all. Handsome, do you already know who the killer is? Zhang Jia suddenly leaned closer, playfully nudging Pang Ligong with her delicate, fair shoulder, her gaze alluring as she inquired. No, I have no idea. If I knew who the killer was, I would have exposed them by now. You all believe it's the vengeful spirit of the old corpse from the mountain village, don't you? I find it quite plausible, Pang Ligong stammered. Momentarily taken aback before engaging in nonsensical banter with Zhang Jia, stop feigning ignorance. When you came to my room this morning to fetch water, you lingered deliberately by the window, just now, when that pane of glass shattered due to the wind. Your expression was entirely different from the others, all filled with shock and fear, while you appear to have comprehended something, Zhang Jia whispered conspiratorially in Pang Ligong's ear, her slender finger gesturing toward the recently shattered glass. I merely realized that the glass here is. Coffee's ready. Li Shiyu suddenly raised her voice, calling out to Pang Ligong that he thought to himself, we're doomed. Li Shiyu approached, bearing 2 cups of coffee, slowly taking a seat before leaning slightly toward Pang Ligong. Whispering in his ear, are you tired of living, or do you wish to die? How dare you flirt with that old woman in my absence? Hold your temper, I have something crucial to ask you. Enough with your theatrics, speak plainly, what did that woman say to you? Nothing much, she merely asked if I knew who the killer was, and I replied that I didn't. Pang Ligong forced a bitter smile. Realizing there was no escaping the scrutiny today. Oh, so you must know who the killer is, tell me quickly, I need to know. Li Shiyu's tone shifted abruptly, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier intimacy between Pang Ligong and Zhang Jia. It's still uncertain. If the events unfold as I suspect, then the killer must undoubtedly be him. Pang Ligong tantalizingly withheld the truth from Li Shiyu, leaving her in suspense about the identity of the murderer. Fine, if you choose not to divulge, so be it. Ultimately, you will reveal it in due time. However, should you choose to disclose it now, I may contemplate forgetting the indiscretions you shared with that elderly woman. Li Shiyu deliberately heightened her intonation on the word forget, a tactic that had repeatedly proven effective against Pang Ligong. As he shifted the topic, he inquired about a crucial detail. Did you observe Feng Shuriying while she was preparing the coffee? Nothing particularly noteworthy, she used the same instant coffee sachets from last night, and I was the one who tore open the packets, Li Shiyu replied with an air of calm, seemingly oblivious to anything unusual. That raises a question. If the murderer intended to poison the instant coffee, it would be quite cumbersome and easily detectable. The only plausible scenario would involve administering the poison in the water. But wouldn't the boiling water evaporate the substance? Despite confirming another piece of the puzzle, Pang Ligong found himself ensnared in confusion once more. Noticing his contemplative silence, Li Shiyu chose to ignore him and resumed her breakfast. However, after only a few bites, she felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, hastily covering her mouth as she dashed towards the restroom. Hey, your wife is pregnant, shouldn't you check on her? Wen Jiao remarked, tapping her fork against Pang Ligong's plate and gesturing towards the restroom where Li Shiyu had just rushed in. What's wrong, Shiyu? Nothing much, just a bit of stomach discomfort. I feel like I might vomit. But you seemed fine yesterday, surely you can't be pregnant. Pang Ligong, fully aware of his own actions, spoke with unwavering certainty, as he always took precautions before sowing seeds. No, we clearly. Moreover, when I had my gynecological checkup a few days ago, there was no indication of pregnancy. How could this happen all of a sudden? It's probably nothing. Let's just go. Maybe I ate something unsanitary yesterday. Li Shiyu washed her hands at the sink and then turned to indicate to Pang Ligong that he could leave. That seems unlikely. We've been eating the same food for the past few days. It can't be that only you're experiencing a reaction, Pang Ligong countered, firmly dismissing her assertion. Li Shiyu playfully tapped his forehead and motioned for him to crouch down. Complying, Pang Ligong did not notice as she climbed onto his back, her words igniting a fleeting thought in his mind, a thought as ephemeral as a firefly's glow, elusive and impossible to grasp. After a moment of resting on his back, Li Shiyu noticed his stillness, playfully tapped him on the head, and spoke with a thick Beijing accent, teasing him. Pang Ligong, unable to fathom the implications of her words, chose to abandon his thoughts and engaged in playful banter with Li Shiyu, adopting a tone reminiscent of a eunuch. Li Shiyu delivered a sharp slap to Pang Ligong's head once more. If you continue to strike like this, I shall not be responsible if your son turns out to be a fool in the future. As Pang Ligong hoisted Li Shiyu onto his back and made his way to the living room, he replied nonchalantly, how can you be so certain it will be a son? Perhaps it will be a daughter instead. I know you favor sons over daughters, you should just go ahead and have a son on your own. Suddenly Li Shiyu snapped, pushing Pang Ligong away, and leaped down from his back. As he stumbled from her shove, Pang Ligong lost his footing and fell to the ground in the midst of their slumber. The couple was awakened by the incessant ringing of the telephone. Peng Ligang switched on the bedside lamp and answered the call. It was old Mai, his voice tinged with urgency, as if something dire had transpired. Peng Ligang shook Li Shiyu awake and prepared to head to the main hall for further clarification. However, upon opening the door, they were met with a fierce wind that rendered movement nearly impossible. The gust so strong that they could barely keep their eyes open. Clinging to Li Shiyu, Peng Ligang forced himself forward toward the main hall, where he caught a glimpse of the lamppost in front of the entrance. Finally orienting himself, yet, under such treacherous conditions, reaching the main hall swiftly proved to be a formidable challenge. The sand and debris were swept into the air by the wind, swirling around and occasionally striking the couple. Upon their arrival at the main hall, they found old Mai and Feng Shuriying anxiously awaiting them at the entrance. "What has happened?" Peng Ligang inquired, taking the opportunity to ask. "Mr. Yu, residing in room 106, has been murdered. I haven't informed anyone else yet. I wanted to consult Miss Li on what course of action to take." Old Mai looked at Li Shiyu with urgency, hoping she would provide a swift resolution. "What are you waiting for? Call the police immediately," Peng Ligang exclaimed loudly. However, their mobile phones were utterly useless, devoid of any signal. He had already attempted to dial emergency services several times with no success. Old Mai offered his phone for Peng Ligang to inspect. The display showed traditional characters, confirming the absence of signal. Peng Ligang took out his own phone, only to find it equally bereft of reception. Handing the phone back to old Mai, he approached the window to assess the situation outside. The conditions were deteriorating rapidly. The trees in front of the house were bending perilously, howling in the storm's fury. "Isn't there a landline in the main hall? Let's see if we can use that to report the incident." Peng Ligang recalled old Mai mentioning his seldom used landline after dinner, realizing it was their only option. Old Mai suddenly perked up and hurried toward the corner of the living room where the phone was located. Old Mai swiftly pressed the emergency call button on his phone, repeatedly uttering "hello. Hello, hello," yet it seemed that there was no response on the other end. Peng Ligang crouched down, tracing the telephone line to its source, only to discover that the connection had been severed. No wonder the call could not go through and there was no one to answer. The telephone had been deliberately cut off, indicating that someone intended to prevent them from calling for help, or their only recourse was to descend the mountain in search of assistance. Peng Ligang immediately realized that someone was intent on trapping them here. The perpetrator clearly had ambitions beyond merely taking one life. However, with such a fierce typhoon, descending was utterly impossible. The inn was situated in the heart of the valley, and given the ferocity of the wind even within the establishment, it was inconceivable to venture down the mountain. After speaking, old Mai gazed out the window at the trees being battered by the wind, a hint of panic in his voice. It was evident that everyone was trapped here, and the killer had already achieved his objective. What further calamities might unfold, Peng Ligang could scarcely predict, yet now, as they were forced to wait for the storm to pass, their singular focus must be to uncover the identity of the murderer and halt any further bloodshed. That was the only course of action available to them. Old Mai, has the murder of the guest in room 106 been disclosed to anyone else? Peng Ligang suddenly turned to old Mai, his gaze intense. "No, I contacted you immediately upon discovery, and no one else is aware yet," old Mai replied with firm assurance. "It is now 11:20. You discovered the body around 11:10, correct? Let us proceed to see it at once," Peng Ligang remarked as he checked the time on his phone before turning back to old Mai. "But perhaps we should wait for the police to arrive. If we disturb the crime scene..." Old Mai hesitated, his words tinged with apprehension. "Old Mai, the murderer is likely among the guests at the inn, and given that he chose this location for the act, it is evident he does not merely wish to kill once. It is highly probable he will strike again. We must find him before he has the chance, otherwise, we all risk becoming his next targets," Peng Ligang stated gravely, placing a reassuring hand on old Mai's shoulder. "However, leave this matter to my husband. He has assisted the police in solving several murder cases, and I am confident he can identify the perpetrator," Li Shiyu interjected as she approached old Mai, encouraging him to trust Peng Ligang. "Well then, I shall guide you there, but traversing this terrain under such conditions will not be easy," old Mai replied, his expression a mixture of skepticism and resignation. Old Mai led Peng Ligang, Li Shiyu, and Feng Shuriying out of the main building, battling the fierce winds as they made their way to room 106. In the span of mere meters, their journey took them 7 or 8 minutes. Each step a struggle against the elements. Debris swirled around them, accompanied by the sounds of clattering objects, while Peng Ligang shielded Li Shiyu, hardly recalling how many stones had struck his back during their arduous trek. The door to room 106 was closed. Old Mai retrieved a key from a large ring of keys and unlocked it. Inside, the room was in disarray, tables and chairs lay overturned, and the white sheets and thin blankets had fallen to the floor. A male corpse leaned against the edge of the bed, blood trickling down his arm and staining the pristine white linens. "Shiyu, don't look!" Before Peng Ligang could cover Li Shiyu's eyes, she had already let out a piercing scream. Peng Ligang had no choice but to embrace Li Shiyu, gently supporting her back and whispering reassurances to calm her fears. Once he had soothed her, Peng Ligang approached the corpse. A distinct wound marred the side of the corpse's neck. clearly inflicted by a sharp blade that had severed the throat in a single, fatal stroke. The corpse's eyes were wide open, a testament to the agony experienced in its final moments. The wound was located on the right side of the neck, indicating that the assailant had attacked from behind. There were no other significant injuries on the body, suggesting that the victim had not fought back against the attacker. Yet, if the murderer had committed such a heinous act, why had they left the room in such disarray? Pang Ligang pondered this question, muttering to himself. Mr. Pang. Old Mike, noticing Pang Ligang's silence, assumed he was paralyzed by the horrific sight before him and softly called his name. What happened? Suddenly several individuals burst through the door. They were other guests from nearby rooms. Just as Old Mike began to explain, the newcomers caught sight of the body by the bed, and several women screamed in unison, while even Mr. Lu Zhongyi covered his mouth, suppressing his shock. Brother. A girl who had arrived with the deceased rushed to the corpse, shaking it frantically and calling out for her brother, yet the lifeless body could no longer hear her desperate cries. Miss, your brother is dead. Please refrain from disturbing his body, as it could compromise the evidence. Pang Ligang gently admonished the girl kneeling beside the corpse. Who killed my brother? Was it you? The girl suddenly glared at Pang Ligang with a fierce intensity, her expression filled with rage as though she wished to devour him whole. Miss, the identity of your brother's murderer remains unknown. Moreover, I bear no ill will towards your brother. Today is our first encounter, and I possess no motive for murder. Additionally, at the time of the incident, my wife and I were asleep in our room, leaving us without the opportunity to commit such an act. Who is it? The killer must be among these people who murdered my brother. Step forward. The girl disregarded her decorum, screaming in a frenzied manner. Miss, may I have a moment to speak? Perhaps I can assist you in uncovering your brother's killer, but I will need your cooperation. Pang Ligang cautiously proposed, wary of being mistaken for the murderer. What do you want me to do? The girl released the corpse, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Pang Ligang. May I ask your brother's name? Did he have any enemies? My brother's name is Yu Dongqing. He seldom speaks and has never offended anyone, but what does this have to do with my brother's murder? The girl looked at Pang Ligang with confusion and inquired. Your brother's wallet and other belongings were on him, so it is improbable that he was killed for financial gain. I suspect that someone harbored a grudge against your brother, which led the murderer to seize the opportunity to commit the crime. That is impossible. My brother has never had any enemies. Moreover, with such a severe typhoon today, the murderer could not have possibly climbed up from the valley. Although the girl was engulfed in profound anger and sorrow, she still had the clarity to recognize certain truths. From this perspective, Pang Ligang was certain that the girl was speaking without deception. Her brother truly had no enemies. Miss you, although we are still unaware of who the murderer is, one fact is certain: the killer who took your brother's life is among us, and among these individuals, are these people truly strangers to you? Pang Ligang gazed at all the guests standing at the doorway and asked, esteemed readers, I sincerely apologize for the delay in updates over the past couple of days due to my busy schedule. However, I assure you that adjustments will be made shortly. Thank you for your continued support. This book is sourced from Pin Book Network. I regret to inform you that I do not recognize them, and I believe my brother did not know them either. The girl strained to look at the several people in the room but ultimately shook her head in resignation. This gentleman accompanied you, did he not? Would you kindly introduce yourself? Pang Ligang approached the man, who had entered with the girl and was also with the deceased at the hotel. My name is Yu Zifei. I am her cousin and currently a third-year university student. Mr. Pang, I think it would be wise for us to leave this place. The presence of so many people could compromise the crime scene. Old Mike gestured for everyone to exit, and Pang Ligang cast a glance at the body before closing his eyes in contemplation and nodding in agreement. Thus, they sat in silence for half an hour, with no one daring to speak. Pang Ligang had lost count of how many cigarettes he had smoked, and the pack was now nearly empty. He was in dire need of a new one. Just as he discarded the empty pack into the trash, a coarse, dark arm extended towards him, offering a pack of cigarettes. Pang Ligang looked up to see that it was Lu Zhongyi who was extending the offer. Thank you. Pang Ligang extracted a cigarette from the pack and lit it, nodding at Lu Zhongyi. Allow me to brew some coffee for everyone. Feng Shuriying suddenly proposed. The group remained silent, perhaps in tacit agreement. Just as Feng Shuriying was about to leave, Li Shiyu abruptly rose to her feet. I shall assist you. On what grounds do you question us about our actions at that time? A woman named Lu Meili slammed her hand on the table, unleashing the emotion she had long suppressed, and shouted at Pang Ligang, are you the true culprit, which is why you dare not reveal what you were doing? Beside her, Ms. Zhang Jia coldly interjected with a sarcastic remark. What did you say? Pray tell, what were you doing at that moment? I am eager to see what evidence you have to prove you are not the murderer. Lu Meili let out a few disdainful snorts, then retrieved a pack of lady cigarettes from her pocket, delicately took one out, lit it, and sat down. I was watching television. The typhoon outside was quite noisy, so I even checked the windows. I was engrossed in a drama on Jade Channel. Today was the 38th episode, and the finale airs tomorrow. If necessary, I can recount the entire plot of the show. Ms. Zhang slightly raised her chin, seemingly indifferent to Lu Meili's words. These statements hold no weight. Perhaps you merely watched the preview. Lu Meili appeared relentless, as if intent on opposing Ms. Zhang. You fine, I am curious to see what evidence you possess to declare you are not the murderer. Ms. Zhang seemed determined to maintain her noble demeanor. Suppressing the anger that surged in her throat, I was in my room writing a manuscript. I'd been at it since dinner, and I even took a shower in between. The unfinished manuscript remains on my desk. You are welcome to verify it in my room. Lu Meili exuded confidence in her alibi, contentedly puffing on her cigarette. Ladies, let us cease this quarrel and listen to what others were doing at the time. Old Mai interjected, unable to endure the bickering any longer, and attempted to mediate with a wry smile. I was playing a PSP game. If you don't believe me, there is little I can do. Du Tingting seemed unfazed by the so-called alibis, indifferent to the attention of those around her. I was sleeping in my room. Lu Zhangyi also lit a cigarette. I was writing a paper on my laptop. The software has an autosave feature that records every moment, which should serve as an alibi. The girl surnamed Yu wiped her tears while looking at Pang Ligang. I was drinking in my room. The alcohol was delivered by the waiter, and if you doubt me, you may ask her. The scent of alcohol on me should corroborate my claims. Yu Zifei appeared undeterred by any suspicion regarding his alibi. Old Mai, although I do not suspect you of being the murderer, for the sake of fairness, please share what you were doing at the time of the incident. Pang Ligang silently noted the alibis provided by those around him while observing Old Mai. At that moment, I was organizing today's check-in records, followed by tallying the ingredients used today and jotting down the food and materials needed for tomorrow. Subsequently, Xiao Fang received a phone call informing him that Mr. Yu Zifei wished to have a drink, so I instructed Xiao Fang to deliver it to him. Later, Mr. Yu from room 106 called requesting some sugar cubes, prompting me to send Xiao Fang on yet another errand. As Old Mai spoke, he turned his head to glance at Fang Shiriying, who was brewing coffee in the kitchen. Ladies and gentlemen, the only potential alibis here are myself, my wife, Old Mai, and Miss Fang Shiriying. The alibis provided by the others are largely untenable. However, it is certain that the culprit must be one among us, so for safety's sake, we should refrain from leaving the main hall individually. Pang Ligang discarded his cigarette but on the ground, extinguishing it with a twist of his foot. So, does this mean we must remain seated here until the typhoon passes? Du Tingting glared at Pang Ligang with her piercing eyes that could instill fear. Indeed, because the murderer may strike again while we are separated, we absolutely cannot allow the culprit to succeed. Pang Ligang nodded affirmatively. But what if the murderer poisons our food or drink? We can't possibly go 2 or 3 days without eating or drinking. Exactly. Besides, there's no way to prove that you and your wife aren't the culprits. The fierce winds outside showed no signs of abating. If anything, they grew more ferocious. Inside the room, the occupants exchanged wary glances. Suspicious of one another, fearful that a moment's carelessness might grant the killer an opportunity to strike, making them the next victim. A thunderclap caused everyone in the room to flinch, and the more timid women huddled together for comfort. Pang Ligang noticed the subtle changes in the expressions of those around him. Although not overtly apparent, it was evident that everyone was terrified of the thunder to a profound degree. Do try the coffee I've brewed, Li Shiyu said, emerging from the kitchen with Fang Shiriying holding the steaming cups. Li Shiyu smiled gently at everyone, inviting them to sample her creation. The group accepted without hesitation, each lifting a cup from the coffee table. The rich aroma of coffee permeated the room, and they collectively praised Li Shiyu's skill. There is one more thing I would like to inquire about. The tickets for the trial stay, were they truly issued at random? Pang Ligang remained preoccupied with this question, as it was of utmost importance. If the trial stay voucher was indeed generated at random, then this murder was not premeditated. Rather, the perpetrator acted on a sudden impulse. However, should the trial stay vouchers have been meticulously planned for certain individuals from the outset, then such a scheme could not possibly result in the demise of just one person. My voucher was gifted to me by a friend who had originally intended to attend but was unable to do so due to unforeseen circumstances. Ms. Zhang Jia stood with her arms crossed and eyes tightly shut, seemingly indifferent to Pang Ligang's nonsensical inquiries. My trial stay voucher was issued by the company. If there are doubts, one could simply wait until the typhoon has passed and inquire for clarification. Lu Zhangyi appeared desperate to assert his innocence, yet the more he tried to emphasize his purity, the more suspicious he became. I too would encourage anyone skeptical to conduct their own inquiries. Miss Yu and Mr. Yu, did you truly receive your vouchers at random from your brother? To be honest, I am uncertain myself. Miss Yu contemplated for an extended period yet failed to conjure an answer that would satisfy Pang Ligang. He felt his head growing heavier, his entire being enveloped in a languid haze. The weight of his eyelids intensified. Those around him seemed to be stifling yawns as well. He glanced at Li Shiyu beside him, who appeared equally fatigued, continually rubbing her eyes. He dragged a body that felt as heavy as a corpse towards the house, acutely aware of the duration of the drug's efficacy. If the effects wore off and they all regained consciousness, including the very person he intended to bring into that house, his meticulously devised plan would be exposed. Amidst the howling winds and thunder, he successfully ushered the individual into the room, laying them upon the bed before moving to the window. He slightly parted the curtains, barely revealing a sliver of glass. This pane had been replaced long ago. During the construction of the house, he had deliberately substituted it for the purpose of executing his scheme. He then proceeded to ransack the room, rendering it akin to a site of robbery. His intention behind this chaos was to obfuscate a particular event. Once he had sufficiently disordered the room, he nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. Before departing, there remained one more task at hand: to ensure that the loathsome figure lying on the bed gradually lost their capacity for movement. He did not wish to eliminate the person immediately lest suspicion fall squarely upon him as the murderer. After completing this task, he carefully locked the door, wiped the sole key of fingerprints, and casually discarded it into the distant underbrush before striding purposefully towards the main hall. It was unclear how long he had slept, but upon awakening, Pang Ligong noticed that dawn had yet to break outside. He quickly shook Li Shiyu awake, who groggily supported her forehead as she came to her senses. Shortly thereafter, the others seated on the sofa also began to stir, one by one. What has happened? How did we end up sleeping here? Everyone was startled to find themselves unexpectedly asleep on the sofa. Gazing around the living room with perplexed expressions, brother, my second brother is missing, Miss Yu suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with panic as she frantically scanned the room, quickly rising to search. Pang Ligong also realized that the loquacious gentleman with the surname Yu had vanished, leaving only 9 individuals in the living room, including the rotund chef, with the absence of the aforementioned gentleman being conspicuous. Let us search around. Mr. Yu cannot have gone far. With such a formidable typhoon outside, he is unlikely to have left the main hall. Let us check the kitchen and the restroom, Pang Ligong suggested. Leading Li Shiyu towards the kitchen, suddenly the telephone in the main hall rang. It sounded ominous, for Pang Ligong distinctly recalled that the phone in the living room had long been out of service. Therefore, the sound it must be, hello, Mr. Yu, where are you now? Lao Mai's voice came through. Evidently having connected the call, Pang Ligong grasped Li Shiyu's hand and made his way back to the living room, reasoning that the kitchen was too small to conceal Mr. Yu's tall frame. Miss Yu appeared to have not closed her eyes throughout the night, her expression dazed and looking quite haggard. Lu Meili, on the other hand, was disheveled, her heavy makeup having mostly worn off. Presenting a rather terrifying visage, starkly contrasting with the Lu Meili who had dined in the restaurant the previous evening. Zheng Jia, however, seemed unfazed, elegantly partaking of the food on her plate like a noblewoman. Occasionally glancing at Pang Ligong with an intensity reminiscent of electric waves, her gaze piercing through to him, Lu Zhongyi seemed to have already had breakfast, seated on the living room sofa, chain-smoking, his only movements being the flicking of ash. Appearing to be lost in thought, the atmosphere in the living room was thick with silence, each person absorbed in their own thoughts, an unspoken understanding binding them together. Meanwhile, the perceptive Pang Ligong noticed something peculiar. The glass here was made from a special material. Should one section shatter, the entire pane would disintegrate into shards. Such specialized glass is rarely used in everyday life. Typically, high-end hotel presidential suites are fitted with specially treated bulletproof glass. Impervious to ordinary bullets, the special type of glass utilized within this hotel is typically reserved for magic performances and certain extraordinary occasions. Thus, one might wonder why it is present in such an unremarkable inn. At that moment, the breakfast ordered by the Pang Ligong couple had just been served, and Feng Shiriying promptly brought them 2 cups of warm milk, just as Pang Ligong lifted the transparent glass to his lips. A sudden thought struck him that he turned to Feng Shiriying, who was busily writing at the counter, and called out, Miss Feng, would you be so kind as to prepare a cup of coffee for me? If you are occupied, I can ask my wife to assist. At that instant, Pang Ligong cast a glance at Li Shiyu, hoping she would comprehend his intention, despite being unsure if she truly would. Although they had been married for a short time, the two shared a profound understanding of one another. Li Shiyu, though unaware of the underlying meaning behind Pang Ligong's words, rose without hesitation and made her way directly towards the kitchen. Mr. Pang, I can manage it myself. It would be ideal if Miss Li could lend a hand. It would allow us to prepare coffee for everyone together, Feng Shiriying politely suggested, exhibiting no signs of unusual behavior as she proceeded into the kitchen. Was it really so? Pang Ligong pondered as he watched Feng Shiriying enter the kitchen. If she were indeed the culprit, considering the murderer's plan, it was evident that the next target would be Miss Yu. Although he did not fully grasp the animosity between Miss Yu and the perpetrator, it was clear from the death of Yu Dongxing and the disappearance of Yu Zifei that the assailant aimed to eliminate the 3 siblings of the Yu family. Handsome, do you already know who the murderer is? Zhang Jia suddenly leaned closer, playfully nudging Pang Ligong with her delicate shoulder, her gaze flirtatious. No, I have no idea. If I knew who the murderer was, I would have exposed them by now. Don't you all believe it's the vengeful spirit of that old corpse from the mountain village committing the murders? I think it's quite plausible. Pang Ligong stammered, momentarily taken aback before engaging in nonsensical banter with Zhang Jia. Stop pretending. Earlier this morning, when you came to my room to fetch water, you lingered deliberately by the window, when that piece of glass shattered due to the wind. Your expression was entirely different from everyone else's. While they were filled with shock and fear, you appeared to have grasped something profound, Zhang Jia whispered conspiratorially in Pang Ligong's ear, her slender finger indicating the broken glass. I was merely contemplating the nature of the glass here. Coffee's ready. Li Shiyu suddenly raised her voice, calling out to Pang Li Gong. We're doomed, he thought. Li Shiyu approached with 2 cups of coffee, gradually settling into her chair. Leaning closer to Pang Li Gong as she whispered softly, "Are you tired of living, or do you wish to die? How dare you flirt with an older woman in my absence? Do not be so quick to lose your temper. I have something important to inquire of you. Spare me your theatrics and speak plainly. What did that woman say to you?" "It was nothing significant. She merely asked if I had already discerned the identity of the murderer." To which I responded that I did not know. Pang Li Gong chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that he could not evade today's interrogation. "Oh, so you do know who the murderer is? Tell me quickly." "I must know." Li Shiyu's tone shifted abruptly, seemingly disregarding Pang Li Gong's earlier familiarity with Zhang Jia. "It cannot be confirmed yet, but if the events unfold as I suspect, then the murderer must surely be him." Pang Li Gong kept the revelation to himself, refusing to disclose the identity of the killer to Li Shiyu. If you choose not to speak, that is your prerogative. Nevertheless, you will eventually reveal it. However, should you divulge it to me now, I might consider forgetting your earlier encounter with that old woman." Li Shiyu deliberately heightened her tone on the word forget, a tactic that had proven effective against Pang Li Gong in the past. "When you went to make coffee earlier, did you pay close attention to Feng Shuriying's preparation?" Pang Li Gong shifted the topic to the crucial matter he wished to pursue. "There was nothing particularly unusual. She used the same instant coffee packets as last night, and I was the one who tore open the bag. Li Shiyu seemed unfazed, responding with composure. "That is peculiar. If the murderer intended to poison the instant coffee, it would be quite troublesome and easily detectable. The only alternative would be to poison the water, but wouldn't the killer fear that the dosage would evaporate with the boiling water?" Although Pang Li Gong had confirmed something, he found himself ensnared in yet another conundrum. Observing that Pang Li Gong was once again lost in thought, Li Shiyu chose to ignore him and began to eat her breakfast. However, after just a few bites, she felt a sudden churn in her stomach and hurriedly ran to the restroom, covering her mouth. "Hey, your wife is pregnant. Shouldn't you go check on her?" Zhang Jia tapped a fork against Pang Li Gong's plate a few times and gestured toward the restroom where Li Shiyu had rushed in. "What is wrong, Shiyu?" "It's nothing, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach. I feel like I might vomit, but you seemed fine yesterday. You wouldn't be pregnant, would you?" Pang Li Gong was keenly aware of his own actions, hence his certainty in his statement, as he always took precautions before sowing seeds. "No, we clearly used protection. Besides, I had no indication of pregnancy during my recent gynecological checkup. How could it suddenly be like this?" "It's nothing serious. Let us leave. Perhaps I simply consumed something unsanitary yesterday." Li Shiyu washed her hands at the sink before turning to indicate that Pang Li Gong could exit. "It shouldn't be possible. We've been eating the same food for the past few days, and it's unlikely that only you would react this way." Pang Li Gong promptly dismissed Li Shiyu's claim, as they had shared the same meals, making it improbable that only she would experience nausea. Li Shiyu lightly tapped Pang Li Gong's forehead with her finger, then gestured for him to crouch down. Complying instinctively, Pang Li Gong bent his knees, oblivious to the fact that Li Shiyu had already climbed onto his back. A fleeting thought sparked by her words flickered through his mind like a firefly, only to vanish almost immediately. He yearned to grasp it, yet it eluded him completely. After a brief moment of resting on Pang Li Gong's back, Li Shiyu noted his complete stillness and playfully patted him on the head, speaking with a strong Beijing accent. No matter how hard he tried, Pang Li Gong could not fathom the implications, so he decided to abandon the thought altogether and began to tease Li Shiyu. Adopting the tone of a eunuch. In response, Li Shiyu delivered a sharp slap to his head. "If you keep hitting like that, and your future son turns out to be foolish, I won't take any responsibility," he remarked nonchalantly while carrying her toward the living room. "How do you know for sure it will be a son? It could very well be a daughter," he retorted. "I know you, always favoring sons. You go ahead and have a son by yourself." Suddenly Li Shiyu pushed him with both hands, leaping off his back, causing Pang Li Gong to lose his balance and stumble to the ground. Miss Yu appeared to have not slept a wink the previous night, her expression dazed and her appearance exceedingly haggard. Lu Meili, on the other hand, looked disheveled, her heavy makeup significantly faded, rendering her quite terrifying. She looked like an entirely different person from the Lu Meili who had dined in the restaurant the night before. Zhang Jia, however, seemed unaffected, elegantly savoring her meal as if she were a noblewoman, occasionally casting furtive glances at Pang Li Gong, her eyes sending electric waves directly towards him. Lu Zhongyi appeared to have already had breakfast. Seated on the living room sofa, methodically smoking one cigarette after another, his demeanor suggesting he was preoccupied with some troubling thoughts. The atmosphere in the living room was thick with silence, each person lost in their own contemplations, silently coexisting in an unspoken understanding. At this juncture, a vigilant Pang Li Gong made a notable observation. The glass here was made from a special material. If any part of it shattered, the entire pane would break apart, turning into shards. Such specialized glass is seldom found in everyday life. Typically, the presidential suites of high-end hotels are fitted with specially treated bulletproof glass, which is notoriously difficult to penetrate with ordinary bullets. The unique glass material utilized in this hotel is typically reserved for magic performances and select special occasions. One might wonder why it is found in such an ordinary inn.at this moment. The breakfast for Pang Ligang and his wife had been served, and Feng Shuiying promptly brought over 2 cups of warm milk for the couple, just as Pang Ligang lifted the transparent glass cup to his lips. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He called out to Feng Shuiying, who was busy scribbling at the counter, "Miss Feng, could you kindly prepare a cup of coffee for me, if you are occupied? I can ask my wife to do it instead." At this moment, Pang Ligang exchanged a glance with Li Shiyu, uncertain whether she would grasp his intent, yet still hopeful that she would, despite their recent marriage. The couple shared a profound understanding. Li Shiyu, though unaware of the underlying meaning behind Pang Ligang's words, stood up without hesitation and made her way toward the kitchen. "Mr. Pang, I can manage it myself. It would be best if Miss Li could assist as well. It would be a fine opportunity to brew a cup of coffee for everyone," Feng Shuiying remarked politely, displaying no signs of unusual behavior. Before heading into the kitchen, was it truly so? Pang Ligang pondered as he watched Feng Shuiying enter the kitchen. If she were indeed the perpetrator, then considering the killer's murderous scheme, the next target was unmistakably Miss Yu. Although he remained unclear about the enmity between Miss Yu and the culprit, the deaths of Yu Dongxing and the disappearance of Yu Zifei suggested that the assailant aimed to eliminate all 3 siblings of the Yu family. "Handsome guy, do you already know who the murderer is?" Zhang Jia suddenly leaned closer, nudging Pang Ligang with her smooth, delicate shoulder, her gaze flirtatious. "No, I don't know. If I knew who the murderer was, I would have exposed them by now. Don't you all believe that it was the ghost of the old corpse from the mountain village that committed the murders? I think it's quite possible." Pang Ligang stammered, caught off guard, and began to engage in nonsensical banter with Zhang Jia. "Stop pretending. When you came to my room this morning to fetch water, you deliberately lingered by the window. Just now, when that piece of glass was blown out by the wind, your expression was entirely different from the others. They were all terrified, while you seemed to have figured something out," Zhang Jia whispered conspiratorially in Pang Ligang's ear, her slender finger pointing toward the shattered glass. I merely realized that the glass here is coffee is ready," Li Shiyu suddenly called out, her voice cutting through the tension. "We're doomed," Pang Ligang thought to himself. Li Shiyu approached, carrying 2 cups of coffee, and slowly settled into a chair beside him, leaning in to whisper softly, "Are you tired of living, or do you simply wish to die, daring to flirt with an older woman in my absence? Please refrain from losing your temper just yet. I have something of great importance to inquire. Spare me the theatrics and be forthcoming. What did that woman say to you?" "It was nothing significant. She merely asked if I had already discerned the identity of the murderer, to which I replied that I was unaware," Pang Ligang replied with a bitter smile, contemplating that he could not escape today's isolation interrogation. "Oh, so you do know who the murderer is? Do tell me, for I must know." Li Shiyu suddenly shifted her tone, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier display of intimacy between Pang Ligang and Zhang Jia. "It is still uncertain. If the events unfold as I suspect, then the murderer is undoubtedly him." Pang Ligang tantalizingly withheld the name from Li Shiyu. "If you choose not to divulge, so be it. Ultimately, you will reveal it in due time. However, if you were to share it with me now, I might just consider forgetting about your recent encounter with that older woman." Li Shiyu deliberately emphasized the word forget, a tactic that had proven effective against Pang Ligang in the past. By the way, did you observe how Feng Shuiying prepared the coffee when you went to get some? Pang Ligang deftly redirected the conversation to the crucial matter at hand. "Nothing out of the ordinary. She used the same instant coffee packets from last night, and I tore open the bag myself," Li Shiyu replied, maintaining her calm demeanor. "That is peculiar. If the murderer intended to poison the instant coffee, it would be a cumbersome task and easily detectable. The only alternative would be to poison the water, but wouldn't the culprit fear that the drug would evaporate along with the boiling water?" While Pang Ligang had confirmed one detail, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion once more. Noticing Pang Ligang lost in thought again, Li Shiyu chose to ignore him and began to enjoy her breakfast. However, after just a few bites, she felt a sudden churn in her stomach and rushed to the restroom, covering her mouth. "Hey, your wife is pregnant. Shouldn't you go check on her?" Zhang Jia tapped her fork against Pang Ligang's plate, gesturing towards the restroom where Li Shiyu had hurried. "What's wrong, Shiyu?" "It's nothing. I just feel nauseous and have the urge to vomit." "But you seemed fine yesterday. Surely, you can't be pregnant." Pang Ligang, fully aware of his own actions, spoke with certainty, as he always took precautions prior to sewing. "No, we were careful. Besides, I had a checkup at the hospital a few days ago, and there was no indication of pregnancy." "How could this happen all of a sudden?" "It's nothing to worry about. Let us go. Perhaps I just ate something that didn't agree with me." Li Shiyu washed her hands at the sink and turned to indicate to Pang Ligang that he could leave. "That can't be right. We've been eating the same food these past few days. It's impossible that only you would have a reaction." Pang Ligang immediately refuted Li Shiyu's claim, knowing full well that their meals had been identical and that it was unlikely she alone would experience such discomfort. Li Shiyu gently tapped her finger on Pang Ligang's forehead and then gestured for him to crouch down. Complying instinctively, Pang Ligang lowered himself, oblivious to the fact that Li Shiyu had already climbed onto his back. Her words had sparked a fleeting thought in his mind akin to a firefly's glow, brief and ephemeral. He yearned to seize it, yet it eluded his grasp, slipping away like sand through his fingers. After a brief moment resting on his back, Li Shiyu noticed that Pang Ligang remained motionless. She playfully tapped him on the head and, with a thick Beijing accent, spoke up. Pang Ligang, unable to fathom her thoughts, decided to dismiss them and began to banter with her, adopting a tone reminiscent of a eunuch. Li Shiyu responded with a sharp slap to his head. If you keep this up and your future son turns out to be a fool, I won't take any responsibility. As he carried Li Shiyu towards the living room, he replied nonchalantly, how do you know I'll definitely have a son? It could just as easily be a daughter. I can tell you favor sons, so you might as well have one yourself. Suddenly Li Shiyu pushed him, leaping off his back, causing Pang Ligang to lose his balance and stumble to the ground. Miss Yu appeared to have spent the entire night awake, her expression dazed and her demeanor extremely haggard. Lu Meili, looking disheveled with most of her heavy makeup faded, appeared quite terrifying, a stark contrast to the Lu Meili from the previous evening's dinner. Zhang Jia, however, seemed unfazed, elegantly dining on the food in her plate, occasionally casting furtive glances at Pang Ligang, her gaze piercing like a beam of electricity directed toward him. Lu Zhangyi seemed to have already had breakfast. Seated on the living room sofa, methodically smoking one cigarette after another, his movements limited to flicking ash, as though preoccupied with some unspoken concern, the atmosphere in the living room was thick with silence. Each person was lost in their own thoughts, sharing an unspoken understanding of their collective presence. Meanwhile, the vigilant Pang Ligang made an intriguing discovery. The glass in this place was crafted from a special material, such that if even a single point shattered, the entire pane would fracture, disintegrating into shards. Such specialized glass is seldom used in ordinary life. Typically, the presidential suites of upscale hotels employ specially treated bulletproof glass, which is nearly impervious to standard bullets. The unique glass utilized within this hotel is a material typically reserved for magic performances and other extraordinary occasions. What could possibly account for its presence in such an ordinary inn? At this moment, the breakfast requested by Pang Ligang and his wife had just been served. A Feng Shuiying promptly brought them 2 cups of warm milk. As Pang Ligang lifted the transparent glass to take a sip, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to call out to Feng Shuiying, who was busy writing at the counter, Miss Feng, could you kindly prepare a cup of coffee for me, if you are preoccupied? I can ask my wife to do it instead. At this juncture, Pang Ligang discreetly gestured towards Li Shiyu, uncertain whether she would comprehend his intent, yet hopeful that she might, although Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu had only recently married. They shared a profound understanding of one another. While she may not grasp the full implications of his words, she rose without hesitation and made her way toward the kitchen. Mr. Pang, I can manage it myself, but it would be splendid if Miss Li could assist as well. We could all enjoy a cup of coffee together, Feng Shuiying replied courteously, exhibiting no unusual behavior, and proceeded into the kitchen. Is it truly so? Pang Ligang pondered as he observed Feng Shuiying enter the kitchen. If she were indeed the culprit, then considering the murderer's plan, the next target for elimination would evidently be Miss Yu. Though the nature of the animosity between Miss Yu and the perpetrator remained unclear, the deaths of Yu Dongxing and the disappearance of Yu Zifei suggested that the assailant intended to eliminate all 3 siblings of the Yu family. With a clear plan to do so, handsome, do you already know who the murderer is? Zhang Jia suddenly leaned in, nudging Pang Ligang with her smooth, delicate shoulder, her gaze alluring as she inquired. No, I have no idea. If I knew who the murderer was, I would have exposed them by now. Don't you all believe it's the malevolent spirit of the old corpse from the nearby mountain village that is committing these murders? I think that is quite plausible, Pang Ligang stammered, caught off guard, and began to engage in nonsensical banter with Zhang Jia. Stop pretending. Earlier this morning, when you came to my room to fetch water, you deliberately lingered by the window. Just now, when that piece of glass shattered due to the wind, your expression was entirely different from the others. They were filled with fear and shock, while you seemed to have come to a realization. Zhang Jia whispered conspiratorially in Pang Ligang's ear, her slender finger indicating the recently shattered glass. I was merely contemplating the nature of this glass. Coffee is ready, Li Shiyu suddenly called out, raising her voice towards Pang Ligang. We're doomed, he thought to himself. Li Shiyu approached, balancing 2 cups of coffee, and slowly settled into the chair beside him, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, are you tired of living? Or do you long for death? How dare you flirt with an older woman in my absence? Please refrain from losing your temper just yet. I have something significant to inquire of you. Spare me the theatrics and come clean quickly. What did that woman say to you? Nothing much, he replied. She merely asked if I had already discerned the identity of the murderer, to which I responded that I did not know. Pang Ligang let out a wry smile, secretly pondering that he could not evade today's isolation examination. Oh, so do you already know who the murderer is? Do tell, I must know. Li Shiyu suddenly shifted her tone, seemingly oblivious to the intimate exchange between Pang Ligang and Zhang Jia. Moments at it is still uncertain. If the events unfold as I suspect, then the murderer must undoubtedly be him. Pang Ligang kept his cards close to his chest. still withholding the identity of the murderer from Li Shiyu. If you choose not to reveal it, so be it. You will eventually disclose it regardless. However, if you divulge it now, I might consider forgetting about your recent encounter with that elderly woman. Li Shiyu deliberately emphasized the word forget, knowing all too well that this tactic had proven effective against Pang Ligang in the past. By the way, did you pay close attention to Fong Shiriying while she was making coffee? Pang Ligang pivoted the conversation to the critical matter he wished to explore, and nothing out of the ordinary. She used the same instant coffee packets from last night, and I was the one who tore open the bag. Li Shiyu appeared unfazed, responding calmly, that is peculiar. If the murderer intended to poison the instant coffee, it would be quite troublesome and easily detected. The only feasible option would be to poison the water. But wouldn't the murderer fear that the dosage might evaporate along with the boiling water? Although Pang Ligang had confirmed one detail, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion once more. Observing that Pang Ligang was lost in thought again, Li Shiyu chose to ignore him and resumed her breakfast. However, after only a few bites, she felt a wave of nausea surge within her. Clutching her mouth as she hurried toward the restroom, "Hey, your wife is pregnant. Shouldn't you go check on her?" Zhang Jia tapped her fork against Pang Ligang's plate a few times, gesturing with her chin to indicate that Li Shiyu had rushed into the restroom. "What is wrong, Shiyu?" "It's nothing, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach. I feel like I might vomit, but you seemed fine yesterday. Surely you can't be pregnant." Pang Ligang was acutely aware of his own actions, which is why he spoke with such certainty, as he always took precautions before sowing seeds. "No, we clearly besides, when I went for a gynecological checkup a few days ago, there was no indication of pregnancy." "How could this happen so suddenly?" "It's nothing, let's go. Perhaps I ate something unsanitary yesterday." Li Shiyu washed her hands at the sink and then turned to signal to Pang Ligang that he could exit. "That is unlikely. We've been eating the same food for the past few days. It's improbable that only you would experience a reaction." Pang Ligang immediately dismissed Li Shiyu's assertion, as they had both consumed the same meals, making it impossible for only her to feel nauseous. Li Shiyu gently tapped her finger on Pang Ligang's forehead and gestured for him to crouch down. Complying instinctively, Pang Ligang lowered himself but remained oblivious to the fact that Li Shiyu had climbed onto his back. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, ignited by a single remark from her, yet it vanished as swiftly as a firefly's glow. He yearned to grasp it, but it eluded him completely, after a brief moment of lying on his back. Li Shiyu noticed Pang Ligang was utterly still. She playfully tapped him on the head and spoke with a thick Beijing accent. No matter how hard Pang Ligang tried to conceptualize it, he decided to abandon his thoughts and began to tease Li Shiyu, adopting the tone of a eunuch. In response, Li Shiyu playfully slapped his head once more. "If you keep this up, I won't take responsibility if your future son turns out to be a fool." As he carried her toward the living room, Pang Ligang replied nonchalantly, "How do you know it will definitely be a son? It could be a daughter. I know you favor sons. You might as well have a son all by yourself." Li Shiyu suddenly challenged him, pushing him lightly before jumping off his back. The unexpected shove caused Pang Ligang to stumble and fall to the ground. In a different context, Miss Yu appeared to have spent the entire night awake, her expression dazed and looking exceedingly haggard. Lu Meili, on the other hand, was disheveled, her makeup largely faded, rendering her quite frightening. She looked like a completely different person compared to the Lu Meili who had dined in the restaurant the previous night. Zhang Jia, however, seemed unfazed, elegantly consuming her meal like a socialite, occasionally casting surreptitious glances at Pang Ligang. Her gaze was electric, piercing through to him. Lu Zhangyi appeared to have already had breakfast, seated on the living room sofa, chain-smoking without much else to occupy his time, seemingly lost in thought. The atmosphere in the living room was thick with unspoken tension, each individual absorbed in their own concerns, sharing a silent understanding among them. Meanwhile, a vigilant Pang Ligang made an intriguing discovery. The glass in this place was crafted from a special material. Should one section shatter, the entirety would follow suit, reducing to shards. Such specialized glass is rarely utilized in everyday life. Typically, high-end hotel presidential suites employ specially treated bulletproof glass, which is notoriously difficult for ordinary bullets to penetrate. The unique glass material employed within this hotel is typically reserved for magical performances and extraordinary occasions. Thus, one might wonder why it is present in such an ordinary establishment. At this moment, the breakfast ordered by the Pang Ligang couple has been served, and Fong Shiriying promptly brings 2 warm glasses of milk for them. Just as Pang Ligang raises the transparent glass to his lips, an unexpected thought crosses his mind. He calls out to Fong Shiriying, who is busy writing at the front desk, "Miss Fong, could you kindly prepare a cup of coffee for me? If you are occupied, I can ask my wife to assist instead." Pang Ligang discreetly signals to Li Shiyu, uncertain if she comprehends his intentions. Yet he hopes she will. Although Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu have been married for only a short time, they share a profound understanding of one another. Li Shiyu, though unaware of the underlying meaning in Pang Ligang's words, rises without hesitation and heads directly towards the kitchen. "Mr. Pang, I can manage it myself. It would be best if Miss Li could lend a hand, so we can all enjoy a cup of coffee together." Fang Shuring politely interjects before proceeding towards the kitchen. Is it truly as I suspect? Pang Ligang ponders as he observes Fang Shuring enter the kitchen. If she is indeed the perpetrator, then, considering the murderer's scheme, the next target is evidently Miss Yu. Although he does not grasp the nature of the enmity between Miss Yu and the assailant, the deaths of Yu Dongxing and the disappearance of Yu Zifei suggest a clear intent to eliminate the three siblings of the Yu family. Hey, have you already discerned who the murderer is? Zheng Jia suddenly leans closer, gently nudging Pang Ligang with her smooth, delicate shoulder, her gaze alluring as she speaks. No, I have no idea. If I knew who the killer was, I would have exposed them by now. Don't you all believe that it's the vengeful spirit of the old corpse from the nearby mountain village? I find that quite plausible, Pang Ligang stammers, momentarily taken aback before engaging in idle chatter with Zhang Jia. Stop pretending. This morning, when you came to my room to fetch water, you deliberately lingered by the window, just now, when that pane of glass shattered from the wind. Your expression was distinctly different from the others, who were all filled with fear and shock. Yours was as if you had come to a realization, Zhang Jia whispers conspiratorially in Pang Ligang's ear, subtly gesturing towards the recently shattered glass. I was merely contemplating the nature of the glass here. He stammers, but is interrupted by Li Shiyu's sudden exclamation, here comes the coffee. I'm doomed, Pang Ligang thinks to himself. As Li Shiyu approaches with 2 cups of coffee, she slowly sits down beside him and leans in, whispering softly, are you tired of living, or do you wish to die? How dare you flirt with an older woman in my absence? Do not be so quick to unleash your wrath. I have an important matter to inquire of you. Spare me your theatrics and confess promptly. What did that woman say to you? It was nothing significant. She merely asked me if I had already discerned the identity of the murderer, to which I replied that I was unaware. Pang Ligang forced a wry smile, thinking to himself that he could not escape today's interrogation. Oh, so you do know who the murderer is? Do tell me, I must know. Li Shiyu's tone shifted suddenly, seemingly disregarding Pang Ligang's earlier intimate demeanor with Zhang Jia. It is still uncertain. If the situation unfolds as I suspect, then the murderer must undoubtedly be him. Pang Ligang left her in suspense, choosing not to reveal who the murderer was. Tch, if you refuse to speak, so be it. In the end, you will tell me. However, should you divulge it now, I might consider forgetting the incident with that old woman. Li Shiyu deliberately raised her voice on the word forget, a tactic that had proven effective against Pang Ligang in the past. When you went to make coffee earlier, did you observe Fang Shuring closely? Pang Ligang shifted the topic, addressing the crucial matter he sought to understand, and nothing out of the ordinary. She used the same instant coffee sachets as last night. And I was the one who tore open the packet. Li Shiyu appeared unfazed, responding in a calm manner that is peculiar. If the murderer intended to poison the instant coffee, that would be cumbersome and easily detectable. The only viable option would be to administer the poison in the water, but wouldn't the murderer be concerned that the dosage might evaporate along with the boiling water? Although Pang Ligang had confirmed one aspect, he found himself ensnared in another puzzle. Noticing that Pang Ligang was lost in thought again, Li Shiyu chose to ignore him and began to enjoy her breakfast. However, after only a few bites, she felt a sudden churn in her stomach and hurriedly rushed to the restroom, covering her mouth. Hey, your wife is pregnant. Shouldn't you check on her? Zhang Jia tapped her fork against Pang Ligang's plate a few times and gestured with her chin towards the restroom where Li Shiyu had entered. What is wrong, Shiyu? It's nothing, I just feel a bit nauseous and really need to vomit. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Surely you can't be pregnant. Pang Ligang was well aware of his own actions, which is why he spoke so confidently, as he always took precautions prior to sewing. No, we clearly. Besides, I had a gynecological checkup a few days ago and there was no indication of pregnancy. How could this happen so suddenly? It's nothing, let us go. Perhaps I just ate something unsanitary yesterday. Li Shiyu washed her hands at the sink, then turned to indicate to Pang Ligang that he could leave. That seems unlikely. We have eaten the same food these past few days, so it cannot be that only you are experiencing a reaction. Pang Ligang immediately refuted Li Shiyu's assertion, for they had consumed identical meals, and it was improbable that only she would feel nauseous. Li Shiyu gently tapped her finger on Pang Ligang's forehead, then gestured for him to crouch down. Without hesitation, Pang Ligang complied, oblivious to the fact that Li Shiyu had already climbed onto his back. A fleeting thought sparked in his mind upon hearing her words, like a firefly's glow, illuminating momentarily before vanishing entirely. He yearned to seize that fleeting idea, yet it eluded his grasp entirely. After a brief moment of resting on Pang Ligang's back, Li Shiyu noticed he remained utterly still. She playfully tapped him on the head and spoke in a thick Beijing accent. Pang Ligang could not fathom her thoughts, so he chose to abandon his musings and began to tease her. Adopting a tone reminiscent of a eunuch. Li Shiyu retaliated with a forceful slap on his head. If you keep this up, and your son turns out to be a fool in the future, I won't take any responsibility. As he carried Li Shiyu towards the living room, he replied nonchalantly, how do you know it will definitely be a son? It could very well be a daughter. I know you're one of those who prefer sons over daughters. You should just have a son yourself, Li Shiyu retorted suddenly, shoving him away, causing her to leap off his back. The unexpected push threw Pang Ligang off balance. And he stumbled to the ground. This book is premiered here. 2-1 Bloodstain Mobile Reading 17K First Deduction Collection, Logic Battles, Psychological Warfare, and Advanced Reasoning Battles, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites should not attempt to reproduce it. There will be no instances of failure or unsatisfactory endings in this work, allowing readers to enjoy with confidence. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. I recommend the book Night Talk Notes by my friend Sanjan Chok. Readers who enjoy supernatural events may find it worthwhile to explore, as it is certainly worth a read. Surely everyone now understands why Mr.Yu Zifei stated he was in room 102 when he called for help, and why we found no trace of him there when the four of us arrived at that room. At that moment, Yu Zifei was not actually in room 102. Peng Ligong's startling revelation unveiled the enigma at the heart of the case, leaving everyone astonished as they gazed at him. But Mr.Yu clearly said he was in room 102. Could he have been mistaken? Lao Mai stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Sometimes, a person's eyes can be quite unreliable. A simple trick can deceive many. The reason Mr.Yu vanished before everyone's eyes was merely a rudimentary illusion learned in junior high physics. Peng Ligong articulated his points with precision, fixing his gaze on the assembly before him. So, Mr. Peng, who is the true murderer? You previously mentioned that the killer is among us. Who could it be? The murderer excels at concealing their identity. To expedite their murderous agenda, they resorted to a cunning yet, in my view, extremely lowly tactic. It is uncertain whether everyone recalls the events of last night when we dozed off in the living room. Surely there must be some skepticism regarding the coffee we consumed at that time. Lu Zhongyi had evidently taken note of this issue long ago, yet it appeared that he was still grappling with some unresolved matters. Moreover, my wife was the one who prepared the coffee. If Miss Fong intended to drug it, she would have had no opportunity to do so. However, if we consider it in this light, it implies that the perpetrator did not actually poison the coffee. This brings forth another conundrum. Why, despite the absence of any poison in the coffee, did we all succumb to a collective slumber? At this moment, Peng Ligong resembled a diligent student, meticulously pondering each question. How then could the assailant orchestrate our collective unconsciousness? Chef Lao Zhou seemed eager to uncover the answer to this mystery. Suddenly, Peng Ligong shifted the conversation to the potted tulips in the main hall. Was there anything amiss with those flowers? At this point, Sheng Jia transformed into a curious child, staring wide-eyed at Peng Ligong, demanding an explanation. The flowers themselves posed no problem. However, if an excessive number of these plants were cultivated alongside another species, it could easily result in a natural sedative. The relentless typhoon over the past few days had left the windows of the main hall tightly shut, causing the air within to stagnate. Given that tulips possess tranquilizing properties, the fragrance would intensify while fresh air could not circulate, thus amplifying the scent of the tulips and leading to our collective stupor. After delivering this lengthy explanation, Peng Ligong noticed that his cigarette was nearly finished, prompting him to hastily take a couple of puffs. Yet, how did the assailant manage to introduce another substance into our food? This inquiry came from Li Shiyu. It is rather simple for the perpetrator to add a certain substance to our meals without our detection. Fortunately, this other substance would elicit nausea and vomiting in women who are menstruating, while those who are not would show no reaction. Clearly, the assailant was engaging in a gamble, and this time, he lost. As Peng Ligong spoke, he extinguished the cigarette but on the ground. Mr. Peng, after all this time, you have yet to reveal who the true culprit is, urged old my patience. There is still one more matter to address. Do you all remember if anything particularly unusual occurred when we discovered Yu Zi's body this morning in room 204? Particularly unusual, it seems not, as the room was in disarray. The most remarkable sight was perhaps Mr.Yu's corpse amidst the chaos. What could be more peculiar than that? Indeed, the assailant's sole intention was murder. Why would they go to such lengths to make the room so disorderly? Are they not concerned about leaving behind any evidence at the scene, even if the perpetrator wore gloves during the act? They might still leave behind hair or similar traces, making it difficult for them to explain themselves when the police begin their investigation. Peng Ligong let out a cold snort, seemingly looking down upon the perpetrator's actions. If one were to entertain such thoughts, it is conceivable that the assailant acted with a specific motive, perhaps in search of an item within the room. Du Tingting, this time, exhibited a newfound cleverness. Employing her intellect to ponder the situation, she grasped half of the truth, yet another crucial aspect eluded her. She was encouraged to think further. It was revealed that the room where Yu Zifei's body was discovered was not his own. And at that time, we had found no belongings of Mr. Yu. Earlier this afternoon, I had visited Mr. Yu's actual room, where all his luggage and identification were intact. Peng Ligong praised Du Tingting, yet she still did not fully unravel the entire mystery, prompting him to offer a hint to her and the others. I have an epiphany. The perpetrator likely did not intend to remove anything from the scene, rather, they sought to place an object within the room. To avoid drawing attention, they deliberately created a chaotic environment. Li Shiyu, ever perceptive, instantly connected the dots with a mere nudge from Pang Li Gung. Exactly, the assailant aimed to conceal the very lamp pedestal I just demonstrated. For that counterfeit pedestal was crafted by the assailant using a small light bulb. After its use, there was no time to dismantle the bulb, leading to the glass being shattered with a chair along with the small bulb encased within. However, there was one aspect the culprit failed to foresee, which became direct evidence of their guilt. Master Zhou, confess, you are the malevolent spirit of the mountain village, the true murderer who has taken the lives of Yu Dongxing and Yu Zifei. Pang Li Gung pointed directly at the elderly Zhou, who stood among the crowd clad in kitchen attire. What? You accuse me of being the murderer? Mr. Pang, do not jest. I am merely a humble chef. How could I possibly commit murder? Old Zhou exclaimed, shaking his head in terror, vehemently denying his culpability. Old Zhou, you have already lost. Confess. Look at the injury on your hand. This is the most direct evidence. Pang Li Gung shook his head, expressing his resignation. This injury on my hand, I sustained it while chopping vegetables. I anticipated you would say that the wound on your hand was inflicted by shattered glass. Once the typhoon passes, a visit to the hospital will reveal remnants of glass embedded in your wound. This murderous scheme could not have been executed by you alone. If my reasoning holds true, Miss Fong must be your accomplice. Pang Li Gung presented decisive evidence, and the contest was drawing to a close. Mr. Pang, you are indeed a formidable individual. You have seen through everything. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I do not know Miss Fong at all. This entire plan was devised solely by me, driven by a desire for vengeance. Old Zhou remarked with a smile as he removed his chef's attire. Of course, whether Miss Fong is truly your accomplice is merely conjecture on my part. I possess no direct evidence. Might I inquire why you sought to eliminate them? The previously tense atmosphere suddenly transformed into a relaxed one, as if all that had transpired was merely a game. Concluding with a final assessment, this place was once a village, a small hamlet known as Yujia Village. But it has long been shrouded in a fearful legend, the details of which I wonder if Mr. Pang has heard. I recall my wife recounting this tale, seemingly concerning a tragic woman. In truth, she was not merely a tragic figure, but rather a pitiable one. Her husband, in pursuit of marrying a wealthy heiress, devised a nefarious plot to murder his lawful wife, leaving the unfortunate woman oblivious to the reasons behind her demise. If that is indeed the case, I believe I have grasped the essence of the entire affair. However, considering the heiress, Mr. Zhou should have had little to no connection with that woman. No, there was absolutely no relation. Save for the fact that my father had received her care during his youth. A small kindness deserves a profound repayment, yet murder is a crime. Regardless of the grievances, taking a life remains unlawful. Initially, I had planned to eliminate the three of them and then turn myself in at the police station, but it now appears that Mr. Pang will facilitate my journey there. Mr. Zhou remarked, casting a glance at Pang Li Gung. Years ago, Yu Changcheng became acquainted with a wealthy heiress in the heart of Hong Kong, unaware that he was already a married man. Thus, they clandestinely pledged their lives to one another. When the heiress became pregnant, she insisted that Yu Changcheng marry her, yet he had no grounds to divorce his wife. In those times, divorce required justification. A husband could only file for divorce if his wife was over 40 and childless, or afflicted by illness, or if she had committed infidelity. However, Jiang Chuhui was virtuous and dutiful, leaving Yu Changcheng with no plausible excuse to dissolve his marriage. Encouraged by the heiress, Yu Changcheng feigned a gambling addiction. Accruing substantial debts, the heiress secretly sent a man to seduce Jiang Chuhui with money, leading her to stray in an attempt to assist her husband in repaying his debts. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Yu Changcheng and the heiress, resulting in Jiang Chuhui's demise under the guise of a vigilante execution. The three siblings, Yu Dongsheng, Yu Dongyu, and Yu Dongwen, are indeed the descendants of Yu Changcheng and the heiress, making the narrative quite clear. Before departing Hong Kong, Pang Li Gung had visited Old Zhou. During their meeting in the prison's visitation room, he also encountered Fong Shuriying. The end. Next chapter, the beautiful goddess serial murder case, with a series of abductions of young women. The city is engulfed in fear, almost resembling a ghost town. The perpetrator's brutal methods leave everyone questioning who the true murderer is. This book is brought to you by PinBookNet 2-2 Unraveling Mysteries. Part 1, Mobile Reading 17K. The first collection of reasoning, logic warfare, psychological battles, and high-level deduction, gradually unveiling the layers of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not suffer from poor execution or abrupt endings, allowing readers to enjoy it with confidence. Global exclusive publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. I recommend the book Yitan by Ji by my friend Sanjan Shah. For readers who have an affinity for supernatural occurrences, it is certainly worth delving into. In a disheveled room lies Yu Zifei, deceased from excessive blood loss due to a severed artery, surrounded by blood-soaked sheets. Yet these details alone cannot definitively identify the true malevolent spirit. Pang Li Gung stands at the heart of the room, scrutinizing every aspect of his surroundings. Against the wall by the bed rests a modest stone, An ordinary object that in this context transforms into something far from mundane. Peng Ligang retrieves a piece of tissue from the box on the bedside table and, through the tissue, picks up the stone. He measures the distance from the stone to the window, counting 10 paces. The wall where the stone lies is indeed 10 steps from the window. The glass in the window is conspicuously absent. Presumably shattered by the stone, how curious that there is no glass within the room, only scattered fragments lying beside the window. Suddenly, Peng Ligang observes an odd phenomenon and crouches down to examine the area closely. A thought strikes him, prompting an immediate rush to the door where he hastily dons his shoes and dashes outside. There on the ground lie additional shards of glass, some of which possess a slightly different hue, suggesting they do not belong to the window. Standing up, Peng Ligang leans through the empty window frame, where myriad glass fragments litter the ground, evidence of the broken window. The lamp, coffee, telephone, tulips, stone, and glass have all conspired to reveal the identity of the perpetrator, who stands exposed before Peng Ligang. Having tacitly confessed to his crimes, Peng Ligang seizes the telephone within the room and dials the main hall's number. Shortly, Feng Shuring answers, after confirming that everyone is safe within the main hall. A weight lifts from Peng Ligang's heart, leaving only the anticipation of revealing the culprit. Throughout the morning, Peng Ligang diligently prepares for a pivotal task, one that will unmask the true villain. Once ready, the murderer will have no choice but to confess and face justice, bringing an end to this meticulously orchestrated series of murders. After a day filled with activity, Peng Ligang suddenly recalls that Li Shiyu and the others are still in the main hall. Uncertain if they have dined. An unease settles in him. The murderer is among them, and should he choose to poison everyone, Li Shiyu and her companions would be in grave danger. He calls the main hall once more, relieved to discover that all are well, albeit having gone a whole day without food, with Wenjia and Dutingting nearly complaining nearby. Yet this concern pales in comparison to the urgency of revealing the killer. Once that truth is laid bare, their dining options will be of little consequence. Before hanging up, Peng Ligang instructs Feng Shuring to procure several pieces of black cloth. Only he knows the true purpose behind his actions. Mr. Peng, what exactly are you planning? Why send us a piece of black cloth? Indeed, while it is true that someone has died, we are not their relatives. If rituals are to be performed, a mere stick of incense would suffice. Wouldn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request that we refrain from our commotion? Mr. Peng's actions surely have their purpose, and it would be prudent for us to quiet him down and lend our ears to what he wishes to convey. Old Mai, seemingly unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forth to intervene. Upon witnessing Peng Ligang's arrival. There is nothing further to discuss. I insist that each of you blindfold yourselves with the black cloth. Ensuring it is secured tightly to obscure your vision, Peng Ligang appeared uninterested in offering explanations. He merely instructed everyone to cover their eyes with the cloth. Why should we heed your commands? Dutingting protested, rising from the sofa and pointing an accusatory finger at Peng Ligang. If you wish to uncover the identity of the murderer, you must comply with my instructions, otherwise I cannot guarantee that the next target of the killer will not be you. Peng Ligang remained remarkably composed, having anticipated that these individuals would not readily acquiesce to his demands. Yet, in the face of fear, all would find themselves unable to refute him. Very well, bind yourselves, he declared. Shiyu, you too shall participate, lest it be said that I act unjustly. He regarded Li Shiyu and spoke earnestly. Li Shiyu complied without hesitation, securing the black cloth over her eyes. Once everyone had properly fastened their blindfolds, Peng Ligang instructed them to stand, placing his hands on the shoulders of the person in front of him, ultimately guiding them out of the main hall. What on earth is this fellow up to? Acting so clandestinely, could it be that he has already deduced my identity as the murderer? That cannot be. This plan is too meticulously crafted for him to possess such knowledge. After walking for what felt like 7 or 8 minutes, it seemed they had yet to arrive at their destination, with the relentless winds howling around them. Hey, where exactly are we headed? You haven't uttered a word, and we are still blindfolded, Zhang Jia exclaimed in frustration. We shall arrive shortly. There is no need to rush, Peng Ligang assured. Inside the room, he gently closed the door and illuminated the space, signaling to everyone that they could remove their blindfolds one by one. They peeled away the black cloth, quickly realizing they had entered a room within a hotel. What is the purpose of bringing us here? Dutingting was the first to inquire. I will commence with the account of the first murder. That of Mr. Dongxing, Peng Ligang stated. At the time of Mr. Yu's demise, none of us possessed an alibi. Indeed, none of us did, which implies that any one of us could potentially be the culprit. Peng Ligang procured a cigarette from Lu Zhangyi, seemingly the last from the pack. You have mentioned this before, yet we all bore no animosity towards Yu Dongxing, and thus had no motive to kill. Zhang Jia remarked, crossing her arms and casting a discontented glance at Peng Ligang. Precisely because we all shared no vendetta against Yu Dongxing, discerning the identity of the murderer proves exceedingly difficult. Moreover, when Yu Dongxing perished, we were entirely oblivious. Had it not been for Miss Feng Shuring's phone call, it is likely that Mr. Yu's body would not have been discovered until the following morning by old Mai. Peng Ligang exhaled the smoke he had inhaled and continued his discourse. What purpose does your presence here serve? Surely you do not intend for us to engage in essence to summon the spirit of Yu Dongxing. compelling him to reveal the identity of his murderer. "Do you?" Du Tingting remarked with a cold scoff, turning her head away and refusing to cast another glance at Pang Ligang. "If such a essence were truly effective, I would be inclined to give it a try. However, this method is fundamentally flawed. The murderer's plan should not have proceeded so smoothly, given the numerous adverse conditions at play, yet, this particular typhoon unexpectedly became an accomplice, facilitating the execution of his murderous scheme. The television station predicted that the typhoon would linger for merely 2 to 3 days, but their forecasts are not always reliable, hence, the murderer must complete his sinister task before the tempest passes." Pang Ligang spoke with solemn conviction, while attentively observing the expressions and glances of everyone present. But who, indeed, is the true murderer? Even old Mai found himself eagerly yearning to uncover the identity of the actual perpetrator. "Do not rush. First, take a look at this, Shiyu. Please turn off the lights," Pang Ligang instructed as he moved towards the window, where the curtains had been drawn back from the exterior. It was utterly impossible to discern which room they occupied. As the lights in the room extinguished, Pang Ligang simultaneously pulled aside the curtains, revealing a distant colorful light, likely the lantern illuminating the front of the main hall. The distance rendered the writing on the lightbox indistinguishable. "Are we in room 102? Old Mai was the first to voice his astonishment, which was shared by everyone else present. "Please feel free to open the door and ascertain our current location," Pang Ligang urged. Prompting Shiyu to switch on the lights, he then drew the curtains back together, signaling for her to illuminate the room. Old Mai and several others hurried to the door, opening it to reveal a clearly marked sign indicating room 201. Confirming that they were not, in fact, in room 102. "How could this be? We were most definitely in room 102. How did we end up in room 201? The group was thoroughly perplexed, unable to comprehend how they had suddenly transitioned to room 201. However, the murderer was acutely aware of the mechanics behind this phenomenon, as this very trick was one he had once performed himself, fully cognizant of its secrets. "Old Mai, on what basis do you assert that you were in room 102? "Well, I mentioned it before, only from room 102 can one see the lantern in front of the main hall. The other rooms do not afford such a view, making it easy to deduce." Old Mai candidly provided his reasoning. "The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. I would like to recommend my friend Sanjan Cha's book Hitan by G. If readers have an interest in supernatural events, they can certainly delve into this work, which is undoubtedly worth a read. By now, it is quite evident why Mr. Yu Zifei mentioned he was in room 102 when he called for help. The reason we did not find him there when the four of us arrived is that he was, in fact, not in room 102 at all." Pang Ligang made a startling revelation, articulating the enigma at the heart of the mystery, leaving everyone astonished as they gazed at him. Yet Mr. Yu clearly stated he was in room 102. Could it be he was mistaken? Lao Mai stood speechless, staring at Pang Ligang, struggling to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. Sometimes, the human eye can be incredibly unreliable. A simple trick can easily deceive many. The reason Mr. Yu vanished before everyone's eyes was precisely due to a trick that one learns in junior high physics. Pang Ligang spoke each word with precision, his gaze fixed on the assembly before him. "So, Mr. Pang, who is the true culprit behind this murder? You previously claimed the murderer is among us. Who could it be?" The assailant is adept at concealing their identity, and in order to expedite their murderous scheme, they resorted to a method that, in my view, is rather rudimentary. I wonder if you all recall our slumber in the living room last night. I trust you have some doubts regarding the coffee we consumed. Lu Zhangyi had evidently already noted this issue, yet he seemed unable to piece it together. Moreover, my wife was present to prepare the coffee. If Miss Fang intended to poison it, she would have had no opportunity to do so. However, if we consider this, it implies that the murderer did not tamper with the coffee at all. This leads us to yet another question. Why, if there was no poison in the coffee, did we all fall into a deep slumber? At this moment, Pang Ligang appeared as a diligent student, pondering each question repeatedly. How could the murderer have orchestrated our collective unconsciousness? Chef Lao Zhou seemed eager to grasp the answer to this question. Suddenly, Pang Ligang shifted the discussion to the potted tulips in the main hall. "Is there an issue with those flowers?" When Jia transformed into a curious child, fixating on Pang Ligang with wide eyes. "The flowers themselves are harmless, but if they are cultivated in excessive quantities and combined with another type of plant, they can easily become a natural sedative." The typhoon has been raging for the past few days, keeping all the windows in the main hall tightly shut, resulting in stagnant air. Tulips possess calming properties, and their fragrance has been intensifying, while fresh air has been unable to circulate indoors. Consequently, the aroma of the tulips has become overwhelmingly potent, making this natural sedative capable of inducing our collective slumber. Pang Ligang expounded a plethora of thoughts in one breath, only to realize that his cigarette was nearing its end, prompting him to hastily take a couple of puffs. Yet, how did the perpetrator manage to introduce another substance into the food we consumed? This inquiry was now posed by Li Shiyu. It is relatively effortless for the assailant to incorporate a certain substance into our meals, and we would be none the wiser. Fortunately, the alternative substance induces nausea and vomiting in women who are menstruating. While those who are not experienced no such reactions, clearly the culprit was engaging in a gamble, though this time, he lost. As he spoke, Pang Ligang extinguished the cigarette but cast upon the ground. Mr. Pang, you have been speaking for quite some time. Yet you have yet to reveal who the true murderer is, urged old my patience. There is still one matter to address. Do you all recall if anything peculiar occurred in room 204 when we discovered Yuzi's body this morning? Peculiar occurrences? It seems there was nothing of the sort. The room was in such disarray that the most remarkable sight was likely Mr. Yu's corpse amidst the chaos. What could possibly be more extraordinary? Indeed, the perpetrator's sole aim was to commit murder. Why then would he go to such lengths to create disorder in the room? Is he not concerned about leaving behind evidence at the scene? Even if he donned gloves during the act, he could still leave behind hair or similar traces, which would bewilder him when the police pursue the investigation. Pang Ligang scoffed, evidently disdainful of such conduct from the assailant. Thus, if we consider this perspective, it is plausible that the perpetrator acted with a specific intention. Could it be that he sought to retrieve something from the room? Du Tingting, demonstrating newfound cleverness, began to think critically. You have grasped half of the truth, yet there remains another half yet to be uncovered. Reflect further, he prompted. The room where Yu Zifei's body was discovered was not even his own, and at that time, we found no belongings belonging to Mr. Yu. This afternoon, I visited Mr. Yu's actual room and found his luggage and identification intact. Pang Ligang commended Du Tingting, yet she had not fully pieced together the entire puzzle. Thus he offered her and the group a hint. I see it now. The murderer did not aim to take anything from the scene, rather, he intended to place something within the room. To evade detection, he deliberately created the chaos. Li Shiyu, ever astute, quickly grasped the implication after a mere nudge from Pang Ligang. Precisely. The assailant sought to conceal the main hall lantern I previously presented to everyone. For that counterfeit lantern was fabricated by the perpetrator using a small light bulb. After utilizing it, he lacked the time to dismantle the bulb, resorting instead to shattering the glass along with the bulb using a chair. However, there was one aspect the assailant failed to foresee, which has now become direct evidence of his guilt. Master Zhou, confess your guilt. You are indeed the malevolent spirit of the mountain village, the true perpetrator behind the consecutive murders of Yu Dongxing and Yu Zifei. Pang Ligang pointed directly at the elderly Zhou, who stood amidst the crowd clad in his kitchen attire. What, you accuse me of being the murderer? Mr. Pang, do not jest, I am merely a humble cook. How could I possibly commit murder? The elderly Zhou shook his head vigorously, terror etched across his face, vehemently denying his culpability. Old Zhou, you have already lost. Confess, look at the wounds on your hands, they provide the most direct evidence. Pang Ligang remarked, shaking his head in resignation, these injuries on my hands, I sustained them while chopping vegetables. I anticipated you would say that. However, the wounds are from shattered glass, and once the typhoon passes, a visit to the hospital will reveal remnants of glass embedded in your injury. This murderous scheme could not have been executed by you alone. If my deductions are correct, Miss Fong is likely your accomplice. Pang Ligang presented decisive evidence as the curtain began to fall on this grim contest. Mr. Pang, you are indeed an astute individual. Having seen through all of this, however, you are mistaken on one point. I do not know Miss Fong at all. This entire plot was orchestrated solely by me, driven by a desire for vengeance. As old Zhou removed his chef's coat, he chuckled. Of course, whether Miss Fong is truly your accomplice is merely conjecture on my part. Lacking direct evidence, might you enlighten me as to why you sought their demise? The previously tense atmosphere suddenly lightened, as if they were merely concluding a game of this village, known as Yu Family Village. Was once shrouded in a fearful legend, though I wonder if Mr. Pang is familiar with it. I have heard my wife speak of this legend. It seems to concern a wretched woman. In truth, she was not a wretched woman, but rather a pitiful one. Her husband, in order to marry a wealthy heiress, devised a treacherous plot to eliminate his lawful wife, leaving the unfortunate woman unaware of the reasons for her own demise. If that is the case, I can surmise how the entire affair unfolded. However, given the era, Mr. Zhou should have had little connection to that woman. And no, I had no connection whatsoever. My father received her kindness in his youth. One should repay a small favor with great gratitude, yet, murder is a crime. Regardless of the grievances, taking a life is unforgivable. Initially, I intended to confess to the police after eliminating the three of them. But it seems Mr. Pang will escort me there instead. Old Zhou glanced at Pang Ligang as he spoke. Years ago, Yu Changcheng met a wealthy heiress in the bustling city of Hong Kong. Unaware that he was already a married man, thus, they clandestinely pledged their lives to one another. When the heiress became pregnant, she demanded that Yu Changcheng marry her, yet he had no grounds for divorce. At that time, divorce necessitated a valid reason. Unless the wife was over 40 without children, suffered from illness, or engaged in infidelity, there were few grounds for such an action. However, Zhang Chuhui was consistently virtuous and obedient, adhering faithfully to the duties of a wife, leaving Yu Chun unable to find any justification for divorce. Encouraged by a wealthy young lady, Yu Changcheng feigned a gambling addiction and accrued substantial debts. The affluent young lady secretly dispatched a man to entice Jiang Chuhui with money, leading her to betray her husband in a desperate bid to alleviate his financial burdens. This entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated by Yu Changcheng and the wealthy young lady, resulting in Jiang Chuhui meeting her tragic end under duress. Yu Dongxing and his siblings are indeed the descendants of Yu Chang and that wealthy young lady, making the situation painfully clear. Before departing from Hong Kong, Pang Ligang had visited Old Zhou, and during their encounter in the prison visiting room, he also caught sight of Feng Shuring. The end, in the next installment, the beautiful goddess serial murder case, with a series of girls vanishing. The city is gripped by fear, teetering on the brink of desolation. The true culprit's brutal methods raise the question of who the real murderer is. This book is sourced from the esteemed Ping Book website. Available for mobile reading, the first collection of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-stakes deduction slowly unravels the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this narrative will not falter or fizzle out, allowing readers to engage with confidence. The global exclusive publication rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the legitimate version. I recommend my friend Sanjian Cha's book. Night Talk notes. If readers have an affinity for supernatural events, they may find it worthwhile to explore. In April, Beijing has shed its former clamor and splendor, now resembling a seemingly desolate city. Everyone is confined to their homes, relying on television and the internet to sustain the spirits of millions. Individuals can only glean information about the outside world through these technological marvels, yet their primary concern remains their safety. Over the course of 2 days, directly, the cause of death for the second victim was also attributed to excessive blood loss, with no signs of struggle prior to death, and no indications of having been moved post-mortem. I believe that Song Yu hesitated, fearing he might err in his words again, and stood rigidly opposite Director Li's desk. Xiaosong, feel free to speak your mind without apprehension, Director Li said, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and waving away the billowing white smoke that lingered in the air. Director Li, I feel that it seems both victims willingly allowed their blood to be drained. There are no obvious wounds on their bodies, nor any internal injuries, and the crime scene shows no signs of a struggle. Additionally, there were no traces of sleeping pills found in the victims' stomachs. From these indications, it appears as though the victims were prepared to have their blood extracted. After a moment of internal conflict, Song Yu finally articulated his thoughts, gazing intently at Director Li. Director Li withdrew another cigarette from the pack, delicately placing it to his lips. The passage of time was etched upon the aging face of the director, yet despite a sleepless night, his deep-set eyes remained vibrant and astute, with a serious demeanor. He remained silent, leaving Song Yu awkwardly standing there, at a loss for words. Did you not find any sleeping pills? Director Li inhaled a thick cloud of smoke and spoke softly amidst the haze. Initially, I thought my examination was insufficient, but upon repeated checks, I indeed found nothing. With Director Li finally breaking his silence, the heavy weight on Song Yu's heart lifted. The likelihood of a familiar assailant is quite high. Neither of the deceased exhibited suicidal tendencies. Such a notion is utterly implausible. It does not appear to be a case of robbery or financial gain either, as the victims' belongings were untouched, and political motives clearly do not apply to them. The only possibility left is a crime of passion, is it not? Director Li closed his eyes, smoking contemplatively while muttering to himself. Song Yu, not intending to contradict Director Li, felt compelled by his professional instincts to respond. I have considered that as well, but based on the current information, these two young women seem to have had no enemies. If it were a vendetta, it would be difficult to convince anyone. Moreover, the evidence from the crime scene suggests that the victims willingly let the perpetrator into their home. Director Li flicked the ash into the ashtray, speaking with profound significance. Director Li, what perplexes me the most is how the assailant managed to persuade the victims to willingly meet their demise. There were no traces of sleeping pills in their systems, nor any signs of struggle prior to their deaths. Generally, when faced with danger, individuals tend to instinctively resist, yet the livor mortis indicates that the victims exhibited no signs of struggle whatsoever. Although Song Yu was a forensic expert, aware that the most telling clues often lie with the corpses, these two bodies left him utterly confounded, providing no threads to unravel the mystery. Xiaosong, have you truly found no remnants of sleeping pills in the victims' stomachs? I have examined them several times, even testing their stomach contents, and there is absolutely no evidence of sleeping pills. Let us return to the crime scene for another inspection. There may be clues that have eluded our attention, suggested Director Li, extinguishing his cigarette and donning his navy blue uniform before departing the police station with Song Yu through the glass of the car window. The street appeared nearly deserted, with only the rare sighting of one or two passers-by. Even when individuals were spotted, they were invariably swathed in layers, their faces obscured by masks and sunglasses. The perpetrator's choice to strike at this moment is utterly deranged, Song Yu remarked, indignation evident in his tone. Any act of murder, regardless of timing, is a manifestation of madness, although it remained uncertain whether the two cases were the work of the same assailant. The method of killing suggested a long-prepared plan. The fact that he chose to act during such a precarious time indicated his own fear of capture. As he drove, Director Lee spoke with resolute authority. I believe this is a meticulously planned series of murders. Though we currently possess only the knowledge that both victims were slain in an identical manner, I am convinced this is indeed a case of serial killings. Once people depart, the warmth of their presence fades, he continued, reflecting on the experience of the police force. When gathering evidence indoors, they were always cautious not to compromise the integrity of the scene. In April, Beijing had lost its former vibrancy and clamor, transformed into a seemingly desolate city. Everyone was confined to their homes, reliant on television and the internet to grasp the events unfolding outside their doors. Yet their primary concern remained their own safety. In the span of 2 days, 2 victims had been brutally murdered in the same fashion, now reduced to lifeless, cold corpses. On Director Lee's desk lay 2 yellow-brown manila envelopes containing the files of the victims. The first victim, Bao Shuadan, was a nurse at a local hospital, with her birth records indicating that the day of her demise coincided with her 24th birthday. The second victim, Chen Jingjing, was a department manager at an advertising firm in Beijing, who, too, met her fate on the day of her 24th birthday. Neither victim hailed from Beijing. The first was from Hubei, while the second was from Sichuan. There was no discernible connection between the two, nor any recorded means of communication in their profiles. Their interests did not overlap, and any commonality was nearly non-existent. Upon delivering the second autopsy report to Director Lee's office, Song Yu discovered the director puffing on one cigarette after another, evidently, the legendary chief, who has never encountered a case he could not resolve, is not without his own perplexities. Director Lee, the cause of death for the second victim was also excessive blood loss, with no signs of struggle prior to death, and no indications that the body had been moved post-mortem. I feel that Song Yu did not finish his sentence, fearing he might err again, and simply stood rigidly opposite Director Lee's desk. Little Song, you may speak freely without trepidation, Director Lee said, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and waving away the billowing white smoke that lingered in the air. Director Lee, I believe it appears that both victims willingly allowed themselves to be drained of blood. There are no visible wounds on their bodies, nor any internal injuries, and the crime scene shows no signs of a struggle. Furthermore, there are no traces of sleeping pills in the stomachs of the deceased. All these indicators suggest that they were prepared to have their blood drawn, after a moment of internal conflict. Song Yu finally articulated his thoughts, fixing his gaze intently on Director Lee. The director extracted another cigarette from the pack, slowly bringing it to his lips, the passage of time etched into the features of his aging face. Despite a sleepless night, his deep-set eyes still sparkled with vitality. Director Lee's expression was grave, yet he remained silent, leaving Song Yu awkwardly standing in place, at a loss. Did you find no traces of sleeping pills? Director Lee inhaled a thick cloud of smoke, speaking softly amidst the haze. At first, I thought my examination was insufficient, but upon further review, I indeed found nothing. With Director Lee finally speaking, the heavy burden on Song Yu's heart was lifted. The likelihood of a familiar perpetrator is quite high, and neither of the deceased had any suicidal inclinations. Suicide is absolutely out of the question. It does not seem to be a case of financial or robbery-related murder. As both victims did not lose any valuables, political assassination is evidently unrelated to them, leaving only the possibility of a crime of passion. Director Lee closed his eyes, smoking as he muttered to himself. Song Yu did not intend to contradict Director Lee, but his professional instinct compelled him to speak. I have considered this as well. However, based on the current information, these 2 young women seem to have no enemies. It is truly hard to believe it could be a revenge killing. Furthermore, it appears that the victims had willingly admitted the assailant into their home. Director Lee flicked the ash into the ashtray and spoke with profound significance. Director Lee, what I find most incomprehensible is how the perpetrator managed to persuade the victims to willingly submit to their own demise. There were no traces of sleeping pills in their systems, and no signs of struggle prior to death. Generally, when a person is threatened, instinct prompts them to resist. Yet, the livor mortis indicates that the victims showed no signs of struggle whatsoever, although Song Yu was a forensic pathologist and understood that the quickest way to uncover clues was through the bodies. These 2 corpses offered him no leads whatsoever, leaving him utterly confounded. Little Song, are you certain that no remnants of sleeping pills were found in the stomachs of the deceased? After conducting several thorough examinations, including tests on the contents of their stomachs, we found no trace of sedatives. Let us revisit the crime scene. There may be clues we have overlooked. Director Lee extinguished his cigarette, Rose donned his dark blue uniform, and accompanied Song Yu out of the police station. Through the glass of the car window, it was rare to spot even a couple of pedestrians on the road. Even when a few individuals were seen passing by, most were bundled up tightly, their faces obscured by masks and sunglasses. The perpetrator's choice to commit the crime at such a time is indeed depraved, Song Yu remarked indignantly, gazing out the window. Regardless of when the murderer strikes, it is an act of sheer madness, although we cannot yet ascertain whether these 2 cases involve the same assailant. The method of killing suggests that he has been meticulously planning for a long time. His decision to act during this precarious period indicates his own fear of capture. As director Lee drove. He spoke with righteous fervor. Director, I believe this is a premeditated series of murders. Although the clues we currently possess indicate that both victims were killed in the same manner, I am convinced this constitutes a serial homicide. With the departure of individuals comes the cooling of affections. The officers, experienced in their duties, exercised utmost caution while gathering evidence inside the residence, ensuring that they did not inadvertently calm as Song Yu delivered the second autopsy report to Director Lee's office. He found the director engaged in an incessant chain of smoking. Clearly, this legendary director, reputed for his ability to tackle any case, was not immune to the burdens of certain troubles. Director Lee, the cause of death for the second victim was also excessive blood loss. There were no signs of struggle prior to death, nor any indications of having been moved post-mortem. Song Yu hesitated, fearing he might misspeak again, and thus stood resolutely before Director Lee's desk. Xiaosong, feel free to express your thoughts without fear, Director Lee urged, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and waving his hand to dissipate the swirling clouds of smoke. Director Lee, I believed it appears that both victims willingly allowed their blood to be drawn. There are no apparent wounds or internal injuries, and the crime scene shows no signs of a struggle. Moreover, there were no traces of sedatives found in the victims' stomachs. These indications suggest that the victims seemed prepared to have their blood extracted. After wrestling with his thoughts, Song Yu ultimately voiced his perspective, fixing a determined gaze upon Director Lee. The director extracted another cigarette from the pack, slowly bringing it to his lips, his face etched with the marks of time. Yet his deep-set eyes retained a spirited glimmer despite a sleepless night. With a grave expression, Director Lee remained silent, leaving Song Yu awkwardly standing in place, at a loss. Did you find no traces of sedatives? Director Lee inquired, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and speaking softly amidst the haze. Initially, I attributed it to my own lack of thoroughness in the examination, but upon further review, I found nothing. With Director Lee finally speaking, a weight lifted from Song Yu's heart. The likelihood of an acquaintance being the perpetrator is quite high. Neither victim exhibited suicidal tendencies. Suicide is utterly implausible. The motives of financial gain or robbery do not fit. As neither victim's possessions were missing, political assassination appears unrelated to them, leaving the possibility of a crime of passion. Director Lee mused, closing his eyes as he smoked. Song Yu, not intending to contradict the director but guided by his professional instincts, responded, I have considered that too, but judging from the current evidence, these two young women had no known enemies. If it were an act of vengeance, it would indeed be hard to believe. Additionally, the evidence at the crime scene indicates that the victims had willingly admitted the assailant into their home. Director Lee flicked the ash into the ashtray, speaking meaningfully. Director Lee, what puzzles me most is how the perpetrator managed to persuade the victims to willingly allow themselves to be harmed. There were no traces of sedatives in their systems, and they showed no signs of struggle before death. Typically, when faced with danger, a person would instinctively resist, yet the post-mortem lividity indicates that the victims displayed no signs of struggle whatsoever. Although Song Yu was a forensic expert, aware that the most telling clues are often found in the corpses, these two bodies left him utterly confounded, yielding no threads of evidence to unravel the mystery. Xiaosong, was there truly no residue containing sedative components found in the stomach of the deceased? We have examined it several times, even analyzing the food within the stomach, yet we found no traces of any sedative. Let us revisit the crime scene. There may be clues we have overlooked. Director Lee extinguished his cigarette, rose, donned his dark blue uniform, and led Song Yu out of the police station. Through the glass of the car window, only an occasional passerby could be seen on the road, and those few who did appear were bundled up tightly, with masks and sunglasses obscuring their faces entirely. The killer's choice to commit the crime at this moment is truly monstrous, Song Yu remarked indignantly while gazing out the window. The perpetrator's actions are heinous at any time. Although it remains uncertain whether the two cases are linked to the same assailant, the method of killing suggests a long-planned scheme. The fact that he chose to act during this precarious time indicates his fear of capture. As Director Lee drove, he spoke with righteous authority. Director, I believe this is a meticulously planned series of murders, while the evidence we currently possess is limited to the two victims being killed in the same manner. I am convinced this is indeed a case of serial killings. As the saying goes, when the people leave, the tea cools. The police, experienced in their investigations, proceed with utmost caution when gathering evidence, ensuring they do not compromise it. In April, Beijing is devoid of its usual clamor and splendor, appearing as a seemingly desolate city. Everyone is confined to their homes, relying on television and the internet to support millions, as these technological marvels are the only means to comprehend the happenings outside. Yet, what concerns everyone most is their own safety. Over the past 2 days, 2 victims have been brutally murdered in the same manner, now reduced to 2 cold corpses. On Director Lee's desk lay 2 ochre file folders containing the profiles of the 2 victims. The first victim, Bao Shuadan, was a nurse at a local hospital. According to her birth date in the records, the day she was murdered coincided with her 24th birthday. The second victim, Chen Jingjing, was a department manager at an advertising company in Beijing, and similarly, the day of her demise marked her 24th birthday as well. Neither victim was a local. The first hailed from Hubei, while the second was from Sichuan. There was no connection whatsoever between the two victims, and no contact information for one another was found during the inquiry. There exists a conspicuous absence of shared interests between the two victims. With scarcely any commonalities to be found, when Song Yu meticulously completed the second autopsy report and delivered it to Director Li's office, he discovered the director immersed in a cloud of smoke, methodically lighting one cigarette after another. It was evident that even this legendary director, reputed to be unfazed by any case, had his own perplexities weighing upon him. Director Li, the cause of death for the second victim was also excessive blood loss. With no signs of struggle prior to death, and no indications of having been moved post-mortem, Song Yu ventured, hesitant to continue for fear of missteps, standing resolutely across from the director's desk. "Xiao Song, feel free to express your thoughts candidly. There is no need for trepidation," Director Li encouraged, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and waving away the swirling smoke that filled the air. "Director Li, I believe it appears that both victims willingly allowed themselves to be drained of blood. There are no discernible wounds on their bodies, nor any internal injuries, and the crime scene shows no signs of a struggle. Furthermore, no traces of sedatives were found in the victims' stomachs. From these indicators, it seems as though the victims were prepared to allow their blood to be extracted after a moment of internal conflict." Song Yu finally articulated his thoughts, gazing intently at Director Li. The director plucked another cigarette from the pack, slowly bringing it to his lips. The passage of time etched upon his face, yet the depth of his eyes remained vibrant despite a night devoid of restful slumber. With a grave expression, Director Li remained silent, leaving Song Yu awkwardly standing in place, at a loss. "Did you not discover any sedatives?" Director Li inquired, exhaling a plume of thick smoke, his voice emerging from the haze. "Initially, I thought my examination had been insufficient, yet upon further meticulous review, I indeed found nothing." With Director Li finally breaking his silence, a weight lifted from Song Yu's heart. The likelihood of an acquaintance being involved in the crime is quite high. Neither victim exhibited suicidal tendencies, making self-infliction utterly improbable. The motives of financial gain or robbery seem unlikely as well, given that the victim's belongings remain untouched. Political assassination is evidently unrelated to them. Could it solely be a crime of passion? Director Li closed his eyes, continuing to smoke while murmuring to himself. Song Yu, not intending to contradict the director, felt compelled by professional instinct to voice his thoughts. "I have contemplated this as well. But based on the current evidence, it appears these two young women had no enemies. It is quite difficult to accept the notion of a vendetta. Moreover, the scene suggests that the victims willingly admitted the assailant into their abode." Director Li flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, speaking with weighty significance. "Director Li, what I find most perplexing is how the perpetrator managed to persuade the victims to willingly allow their own demise. There were no traces of sedatives in their systems, and no signs of struggle were evident prior to their deaths. Typically, when faced with danger, individuals instinctively resist, yet the livor mortis indicates that the victims exhibited no such signs of struggle." Although Song Yu is a forensic expert, the most expedient way for him to discern clues is through the corpses themselves. However, these two bodies have left him utterly bereft of any trace that might aid in solving the case. Leaving him thoroughly perplexed, Xiao Song, has no residue containing sedatives been discovered in the stomachs of the deceased? We have examined it several times, including testing the food in their stomachs, and there is absolutely no indication of sedatives present. Let us return to the crime scene. There may be clues we have yet to uncover. Director Li extinguished his cigarette, donned his navy blue uniform, and led Song Yu out of the police station. Through the glass of the car window, it was a rare sight to spot even one or two pedestrians on the road. Even when people were encountered, most were bundled up tightly, their faces obscured by masks and sunglasses. "The killer's choice to commit the crime at this time is truly monstrous," Song Yu remarked indignantly, gazing out the window. "The killer committing murder at any time is inherently deranged, although we cannot yet confirm whether these two cases are the work of the same perpetrator. The method of killing indicates a long-standing premeditation. The fact that he chose to act during such a tumultuous period suggests that he is afraid of being apprehended," Director Li stated with righteous authority as he drove. "Director, I believe this is a meticulously planned series of murders. While both victims were not locals of Beijing, the first victim hailed from Hubei, while the second was from Sichuan. There was no intersection whatsoever between the two victims. And communication records revealed no contact information for one another. They shared no common interests, making it nearly impossible to identify any similarities." When Song Yu delivered the second autopsy report to Director Li's office, he found the director smoking one cigarette after another. It was evident that this legendary director, reputed for his ability to tackle any case, too had matters that troubled him. Director Li, the cause of death for the second victim was also excessive blood loss. There are no signs of struggle prior to death, nor any indication that the body was moved post-mortem. Song Yu hesitated, fearing he might misspeak again, and stood silently opposite Director Li's desk. "Xiao Song, Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for trepidation. Director Lee extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and waved away the dense smoke that hung in the air. Director Lee, I believe it seems that both victims willingly allowed themselves to be drained of blood. There are no visible wounds, nor any internal injuries. The crime scene shows no signs of a struggle. Moreover, there are no traces of sleeping pills in the victims' stomachs. From these indications, it appears as though the victims were prepared to have their blood drawn. After a moment of internal conflict, Song Yu finally voiced his thoughts. Staring intently at Director Lee, the director retrieved another cigarette from the pack. Slowly bringing it to his lips, the passage of time had etched its marks on his face as he approached old age, yet his deep-set eyes remained sharp and alert, despite a night devoid of proper rest. Director Lee wore a grave expression but remained silent, leaving Song Yu awkwardly standing there, uncertain of what to do. Did you find no traces of sleeping pills? Director Lee inhaled a cloud of smoke and spoke slowly through the haze. Initially, I thought my examination was insufficient, but upon further review, I indeed found nothing. With Director Lee finally speaking, the weight on Song Yu's mind began to lift. The possibility of an acquaintance being involved is quite high. Neither of the deceased exhibited suicidal intent. Suicide is absolutely out of the question. It does not seem to be a case of robbery or financial gain, as neither victim's possessions were missing. Political motives appear unrelated to them. Could it merely be a crime of passion? Director Lee closed his eyes, smoking thoughtfully while muttering to himself. Song Yu did not intend to contradict his superior, yet his professional instincts compelled him to respond. I have considered that as well, but based on the current evidence, it seems these two young women had no enemies. To suggest it was a vendetta would be quite difficult to believe. Moreover, the crime scene indicates that the victims had willingly admitted the assailant into their home. Director Lee flicked ash into the ashtray, speaking with profound significance. Director Lee, what I find most perplexing is how the perpetrator managed to persuade the victims to willingly allow him to kill them. There were no traces of sleeping pills in their systems, nor any signs of struggle prior to their deaths. Generally speaking, when individuals are faced with danger, they instinctively tend to resist. However, the absence of struggle evident from the post-mortem lividity suggests that the victim exhibited no signs of fighting back whatsoever. Although Song Yu is a forensic expert who recognizes that the most effective means of uncovering clues lies within the deceased, these two bodies leave him utterly perplexed, devoid of even the faintest hint that could aid in solving the case. Xiao Son, are you absolutely certain that no traces of any sedative were found in the stomach? He inquired. We have conducted several examinations, including tests on the food present in the stomach, and there is no indication of any sedative whatsoever. Let us return to the crime scene once more. There may be clues we have yet to uncover. Director Lee extinguished his cigarette, donned his dark blue uniform, and accompanied Song Yu out of the police station. Through the glass of the car window, only an occasional passerby could be seen on the desolate streets. Even those few souls who ventured out were swathed in layers of clothing, their faces obscured by masks and sunglasses. The perpetrator's decision to commit the crime at such a time is truly deranged, Song Yu remarked indignantly as he gazed outside. The act of killing at any time is inherently monstrous. Director Lee replied with solemn authority, while we cannot yet ascertain whether these two cases involve the same assailant, the methodical approach employed by the killer indicates a long-standing plan, executed during this tumultuous period. Suggesting that he, too, fears capture, driving with unwavering determination, Director Lee continued, I suspect this is a premeditated series of murders, although the only evidence we currently possess is that both victims were killed using the same method. I am convinced this constitutes a sequence of homicides. As experienced officers, the detectives entered the residence with caution, ensuring that they did not inadvertently compromise any evidence. In April, Beijing was stripped of its former vibrancy and bustling life. Appearing instead as a seemingly desolate city, all inhabitants were confined to their homes, reliant on television and the internet to grasp the events unfolding beyond their doors. Yet, the primary concern for everyone remained their own safety. 2 days of gruesome murders, both victims brutally slain in the same manner, had resulted in two lifeless corpses. On Director Lee's desk lay two yellow-brown file folders, each containing the profiles of the victims. The first victim, Bao Shuadan, was a nurse at a local hospital. According to the records, the day she met her demise marked her 24th birthday. The second victim, Chen Jingjing, was a department manager at an advertising company in Beijing. And tragically, the day of her demise coincided with her 24th birthday. Neither victim hailed from Beijing. The first was from Hubei, while the second came from Sichuan. There was no discernible connection between the two victims. As they had no mutual acquaintances and no means of communication could be found between them. Furthermore, they shared no common interests, rendering any similarities almost non-existent. Upon completing the second autopsy report, Song Yu delivered it to Director Lee's office, only to find the director smoking one cigarette after another. It was evident that even this legendary director, who was said to be unfazed by any case, had his own burdens to bear. Director Lee, the cause of death for the second victim was also excessive blood loss, with no signs of struggle prior to death, and no indications that the body had been moved afterward. Song-yu began, hesitating to finish his thought, fearing he might misspeak again. Standing rigidly across from Director Lee's desk, Xiaosong, feel free to speak your mind without fear, Director Lee urged, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and waving away the thick clouds of smoke. Director Lee, I believe it seems as though both victims willingly allowed their blood to be drawn. There are no visible wounds, nor any internal injuries from the crime scene. It appears there was no struggle. Additionally, there were no traces of sleeping pills found in the victims' stomachs. All signs suggest that the victims were prepared to have their blood drawn. After a moment of internal struggle, Song-yu mustered the courage to express his thoughts. His gaze fixed intently on Director Lee. The director withdrew another cigarette from the pack, placing it slowly to his lips, the marks of time etched across his face as he approached the twilight of his years. Despite having endured a sleepless night, the depth in his eyes remained vibrant. With a serious demeanor, Director Lee remained silent, leaving Song-yu awkwardly standing in place, at a loss for words. Did you not find any sleeping pills? Director Lee inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke into the air. Initially, I thought my investigation was lacking in thoroughness, but upon further examination, I found no evidence, Song-yu replied, relieved that Director Lee had finally spoken. The likelihood of a familiar perpetrator is quite high, and neither of the deceased exhibited any suicidal tendencies. Suicide is utterly implausible. It doesn't appear to be a case of robbery or financial gain. As neither victim's possessions were taken, political motives clearly do not apply to them. The only remaining possibility seems to be a crime of passion, Director Lee mused, closing his eyes while contemplating the smoke curling around him. Song-yu did not intend to contradict Director Lee, yet his professional instincts compelled him to voice his thoughts. I have considered that possibility as well, but based on the current evidence, these two young women had no known enemies. If it were a revenge killing, it would be difficult to believe. Moreover, the crime scene suggests that the victims themselves welcomed the assailant into their home, he stated. Director Lee flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, his expression laden with meaning. Director Lee, what I find most perplexing is how the perpetrator managed to persuade the victims to willingly allow themselves to be harmed. The victims' bodies showed no traces of sedatives, and there were no signs of struggle prior to death. Generally speaking, when individuals are faced with imminent danger, their instinctual response is to resist. However, the livor mortis indicated that the victim exhibited no signs of any such struggle. Although Song-yu is a forensic expert and understands that the quickest way to gather clues is through the examination of the corpse, these two bodies provided him with no tangible leads to unravel the case. Leaving him utterly perplexed, Xiaosong, did you truly find no remnants of sedatives in the victim's stomach? I have conducted several examinations, including tests on the gastric contents, and there is absolutely no trace of sedatives present. Let us return to the crime scene. There may be clues we have yet to uncover. Director Lee extinguished his cigarette, donned his dark blue uniform, and escorted Song-yu out of the police station. Through the glass of the car window, only an occasional passerby could be seen on the street, and those who did appear were bundled up tightly, their faces obscured by masks and sunglasses. The perpetrator's choice to commit the crime at such a time is truly monstrous, Song-yu remarked, indignation evident in his voice. Regardless of when the killer strikes, it is always an act of depravity. Director Lee responded firmly, although we cannot yet ascertain whether these two cases are linked to the same perpetrator. The method of kill. Song-yu, however, dared not take a seat, fully aware that he had committed a grievous error. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame, the victim had been rendered unconscious by the assailant without any forewarning, utilizing flammable materials, which explains our inability to find evidence at the crime scene. This cannot be held against you. What is your perspective? I meticulously examined the nasal cavities of both corpses, discovering ashes within, leading me to surmise that the perpetrator must have mixed a sedative into either the sandalwood or the incense. Upon entering the victim's residence, the assailant would have immediately ignited the materials and sealed the doors and windows, thus restricting airflow within the room, causing the deceased to succumb to slumber unknowingly. This seems to be the case. However, the murderer also occupied the same confined space as the victim, meaning he too must have inhaled an equivalent amount of the intoxicating gas. How then could he have gone on to commit the murder after the victim had fallen asleep? Although I have yet to discern the precise nature of the substance mixed with the sandalwood, one thing is certain: the assailant must have employed some method to inflict pain upon himself, allowing his mind to remain alert. Indeed, in light of this, what Miss Su mentioned, that upon her entry into the victim's home, she found some windows ajar and detected a faint fragrance, sufficiently corroborates your earlier deduction. As the two engaged in their conversation regarding the case, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them, and in walked two individuals. The newcomers were none other than Wu Jun and Yang Yi. With Wu Jun holding a file folder, seemingly having unearthed new clues. Wu Jun respectfully presented the folder to Director Lee, speaking in a hushed tone. Director, fortune favors the diligent. We visited the university attended by the two victims, and after investigation, we have confirmed that the two deceased had indeed crossed paths. So it follows that these two victims were acquainted. Not quite. We cannot be certain yet, as the two schools merely hosted a social event. They undoubtedly had interactions, but whether they truly knew one another remains to be established. This requires further inquiry. Director Lee extracted documents from the folder, swiftly reviewing several sheets. The records pertain to the victim's time at university. Both having attended all-female institutions, the first victim, Bao Shuadan, specialized in fashion design, while the second victim, Chen Jingjing, pursued a degree in sound recording, fields that appear to bear little relation to one another. They must have intersected during social events. Perhaps through theatrical performances. Director Lee pondered aloud while examining the victim's files. Director, how did you deduce that? Wu Jun and Yang Yi, both astonished, gazed at Director Lee with a mix of surprise and admiration. One in fashion design, the other in sound recording. Beyond the stage, it seems unlikely that other connections could exist. Let us hear about the leads you two have uncovered from the faculty of both universities. We learned that, in the past, the schools selected several of their top students to collaborate on a theatrical production for the social event. The play is a production of Shakespeare, and due to it being an all-girls school, there is no one to portray Romeo, thus the female students of the institution must don male roles. After Wu Jun finished speaking, Yang Yi took over the conversation, continuing with his thoughts. Although the two schools ostensibly collaborated, they secretly aimed to showcase their respective strengths, having long been rivals in the shadows, with students harboring mutual animosity. Consequently, their cooperative theatrical efforts consistently faltered and were often marred by discord. However, one day, a significant incident transpired within the drama troupe, ultimately preventing the performance from ever taking place. Upon Yang Yi's conclusion, Director Lee, alert, picked up the student files on the table and suddenly recalled an old case. It seemed the victim was a student from one of these two girls' universities. I recall a few years ago, there was indeed a case where the deceased was a student from DS Women's University. Yes, the girl who perished was named Gu Xiaoqi, a member of the drama troupe who was cast as Juliet. This implies that the perpetrator is highly likely to be a member of that year's troupe. Have we thoroughly investigated how many individuals were in the troupe at that time? There were a total of 17 members, 6 of whom have since gone abroad, and 4 others left Beijing shortly after graduating from university. We have contacted the 10 who departed, and none of them are currently in Beijing. Apart from the 2 who have already been murdered, the killer must be among the remaining 4, and it is quite probable that the assailant will continue their malevolent agenda, targeting the other 3. Director, could I possibly take a look at the files pertaining to that past case? Song Yu suddenly interrupted Director Lee, interjecting with his inquiry. Wu Jun and Yang Yi turned to look at Song Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Before glancing back at Director Lee, please share with him what you know. After Director Lee spoke, he resumed examining the 2 files, saying little else. Yang Yi added, however, who could have foreseen that a corner of the wooden floor on the stage had become dislodged, causing the girl's head to strike against it, resulting in a fatal puncture to her temple. Subsequent police investigations, including numerous examinations by forensic specialists, consolidated the testimonies of all present, leading to the conclusion that it was an unfortunate accident. Though I only relay what my seniors have said, it seems there is little room for suspicion. Is it possible that there remains a hidden truth within this case, undiscovered, prompting the murderer to take matters into their own hands? While listening to Wu Jun and Yang Yi recount the events of that time, Song Yu nodded affirmatively. However, we had already investigated the scene extensively, finding no evidence to suggest that the deceased was a victim of homicide. For the deceased to have precisely aligned her temple with that raised section of the floor, while not entirely impossible, seems exceedingly improbable. Wu Jun, however, vehemently disagreed, shaking his head and countering Song Yu's assertion. Even if Juliet was indeed the victim of a meticulously orchestrated murder, what could have been the perpetrator's motive? Moreover, the murderer must execute a series of intricate mechanisms leading to Juliet's demise, which surely demands an extraordinary amount of effort. To accurately calculate every minute movement of Juliet, the velocity of her spins, and the precise location of her fall from the stage, the killer would almost need to become a deity. Yang Yi also felt that Song Yu's hypothesis was rather implausible, and he echoed Wu Jun's sentiments to express his own viewpoint. Indeed, for a single individual to devise such a flawless plan is exceedingly improbable. However, what if this were a scheme conceived collectively by all 6 of them and subsequently executed? Yet, Song Yu remained unwilling to accept that it was merely an accident, seemingly convinced that it was a meticulously orchestrated murder. As Song Yu continued to speak, his assertions grew increasingly absurd, prompting Yang Yi to interject, unable to listen any longer. That makes sense, then it truly was an accident. If the murderer sought vengeance for Juliet, what connection could they possibly have with the deceased? Why would they wish to harm the members of the drama troupe? Song Yu inquired, biting his finger in confusion. The previously silent Director Lee suddenly spoke in a grave tone. It is likely that the murderer mistakenly believes that Juliet was harmed by someone from the troupe, which is why they seek to avenge her. Wu Jun slammed his fist heavily on the table, expressing his frustration vehemently. No, absolutely not. Song Yu resolutely countered. Of course not. If the murderer has already killed twice and devised such an intricate plan, How could they so easily reveal their intentions after just a few questions from us? Such actions would only alert the snake in the grass, making the murderer's next move even more calculated. Xiaosong makes a valid point. We must remain composed, Yang Yi advised Wu Jun. Let us not rush. Since we have narrowed down the suspects to 4 individuals, we shall revisit the crime scene a few more times to gather further insights. What majors do the other 4 study, and what roles did they play in the drama troupe? Director Li tapped the table and gestured for Wu Jun and Yang Yi to take their seats. Wu Jun's face was etched with anger, yet he ultimately complied, being urged down by Yang Yi. This book is from the Ping BookNet mobile reading platform, the first reasoning collection of logical thinking, psychological warfare, and high-level reasoning battles, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reprinting it. This book will not fall flat or end poorly, and readers can enjoy it with confidence. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. Your support for the original work is welcomed. Additionally, I have previously penned a supernatural reasoning genre. If readers have an interest in supernatural events, you may W. However, the police meticulously examined the 2 crime scenes multiple times and conducted detailed investigations into the identities and backgrounds of both victims. Strangely enough, the 2 deceased individuals had no acquaintance with one another. They shared no common connections, no mutual friends, nor overlapping social circles, and their professions were entirely different. The dispatched officers canvassed the neighbors of the victims near the crime scenes, yet they could not locate a single eyewitness or anyone with relevant information. It was as if the perpetrator had slipped into the victims' homes like a whisper, conversing or dining with them before systematically taking their lives. In the expansive conference room, only 4 individuals remained. Seated at the head was Director Li, while the other 3 were arranged in 2 separate rows along the sides of the room. Officer Wu Jun was presenting a report to Director Li. Having been assigned along with Yang Yi to investigate the social circles of the 2 victims, forensic expert Song Yu sat respectfully to the side, remaining silent. Are you saying these 2 individuals truly did not know each other? Director, we inquired with all the staff at the victims' companies who were acquainted with them, and indeed, they do not recognize one another. However, Director, there is something rather peculiar, Yang Yi interjected suddenly. Do elaborate. Director Li gestured for him to continue. Upon inquiry, it appears that both young ladies were rather reclusive and introverted, possessing very few friends. According to their colleagues, aside from seeing them at work, they mostly spent their time alone at home. I understand that, but I did not anticipate it to be to such an extent. By the way, what about the case of Qin Jingjing? Is the young woman who reported it still here? I have a few questions for her, Director Li inquired, moving the cigarette he had just brought to his lips aside. Xiaosong, accompany me to see the girl who made the report. Yang Yi and Wu Jun, you 2 should investigate the college backgrounds of the victims, and report back to me immediately if you uncover anything. In the office sat a young woman in her 20s, dressed in professional attire. With her long hair tied back neatly, she appeared clean and astute, leaning back in her chair with her head bowed, making it difficult to discern her expression, though it likely was not one of ease. Miss Su, this is our director, and he has some questions for you, the female officer beside her said as Director Li entered the room, quickly attempting to comfort the reporting young woman. Noticing the girl remained silent, the officer gently nudged her arm a few times. Director Li and Song Yu approached the young woman, with Director Li gesturing for the female officer to step aside. She complied, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Song Yu initially expected Director Li to inquire about the girl's circumstances immediately upon entering, but to his surprise, Director Li simply picked up a document from the desk, seated himself directly opposite her, and began reviewing the material without uttering a word. Both Song Yu and the female officer were taken aback, unsure of Director Li's intent, yet they did not dare to approach with questions. Song Yuchao cast a few glances at the female police officer, subtly signaling her to inquire with Director Li. However, the officer merely shot Song Yu a disdainful look, promptly turning her head away and refusing to engage further. The atmosphere in the office had grown rather awkward. The girl who had reported the incident was evidently engulfed in fear, her gaze fixed firmly on her lap, not uttering a single word. The young female officer turned aside, idly toying with a ballpoint pen, her fingers lightly tapping on a thick stack of papers. Meanwhile, Director Li remained engrossed in the documents before him, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings. Only Song Yu sat there, uncertain of what to do, acutely aware that this was not his office and hesitant to disturb the items within. This uncomfortable silence persisted for over 10 minutes until the girl who had reported the incident could no longer contain herself. Suddenly she lifted her head, her expression charged with emotion as she fixed her gaze intently on Director Li, struggling to speak yet repeatedly taking deep breaths. Finally, she managed to ask in a subdued tone, "Why have you not spoken a word? Why do you not ask me anything?" Although she endeavored to suppress her rising emotions, her choice of words betrayed the turmoil within her. This time, it was Director Li who remained silent. Absorbed in the material he held, disregarding her presence, "Sir, officer, I have something to say to you," the girl called out to Director Lee twice, her tone deliberately intensified, aiming to capture his attention. "Miss Su, if you have calmed down somewhat, please share with me what you witnessed at the scene this morning." Hearing the old man's tone, which was slightly different from the others, Miss Su scrutinized Director Lee closely and slowly inquired, "Are you the one in charge here?" "In charge?" Director Lee was taken aback by the question, then smiled slightly. "Yes, I am the one in charge here. Feel free to address any concerns to me." After Director Lee spoke, Miss Su fell silent, gently fiddling with her slender fingers as if deliberating over something, holding back emotions she wished to conceal. It took a long while before she finally spoke with a tremor of fear. This morning I was at the company." Before she could finish, Director Lee interrupted her, raising his voice, "Please pour Miss Su a cup of hot tea." The young female officer, upon hearing Director Lee's instructions, promptly stood up and gracefully exited the room. In April, Beijing's chill lingered, the weather neither fully cold nor warm. Cradling a steaming cup of tea in her hands, Miss Su gently blew on the rim to disperse the heat, taking a cautious sip. After consuming half the cup, the color returned to her face, indicating that her emotions had stabilized considerably. The manager had taken a day off yesterday, leaving her with a backlog of documents requiring her signature. However, since her leave had been approved by superiors, she would have to wait until her return to work today to sign them all at once. However, this morning I waited for her for quite some time. Yet she did not arrive at work. As the hour of attendance drew ever closer, I found it necessary to place a call to her. Despite making several attempts, none were answered. I surmised that perhaps she had inadvertently left her phone in her bag and thus failed to hear it ringing. Consequently, I resorted to dialing her home phone, but after 3 or 4 calls, still no one picked up, which left me increasingly anxious. Miss Su noticed that Director Lee was not paying her any attention, merely turning his head to observe the female officer as she took notes. Fearing that perhaps her statements were inappropriate, she ceased speaking, casting a puzzled glance at Director Lee. Observing the sudden interruption in Miss Su's voice, Director Lee looked at her apologetically, smiled gently, and made a gesture encouraging her to continue, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I have been listening attentively. Miss Su, please proceed." Previously, she had never encountered such a situation. She consistently arrived at work earlier than any of us, and instances of tardiness or absence had never occurred. The colleagues in the department were incessantly urging me, as certain crucial documents required her signature before proceeding. Thus, I resolved to visit her home to check on her. "Miss Su, may I interject? You may directly convey the circumstances you witnessed at the scene." The young female officer suddenly paused, her pen resting in resignation as she addressed Miss Xu. "Do not worry. Please continue. What happened next?" Director Lee, appearing indifferent, encouraged Miss Su to carry on. In a hurried manner, I departed from the company and made my way to her residence. Throughout the journey, I incessantly dialed her home and mobile phones. However, regardless of my efforts, none were answered. Upon arriving at her home, I rang the doorbell for 7 or 8 minutes without anyone responding, which instead drew the attention of her neighbor. Miss Su took a sip of tea before continuing. I inquired with her neighbor to ascertain whether she had gone far or was merely not at home. The neighbor mentioned that they had seen lights on in her house the previous night and surmised she wouldn't have left. Additionally, they had observed her purchasing a significant amount of groceries, suggesting she intended to host someone, which did not imply she was planning a journey. At this juncture, Miss Su paused, holding her teacup and sipping intermittently to suppress her emotions. "What happened next?" The female officer, having paused her writing for an extended period, inquired anxiously. "And then I called the police. Subsequently, your colleagues arrived. However, only 2 officers came at that time. Did you not enter the premises to investigate?" The female officer inquired incredulously. "So, does this mean you were not the first to discover the body?" She gazed at Miss Su with an expression of astonishment, immediately posing the question. This book is sourced from the Pin Book website for mobile reading. The first collection of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction slowly unravels the intricate fog. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites should refrain from reproducing it. This book will never experience decline or abrupt endings, allowing readers to indulge in their reading with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights for this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the legitimate version. Additionally, I have penned a work within the realm of supernatural detective fiction. For those readers who harbor an affinity for eerie occurrences, I invite you to delve into my humble creation. As I embark on this literary journey, I earnestly seek your discerning judgment. Director Lee Song-yu found himself at a loss for words, standing before Director Lee's desk, unable to utter a single phrase for an extended period. His countenance was etched with remorse, yet he remained uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. "Speak your mind freely," Director Lee suggested, showing no inclination to reproach Song-yu, and gestured for him to take a seat before continuing the conversation. "Director Lee, I have conducted a second autopsy, and the perpetrator indeed mixed a sedative into a combustible substance, causing the victim to unknowingly inhale the sleeping agent." However, Song-yu hesitated to sit, acutely aware of the grave error he had committed. Overwhelmed by shame, the victim had been incapacitated without awareness, and given the use of a flammable item, it was no wonder that we had found no evidence at the scene. This was not your fault. What is your perspective? I meticulously examined the nasal cavities of both corpses, discovering ash within, leading me to surmise that the assailant must have combined a narcotic with either sandalwood incense or mosquito coils. Upon entering the victim's residence, the perpetrator would have ignited it and sealed the doors and windows, preventing air circulation, thereby causing the deceased to succumb to slumber unawares. That seems plausible. However, the assailant was also within the same sealed environment. Surely he inhaled an equivalent amount of the intoxicating gas. How then could he murder the victim after she had lost consciousness? Although I have yet to ascertain the precise nature of the substance incorporated into the incense, one thing is certain: the culprit could employ a method to induce pain upon himself, allowing his faculties to remain alert. I see in this vein Miss Sue's earlier observation that upon entering the victim's home, she noted some windows ajar and detected a faint fragrance suffices to affirm your previous deduction is correct. As their discourse on the case unfolded, a sudden knock echoed at the door, followed by the entrance of two individuals. Wu Jun and Yang. Wu Jun held a document bag, seemingly bearing new leads. He respectfully presented the bag to Director Lee, speaking in a hushed tone. Director, fortune favors the diligent. We visited the universities attended by the two victims, and after investigation, we have confirmed that they had previous contact. Oh, does this imply that the two victims were acquainted? Not definitively. The two institutions merely hosted a social event while they undoubtedly interacted. Whether they truly knew one another remains unverified and requires further inquiry. Director Lee extracted documents from the bag, swiftly reviewing several pages. The materials contained the academic records of the two deceased individuals, both of whom attended women's colleges. The first victim, Bao Shuadan, specialized in fashion design, while the second, Chen Jingjing, pursued a degree in audio recording, fields seemingly unrelated to one another. The two of them must have crossed paths at the social event, perhaps performing a play together. Director Lee pondered as he examined the files of the victims. Director, how do you know that? Both Wu Jun and Yang Yi exclaimed, looking at Director Lee with astonishment and admiration. One was a fashion designer, and the other specialized in sound recording, apart from their connection through the stage. It seemed unlikely that any other ties existed. Now let us hear about the clues you two have uncovered. From the professors of both universities, it was revealed that the two institutions had selected several elite students to collaborate on a play for the social event. The chosen work was a Shakespearean piece. Since it was an all-girls school, no one could portray Romeo, thus the female students had to take on the role. Wu Jun concluded, and Yang Yi took over. Continuing, although the two schools were ostensibly engaging in a social gathering, they were, in fact, vying to showcase their strengths. There had always been an underlying rivalry, leading to mutual hostility among the students, which adversely affected the rehearsal of the play, often resulting in quarrels. However, one day, a significant incident occurred within the drama troupe, preventing the play from ever being performed. After Yang Yi spoke, Director Lee, alert, picked up the student files from the table and suddenly recalled an old case. The victim had seemingly belonged to one of these girls' universities. I remember a few years ago there was a case where the victim was a student from DS Women's University. Yes, that deceased student was named Gu Xiaoqi, and she was indeed a member of the drama troupe, portraying the role of Juliet. Then, it is highly probable that the murderer is a member of the troupe from back then. Have you ascertained how many individuals were involved in the drama group? There were a total of 17 members, 6 of whom have since moved abroad, while 4 others left Beijing after graduating from university. We have contacted the 10 who departed, and none are currently in Beijing. Aside from the 2 who have been murdered, the killer must be among the remaining 4, and it is likely that the assailant will continue their sinister plan to eliminate the other 3. Director, could I possibly examine the case file from that incident? Song Yu suddenly interrupted, interjecting his query. Wu Jun and Yang Yi turned to look at Song Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, then glanced back at Director Lee. You may explain it to him, Director Lee said, resuming his examination of the 2 files without further comment. Yang Yi added, but who would have known that a corner of the wooden floor beneath the stage had lifted? That girl's head struck the protruding edge, piercing her temple, and she died on the spot. Subsequently, the police conducted numerous tests, and the coroner performed no fewer than 10 examinations on the body. Based on the statements from all those present, it was deemed an accidental incident. Though I have only heard your senior speak of it, it seems there is nothing suspicious. Could it be that there are hidden secrets in this case that have yet to be uncovered? Prompting the assailant to take matters into their own hands, as Song Yu listened intently to Wu Jun and Yang Yi recounting the events of the past, he nodded affirmatively. However, we had thoroughly investigated the crime scene multiple times back then, and there was simply no evidence to suggest that the deceased had been murdered. For the victim to accurately align her temple with the raised floorboard from the stage, while the probability is not entirely non-existent, it remains exceedingly slim. Wu Jun, however, vehemently disagreed, shaking his head and countering Song Yu's assertion. Even if Juliet had been meticulously murdered, what could possibly be the motive behind such an act? Moreover, to orchestrate a series of mechanisms leading to Juliet's demise would require an extraordinary amount of effort. Wouldn't the perpetrator have to calculate every movement she made, the speed of her rotation, and the exact position from which she fell? Wouldn't that elevate the assailant to the status of a deity? Yang Yi too found Song Yu's hypothesis to be rather implausible and echoed Wu Jun's sentiments, offering his perspective. Indeed, for a single individual to conceive such a flawless plan seems rather unlikely. However, what if this was a scheme devised and executed by all six of them together? Song Yu, nonetheless, remained unconvinced that it was merely an accident, seemingly resolute in his belief that it was a meticulously planned murder. As Song Yu's arguments grew increasingly outlandish, Yang Yi could no longer contain himself and interjected. That makes sense then. If that's the case, it truly was an accident. If the killer sought revenge for Juliet, what connection did they have with the deceased? Why target a member of the theater troupe? Song Yu inquired, biting his finger in contemplation. Suddenly, the long silent director Li spoke solemnly. It is likely that the assailant believed Juliet was harmed by someone within the troupe, hence their desire for vengeance. Wu Jun slammed his fist onto the table with a fierce expression, declaring vehemently, "This cannot be allowed." "Absolutely not," Song Yu firmly interjected. "Of course not. If the assailant has already murdered two individuals and has orchestrated such an intricate plan, how could they possibly reveal their intentions after just a few questions from us? Such actions would only serve to alert the perpetrator and make their next move even more meticulous." Xiao Song makes a valid point. We should not act impulsively. Yang Yi also urged Wu Jun, advising him to remain calm. Since we have already narrowed our focus to 4 individuals, further visits to the crime scene will provide us with clarity. What fields of study do the remaining 4 pursue, and what roles did they hold in the theater troupe? Director Li tapped the table and gestured for Wu Jun and Yang Yi to take a seat. Wu Jun's face was etched with fury, yet he ultimately yielded to Yang Yi's insistence and sat down. Additionally, I have authored a work within the realm of supernatural detective fiction. Should any readers possess an affinity for paranormal occurrences, I invite them to peruse my humble creation, and I sincerely hope for your discerning critique. Director Li. Song Yu found himself at a loss for words, standing before Director Li's desk, unable to articulate a single sentence. His face etched with a profound sense of guilt, yet he was uncertain of how to proceed. "Please speak your mind," Director Li urged, showing no signs of reproach towards Song Yu, gesturing for him to take a seat before continuing. "Director Li, I have just conducted a second autopsy, and the perpetrator indeed administered a sedative by mixing it with some combustible substance, allowing the victim to unknowingly inhale the tranquilizer." However, Song Yu hesitated to sit. Acutely aware of the grave mistake he had committed, overwhelmed with shame, the victim had been incapacitated without any awareness, and the use of a flammable item explained the absence of evidence at the scene. Thus, it was not your fault. What is your perspective? I meticulously examined the nasal cavities of both corpses, and they contained ash, leading me to surmise that the assailant likely infused a substance capable of inducing unconsciousness into incense or mosquito coils. Upon entering the victim's abode, the assailant would have immediately ignited it and sealed the doors and windows, thus preventing the two of them must have intersected during the social event, perhaps in a theatrical performance? Director Li pondered while gazing at the files of the 2 victims. "Director, how do you know this?" Both Wu Jun and Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration for Director Li. One was a fashion designer and the other specialized in sound recording. Aside from the stage connecting them, it seems unlikely there were many other possibilities. Now, let us discuss the clues you both have uncovered. It was revealed by the teachers from the 2 universities that, in the past, the schools had selected a few elite students to collaborate on a theatrical performance during the social event. The play was a work of Shakespeare, and since it was an all-girls school, no one could portray Romeo, thus, the female students had to perform in male roles. Wu Jun continued, although the 2 schools were ostensibly engaged in a social gathering, they were actually vying to showcase their strengths. There had always been an undercurrent of rivalry, and the students harbored mutual animosity, which made the rehearsal of the collaborative play quite tumultuous. However, one day, a significant incident occurred within the troupe, and ultimately, the play was never performed. Upon hearing this, Director Li instinctively picked up the student files on the table and suddenly recalled an old case. It seemed the deceased was a student from one of these 2 women's universities. I remember a case from a few years ago where the victim was indeed a student from DS Women's University. Yes, the deceased was named Gu Xiaoqi, and she was a member of the theatrical troupe, playing the role of Juliet. If that is the case, it is highly likely that the murderer is among the members of that troupe. Have we thoroughly investigated how many people were involved in that production? There were a total of 17 members in the troupe, 6 of whom have since gone abroad, and 4 left Beijing after graduating from university. We have contacted the 10 who left, and none are currently in Beijing. Aside from the 2 who have been murdered, the killer must be lurking among the remaining 4, and it is highly probable that they will continue their plans to harm the remaining 3. Director, could you show me the files of that case from back then? Song Yu suddenly interrupted Director Li, interjecting with a question. Wu Jun and Yang Yi turned to look at Song Yu. Momentarily at a loss for words, before glancing back at Director Lee, "You may explain it to him," Director Lee replied, returning to examine the two files without further comment. Yang Yi added, "But who would have known that a corner of the wooden floor beneath the stage had lifted? That girl's head struck the protruding edge, and her temple was pierced, resulting in her instantaneous death." Subsequently, after extensive testing by the police, the coroner conducted no fewer than 10 examinations on the body. And based on the statements from all present at the scene, it was concluded to be an accidental incident. "Although I am merely recounting what you have said, it seems there is nothing particularly suspicious. Could it be that there are hidden secrets within this case that have yet to be uncovered, prompting the murderer to take matters into their own hands?" As Song Yu listened intently to Wu Jun and Yang Yi recount the events of yesteryear, he nodded affirmatively in self-assurance. "However, it must be noted that we had thoroughly investigated the crime scene on numerous occasions and found no evidence to suggest that the deceased was a victim of homicide. For the deceased to have precisely aligned their temple with the raised floorboard from the stage, while not entirely impossible, is indeed an exceedingly slim possibility." Wu Jun, however, was not inclined to agree, promptly countering Song Yu with a vigorous shake of his head. Even if it were true that Juliet had been meticulously murdered, what would be the motive of the assailant? Moreover, to orchestrate a series of mechanisms leading to Juliet's demise would require an extraordinary amount of effort. To meticulously calculate every movement she made, the speed of her spins, and her position when she fell from the stage, wouldn't that make the perpetrator akin to a deity? Yang Yi, too, found Song Yu's hypothesis somewhat implausible. Taking up Wu Jun's argument to express his own views, "Indeed, for a single individual to devise such a flawless plan seems highly improbable. However, what if this were a scheme concocted and executed by all 6 of them together?" Yet Song Yu remained reluctant to accept that it was merely an accident, seemingly convinced that it was a case of intricate murder. As Song Yu's assertions grew increasingly absurd, Yang Yi could no longer contain himself and interjected, "That does make sense. Thus it truly was an accident. If the perpetrator sought revenge for Juliet, what connection did they have with the deceased? Why target a member of the drama troupe?" Song Yu inquired. Biting his finger in contemplation, the long-silent Director Lee suddenly spoke with a grave tone. "It is likely that the assailant believed Juliet was harmed by someone from the troupe, hence the desire for vengeance." Wu Jun slammed his fist down upon the table in frustration, exclaiming vehemently, "No, absolutely not." Song Yu, with righteous indignation, interjected, "Of course not, given that the perpetrator has already taken 2 lives and devised such a meticulous plan. How could they so easily reveal their hand under our questioning? Such actions would only serve to alert the perpetrator, making their next move even more calculated." Xiaosong makes a valid point. "We mustn't act impulsively," Yang Yi urged Wu Jun at that moment. "Let us remain patient. Since we have narrowed our focus to 4 individuals, further visits to the crime scene will yield more information." "What were the remaining 4 studying, and what roles did they play within the drama troupe?" Director Lee tapped the table and gestured for Wu Jun and Yang Yi to take their seats. Wu Jun's face was a mask of resentment, yet he ultimately relented, pulled down into a chair by Yang Yi. "Additionally, I have authored a work in the genre of supernatural mystery, should any readers possess an affinity for mystical occurrences. I invite you to peruse my humble creation, and I sincerely hope for your discerning critique. Like waves of animosity crashing mercilessly upon the shores of the soul, ultimately erasing all traces, transforming them into intangible remnants. Intermingled with lingering resentment and longing, they descend into the deepest abyss of hell, caught in a struggle for existence." Wu Jun extracted several more sheets of paper from his bag, casting a brief glance before murmuring softly. Li Yuqing, an English major, was not assigned any significant responsibilities within the drama troupe at that time. Her duties were limited to tidying up and serving tea. When the incident occurred, she was not present at the scene. Instead, she was backstage organizing the costumes and props for the actors, a fact corroborated by those who had yet to take the stage. "And what of the last individual?" Song Yu inquired, noticing Wu Jun's hesitation to mention the final person. "The last one, her name is Zhang Xiaoro, the very director of this play." At that moment, she was seated with several others in the audience, witnessing the rehearsal in its entirety. However, the unfolding events were abrupt. Their seats were situated at a considerable distance from the stage, preventing them from rushing to the scene to render aid immediately. Wu Jun shook his head vigorously, expressing his profound regret. An unfortunate incident. A series of oversights resulted in the loss of a vibrant life, a lamentable tragedy. Director Lee stood, turning his back to the others, gazing out the glass window, his voice low and somber. "Director Lee, does this imply that you have already identified the perpetrator?" Song Yu remained perplexed, while Director Lee appeared to possess unwavering confidence. Still facing away from the group, Director Lee spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness, leaving no room for dissent. Wu Jun and Yang Yi received their instructions, saluted, and proceeded to Director Lee's office. Meanwhile, Song Yu lingered in place, bewildered and filled with a multitude of unasked questions. At Director, who exactly is the culprit? Song Yu muttered, reluctantly exiting Director Lee's office. "The 2 victims. The murderer, the accident, the play of Romeo and Juliet, all the elements intricately interwoven. At 1 o'clock in the deep of night, a police car came to a halt in front of the precinct. A police officer emerged from the vehicle and gestured invitingly to someone inside. In the darkness, a head emerged from the car, long hair suspended in the air. Although the face remained obscured, it was discernible that the individual was a woman. Romeo, it is indeed not an easy task to summon you. Director Lee had been waiting at the entrance of the police station, scrutinizing the alluring woman before him. The enchanting woman, however, remained silent, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, exuding an air of indifference. She paused for a brief moment beside Director Lee, then smiled and brushed past him, delving further inside interrogation room. Why did you murder Bao Shuatong and Chen Jingjing? Wu Jun slammed his hand on the table, pointing vehemently at the woman across from him, yet she merely smiled in response, ignoring Wu Jun entirely, her gaze lingering on the others present with an enigmatic smile. Wu Jun, seeing the woman's indifference, felt an immediate surge of anger rise within him. He abruptly stood from his chair and exclaimed, "Even if you choose to remain silent, it matters not. We have already uncovered the evidence of your crime. Your fate is ultimately sealed." The woman maintained her serene smile, resolutely silent despite Wu Jun's relentless questioning, her lips firmly sealed. Director Lee gestured to Wu Jun and Yang Yi, signaling them to exit. Though Wu Jun was reluctant, he dared not defy the director's command, and followed Yang Yi out of the interrogation room, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Inside the interrogation room, only Song Yu and Director Lee remained. Song Yu held a pen, diligently taking notes. "Would you care to know why we believe you to be the murderer?" Director Lee inquired. Having spent many years in law enforcement, he was well acquainted with the psychological intricacies of countless criminals. Those who consider their criminal endeavors to be astute rarely divulge information easily, even when confronted with irrefutable evidence. "What I am most curious about is why you presume I am a woman." The woman replied with a smile that is rather simple, yet it also reflects a grave misstep on your part as a female. He remarked, "I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed officer," she retorted, deliberately framing it as a request for counsel. Clearly believing her murderous scheme to be exceptionally clever, with only minor flaws. "You have committed murder twice, both times within the victims' homes. However, you could not present the weapon in their presence, so you resorted to the restroom. It is precisely this that revealed to me that the perpetrator is a woman. Women typically sit on the toilet, while men do not. Thus, there is no need to lower the seat. When I first observed this situation at the home of the first victim, I paid it little heed. However, upon entering the second victim's residence, I encountered the same scenario. This could not be mere coincidence, especially considering that both victims were exceptionally fastidious individuals and would not be so careless. From this alone, you deduce that I am a woman, truly impressive, far superior to that previous individual." The woman complimented directly. "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to elucidate for you. You have unjustly blamed the tragic demise of that young woman, who perished during a theatrical rehearsal, on others, convinced they are the true killers, and sought revenge upon them one by one. Such is the reality. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. I am quite eager to learn about the process of your killings. Might you share it with me? The method of murder is straightforward, yet it has eluded us for quite some time. Although they indeed caused the unfortunate death of that young lady, you had no right to take a life." "Nonsense. Were it not for their carelessness back then, she would never have died. If not for the costume designer, Bao Shuadan, and Yuansu, who made the garments excessively long and chose those high heels, Wanner would never have tripped over her own dress had it not been for Qinjingjing's disruptive noise. Wanner would not have lost control of her body during the spin had it not been for Ling Chushi's bizarre dance. Wanner would never have ventured to the edge of the stage. As for that Li Yuqing, she is utterly despicable. I had initially intended to eliminate her last, yet it appears that opportunity has now vanished." These words were screamed by the woman in a fit of hysteria, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, clearly harboring intense hatred for those few women. "Zhang Xiao, to this day, you remain obstinately unaware. You must comprehend that you possess no right to deprive others of their lives." "Ha, so they do possess such rights." Had it not been for Li Yuqing prying up that wooden floorboard, Wanner would not have struck her head when she fell from the stage. The most detestable of all is indeed Li Yuqing. Had I foreseen this, I should have eliminated her first. Suddenly Zhang Xiao fell into a state of calm, speaking softly. "What was your relationship with the deceased?" "I find this quite intriguing." Director Lee, suppressing his own fury, inquired in a stern voice. "Wanner, Hadachi was my lover. I need not elaborate further. A month later, Zhang Xiao was prosecuted by the judicial authorities for intentional homicide in court. She unreservedly confessed to her crime while refusing to engage a lawyer for her defense. Ultimately, the court sentenced Zhang Xiao to death, to be executed a month later. On a day in June, Director Lee visited Zhang Xiao in prison for the final time. They conversed about something unknown to outsiders. Shortly after their meeting, Director Lee applied for retirement. This series of gruesome murders, concealed within a locked room, eventually faded into the confidential archives of the police department. In the next installment, deep within Changbai Mountain, A solitary villa stands proudly amidst the endless expanse of snow, shrouded in the terrifying legends passed down for a century, surrounding this snow-covered mountain that has endured for millennia. An eerie, desolate, and terrifying aura lingers here. From the depths of the snowy mountain, a demon emerges, treading upon the pristine snow, exuding an air of death as it advances step by step toward the villa. Who can escape the call of death and seek the light of dawn leading back to the mortal realm? This book originates from Pin Shu Net, 17K's first collection of reasoning, logical thinking battles, psychological warfare, and advanced deductive conflicts, gradually unraveling layers of mystery. This work has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not suffer from poor reception or an abrupt ending, allowing readers to engage with confidence. The global exclusive publication rights to this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a supernatural reasoning novel. For readers intrigued by supernatural events, feel free to explore my earlier work, and I humbly seek your esteemed judgment. The young girl spent an entire summer vacation at home, her daily routine consisting of gatherings with high school classmates or researching information about the city she was soon to visit, Qingning. In truth, the girl's parents did not wish for her to attend school there. Prior to her college entrance examination, they had engaged in an all-night discussion with her, yet her desire to study in Qingning remained unchanged. The girl's family background was quite affluent. Her father served as the deputy sheriff of the city police department, and her grandfather was also a police officer before retirement, thus marking their family as one of law enforcement lineage. The young girl's mother and grandmother each own their own businesses, and the family is quite affluent. The girl has often pondered why her parents have steadfastly refused to have another child to inherit the legacies of her father and grandfather. She has inquired several times, yet her father remains silent, while her mother skillfully diverts the conversation, leaving the girl with a significant question mark in her mind. Tayo, are you still awake? The girl's mother entered the room, carrying a glass of milk and walking towards the desk. Since you have resolutely decided to study there, what significance does it hold to pursue these questions further? Perhaps you will hear some story from an upperclassman at school. And it might be one that your father and uncles have experienced, the girl's mother suddenly teased, as if joking with her daughter. Let us not burden Tayo with such trivial matters. They are merely old stories, why even bring them up? At that moment, the girl's father stepped in, gently reprimanding the mother, though his expression bore no hint of anger in the girl's memory. Her parents had never quarreled. They always maintained a harmonious and respectful relationship, seemingly with an extraordinary bond. Despite having lived with them for over a decade, the girl could never quite fathom the true nature of her father. Tayo, I found you a part-time job, her father announced. I have written down the contact details and address on this piece of paper. Once you arrive at school, you can reach out to him. He will arrange everything for you. With that, he handed her a note. The girl unfolded the paper, which bore a robust handwriting detailing an address and a phone number, yet it did not specify the name of the contact. Dad, why didn't you write down the person's name? We aren't lacking in money, so why should I work part-time? The girl looked at her father with confusion. You'll understand once you go. He replied without elaboration, turning to leave the girl's room, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Mom, what do you think Dad is always contemplating? Why do I feel like he seems somewhat melancholic? You are still young and do not comprehend many things. As you grow older, your father will share them with you, her mother replied, seemingly unwilling to provide further explanation. The girl wiped away the tears from her mother's face and then leaned into her embrace. The next day, the girl boarded a flight to Qingning City. The journey from southern Guangdong to Qingning takes 3 hours. Although she was flying, she found the duration rather lengthy, as she was eager to finally see the city she had long anticipated. Qingning City, at the entrance of Qingning University, the area was bustling with people, yet it was not overly noisy. The staff assisting new students were busy, and the incoming students formed orderly queues, some gazing at the surrounding scenery while others were engrossed in their phones. With no one raising their voices, the girl observed that most of the newcomers were accompanied by their parents, with only a few arriving alone for registration. The young girl carried minimal luggage, merely dragging along a small suitcase and a shoulder bag. Tiao, it turns out you have also been admitted to Qingning University, exclaimed a girl of around 12, whose delicate features radiated charm. Dressed in a flowing emerald garment, she resembled a sprite that had just emerged from the forest, her face adorned with a joyful smile as she gazed at the girl named Tiao. Ah, you are Bai Yin, so you too have gained admission to this institution. Henceforth, we shall be able to spend each day together. The bond between the two was rather simple. Years prior, Tiao's parents had brought her to Qingning City to pay respects to a deceased acquaintance, during which they stayed at the home of the girl named Bai Yun. It appeared that Bai Yun's parents shared a close relationship with Tiao's family, giving her the impression that they were akin to one family. As Tiao and Bai Yun were of similar age, they quickly became good friends. However, Tiao's home was in the south, and after leaving Qingning City, their correspondence ceased, making their unexpected reunion here all the more delightful. The prospect of spending each day with an old friend filled Tiao Tiao with excitement. She grasped Bai Yun's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, as if they were sisters. Tiao Tiao, we are not the only ones who have been admitted here. Look who this is. Bai Yun suddenly stepped aside, revealing a tall, handsome boy standing behind her. He appeared slightly older than Tiao Tiao, with a sunny disposition and a gentle smile directed at her. Bai Yun, I told you, how could this little witch possibly remember me? I doubt she has not forgotten, considering how much trouble I caused her back then, leading her to complain to my parents, which resulted in my being grounded for over 6 months, the sunny boy remarked, as if transformed. Tiao Tiao, he is the very little short stick you often referred to, Tian Bai Ching. Bai Yun giggled, covering her mouth as she explained to Tiao Tiao. Ah, I recall now, he was not this tall before, how is it that he has now surpassed me in height? Tiao Tiao gestured at her waist, then, feeling defiant, approached Tian Bai Ching and measured her height against his, only to discover that at 1 meter 71 she was still notably shorter. Alright, don't be upset, from now on we shall attend school and play together every day, Bai Yun encouraged, gently shaking Tiao Tiao's hand to lift her spirits. That won't do, my father initially forbade me from studying here. However, I secretly filled out the application and only informed my parents after receiving the acceptance letter, leaving them with no choice but to let me come. Yet, before my arrival, my father arranged a part-time job for me, so it seems I won't be able to join you and play. Tiao Tiao's previously bright smile faded as she recalled her impending work obligations, dampening her joy. It appears you have been thoroughly arranged as well. I suspect our 3 jobs are at the same place. Our parents must have conspired long ago to send us all there. The girl named Bian suddenly adopted a serious expression, glancing at Tiao Tiao and Tian Bai Ching before speaking. Just then, Tiao Tiao's phone rang unexpectedly. In a flurry, she searched herself for the device but found nothing, only to realize that she was wearing a skirt today and had no pockets. The office would close at 5:30 in the afternoon, and if they did not arrive before then, they would not need to come back the next day. In a rush, Tiao Tiao retrieved her phone and pressed the answer button, only to hear a rather impolite male voice on the other end. Who are you, and why should I? Before Tiao Tiao could finish her sentence, the line abruptly disconnected. Tiao Tiao, who was that? Bian inquired curiously. I don't know, he just mentioned something about going to an office before 5:30 this afternoon. And if we fail to arrive by then, we won't need to come tomorrow. Could it be that it's the place where our parents sent us to work part-time? I wonder how that old man knows we are already at school and is calling to hurry us along. Bian seemed to assume that the boss of the place they were about to work at was an old man, and a particularly mean and cunning one at that. Yet, from the voice, he doesn't sound particularly elderly. However, we should hurry and check it out after we complete our enrollment procedures. Sooner or later, we will have to go there. Otherwise, if he calls our parents, they will start nagging again. Tiao Tiao bit her finger and then said to Bian and Tian Bai Ching, this journey, rather than being a mere vacation, could be more aptly described as a visit. Li Shiyu, accompanied by her husband Pang Li Gong, arrived at the home of a high school classmate in Jilin, northeast China. As they were there to ski, coincidentally Li Shiyu's classmate owned a villa near Changbai Mountain and had invited several close friends from high school to stay in the mountainside villa together. Upon hearing that dinner was ready, the group of women descended from the second floor, chattering and laughing, all donned in pajamas. Fortunately, it was winter, and the pajamas they had brought were all made of thick cotton. Ensuring modesty. As they gathered around the table, the women praised the chef's culinary skills but could not guess who had prepared the dishes. Despite their persistent inquiries, the men, under the hint from Su Yunchao, stubbornly refused to reveal their companion, choosing instead to feign ignorance or play dumb. As the dishes diminished, the table became a scene of delightful chaos. Su Yunchao produced several bottles of red wine and spirits, all of which had been drained. Pang Li Gong, with half-closed, intoxicated eyes, glanced around the table and noted that although everyone had indulged to some extent, most remained remarkably lucid. Suddenly Song Yu stood up, forcefully slapped the table, causing the dishes to rattle, and haphazardly pointed at the others, exclaiming, "Could someone please dim the lights a bit? This brightness is rather blinding." It was unclear who shouted in response, but soon everyone echoed in agreement, enthusiastically endorsing the suggestion. After approximately 15 minutes, the living room's illumination had indeed diminished significantly, ultimately adjusted to a mere whisper of light, allowing only a vague outline of the surrounding furniture and rendering the faces of those seated a meter away indistinguishable. "Who has a suggestion? We shouldn't squander this precious time," declared the host, Su Yunchao, who was now massaging his temples, evidently striving to maintain his clarity of mind. Indeed, what are we doing just sitting here?" The others chimed in. "Shall we sing?" someone proposed, though it was uncertain who initiated the idea. Due to work commitments, being dragged to karaoke has become a rarity, came the response. No, let's think of something else. How about we roll dice? Everyone can join in, another suggested. However, someone pointed out, "But we don't have any dice at home. We seldom stay here, so, moreover, it's impossible to venture out now, as night has fallen, the roads lack streetlights. And with the heavy snowfall, it's quite unsafe," Su Shuer interjected, promptly shaking her head to dismiss the notion. "Then what can we do with so many of us? Play cards or mahjong? I don't know how to play." And it's indeed challenging to come up with a collective activity to eye in the dimness. Someone suddenly proposed, how about we share ghost stories? That sounds wonderful. It's been ages since I've shared ghost stories with anyone. I haven't done that since high school. Su Shuer seemed to wholeheartedly agree, lifting Su Yunchao's hand in affirmation, signaling that their family was on board. Merely sharing ghost stories won't suffice, since we're playing. Let us make it more thrilling. Let us sit in a circle, place a candle in front of each person, and each tell a ghost story. After finishing, we blow out the candle in front of us. We continue until the last person's candle is extinguished, and then we count together, as it is said. At this moment, Meng Bingbing suddenly stood up and addressed the group with vigor. Most had consumed a fair amount of alcohol by now. While they were not completely inebriated, their awareness had begun to blur. Otherwise, how could Su Yunchao of his age engage in such frivolity with them? Meng Bingbing's proposal received unanimous approval, and Su Shuer, accompanied by Su Yunchao, headed to the basement to fetch candles. Although everyone had drunk quite a bit, not a single person had succumbed to slumber on the sofa. It was uncertain whether their tolerance was commendable or if everyone was simply eager for the ghost stories to commence. But at the very least, at least one person was exceedingly willing, for this was just the beginning of the entire plan. Peng Ligang and Li Shiyu, seated in a corner of the sofa, were engaged in a game of rock paper scissors, where the winner could deliver a playful slap to the loser. Regrettably, Li Shiyu's luck was exceedingly poor. After more than 10 attempts, she had yet to win a single guess. Fortunately, Peng Ligang was not particularly harsh, allowing Li Shiyu to maintain her lovely visage. It was not that Peng Ligang wished to strike her with great force. Rather, each time he raised his hand, Li Shiyu would feign a pitiful demeanor, her eyes brimming with tumultuous transparent tears that seemed poised to spill over at any moment. She would occasionally whisper a few words into Peng Ligang's ear, causing his heart to tighten, and thus he refrained from striking her too forcefully. A resounding slap echoed as a heavy hand struck someone's face, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints imprinted as if carved into the skin. "Did you truly hit that hard?" Peng Ligang exclaimed, covering half his face, his eyes wide as he glared at Li Shiyu. "You never told me to go easy on you. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have merely patted you gently." "Very well then, my little darling. Allow me to give you a gentle touch." Found the candles, came a sudden voice from the staircase connecting the living room to the basement. Everyone turned in unison to see Su Yunchao and Su Shuer, each holding a bundle of candles, approaching slowly. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that the candles they carried were a vivid red. A few women felt a sudden tightness in their chests, but upon glancing at the numerous gentlemen around them, they felt considerably reassured. "We're terribly sorry, but we only have these red candles at home. They were originally purchased for a candlelit dinner. We simply could not find a single white candle, and I can't recall if we forgot to buy them or if they were just not available," Su Shuer said with a slight smile to those lounging on the sofa. This narrative is sourced from the esteemed Pinshu website, where readers can indulge in the intricacies of logic, psychological warfare, and advanced reasoning, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. The work has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized reproduction by other sites is strictly prohibited. Rest assured, this tale will not meet an unsatisfactory or abrupt conclusion, allowing readers to engage with peace of mind. Additionally, I have previously penned a work within the paranormal reasoning genre. Should any readers possess an interest in supernatural events, I invite you to explore my humble creation. This excursion, rather than a mere holiday, was akin to a visit. Li Shiyu, accompanied by her husband Peng Ligang, arrived at the residence of a high school classmate in Jilin, Northeast China, as they were there to ski. Coincidentally, Li Shiyu's classmate owned a villa near Changbai Mountain and had invited several close friends from high school to stay at the mountainside villa. Upon hearing that dinner was ready, the ladies descended from the second floor, chattering and laughing, all clad in their pajamas. Fortunately, as it was winter, the pajamas they had brought were all made of thick cotton, ensuring modesty. During the meal, the women praised the culinary skills of the chef, yet they could not discern who had prepared the dishes. As they inquired persistently, the gentlemen, under Su Yunchao's subtle cue, steadfastly refused to betray their companion, feigning ignorance or naivety. As the dishes dwindled, the table lay in delightful disarray. Su Yunchao produced several bottles of red and foreign wines, all of which had been nearly depleted. Peng Ligang, with half-closed, intoxicated eyes, cast a glance around the dining table and realized that while everyone had indulged to some extent, most remained remarkably lucid. Suddenly, Song Yu sprang to his feet, forcefully slamming his palm against the table, causing the dishes to rattle. He randomly gestured towards the group and exclaimed, "Could someone adjust the lighting? It's far too glaring." It was unclear who shouted in response, but soon everyone echoed in agreement, enthusiastically endorsing the suggestion. After a brief interval of about 15 minutes, the living room's illumination indeed dimmed considerably, ultimately reduced to a faint glow, barely allowing one to discern the surrounding furniture, and the faces of those seated just a meter away were obscured. "Who has a suggestion? We mustn't squander this precious time." This proclamation came from the host, Su Yunchao, who was now rubbing his temples, seemingly striving to maintain his composure. Indeed, what are we doing just sitting here? The others concurred. How about we sing? It was unclear who proposed this. Due to work obligations, I've rarely escaped the confines of karaoke. Someone lamented. No, let us consider another option, then let us roll dice. Everyone can participate. Another suggestion emerged, however, someone pointed out, but we don't have any dice at home, as we seldom stay here, so it was also impractical to venture out to purchase some. The night had fallen. The roads lacked streetlights, and heavy snow rendered travel perilous. Upon hearing this, Su Shuer promptly shook her head in disapproval, firmly rejecting the idea. So what else can we do with so many people? Play cards or mahjong? I don't know how to play either. It's quite challenging to think of a collective activity to eye in the dim light. Someone suddenly suggested, how about we share ghost stories? Sounds great. It's been ages since I've shared ghost tales with anyone. I used to do that back in high school. Su Shuer seemed to wholeheartedly agree, raising Su Yunchao's hand to signify support from her family. Just telling ghost stories isn't enough. Since we're playing, let us make it a bit more thrilling. Let us form a circle, placing a candle in front of each person. Each person will recount a ghost story. And once done, they blow out their candle. Will continue until the last candle is extinguished, then everyone will begin to count down, or so I've heard. At that moment, Meng Bingbing abruptly stood. Addressing the crowd with enthusiasm, it was evident that everyone had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Although they hadn't yet reached full inebriation, their consciousness was beginning to blur. Otherwise, how could Su Yunchao, at his age, partake in such frivolities? Meng Bingbing's proposal received unanimous approval, and Su Shuer, accompanied by Su Yunchao, descended to the basement in search of candles. Despite their copious drinking, not a single person had succumbed to slumber on the sofa. It remained uncertain whether their tolerance was commendable or if everyone was simply eager for the shared ghost stories. Yet, at the very least, one individual was immensely enthusiastic, for this was merely the inception of the entire plan. Pang Ligong and Li Shiyu, seated in a corner of the sofa, engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors, where the victor was entitled to slap the loser playfully. Regrettably, Li Shiyu's luck was exceedingly poor. After over 10 attempts, she had yet to win a single guess. Fortunately, Pang Ligong did not strike too harshly, allowing Li Shiyu to maintain her exquisite visage. It was not that Pang Ligong was unwilling to deliver a forceful blow, but rather that each time he raised his hand, Li Shiyu would feign a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with a tumultuous, translucent liquid that seemed on the verge of overflowing. She would occasionally murmur a few words close to Pang Ligong's ear, causing his heart to tighten, and thus he refrained from striking her too fiercely. With a resounding slap, a heavy blow landed on someone's face, instantly leaving 5 distinct fingerprints etched upon it. Did you really hit me? Pang Ligong exclaimed, covering half his face, his eyes wide with incredulity as he confronted Li Shiyu. You never told me to go easy on you. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have merely given you a gentle pat. Very well, my dear, allow me to give you a gentle touch then. A sudden exclamation echoed from the staircase connecting the living room to the basement. Everyone turned in unison to locate the source of the sound, only to find Su Yunchao and Su Shuer each holding a bundle of candles, approaching with measured steps. As they drew closer, the gathered crowd noticed that the candles in their hands were a vibrant shade of red. A few women felt a sudden surge of unease, but upon glancing at the numerous men present, they found a sense of reassurance. I apologize, we only have these red candles at home. They were originally purchased for a candlelit dinner, and I simply cannot recall if I bought white ones or not. Su Shuer said with a slight smile, addressing the group on the sofa. This book is sourced from Pinshu.net for mobile reading. The first collection of reasoning and logic battles, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites should refrain from reproduction. This work will not experience a decline or abrupt ending, so readers may enjoy it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights to this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the legitimate version. Additionally, I have previously authored a work in the supernatural reasoning genre. Readers interested in paranormal events may wish to explore it.as for this trip. It is more aptly described as a visit than a vacation. Li Shiyu, accompanied by her husband Pang Ligong, arrived at the home of a high school classmate in Jilin, northeast China, as they had come for skiing. Coincidentally, Li Shiyu's classmate owned a villa near Changbai Mountain and had invited several close friends from high school to stay at the mountainside villa. Upon hearing that dinner was ready, the women descended from the second floor, chatting and laughing, all clad in pajamas. Fortunately, it was winter, and the pajamas they had brought were all made of thick cotton, ensuring modesty. During the meal, the women praised the culinary skills of the chef, yet they could not discern who had prepared the dishes. As the ladies inquired, the men, under Su Yunchao's subtle cue, steadfastly refused to divulge their companion's identity, either feigning ignorance or playing the fool. As the dishes dwindled, the table became a chaotic scene of plates and cups. Su Yunchao produced several bottles of red and foreign wines, all of which were nearly emptied. Pang Ligong, with his half-closed, inebriated eyes, cast a glance around the dining table and noticed that although everyone had imbibed a fair amount, most remained remarkably lucid. Suddenly Song Yu stood up, forcefully striking the table, causing the dishes to rattle. and haphazardly pointed at the others, exclaiming, "Could someone please lower the lights a bit? This brightness is rather blinding." It was uncertain who shouted out next, but soon the group echoed in agreement, enthusiastically endorsing the suggestion. After a brief interval of about 15 minutes, the living room indeed dimmed considerably, ultimately reduced to a faint glow, barely allowing one to discern the surrounding furniture, let alone the faces of those sitting a meter away. "Who has a suggestion? We must not squander this splendid time," announced the host, Su Yunchao, who was rubbing his temples, seemingly striding to remain alert. Indeed, what are we doing just sitting here?" the others chimed in. "Shall we sing?" someone proposed, though it was unclear who that was. Normally, due to work commitments, being forcibly taken to KTV is quite common. No, let us think of something else. How about rolling dice? Everyone can join in. Another individual suggested, "But we don't have any dice at home," someone countered. "We rarely stay here, so it's also impossible to go out and buy some now. It's dark, there are no streetlights. And it's snowing heavily, making the roads quite unsafe." Upon hearing this, Su Shuer immediately shook her head in disapproval, firmly opposing the idea. "Then what can we do with so many of us? Play cards or mahjong? I don't know how, and it's truly challenging to think of a collective activity." In the dim light, someone suddenly proposed, "How about we share ghost stories? That sounds great. It's been ages since I've told ghost stories with anyone. I haven't done that since high school." Su Shuer appeared quite in favor, lifting Su Yunchao's hand in agreement, signifying that their family supported the notion. "But merely sharing ghost stories won't suffice. If we're to play, let us make it a bit more thrilling. Let us sit in a circle, place a candle in front of each person, and each one will share a ghost story, extinguishing their candle once their tale is told. We'll continue until the last candle is blown out, and then we'll start counting together." It is said that at that moment, Meng Bingbing suddenly stood up and spoke aloud to the group. Although everyone had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, they had not yet reached full intoxication. But their awareness was beginning to blur. Otherwise, how could Su Yunchao, at his age, join in such frivolities? Meng Bingbing's proposal received unanimous approval, and Su Shuer, accompanied by Su Yunchao, went to the basement to fetch candles. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, none of the guests had succumbed to sleep on the sofa. It was uncertain whether it was their tolerance or the anticipation of sharing ghost stories that kept them awake. But at the very least there was one person who was exceedingly eager, for this marked the inception of the entire plan. Pang Ligang and Li Shiyu sat in a corner of the sofa, engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors, where the victor could deliver a slap to the loser. Regrettably, Li Shiyu's luck was exceedingly poor. After more than 10 attempts she had yet to win even once. Fortunately, Pang Ligang was not overly harsh in his actions, allowing Li Shiyu to maintain her charming visage. It was not that Pang Ligang did not wish to strike with fervor, but each time he raised his hand, Li Shiyu would feign a look of pitiful fragility, her eyes shimmering with a turbulent transparency, as if tears could spill forth at any moment. She would occasionally whisper a few words into Pang Ligang's ear, causing his heart to tighten. Thus he refrained from delivering a harsh blow to Li Shiyu. With a resounding slap, a heavy strike landed upon someone's face, leaving 5 distinct marks imprinted as if carved into the skin. "Did you truly strike me?" Pang Ligang exclaimed, covering half of his face, his eyes glaring at Li Shiyu in indignation. "You never mentioned I should be gentle with you. Had you said so earlier, I would have merely patted you softly." "Very well then, my little darling, let me caress you," he replied. "I've found the candles," came a sudden voice from the staircase connecting the living room to the basement. Everyone turned in unison to see Su Yuncha and Su Shuer, each holding a bundle of candles, making their way toward them. As they approached, the onlookers discerned that the candles they carried were a vivid crimson. A few women felt a pang of anxiety, but upon glancing at the numerous men nearby, they felt a sense of reassurance. "I apologize, but we only have these red candles at home. They were originally purchased for a candlelit dinner, and we simply could not find any white ones. I can't recall if we neglected to buy them or if they were lost," Su Shuer said with a slight smile to the group seated on the sofa. This book is sourced from Pinshu.net for mobile reading. 17K presents a collection of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, gradually unraveling the layers of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites should refrain from reproduction. There will be no instances of failure or unsatisfactory endings, allowing readers to indulge in peace. The global exclusive publishing rights for this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Furthermore, I have previously penned a book in the supernatural reasoning genre. Readers interested in paranormal events may wish to explore it. I humbly seek your esteemed critique. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us already. If it's too frightening, perhaps it's best not to share. I feel a bit scared. Oh dear, while I too am frightened if I don't hear it to the end. I shall feel an itch in my heart. Han Ufa, however, remained silent, bending down to grasp the red candle standing on the wooden floor, exhaling softly to extinguish the flame, which plunged the living room into deeper darkness. She held the red candle beneath her nose, seemingly savoring the scent left behind by the extinguished wick, yet she remained mute. Suddenly, Han Ufa moved the candle aside and stated, "The principal said, the school has never employed anyone to watch over the premises at midnight. For reasons unknown, Meng Bingbing, usually reticent, was the first to let out a startled scream. Meng Bingbing's sudden scream ignited a cacophony of cries. Fortunately, this villa stood isolated amidst the mountains, devoid of neighbors. Otherwise, their shouts would have undoubtedly echoed throughout the entire valley. After a while, the women finally regained their composure, turning their gaze towards Meng Bingbing. Bingbing, why did you scream so suddenly? You nearly frightened me to death. Yes, another chimed in, and it's all because of the story UFA told us. He mentioned that the principal had not arranged for anyone to oversee the school at night. So, who was the person that drove away Xiaowei and the others? Meng Bingbing's words struck the group like a heavy blow. Leaving them in stunned silence for an extended moment, Pang Ligang, however, was not particularly interested in such terrifying tales. He merely wished for these women to cease their sudden screams, as he was impervious to ghost stories. Although he had indulged in his fair share of alcohol, he had never endorsed or opposed such trivial activities. His agreement to participate was merely a pretext to openly admire the beauties around him. As the others were captivated by the ghost stories, he seized the opportunity to discreetly observe the women in their entirety. Had Li Shiyu discovered his intentions, he might have faced dire consequences. He found it peculiar that when Meng Bingbing screamed, Han Yufa appeared to be lost in thought. Even though she was the one recounting the story, a woman's instinct would typically prompt her to scream in unison. Pang Ligang pinched his cheeks, contorting his face into a comical expression, seemingly overwhelmed by boredom. As time trickled by, the candlelight in the living room extinguished one by one, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. It seemed as though everyone was vying to outdo each other with increasingly terrifying stories. Always reserving the most frightful parts for the grand finale to startle everyone, the clock's hands pointed to midnight, and the old-fashioned wall clock emitted a dull thud, announcing the hour to its occupants. Unbeknownst to them, the game had progressed to the final participant, and the vast living room was illuminated solely by a single candle, the outside world cloaked in utter darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. It seems I am the only one who hasn't shared a story, Su Yunchao chuckled, glancing around at the others before lowering his gaze to the candle before him. Yunchao, perhaps you should refrain from telling yours. Su Shuer interjected, tugging at Su Yunchao's shirt sleeve, her expression rife with concern. Don't worry, it's just a legend. Everyone has recounted even more terrifying tales. What could mine possibly add? Su Yunchao reassured. Patting the back of Su Shuer's hand upon hearing Su Yunchao's words, a palpable tension gripped the group, anticipating that his story would be equally chilling. Changbai Mountain is well known for its ginseng. A fact universally acknowledged. However, there exists a dark legend surrounding Changbai Mountain. It is said that during the War of Resistance, the Japanese soldiers implemented the 3 Alls policy, hunting down Chinese civilians indiscriminately. Originally, there was a village at the foot of the mountain, which had been reduced to ruins following the invasion of the Japanese army. In a bid to preserve a trace of their lineage for the villagers, the village chief secretly entrusted a few women with the task of leading the village children into the depths of Changbai Mountain for refuge. However, the 3 Alls policy of the Japanese army refers to the ruthless practice of killing all, looting all, and burning all, leaving no one to escape their grasp. After the massacre of a village, the soldiers discovered that not a single child remained. They promptly dispatched 2 small squads into the mountains to hunt down the survivors. Those who fled into the snowy peaks were primarily women, burdened with numerous children, making their escape exceedingly arduous. And they were swiftly located by the 2 Japanese squads. What curse is this? Anyone who enters Changbai Mountain shall be met with death. And what became of those Japanese soldiers? They all perished, each with their bayonets plunged deep into their chests, striking their very hearts. This story is hardly terrifying. I expected something much more fearsome, yet it turned out to be mere superstition, Summer Qing lamented. Seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction, Xiao Qing, this tale is not frightening per se, but Su Shuera's face remained etched with concern, her words hanging in the air. But what? Speak freely. If this story were to be told at midnight, it would invoke a curse, Su Yunchao interjected. Suddenly, the last candle was extinguished, plunging the living room into utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Let us count ourselves. Starting from 1 eye in the darkness, a voice rang out, seemingly belonging to Summer Qing. 2.8. The 8 individuals remaining in the living room echoed in unison, all accounted for. 9. As the number 9 was uttered, everyone was startled, and the women screamed once again. Instantly, the living room was flooded with light as someone turned on the chandelier. The brightness was blinding, obscuring the identity of the one who switched it on. Well, it's getting late. Let us all rest early. Tomorrow we can discuss where to go for our outing, Su Yunchao said with a smile, standing before the lit lamp in the living room. Everyone, I am accustomed to rising early, so the clock in the living room will chime precisely at 8 in the morning. However, since we have been enjoying ourselves late into the night, there is no need to wake up so early. Simply sleep until you naturally awaken, Su Yunchao remarked, suddenly pointing at the large brown clock. This book is from Pinshu.net for mobile reading. 17K presents the first collection of reasoning, logic battles. psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. This book will not face poor reception or an unsatisfactory conclusion, so readers may read with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Furthermore, I have previously penned a supernatural reasoning piece. If any readers are also interested in supernatural events, please feel free to read it.my humble work. I hope for your gracious critique. Suddenly a phrase struck like a thunderclap from the heavens, hitting all those seated in the center of the living room. That low eerie statement sent a chill down the spines of the women gathered, a wave of cold washing over them, an indescribable eeriness and terror permeating the AIR. This touch your personal experience. Xia Qing appeared determined to widen her almond-shaped eyes even further, her gaze brimming with incredulity. Qi Zhenkuan remained silent, merely nodding his head, which was already lowered, a few more times until it was pressed even lower. The dimly lit living room relied solely on the flickering flames of 8 red candles for illumination. Despite the villa's geothermal heating system, an unsettling chill enveloped everyone, gradually seeping into each individual. Suddenly, Qi Zhenkuan shifted his posture, lowering himself to extinguish the candle in front of him, plunging the room into an even deeper gloom, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. Although he merely snuffed out one candle, the group was collectively startled, left speechless for a prolonged moment. Who will share the second story? Shall we continue? Let us not. I feel an overwhelming sense of fear, as though someone is standing right beside us. That one do. This game was proposed by you women, and it has only just begun. Not we cannot stop now. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? We have so many men here. Let us carry on. Then I shall tell the second story, Han Yufa proclaimed, appearing far more composed than the other women. Volunteering herself, the group exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another before fixing their eyes upon Han Yufa's face, seemingly bracing themselves for the possibility of her narrating an even more terrifying tale. Although this story is one I have also heard, I find it quite chilling. There exists a school shrouded in several terrifying legends. Every full moon, the eyes of the statue of Lu Sun in the school are said to move. The power in all the classrooms goes out. The staircase transforms from 13 steps to 14. The faucets in the laboratory run with water that turns red, and once one enters the women's restroom at the end of the first floor, they never emerge. Han Yufa paused, rubbing her palms against her pajamas, seemingly attempting to wipe away the perspiration accumulating in her hands, yet some remained incredulous. Several children had made a pact to investigate the school on the night of the 15th. At midnight, they arrived punctually at the school's entrance. Upon entering, they were greeted by the statue of Lu Sun standing in the playground, yet the group stared at it for an extended period, noticing that the statue's eyes remained fixed to the left. They proceeded into the classroom and flipped the light switch, but the lights illuminated as expected, causing some to begin doubting the veracity of the legend. The chemistry laboratory was located on the second floor, so they made their way to the stairwell. To verify the number of steps, each of them traversed the staircase, counting diligently, yet they only found 13 steps, unable to locate a 14th. Their skepticism regarding the legend deepened. Entering the laboratory, they turned on the faucet, and the clear water flowed down without changing color. The group could not help but express their astonishment, emboldened by their discoveries, with only the final legend of the women's restroom remaining. They approached the women's restroom at the end of the first floor, but the girls were adamant about not entering. Ultimately, the bravest among them, Xiaoxi, was compelled to venture inside for a closer look. The individual stationed outside the restroom glanced at the clock. It was precisely 1 o'clock. Moments later, Xiaoxi emerged, humming a cheerful tune. The crowd exclaimed phrases like, "Such tales are mere fabrications intended for children," leading us to waste our time. As they prepared to vacate the school premises, just as they reached the entrance, a sudden reprimand rang out, chastising them for lingering at the school so late, causing everyone to scatter in a frenzy. Fleeing with haste. As they departed, Xiaoa deliberately cast a glance at the statue of Lu Sun, her gaze still fixated on the left, unchanged. "Yufei, what kind of horror story is this? It's not frightening at all. Surely, you haven't concocted a mere joke to amuse us and alleviate your own fears," mocked Xia Qing, covering her mouth with her hand and erupting into laughter at Han Yufei. "Xiao Cheng, let Yufei finish her tale before you interject," Li Shiyu gently chided. Seemingly less apprehensive after listening to Han Yufei's narrative, she tugged at Xia Qing's sleeve and spoke. As they absorbed Han Yufei's story, an involuntary shiver coursed through the group. Although her account did not explicitly convey terror, an indescribable sense of unease lingered in the air. The children who had ventured out together the previous night felt an inexplicable dread, and even the principal sensed something was amiss. They returned to the restroom, and upon pushing open the door, the lifeless body of Xiao, alas, although I too am gripped by fear, the thought of not hearing the tale leaves an unsettling itch within my heart. However, Han Yufa remained silent, bending down to pick up the red candle that stood upon the wooden floor. With a gentle exhale, she extinguished the flame, plunging the living room into deeper darkness, holding the red candle beneath her nose. She seemed to be inhaling the lingering scent of its burnt wax, yet she chose to remain voiceless. Suddenly she shifted the candle and remarked, "The principal has stated that the school has never hired anyone to guard it at night." For reasons unknown, Meng Bingbing, usually reticent, was the first to let out a startled scream. Her unexpected cry triggered a cascade of shrieks, but fortunately this villa was isolated amidst the mountains, devoid of neighbors, otherwise their voices would have echoed throughout the valley. After a moment, the women finally regained their composure, turning their gazes towards Meng Bingbing. "Bingbing, why did you scream out of the blue? You nearly scared me to death." "Yes, indeed. It's all because of the story UFA told. If the principal hasn't hired anyone to oversee the school at night, then who is it that drove us away?" Meng Bingbing's words struck the group like a heavy blow. Leaving them momentarily speechless, Pang Ligang had little interest in such terrifying tales. As long as the women refrained from sudden screams, he felt unperturbed by these ghost stories, despite having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. He had never been particularly fond of such trivial activities, neither opposing nor endorsing them. His agreement to participate was merely a guise to openly admire the lovely ladies around him, with the others captivated by the ghostly narratives. He seized the opportunity to discreetly observe the beauties in their entirety. Should Li Shiyu discover his intentions, he might find himself living a life of solitude. It struck him as somewhat peculiar. When Meng Bingbing had screamed, Han Yuefei appeared lost in thought. Even though the story was hers, one would expect a woman's instinctive reaction to be to scream in unison. Pang Ligang pinched his cheeks, contorting his face into a comical expression, as if to convey his boredom. Time ticked by, and the candlelight flickered, extinguishing one flame after another, furthering the eerie atmosphere. It seemed as if the participants were in a competition to narrate the most frightful tale, saving the scariest details for the grand finale to deliver a sudden jolt of terror. The clock hands pointed to midnight, the old cabinet clock resonating with a deep, echoing thud to announce the hour. Unbeknownst to them, the game had progressed to its final participant, and the vast living room was illuminated solely by a single candle, with the outside world enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. It appears that I am the only one who hasn't shared a tale. Su Yunchao chuckled, glancing around at the others before lowering his gaze to the candle before him. "Yunchao, perhaps you should refrain from telling that one. You never know." Su Shuer tugged at Su Yunchao's shirt sleeve, her expression betraying deep concern. "Fear not, it is merely a legend. After all, everyone has recounted even more terrifying stories. What could this one possibly signify?" Su Yunchao gently patted Su Shuer's hand, offering a comforting gesture. Upon hearing Su Yunchao's words, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of those present, for it was clear that the tale he was about to recount would be exceedingly terrifying. It is widely known that the Changbai Mountains are abundant in ginseng. However, there exists a chilling legend associated with these mountains. According to folklore, during the period of resistance against the Japanese invasion, the Japanese soldiers implemented a brutal three-alls policy, relentlessly hunting down the Chinese populace. At the foot of the mountain once lay a village, now reduced to desolation following the arrival of the Japanese forces. In a bid to preserve a sliver of his clan's lineage, the village chief secretly entrusted several women with the task of fleeing into the Changbai Mountains with the village's children to seek refuge. Yet, the Japanese army's three-alls policy, kill all, loot all, burn all, ensured that not a single soul would escape their grasp. After the massacre of the village, the Japanese troops discovered that not a single child remained, prompting them to dispatch 2 squads into the mountains in pursuit. The group that had sought refuge in the snow-capped peaks comprised several women, burdened with numerous children, making their escape perilous. They were swiftly located by the 2 Japanese squads. What curse befalls those who enter the Changbai Mountains? All shall meet a gruesome demise. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Furthermore, I have previously authored a book in the genre of supernatural reasoning. If any readers share an interest in paranormal events, I encourage you to explore my humble work, which I hope will be received with grace. A room full of people succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Exchanging goodnights before retreating to their chambers, Pang Ligang, utterly exhausted from a day spent skiing, found it difficult to keep his eyes open after indulging in copious amounts of wine during dinner. Clad in a white robe that danced in the snowstorm, the ties of his garment flapped wildly. He trudged through the knee-deep snow, making his way step by step toward the solitary house engulfed in the tempest. The curse of a century's slumber awakened with the arrival of the blizzard, death looming ever closer to the inhabitants. The knife in his hand gleamed with a chilling sharpness, reflecting an eerie light. He gently twisted the doorknob and pushed open the heavy door. Inside the pitch-black room, the breath of the living could be sensed, and he followed the scent. The next morning, the clock in the hall ticked slowly towards 8 o'clock. And its somber chimes echoed throughout the villa, clear and resonant. "Good morning, Miss Xia," Su Yunchao mumbled, half awake. Emerging from his room while scratching his head, another figure stood in the corridor, draped in a nightgown, preparing to enter a chamber. Su Yunchao distinctly recalled that despite having consumed a significant amount of alcohol the previous night, the individual in that nightgown was none other than the taciturn Qishenkuan's wife, Xia Qing. With her back turned to Su Yunqiao, Xiao Qing seemed oblivious to his greeting, her hand gently resting on the doorknob before she pushed open the door and stepped into the room Su Yunqiao had arranged for them. Perhaps she didn't hear me. I'll wake Shuer to prepare breakfast. Su Yunqiao chuckled to himself. The guests of the villa gradually roused from their slumber. Pang Ligang blinked his sleepy eyes open and climbed out of bed. Dressing while muttering softly to himself. Li Shiyu remained motionless in bed, and Pang Ligang nudged her, but she did not stir. Suddenly, a scream erupted from one of the rooms. Qi Zhenkuan's piercing cry shattered the morning calm. Instinctively sensing that something was amiss, Pang Ligang threw on a shirt and dashed out of the bedroom. Relying on his memory, he arrived at Qi Zhenkuan's door, and the scene within compelled him to gasp in horror. Xiao Qing's lifeless body lay straight upon the wooden floor, as though she had peacefully drifted into slumber. Her eyes, wide with terror, stared blankly into space. The front of her nightgown was stained a sinister crimson, and her fingers curled into claws, as if attempting to grasp at something unseen. Surrounding the corpse was a circle of red candles, their flames flickering as if caressed by a gentle breath. Qi Zhenkuan's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in shock. What has happened? Su Shuer rushed to the doorway, her words trailing off as she stood transfixed before the horror, before letting out a piercing scream. Her cry summoned many to the scene, and Pang Ligang immediately positioned himself at the entrance, preventing anyone from entering and disturbing the evidence. Quick, call the police, he commanded urgently to the gathering crowd. Su Yunqiao was the first to react, hastily rushing down the stairs. Unbeknownst to you, your wife was with you the entire night. Could it be that your wife was murdered and you failed to notice? Pang Ligang retorted, forcefully prying Qi Zhenkuan's hand apart. Something's wrong. The phone line has been cut. We cannot make any calls. Su Yunqiao panted as he approached, panic etched across his face. What about your mobile phone? Use it to call for help, Pang Ligang suggested. I tried, but it's futile. We are situated halfway up the mountain, and there is no signal. Su Yunqiao shook his head in despair. This is terrible. Are we trapped here? Pang Ligang inquired, his concern growing. Mr. Su, is there any way to contact someone down the mountain? I regret to inform you, there is none. The cleaning company we hired comes only every 2 days. They won't arrive until tomorrow, Su Yunqiao replied, though he maintained a semblance of calm, fear still evident on his countenance. The others stood motionless, as if their spirits had been lost, silent and unresponsive, after a prolonged silence. Li Shiyu suddenly burst into tears. Pang Ligang took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment before embracing Li Shiyu. Mr. Su, is it not possible to drive down the mountain for help? He asked, attempting to comfort her. That is not an option. It snowed heavily last night, and driving down would be perilous. Hiking down is even more dangerous unless someone comes from below to clear the snow. Otherwise, we are utterly stranded, Su Yunqiao explained. We are trapped here, he reiterated. Mr. Su, please escort everyone to the living room. No one is to wander out of sight or act independently. The murderer is likely lurking nearby. Pang Ligang instructed, casting a stern glance at the individuals gathered at the door. With Su Yunqiao guiding the others downstairs, the room was left with only Pang Ligang. The corpse bore a single wound to the chest, evidently inflicted by a sharp object directly into the heart, resulting in excessive blood loss. Strange, why is there so much blood on the clothing yet it does not adhere to the wound? Pang Ligang murmured to himself while examining the body. The corpse had already stiffened, indicating that death had occurred more than 7 hours prior. The wide-open eyes, with corneas beginning to cloud, further confirmed that Xiao Qing had been deceased for over 7 hours. Why did the murderer choose to kill Miss? The book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel, and unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not fall into mediocrity or an unsatisfactory conclusion. Readers may indulge in it with confidence. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a book in the paranormal reasoning genre. For those readers who share a fascination with supernatural events, I invite you to peruse my humble work. I earnestly hope for your kind and discerning judgment. Qi Zhenkuan's wife, Xiao Qing, was murdered in their room, with 4 red candles ominously placed around her body, heralding the onset of a series of murders. Subsequently, Han Yuefei's husband Song Yu met a similar fate at the hands of the assailant, his lifeless form found in the bedroom surrounded by red candles. Albeit one fewer than those encircling Xiao Qing, the fates of those within the villa are being inexorably pushed by an unseen hand into an abyss of uncertainty, with no one able to foresee the events that are about to unfold. For the specter of death has already arrived. Su Yunqiao and Pang Ligang secured the room containing the corpses before descending to the living room. Han Yuefei, overwhelmed by terror, fainted and was assisted by several women into the living room, where she lay on the sofa, still unconscious. Qi Zhenkuan sat vacantly on the couch, his expression a blend of laughter and tears, likely a result of his overwhelming agitation, leaving him in a state of temporary mental disarray. Within the entire villa, the only men capable of rational thought and coherent action were Pang Ligang and Su Yunqiao. Mr. Pang, at this juncture, please voice any concerns you may have. Whether we shall see the light of tomorrow remains uncertain. The killer has left candles around the bodies, clearly indicating his intent to continue the spree. Of the 4 candles symbolize the first intended victim, yet only 3 remain in Mr. Song's room, signifying that he is the second target. By deducing the decreasing number of candles, it follows that the assailant intends to claim 2 more lives. Su Yunchao offered a wry smile, then glanced at the women gathered around the sofa before responding. Mr. Su, could you promise me that, regardless of the circumstances, you will ensure the safety of these women? Peng Ligang spoke with resolute conviction, seemingly determined to undertake a significant task. Su Yunchao exchanged a few meaningful glances with his wife. Su Shuer, before locking eyes with Peng Ligang, replying earnestly, I hope we all can survive this ordeal and have the chance to share a drink together again. The implication of Su Yunchao's words was clear. He had acquiesced to Peng Ligang's request. Mr. Su, I appreciate your commitment. I shall endeavor to unearth the true culprit and alleviate our collective peril. Peng Ligang nodded in acknowledgement before turning toward the kitchen. He had previously instructed everyone to remain in the living room and refrain from acting alone, yet, the search for the perpetrator now fell solely upon him, for women are to be protected. The kitchen remained as it had been the day prior, cluttered with remnants of the meal, vegetable leaves, empty plates, and bowls strewn about haphazardly. Peng Ligang cast a glance at the knife rack on the counter, where an entire set of knives stood inserted within her. Upon careful inspection, he noticed that a sharp boning knife was conspicuously missing. It appeared that the weapon employed by the assailant was indeed the one embedded in Song Yi's lifeless form. However, if the perpetrator had come from outside, why would they resort to utilizing a knife from Mr. Su's residence as a murder weapon? Given that the assailant seemed well prepared, why did they not bring their own weapon? Opting instead to search for one in the heat of the moment, with his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand, Peng Ligang pondered the matter. Never mind, he decided, it would be best to arrange the knives alongside the corpse for the time being. The murder weapon was already secured within the room. Unless the assailant were to force their way in, retrieving that knife would be impossible. Yet, why would the killer choose to embed the knife in the corpse? Did they have alternate plans for employing different methods of murder? Gazing at the array of knives on the rack, Peng Ligang suddenly had a revelation. Typically, a murderer would go to great lengths to conceal their weapon. Yet this particular assailant seemed to act contrary to expectation. Could it be that the knife itself held the key to unveiling the true culprit? Or perhaps the murderer simply lacked the time or opportunity to hide the weapon, thus deliberately leaving it embedded in the victim? Engaged in a self-dialogue, Peng Ligang shook his head, picked up the knife rack, and tucked all the knives under his arm as he exited the kitchen. The women remained huddled together, their earlier wails having transformed into subdued sobs, each lost in their own silence. Chizhenkuan appeared utterly dazed, like a soulless figure, utterly still. Su Yuncha sat upon the sofa, chain-smoking, the ashtray on the coffee table overflowing with butts. Occasionally he would glance at his phone, only to quickly cast it aside, clearly frustrated by the lack of signal. Mr. Su, could you kindly hand me the keys? To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I intend to lock these knives away in the room, Peng Ligang stated, gesturing towards the wooden knife rack tucked under his arm. Su Yuncha momentarily froze, staring at Peng Ligang in confusion, as he fished out the keys and inquired, but didn't the murderer already embed the weapon in the corpse? Why lock these knives away as well? Because the assailant may attempt to retrieve one of these knives to commit further murder. Since the perpetrator did not bring their own weapon, it implies they might seek out another weapon within the villa to continue their nefarious deeds. Thus, it is prudent to secure these knives. And you are the only one in possession of the keys. Unless the murderer breaks down the door to access the knives, they will not be able to touch any of them again. You make a valid point, Mr. Peng. Here are the keys. This one belongs to Mr. Song's room, and this one to Miss Xia's. Su Yuncha nodded in agreement, separating 2 keys from the large bunch to show Peng Ligang. Upon hearing the name Miss Xia, Chizhenkuan, seated on the sofa, visibly jolted, his hands trembling as he fumbled for a cigarette from the box on the coffee table. Lighting it, he took a deep drag, only to erupt into a fit of coughing. Clearly a novice smoker, although Chizhenkuan had been coughing for quite some time, he persistently continued to smoke his cigarette, paying no heed to Peng Ligang. With a resigned sigh, Peng Ligang ascended the staircase to the second floor. This book originates from the esteemed Platform 17K, presenting a collection of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, gradually unraveling the intricate mists of mystery. It has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel, and unauthorized websites are strictly prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not suffer from poor reception or an unsatisfactory conclusion. Readers can engage with it confidently. The global exclusive publishing rights to this work belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a book in the paranormal reasoning genre. And if any readers have an affinity for supernatural events, I invite you to explore it.as my humble creation begins. I earnestly seek your gracious understanding. Chizhenkuan's wife, Xiao Chang, was found murdered in her room. Surrounded by 4 red candles, which ominously signified the onset of a series of killings. Subsequently, Han Yuefei's husband Song Yu met the same fate, brutally slain in the bedroom, with a similar arrangement of red candles. Albeit one fewer than those surrounding Xia Qing's body, the fates of those within the villa were being inexorably pushed by an unseen hand into an unknown abyss, with no one able to foresee the events that were about to unfold. For the specter of death had already descended upon this place. After locking the room where the corpses lay, Su Yunqiu and Pang Ligang descended to the living room together. Han Yuefei, having succumbed to extreme shock, fainted and was supported by several women into the living room, where she lay on the sofa, yet remained unconscious. Qi Zhenkuan sat numbly on the couch, his expression vacant, caught between laughter and tears. Likely overwhelmed by his emotions, his mental state temporarily unraveling. At that moment, the only 2 men in the villa capable of rational thought and action were Pang Ligang and Su Yunqiu. Mr. Pang, at this juncture, if you have any concerns, please feel free to voice them. Whether we will survive until tomorrow remains uncertain. The murderer has left candles surrounding the bodies, clearly indicating his intent to continue his spree. The 4 candles signify the first victim. Upon entering Mr. Song's room, the count diminished to 3, suggesting that Mr. Song was the second target. By deducing from the decreasing number of candles, it is evident that the murderer intends to claim 2 more lives. Su Yunqiu remarked with a bitter smile, glancing at the women huddled around the sofa before responding. Mr. Su, could you promise me that, regardless of the circumstances, you will ensure the safety of these women? Pang Ligang declared with resolute conviction, as if determined to undertake a significant responsibility. Su Yunqiu exchanged a few glances with his wife, Su Shuer, then locked eyes with Pang Ligang, both men sharing a sincere gaze as Su replied, I hope we can all continue to survive and have the opportunity to sit together for drinks once more. The implication of Su Yunqiu's words was unmistakable. He had acquiesced to Pang Ligang's request. Mr. Su, I appreciate your commitment. I will endeavor to uncover the true culprit swiftly and alleviate our collective peril, Pang Ligang acknowledged with a nod before turning towards the kitchen. He had previously instructed that everyone must remain in the living room and refrain from wandering off alone. However, this time, he was reluctantly compelled to undertake the task of uncovering the true culprit alone, for women are to be protected. The kitchen remained in the same disarray as the previous day, with vegetable leaves and empty dishes strewn across the chaotic countertop. After the meal, Pang Ligang glanced at the knife rack on the counter. The entire set of knives was inserted within it. Upon careful inspection, he noted that one sharp boning knife was conspicuously missing. It appeared that the weapon employed by the assailant was the very knife embedded in Song Yu's lifeless form. Yet, if the perpetrator had arrived from outside, why would they resort to using a knife from Mr. Su's household as a murder weapon? Given that the assailant seemed to have come prepared, why did they not bring their own weapon? Opting instead to search for one at the moment of the crime, Pang Ligang pondered deeply, resting his chin on his hand. Perhaps it was best to gather the knives and place them alongside the body. The murder weapon had already been secured within the room. Unless the assailant forcibly entered, it was impossible for them to retrieve it. But why had the perpetrator chosen to embed the weapon in the corpse? Did they perhaps have an alternative method of killing in mind? As Pang Ligang surveyed the array of knives on the rack, a sudden thought struck him. Typically, a murderer would go to great lengths to conceal the weapon. Yet this particular assailant seemed to act contrary to expectation. Could the knife serve as proof of the true culprit's identity, or was it that the murderer simply lacked the time or opportunity to hide the weapon? Thus deliberately placing it upon the body, he mused aloud, engaging in a dialogue with himself. Shaking his head, he picked up the knife rack, cradling all the knives in the crook of his arm, and exited the kitchen. The women remained huddled together, their previous wails having transformed into subdued sobs, each lost in silence. Qi Zhenkuan appeared dazed, resembling a soulless figure, utterly motionless. Su Yunqiu sat on the sofa, chain-smoking, the ashtray on the coffee table overflowing with cigarette butts. He occasionally glanced at his phone, only to toss it aside in frustration, evidently still without signal. Mr. Su, could you please hand me the keys? To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I wish to secure these knives in the room. Pang Ligang indicated the wooden knife rack tucked under his arm as he addressed Su Yunqiu. Su Yunqiu looked momentarily bewildered, gazing at Pang Ligang with confusion. As he fished out the keys, he inquired, but didn't the murderer already embed the weapon in the corpse? Why must we lock these knives away as well? Because the assailant may retrieve one of these knives to commit further murder. Since they did not bring their own weapon, it indicates that they might seek another within the villa. Thus, it is prudent to secure these knives. And you are the only one with the keys. Unless the assailant forcibly breaks in to obtain a knife, they will not be able to touch any of them again. Mr. Pang is absolutely correct. Here are the keys. This one belongs to Mr. Song's room, and this one to Miss Xia's. Su Yunqiu nodded in agreement with Pang Ligang's reasoning, promptly selecting 2 keys from a large bunch to present to him. Seated upon the sofa, Qi Zhenkuan momentarily froze upon hearing the name Miss Xia. Trembling hands extracted a cigarette from the box on the coffee table, igniting it with a shaky flicker. He took a deep drag, only to erupt into a fit of coughing. Clearly an inexperienced smoker, despite coughing for quite some time, Ji Jinkun continued to smoke, paying no heed to Pang Ligong. With a resigned sigh, Pang Ligong ascended to the second floor alone. The narrative unfolds in a thrilling collection of logic, psychological warfare, and high-stakes deduction, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this work will not suffer from abrupt endings or lackluster conclusions, allowing readers to indulge in it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Moreover, I have previously penned a work within the realm of supernatural deduction. For those intrigued by paranormal events, I invite you to explore it. I sincerely hope for your discerning critiques. With 2 individuals murdered, Pang Ligong remained convinced that leaving the kitchen knives behind was a perilous decision, thus resolving to lock the entire set of cutlery within the room where the bodies lay. Although Su Yunchao had indicated which keys corresponded to which rooms before Pang Li, the candle positioned beside the corpse was merely a remnant from the game we played yesterday. Hardly a discovery of any significance. The mounting concerns plaguing Pang Ligong seemed to multiply. Having indulged excessively in alcohol the previous night, his head still felt somewhat foggy, compounded by a lack of sleep. Prompting him to yawn involuntarily. Allow me to prepare some coffee for everyone. Su Shuer suddenly rose and addressed the group. Alright, Su Yunchao responded casually. No, it must be 2 of you, we cannot act alone. Shiyu, accompany Shuer to the kitchen, Pang Ligong instructed. Li Shiyu nodded, following Su Shuer towards the kitchen. Mr. Pang, could the murderer be one among us? Su Yunchao lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then inquired. Pang Ligong was not oblivious to the inquiry. I mean, the murderer might very well be someone among us, Su Yunchao reiterated. It's difficult to ascertain at this moment. If the murderer is indeed one of us, how do we explain the footprints outside the door? In truth, Pang Ligong had also been mulling over this dilemma. If the culprit were one of them, how could they account for the footprints left outside the villa and in the snow? Indeed, if the murderer intended to shift all blame onto Xu Egui, there would be no need to deliberately leave footprints outside while ensuring none remained inside the room. Perhaps the assailant removed their shoes outside the door before entering. The 2 continued their discussion on the matter of footprints, but soon found themselves at an impasse. Meng Bingbing spoke very little, so little that apart from hearing her recount a ghost story the previous night, Pang Ligong had not heard her utter another word. At this moment, a myriad of emotions, fear, surprise, and panic were vividly etched across Meng Bingbing's face. Miss Meng, are you alright? Did you not sleep well last night? Pang Ligong inquired. Thank you, I'm fine now. I slept with Ufa last night, Meng Bingbing replied, glancing briefly at Pang Ligong before her gaze shifted to Han Ufa, who lay unconscious on the sofa from emotional distress. You slept with Miss Han last night, wasn't she with her husband? Pang Ligong questioned, perplexed. Her husband was intoxicated and fell asleep early. Ufa mentioned that he snored, which is why she came to sleep with me. Meng Bingbing explained. Soon, the coffee was ready, its rich aroma wafting through the living room, invigorating everyone even with just a whiff. Su Shuer carried the tray while Li Shiyu distributed the coffee to each individual. Ji Jinkun, who had been fixated on the ground, accepted a coffee cup from Li Shiyu, drinking it despite its scalding temperature. Observing Ji Jinkun's behavior, the others could only shake their heads, uncertain how to console him. Each sipping their coffee slowly. Why am I so drowsy? This overwhelming fatigue. There must be something wrong with the coffee. Pang Ligong had just finished his coffee when a wave of intense fatigue suddenly washed over him, making even the simple act of opening his eyes an arduous task. As he closed his eyes, he noticed that others had also succumbed to a deep slumber. Sleep, the ritual of death shall commence shortly. And one must pay the price for their sins, he mused. Abruptly, he rose to his feet and gazed at the individual sprawled across the sofa and floor, a peculiar smile dancing upon his lips. He retrieved a key from his pocket, letting out a cold hum of discontent before pushing his head to the side in frustration. He dragged one of the slumbering figures towards the staircase, evidently intent on bringing them to the second floor. Time was of the essence. He had to complete the third ritual swiftly lest they awaken. At last, he managed to pull the individual into a room on the second floor. Arranging candles upon the floor and igniting them, in an instant, a glimmering, cold blade appeared in his hand, and he plunged it deeply into the chest of the person lying on the ground. This tale is sourced from a notable platform for mobile reading wherein logic, psychological warfare, and advanced reasoning gradually unravel the dense fog of mystery. The book has been exclusively acquired by a particular channel, and unauthorized reproductions are strictly prohibited. Readers can indulge in this narrative without fear of unsatisfactory conclusions. Furthermore, I have previously penned a work within the realm of supernatural reasoning. Should any readers harbor an interest in paranormal events, I invite you to explore my initial endeavor. The coffee had been tampered with. This was the first thought that crossed Pang Ligong's mind upon awakening, after discovering the bodies in the morning. None of the residents of the villa had consumed any food. He was the first to awaken, while the others lay slumped and unconscious on the sofa, each having shared a cup of coffee. The only plausible explanation was that someone had drugged their beverages. Shiyu, wake up, Pang Ligang gently shook Li Shiyu, tapping her delicate cheek a few times. Huh? What happened? How did I fall asleep here? Li Shiyu murmured. Her almond-shaped eyes half open, gazing at Pang Ligang in confusion. Get up first, and wake the others, he urged, a sense of unease gnawing at him as he helped her to her feet. One by one. The others began to rouse, bewildered by their unexpected slumber on the sofa. Suddenly Li Shiyu exclaimed, "Oh no, Bing Bing is missing." Her words struck the fragile hearts of the group like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, Pang Ligang reached for the key in his pocket, only to find that it was no longer where he had placed it. Wait, I distinctly remember putting the key in my left pocket before descending the stairs. Yet now it is in my right pocket. Someone had indeed taken the key from him. Pang Ligang was resolute in his belief that the key could not have mysteriously found its way into another pocket. And he held an unwavering confidence in his own memory, convinced that he could not have misplaced it. At that moment, Han Yuefei stirred awake, suddenly bursting into loud sobs. The antiquated clock struck 11 times. Announcing the current hour, this was troubling. Miss Meng might be in danger. Without delay, Pang Ligang dashed towards Meng Bingbing's room, followed closely by the others. As Pang Ligang reached for the door, he found it firmly locked. Refusing to budge. In a state of panic, he fumbled through his pockets for the key, but the more anxious he became, the more elusive the door remained. Finally, the sound of metal turning echoed, as he successfully matched the key to the lock and opened the door. The scene that awaited them behind the door sent a fresh wave of anxiety coursing through the already taut nerves of the group. Meng Bingbing lay motionless on the floor, her hands folded over her abdomen. Her elevated chest devoid of any movement, clearly indicating the absence of breath. A knife was lodged in her right breast, 70% of the blade embedded within her body, and the surrounding fabric had long been stained crimson. Above her, a solitary red candle flickered, extinguished by the draft created when Pang Ligang had pushed the door open. She was dead. Pang Ligang knelt beside Meng Bingbing's lifeless form, checking for a pulse at her. Pang Ligang gazed at the corpse and the candles on the ground. Lost in thought. At that moment, he was entirely absorbed in contemplation, and before he realized it, he had seated himself beside the bed, resting his chin on his left hand. Xu Yunhao, perplexed by Li Gang's intentions, opened his mouth to inquire, but the moment he uttered the name Pang, he was halted by Li Shiyu. Mr. Su, my husband is deep in thought, please do not disturb him, she implored. Li Shiyu was well acquainted with Pang Ligang, having witnessed him unravel the tourist village murder mystery firsthand. Perhaps feeling fatigued from supporting his chin with his left hand, Ligang decided to switch to the other hand. As his left hand brushed against the bed, he unexpectedly encountered something. Turning his head, he discovered he had touched a white pillow at the head of the bed, which bore several fallen strands of hair. Curiously, there were two distinct lengths of hair on the pillow. The slightly auburn strands clearly belonging to the deceased Meng Bingbing, while the shorter black strands evidently came from a man's head. Wasn't Miss Meng sleeping with Miss Han? Why are there men's hairs on her bed? Li Gang pondered, picking up a strand and presenting it to Su Yunhao. This I cannot ascertain. Perhaps it belongs to someone who shed it. Su Yunhao replied uncertainly. No, it is evident that both pillows have been used, indicating that someone slept with Miss Meng last night. Moreover, it was a man. Li Gang mused, twirling the hair in his fingers. Following the murders of Xia Qing and Song Yu, the reticent Meng Bingbing met her demise in her own bedroom. Her cause of death mirroring that of Xia and Yu, having been stabbed in the chest and succumbing to excessive blood loss. Surrounding the body were also arranged red candles. The methods of murder and the layout of the crime scene were strikingly similar to those of Xia and Song. Vigilant as ever, Pang Ligang discovered male hair on Meng Bingbing's bed. Despite her claim of having slept with Han Yuefei the previous night, it was abundantly clear that Meng Bingbing had been dishonest. Who then had spent the night with her? Identifying this man could very well unravel the entire case and expose the perpetrator. As Li Gang circled Meng Bingbing's corpse, he endeavored to observe it from various angles while simultaneously ruminating on another matter. Li Shiyu and the others had already been taken to the living room by Su Yunhao, the series of tragic events having instilled a palpable sense of dread among them all. Now, even the coffee we consume has been tampered with, and people have grown fearful of consuming anything at all. Pang Ligang suddenly noticed a minute red dot on Meng Bingbing's arm. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be easy to overlook such a mark on her fair skin. Lowering himself, Pang Ligang lifted Meng Bingbing's arm for a closer examination, finding the red dot positioned above the vein on the inner side of her arm. A pinprick. It seemed Mr. Qi also bore a similar mark on his arm. Could it be that the murderer administered a sedative to both individuals? What could be the motive behind such an action? If the intent was to eliminate Miss Meng, why not do so immediately? But furthermore, why administer a sedative to Mr. Qi as well? Pang Ligang pondered with a furrowed brow. Mr. Pang, I fear that before rescue arrives, we may already be dead. Su Yunchao suddenly appeared at the doorway, addressing Pang Ligang. We cannot venture out. It is far too perilous. Should we encounter an avalanche, we would be doomed. Remaining here merely awaits our demise. Why not take a chance outside? It is certainly preferable to hiding here, contemplating the moment of our own deaths. Mr. Su, if the murderer intended to eliminate us all, they would have acted long ago. After we finished our coffee, the murderer had ample opportunity and time to strike. Why then did he only move Miss Meng upstairs? Why? Because the murderer wishes to leave a few witnesses alive to testify that he is not the killer. Are you suggesting that the murderer is indeed one among us? Do you already know who it is? Yes, I have my suspicions, but I cannot be entirely certain yet. Mr. Su, do we have any candles left? Candles, such as these? Su Yunchao pointed to a red candle on the floor, inquiring. Yes. We have one pack, perhaps containing 20 or 30. Do you need them? Not for now. By the way, what time is it? Let me check my phone. Su Yunchao reached into his pocket intending to pull out his phone to check the time, but after rummaging through both pockets, he found no trace of it. What is it? Peng Ligong noticed Su Yunchao's unusual demeanor and asked. My phone is missing. I distinctly remember placing it in my pocket. Do not bother searching. My phone is also gone. It is likely that the murderer took them while we were unconscious, Peng Ligong remarked. Reaching for his own phone only to discover it too was missing, but there is clearly no signal here. Why would the murderer take our phones? I do not know. Perhaps the murderer feared that the signal might suddenly return. Unbeknownst to them, darkness had descended outside, and the chandelier in the living room had long since been lit. The group sat in silence upon the sofa, with Li Xiu, perhaps exhausted from the day's strain. Resting her head on Peng Ligong's lap and drifting into a deep slumber, the ancient grandfather clock chimed, marking the hour with a resonant sound, striking 4 times. How peculiar! How can it be just 4 o'clock and yet completely dark? Su Yunchao gazed at the clock, voice tinged with confusion. Days grow shorter in winter, came the reply. Peng Ligong replied, that's not right. Normally, even if it's early, it wouldn't get dark until around 5 o'clock, yet now it's only 4, and the sky is already completely dark. Su Yunchao found this quite peculiar. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck Peng Ligong. He set aside Li Xiu and took Su Yunchao to the clock. The clock was encased in glass and securely locked. Mr. Su, where's the key? It's on top of the clock. I'll fetch it for you, Su Yunchao said as he stood on his tiptoes attempting to retrieve the key from the clock's summit. Wait, let me grab a chair. Peng Ligong suddenly recalled something and promptly halted Su Yunchao. He brought over a chair and stood atop it, gazing at the top of the clock where the key lay quietly. A thin layer of dust covered the clock's upper surface, and around the key was a scratch, as if something had brushed against it, wiping away the dust and leaving a distinct mark behind. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The reason the culprit stole the phone was to prevent me from knowing the precise time. We are trapped in the villa, and being winter, we cannot ascertain a relatively accurate time by mere observation. What could be the motive behind the culprit's actions? With caution, Peng Ligong removed the key from the clock's top and suddenly sensed something unusual. The candles, the murder weapon, the coffee, and the man on Meng Bingbing sped, all the clues gradually aligned. Illuminating the depths of his mind with clarity. Mr. Su, I have figured out who the snow ghost is, Peng Ligong whispered to Su Yunchao. What, you already know who the culprit is that true? Su Yunchao's face displayed a mixture of surprise and skepticism. Yes, I do. However, I still lack more direct evidence, so I wish to enlist your help in luring the murderer into a trap. Peng Ligong quietly shared his plan in Su Yunchao's ear, occasionally glancing towards the center of the living room, observing the expressions of everyone present. Understood, then we shall proceed as planned tonight. Absolutely, I've memorized everything, but will this truly draw out the culprit? Su Yunchao appeared somewhat incredulous, questioning. Of course it will. Moreover, the murderer will undoubtedly follow my instructions. Just wait and see how the culprit reveals themselves. The night sky, with the moon appearing somewhat weary, summoned clouds to take its place. A figure stealthily slipped into the room where Su Yunchao and the others were, perhaps even the heavens were aiding him. As the door was left unlocked, gently pushing the door open, he sidled inside. Su Yunchao and Su Shuer lay in bed each on opposite sides, heads to feet, seemingly having experienced some unpleasantness before sleep. However, all of this was of no concern to him. If the two were entangled together, it would only complicate matters for him further. He lifted Su Shuer and gently placed her on the floor. His movements were remarkably subtle, striving to ensure that Su Shuer would not awaken. A glinting, sharp knife suddenly materialized in his hand, and a fleeting, almost imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of his lips. With a swift motion, his right hand plunged the blade towards Su Shuer's chest, while his left hand promptly covered her mouth. As dark clouds drifted past, the moonlight returned to its former brilliance. Illuminating the scene through the window, one could clearly see the dagger embedded in Su Shuer's heart. Her muscles tensed momentarily before she lay still, devoid of life. His palm brushed gently across her face as he withdrew the knife from her chest and exited Su Yunchao's bedroom. Mr. Peng, something terrible has happened. My wife is in trouble. The urgent sound of knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by Su Yunchao's frantic voice. What has occurred? Peng Ligong asked loudly, donning his coat and opening the door. Mr. Peng, my wife has been murdered. The snow demon. The snow demon is back to kill again. Mr. Su, do not panic. Let me accompany you to see. Su Shuer lay silently on the floor, a pool of crimson staining the area around her. Clearly devoid of breath, others from the neighboring rooms rushed in upon hearing the commotion. When Li Shiyu beheld Su Shuer, she fainted instantly, fortunately caught in time by Pang Li Gang, the snow demon. The snow demon intends to slaughter us all tonight. None shall escape, none shall escape. Xijin Koan's frail nerves were further shattered as he screamed about the snow demon and dashed out of Su Yunchao's bedroom. Su Yunchao collapsed in despair, cradling Su Shuer in his arms, whispering something softly while tenderly stroking her pallid cheek. It's impossible. I haven't even laid a hand on her. Who could have killed Su Shuer? A sense of unease gripped him as he pondered the peculiarities of the situation. No, I have observed these individuals closely. They would never take it upon themselves to harm Su Shuer. Could it be a ruse? An act of feigned death for some ulterior motive? No, I must personally ascertain whether Su Shuer is truly gone. He opened his door, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. After an indeterminate period, Su Yunchao emerged from his room. Appearing dazed and mechanically locking his door with the key before descending the stairs, like a soulless entity, he navigated the path ahead without a glance, colliding with obstacles several times yet failing to register any pain. As Su Yunchao leapt down the staircase, he suddenly missed his footing and tumbled down. This was an opportune moment. However, if he ventured out now and was seen by others, how could he explain himself? Perhaps it was best to ascertain if anyone had heard Su Yunchao's fall. After a lengthy wait, the corridor remained deserted, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he stealthily stepped out of his room. Mr. Su, he called softly twice, fully aware of the blood streaming from Su Yunchao's forehead, yet he tentatively called out again, just in case Su Yunchao had not lost consciousness. Su Yunchao remained motionless. Prompting him to retrieve the keys from Su Yunchao's pocket and stride purposefully back upstairs. As he opened the door, he did not turn on the light, cautiously making his way towards Su Shuer. Alert to every movement in his surroundings, his hand suddenly reached towards the area beneath Su Shuer's nose. There was no breath, indeed no breath at all. With a sudden click, the room's lights illuminated the space brilliantly. The figure crouching beside Su Shuer's lifeless body immediately turned his head away, concealing his face from the newcomer. Killer Snow Ghost, you have finally shown yourself, Pang Ligang said in a hushed tone. At last, I've managed to lure you out. My performance was not in vain. Suddenly Su Yuncha stepped out from behind Pang Ligang, wiping the blood from his forehead with a handkerchief. You orchestrated this to draw me out? The man questioned, seemingly incredulous. In truth, I had long suspected you were the murderer. I just wasn't entirely certain at first. However, your carelessness has solidified my suspicions, confirming you as the killer Snow Ghost. Stop joking. I merely came to check on her. The man suddenly changed his demeanor, laughing heartily. Check on Shuer? I believe you jest. There is but one reason for your entry into this room, to ascertain whether Su Shuer is truly dead. Is there anything wrong with that? As a companion, it is only natural to concern oneself with the fate of another. Besides, any of us could be killed at any moment, couldn't we? No, the murderer will not kill again. His plan only allows for 4 victims. How can you be so certain the killer won't strike again? He could very well take any one of us at any time. Whether he will kill again is something you know all too well. For you are the Snow Ghost, the murderer is among us, and you need to leave a few alive to vouch for you. Otherwise, when the police arrive tomorrow, and you are the sole survivor, you will undoubtedly be suspected as the culprit. Mr. Pang, that statement is rather presumptuous, don't you think? Do you have any evidence to accuse me of being the murderer? The man appeared quite confident, convinced that even if Pang Ligang knew he was the killer, he could not provide any proof. Confess, you have already failed. There is a saying. I apologize everyone for not updating yesterday due to an urgent matter. Please feel free to leave your comments in the review section. The first collection of logical reasoning battles, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction slowly unravels the dense fog. This book has been exclusively acquired by 17K's Paranormal Channel. Unauthorized websites should refrain from reprinting. This work will never encounter failure or an unsatisfactory conclusion, allowing readers to enjoy it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously written a work in the paranormal reasoning genre. Readers with an interest in supernatural events may wish to explore it. My humble effort is in its infancy, and I hope for your gracious consideration. Miss Han, do you still believe yourself to be innocent? Pang Ligang pointed an accusatory finger at the man, his voice rising in anger. The figure at the center of the room slowly turned around, gripping a sharp knife, a chillingly sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, sending shivers down one's spine. The individual in question is Han Yufa. At this moment, her previously delicate smile has vanished, replaced instead by a murderous intent. Suddenly, like a startled bird, Han Yufa loosens her grip with her left hand, causing the knife she held to clatter to the ground, while her right hand covers her lips, her expression one of sheer terror and disbelief. Miss Han, please cease your theatrics. The very reason we have lured you here is that we possess evidence proving you are the murderer. Pang Ligang states, shaking his head slightly as he gazes at the woman before him, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Mr. Pang, what are you saying? What evidence? What murderer? Han Yufa feigns ignorance, mimicking the expression of a young girl struggling to comprehend a certain matter. Mr. Peng to suggest that Miss Han is the murderer. Doesn't that seem rather illogical? Her husband was also slain by the snow demon. How could she possibly be involved? At this moment, Su Yunchao finds the scenario hard to fathom. Grappling with the idea that Han Yufa, initially a victim's relative, could now be cast in the role of the perpetrator, a notion that is simply incomprehensible, let us begin with the first victim. In truth, the time of Mr. Song's demise. Mr. Peng, one moment please, are you referring to Mr. Song? Wasn't he the first victim? Miss Xia, Su Yunchao interjects, perplexity evident in his voice. Indeed, at first, I too believed Miss Xia was the first to be murdered. However, do you not recall that the temperature in the room where Miss Xia was killed was significantly higher than in the room where Mr. Song met his end, which was notably cold? It seems that is indeed the case, Su Yunchao replies, his uncertainty evident, yet a vague recollection lingers. The murderer employed a cunning psychological ruse to mislead us. Initially, the temperature disparity between these two rooms did not capture my attention. I merely assumed it was due to differing heating controls. However, once the temperature was juxtaposed with the presence of the candles, the situation took on an air of strangeness, compelling me to contemplate the relationship between the two. Mr. Peng, what connection could there possibly be between candles and temperature? Are they not merely instruments used by the murderer to signify the number of victims? How could they relate to the room's temperature? Su Yunchao inquires, yes, we have long assumed the candles were for counting. Mr. Song had 3 candles beside him, while Miss Xia had 4, leading us to naturally conclude that the murderer first claimed Miss Xia before turning to Mr. Song. Yet, if we were to reverse the timing of their deaths, the identity of the murderer would become immediately apparent. Peng Ligang scoffs, seemingly dismissive of the murderer's tactics. Are you suggesting that Mr. Song was killed before Miss Xia? Su Yunchao asks incredulously, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, the murderer utilized the candles as a psychological deception to mislead everyone into believing that Miss Xia was the first victim. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is to divert suspicion away from herself, as relatives of the victims would never consider her to be the perpetrator. The second reason is to alter the perceived timing of Mr. Song's death. The individuals standing behind Peng Ligang were suddenly taken aback, their eyes fixated on Han Yufa, momentarily rendered speechless. As they pondered, they tried to recall the last time they had seen Mr. Song. It was the crowd involuntarily cast their gazes towards Han Yufa in the room, their faces paling in an instant. Miss Han, do you still believe you are innocent? Peng Ligang inquired solemnly. Ha, the last person to see my husband seems to be me. However, the murderer could have stealthily entered my husband's room at midnight to kill him. How does that necessarily imply that I am the culprit? Han Yufa retorted, seemingly dismissive of Peng Ligang's words. Nonchalantly toying with her fingers, Miss Han, allow me to pose another question. Who did you sleep with last night? Peng Ligang did not linger on her previous evasion but instead shifted the conversation. Last night? I already mentioned it, I slept with Bingbing. My husband's snoring was too loud, so I went to sleep with Bingbing, she replied. That is not correct, the person who actually slept with Miss Meng last night was not you. But Mr. Qi, you had previously injected Miss Meng with a sedative, rendering her unconscious, then you feigned an urgent matter to lure Miss Xia out of the room. I suspect you told Miss Xia that you had no place to sleep and wished to invite Mr. Qi to share a bed with Mr. Song. While Miss Xia was unguarded, you incapacitated her, donned her nightgown, and entered her room, Peng Ligang articulated, as if he had witnessed Han Yufa committing the crime firsthand. Describing the events with vivid clarity, akin to a live commentary, then the Miss Xia I saw in the morning was actually Han. Su Yunchao pointed at Han Yufa, astonished. Yufa, is this true? Li Shiyu suddenly felt her legs weaken, as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed. Fortunately, Peng Ligang was there to support her in time. But Li Shiyu's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Han Yufa in the room. Softly asking, Miss Han, may I kindly request the return of my phone? I wish to ascertain the exact time. Peng Ligang, cradling his wife Li Shiyu with one arm while attending to her, cast a sidelong glance at Han Yufa, saying, our phones were also taken by Miss Han, were they not? Su Yunchao seemed to have grown accustomed to the occurrences that left him astounded, although he still could not articulate his thoughts in a complete and coherent manner this time. The pallor on his face had notably improved, and the fear and unease that lingered in his eyes were still evident. Standing beside Su Yunchao, Qi Zhenkuan remained silent, despite having descended into a state of madness following the tragic murder of his wife. Upon hearing Peng Ligang's assertion that the perpetrator had been found, he began to force himself into a semblance of composure. Having long prepared himself to confront the killer, he now appeared unnervingly calm. An unsettling calmness indeed. Why was Mr. Su so anxious, and seemingly terrified of something? Qi Zhenkuan pondered as he observed Su Yunchao's countenance. Li Shiyu's sobs had diminished, her emotions stabilizing considerably after a prolonged silence. She spoke, her voice tinged with tears. Ufa, surrender yourself, you have already taken 4 lives, do not persist in this obsession. Could it be that the incident from 10 years ago is connected to you? The mention of that past event by Li Shiyu, although unbeknownst to the other 3 men, undoubtedly bore significant relevance to the current predicament, perhaps marking the very inception of it all. Be silent. Do not continue, Han Yuefei suddenly screamed, her hair in disarray, resembling a madwoman. Pang Ligang and Su Yunchao exchanged glances, preparing to intervene and subdue Han Yuefei simultaneously. Stay where you are, do not approach. Han Yuefei inexplicably regained her composure. As if the previous scene had never unfolded, she smiled lightly at the group and remarked, Mr. Pang, you just emphatically accused me of being the murderer, yet you have yet to present any evidence. Without evidence, I can merely be deemed a suspect at most. In the span of such a brief moment, Han Yuefei had shifted from the brink of mental collapse to a state of calm. A display of formidable mental fortitude that compelled Pang Ligang to feel a sense of pressure. If he could not procure the most compelling evidence to substantiate her guilt, it was likely that this entire affair would devolve into a mystery once the rescue personnel arrived at dawn. Miss Han, since I have unequivocally asserted that you are the culprit, it follows that I possess the most compelling evidence to support my claim. Allow me to recount your entire scheme from beginning to end. Pang Ligang suddenly chuckled lightly before continuing. Firstly, upon your arrival at this villa yesterday, you tampered with the coffee in the kitchen, substituting it with the coffee you purchased that contained sleeping pills, which you placed in Mr. Su's kitchen cabinet. Prior to this, you must have meticulously planned, even going so far as to confirm with Miss Su that her and her husband did not frequently reside here, but merely came for short stays. Hence, they would never store coffee beans in the cabinet. Instead, only instant coffee packets would be found. The distance to procure coffee is considerable, and given Mr. Su's demanding work schedule, it is highly unlikely that he would personally venture out to buy coffee, let alone meticulously select the brand. I fear that when you contacted Miss Su, you may have inquired whether she had any particular preferences regarding coffee brands. However, the response you received from her was exceedingly satisfactory. Consequently, upon your arrival at the villa, the very first task you undertook was to enter the kitchen and substitute the coffee laced with sleeping pills. Pang Ligang narrated a chilling tale like an elderly storyteller, his words flowing smoothly like a gentle stream. All present were entranced, standing quietly by, hesitant to interject. It is rather disheartening, as I have been hindered by a throat infection for several days. Some have suggested that I undergo surgery. Would that truly lead to a life of simplicity and contentment? To cut or not to cut? This book is from Pin Shu Wan for mobile reading. The first collection of reasoning encompasses logical thinking, psychological warfare, and advanced deductive reasoning, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites should refrain from reproducing it. There shall be no instances of it being poorly received or left unfinished. Readers may indulge in it with confidence. The global exclusive publication rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the legitimate version. Additionally, I have previously authored a work in the supernatural reasoning genre. If any readers have an affinity for paranormal events, I invite you to peruse it. I humbly seek your esteemed judgment on my initial efforts. Mr. Pang, may I ask you to pause for a moment? Given that she has already rendered Miss Xia unconscious, why also administer a sedative to Mr. Chi and specifically relocate him to Miss Meng's room? Isn't that an unnecessary step? Su Yuncha interjected. No, this is far from being superfluous. Miss Han possesses an acute understanding of the female psyche and is well aware of the tolerable dosage of medication for the human body. The amount she administered to Miss Meng and Mr. Chi was meticulously calculated, ensuring they remain in a semi-conscious state, yet not waking immediately. Miss Han herself requires a witness to corroborate that she indeed spent the night with Miss Meng. Moreover, transferring Mr. Chi to Miss Meng's room was a strategy to avoid arousing his suspicions. Avoiding Mr. Chi's suspicions? What does that entail? Su Yuncha continued to probe. Consider this carefully. We are all married individuals. Once spouses retire to bed, even without opening their eyes, one can sense the presence of another beside them. However, should Mr. Chi discover that his wife is absent from his side, no matter how fatigued he may be, his awareness would inevitably awaken, thereby thwarting the murderer's scheme. But Mr. Pang, how do you know that Mr. Chi was moved to Miss Meng's room and not the other way around? Wouldn't it be considerably easier for the murderer to relocate Miss Meng? Su Yuncha countered. The perpetrator contemplated this possibility, yet there exists a nuance that men often overlook. A woman's intuition is decidedly more nuanced. The perpetrator, in a bid to expedite the corpse's rigidity, deemed it necessary to elevate the temperature of Miss Xia's room. Should Miss Meng be relocated to an area with a temperature surpassing that of her original chamber, she would undoubtedly become alert, and perhaps even awaken due to the excessive heat. In contrast, the man's perception would be markedly diminished, rendering him less suspicious of any fluctuations in temperature. As Pang Ligang spoke, he cast a glance at the women present, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration before he adopted a more solemn demeanor. The assembly fell into silence, unsure of what to articulate, gazing at Pang Ligang as if they anticipated his words, yet hesitating to encourage him to continue. Caught in a quagmire of indecision. This morning, I discovered a strand of hair belonging to a man on Miss Meng's bed. After a thorough comparison, it has been confirmed to belong to Mr. Chi. This serves as irrefutable evidence of your guilt. Do you still wish to argue otherwise? Pang Ligong retrieved a small plastic bag from his pocket, within which lay a slender black hair. Now, I shall present my second piece of evidence, prior to Miss Meng's untimely demise. We were all gathered in the living room downstairs. Do you all recall the events that transpired? Indeed, but there is another crucial matter. Has everyone forgotten? Pang Ligong surveyed the crowd once more, pressing for an answer. It seems that Miss Han fainted before we had coffee, Chi Jinkuan murmured from behind Pang Ligong, his voice trembling, betraying both fear and uncertainty. Precisely, the coffee was prepared by Shuer and Shiyu. Even if one of them were the culprit, they would have had no opportunity to poison the coffee. Furthermore, after consuming the coffee, all present succumbed to slumber, allowing us to deduce that every cup contained the toxin. Given that the murderer is among us, how could they possibly avoid ingesting the poison coffee while simultaneously committing the crime during our collective unconsciousness? Pang Ligong methodically articulated his reasoning as if solving a geometric proof. The assailant perhaps ingested the poison but did not swallow it, waiting until we were all unconscious to expel it. Chi Jinkuan's voice rose, emboldened, shedding his previous trepidation. No, if the murderer had retained it in their mouth, it would have surely drawn the attention of those nearby. Afterward, I examined each person's coffee cup. The remaining amounts were all below half, and there were no coffee stains in the living room. Pang Ligong countered with a knowing smile and a shake of his head. Then what method did the perpetrator employ to avoid consuming the poison coffee? With a collective sense of inquiry, the group turned towards Pang Ligong, eager for his expeditious revelation. In truth, the answer is quite simple. The murderer employed a psychological ruse. At that moment, everyone was present, and apart from the culprit, no one was aware that the coffee was tainted. Thus they naturally consumed it. However, if the assailant wished to abstain from the toxic brew, they would have simply refrained from allowing Shuer and Shiyu to prepare their share. Having concluded, Pang Ligong pointed an accusing finger towards Han Yufa. As if a blade of justice had materialized, pressing inexorably towards her, the crowd was rendered speechless in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Su Yunchao finally spoke, his voice measured. Are you suggesting that Miss Han witnessed Mr. Song's demise and then feigned unconsciousness, cleverly manipulating the sympathy of those present, knowing we would refrain from rousing her, thus she could observe our every word and action in silence? Indeed, the perpetrator has astutely grasped the psychology of each individual among us, skillfully exploiting it to its fullest extent. Furthermore, the culprit anticipated that after enduring such profound psychological trauma, we would be reluctant to separate, especially since we had not eaten all day under the dual pressures of physical and mental strain. We would inevitably seek coffee to revive ourselves, and the murderer awaited precisely this moment. Hence, among the 7 individuals present, there were only 6 coffee cups. Only you, Han Yufa, abstained from coffee. Han Yufa erupted into laughter, her amusement growing louder, as if mocking everyone gathered. The eerie laughter abruptly ceased, and with a chilling gaze directed at Pang Ligong, she inquired, Mr. Pang, on what grounds can you assert that I was not genuinely unconscious at that moment? Which wife, upon witnessing the brutal death of her husband, could maintain her composure? Mr. Pang, Miss Han raises a valid point. Moreover, even if Miss Han were the culprit, she would have no motive to murder her own husband. Su Yunchao concurred with Han Yufa's perspective, astonished at his own willingness to voice such a sentiment. I must confess, I cannot definitively prove whether you were truly unconscious at that time. However, if we approach the matter from a different angle to construct a counterargument, you would still find it impossible to evade scrutiny. Anger surged within Pang Ligong, his fists clenched tightly, a rare look of fury etched upon his face. Li Shiyu, nestled against him, gently placed her hand upon the back of his hand, conveying all that words could not express. Taking a deep breath, Pang Ligong then asked, Miss Han, could you kindly fetch me a few red candles? Su Yunchao and Chi Jinkuan exchanged glances, puzzled as to why, at such a critical moment, Pang Ligong would request Han Yufa to retrieve candles, yet they soon perceived the gravity of his demeanor. He was not jesting with Han Yufa or the rest of them. Mr. Pang, what purpose do the red candles serve? What is their significance? Han Yufa queried, equally bewildered, convinced that this was a deliberate trap laid before her. Indeed, I wish to conduct an experiment. Upon its completion, we shall immediately discern who the true culprit is. At this moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Pang Ligong's face, for he understood that the outcome was already laid bare before him, victory or defeat predetermined. Han Yufa remained motionless, her arms unlifted. A subtle air of menace emerged upon her delicate visage. Mr. Chi, could you kindly fetch me a few red candles? Pang Ligong instructed Chi Jinkuan. Will they truly be of use? Chi Jinkuan inquired, though there was no hint of refusal in his tone. Indeed, I beseech you. Pang Ligong nodded in affirmation. Miss Han, do you still refuse to acknowledge that you are the murderer? He pressed, brandishing the bag of candles. Han Yufa remained silent, her hands buried in her pockets, gazing coldly at Pang Ligong. The murderer, after committing the heinous act, arranged the red candles beside the corpse. I have scrutinized the candles surrounding the body. They vary in length, precisely the remnants from our game last night. Why would the murderer resort to using these previously utilized candles? The answer is singular. The murderer was utterly unaware of where these red candles were placed. As Pang Ligang spoke, he cast the red candles onto the floor of the room. They burst forth from the bag upon striking the ground, rolling out as if choreographed, ultimately coming to rest at Han Yuefei's feet. She remained reticent, despite the irrefutable evidence Pang Ligang had presented. It appeared that Han Yuefei was contemplating something, merely standing aside and listening intently to Pang Ligang's argumentation. Miss Han, there exists yet another piece of evidence sufficient to prove you are the murderer. Should you dare to remove your socks and reveal them to the assembly. Han Yuefei furrowed her brow, as though she had been ensnared in a trap. Last night, after administering the sedative to Miss Meng and Mr. Qi, you intended to dispose of the syringe, thus you exited this room. However, you also realized that if you left wearing shoes, you would inevitably leave footprints, which could lead others to deduce your departure, thereby heightening your suspicion. Hence, if you were to go outside, the sole option was to do so barefoot. More astutely, you considered the legend mentioned by Mr. Su, attempting to obfuscate the matter while concealing the syringe you discarded. Mr. Pang, are you suggesting that the footprints at the entrance and those in the snow were deliberately left by Miss Han? Yet, if she exited barefoot, she would have undoubtedly left some muddy traces upon re-entering the living room. Shi Zhenkuan questioned, perplexed. You are mistaken. Had she sat on the steps and washed her feet in the snow, she would not have left behind any muddy marks upon entering the room. Nevertheless, in such frigid conditions, traversing the snow barefoot and subsequently using the snow to wipe away mud would render her skin susceptible to frostbite. Miss Han, would you kindly remove your shoes and socks so that we may examine them? Pang Ligang's tone escalated, transforming into a pointed interrogation. Miss Han, while I am inclined to believe in your innocence and that you are not the murderer, Mr. Pang has accused you of being, the evidence he has presented is decidedly unfavorable to you. I hope you can step forward to exonerate yourself. Su Yunchao's tone suddenly softened, as though he was reluctant to accept that the woman before him could have slain her former schoolmate and even cruelly taken the life of her own husband. Indeed, if you are not the culprit, then remove your shoes for us to see. Go on, take them off. Shi Zhenkuan shouted vehemently, nearly in a roar, pointing at Han Yuefei and demanding she strip off her footwear. The atmosphere in the room had inadvertently grown heavy, with the four of Pang Ligang standing at the doorway, 4 pairs of eyes intently fixed on Han Yuefei. With a blank expression, Han Yuefei had her hands buried in her pockets. A strand of hair slipped from her forehead, brushing against her left eye before ultimately dangling in the air. In such a state, Han Yuefei appeared somewhat terrifying, almost ghastly, and amidst this charged ambience, she resembled a demon arisen from the depths of hell. There is no need for pretense any longer. You have no escape. Pang Ligang spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if he had long been prepared for this moment. Everyone's countenance was grave, staring blankly at Han Yuefei. Pang Ligang gently pushed aside Li Shiyu, glanced at Su Yunchao beside him, and after exchanging a knowing look, they moved toward the room, intending to subdue Han Yuefei. Stop right there. If you take another step forward, we will all perish here, Han Yuefei declared. At this, her hand suddenly emerged from her pockets. Her left palm cradled a plastic bag while her right gripped a small knife. This contains a highly toxic gas. Inhaling even a trace of it could be fatal. If you advance another step, I shall cut it open. The abrupt turn of events startled everyone, and Pang Ligang had sensed something was amiss. Han Yuefei's lack of action had raised suspicions, yet he had not anticipated she had concealed such lethal gas within her pocket. Even he was momentarily taken aback. Originally, I had no intention of killing you. I merely wished for us to part ways after this matter concluded, and then, but I did not expect all my plans to have been unraveled by you. Nevertheless, it matters not, I was bound to take this step eventually. And now I have a few more companions to join me. Han Yuefei pressed the knife against the poison bag, her face twisting into a bitter smile. Silence, Shiyu. Initially, this matter had no bearing on you, and I never contemplated dragging you into this abyss alongside me. Yet, if blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your exceedingly clever husband. It is he who has brought you to this plight. Han Yuefei grew increasingly agitated, raising the knife in her right hand and aiming it toward the poison pouch in her left. Wait, Pang Ligang exclaimed, gesturing for Han Yuefei to cease her actions. In this current predicament, it seems we are all fated to meet our end. However, before I perish, there is one thing I wish to comprehend. If I must die, at least let it be with clarity. Ah, the astute Mr. Pang, do not think to employ any tricks. Even with the swiftness of your actions, it is impossible to seize the poison pouch from my grasp within mere milliseconds, but very well. Let us allow you to die with understanding. Are you perhaps curious about what transpired a decade ago? As Han Yuefei spoke, she deliberately waved the knife in her hand, evidently issuing a warning to Pang Ligang and the others. Surely the incident from 10 years past is the genesis of this string of murders. Pang Ligang seemed to have gleaned some insight, albeit only a vague notion. Indeed, a decade ago, we were but a group of naive girls, utterly oblivious. Yet, there exists one matter that is entirely independent of age. Shiyu, would you not agree? Han Yuefei's words appeared less an inquiry and more a declaration of self-assurance. Perhaps what you refer to is your first love. Pang Ligang, being astute, immediately deciphered the implication in Han Yufei's words, yet he continued to inch closer to her. Yufei, so you mean to say he truly had a connection with you? Indeed, we had long since begun. It is all their fault. Had it not been for those few, he would never have taken his own life. I only learned of your circumstances later. But why did you not confide in everyone? We are all good sisters, pray do not jest. Were it not for the wager placed by the three of them, he would have never resorted to such an act. A wager, indeed, our dear sisters Su Shuer, Meng Bingbing, and Xia Qing made a bet to see who could seduce him. Truly, they are our good sisters. I am relieved that you, Shiyu, were unaware of this matter and did not partake in it. I thank you for that. From this brief exchange, Pang Ligang had already surmised the crux of the truth. Back in their high school days, Li Shiyu and her four friends were exceptionally close. From the appearances of Su Shuer and the others, one could infer that during that period, they were likely among the most stunning girls in school, attracting suitors in abundance, yet those young ladies were inherently proud and seldom engaged with boys who did not match their own lofty standards. They gravitated toward those who were even more aloof and imperious. It is likely that Han Yufei's first love was precisely such a boy, perhaps exceptionally accomplished and outstanding, even a decade later. Han Yufei's temperament remained rather introverted, a trait that was likely more pronounced in her youth. However, it appears that the young man is indeed fond of girls like Han Yufei, yet, during that time, not only was the academic burden exceptionally heavy, but the school's discipline was also remarkably stringent, forbidding students from engaging in overt romantic relationships. Thus, the two could only clandestinely establish their romantic connection. According to Li Shiyu's words, Han Yufei was so cautious that she had not even disclosed a single word to her close friends. Because of Han Yufei's prudence, the situation spiraled into an unknown abyss. Su Shuer and her companions, driven by a playful spirit, made a wager. Whoever among them could forge some sort of relationship with that young man, perhaps even an intimate one, would be deemed the winner. One among them successfully executed her plan and achieved her goal. However, for reasons unknown, that young man embarked on the irrevocable path of suicide, leading Han Yufei to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her three friends from that moment on. As time passed, her animosity not only failed to wane but grew ever more intense. This, I suppose, is how events unfolded. Pang Ligang speculated about the incident from a decade ago. No, it was those three who incited the rumors within the school. He was an exemplary student, the one with the greatest promise of gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, and they were the ones who spread the gossip that he was toying with the girls in the class. Were it not for them, he would not have succumbed to the pressures and rumors at school, leading to his tragic decision to end his own life. Han Yufei's emotions flared up once more. And the knife in her hand pressed against the gas canister again. Miss Han, have you ever considered why such an outstanding young man would so easily choose to take his own life? If he merely succumbed to the rumors, then I must regretfully declare him a fool, utterly hopeless in his ignorance. What do you mean, Miss Han? Your staunch defense of him suggests that your relationship transcends mere friendship. Does it not? I have long since given myself to him, but what does that have to do with his death? It was my choice. Indeed, as I suspected, that young man likely intended to spend his life with you. And you both had made plans for the future. However, when the rumor emerged about him mistreating girls, your relationship became strained. His choice to end his life was not born of fear of the rumors, but rather from your lack of faith in him, prompting him to take such a drastic step to prove his innocence. Pang Ligang's words struck Han Yufei like a thunderbolt. You lie, he took his life because of me? That is impossible, absolutely impossible, Han Yufei began to mutter to herself, entirely disregarding the presence of others. Consider this, you two must have quarreled at some point, yet you chose to believe the rumors as truth. Perhaps even uttering words that hurt him, leading him to resolve to prove his innocence through death. Shuer, you're not dead, Han Yufei exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the injured Su Shuer. It was I who instructed Shuer to feign death to draw you out. Pang Ligang replied as he swiftly seized the knife from Han Yufei's hand. He once confided in me, elucidating his thoughts, yet I failed to believe him. It is I who have brought about his demise. I am the one who deserves to perish. Han Yufei, perhaps recalling the events of that year, collapsed to the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept uncontrollably. Su Shuer, Li Shiyu, and Han Yufei entwined their arms, dissolving into a collective lamentation. When dawn broke, rescue personnel arrived at the villa, shortly followed by the police, who carried away three lifeless bodies while placing handcuffs upon Han Yufei. You say, Han Yufei replied with a tranquil demeanor. Your husband is not implicated in this matter, yet why did you choose to be the first to take his life? I once bore a child, but during that time I was quite slender. Thus my classmates and family were oblivious, believing I had merely gained weight. As it was the final year of high school, with the imminent college entrance examination, no one paid heed to the affairs of others. Following his death, I suffered a miscarriage. Not only did I lose the child, but I would also be unable to conceive in the future. This very reason often led Songyu to well, never mind. Han Yufei suddenly halted her discourse, leaving her thoughts unvoiced, yet Pang Ligang could clearly observe numerous scars adorning her arms, marks evidently inflicted by a whip-like object. presumably the handiwork of Songyu. An incident elucidates a crucial issue. Pang Ligong suddenly remarked, "What?" Li Shiyu inquired. "One must not engage in early romantic relationships, nor indulge in premarital sexual conduct, lest calamity ensue." Pang Ligong spoke with a tone of self-affirmation, akin to a cautionary lesson for the younger ones. To be continued. In the remote village of Jingning, a murder suddenly transpires. The killer lurks like a specter among the populace, methodically extracting the innards of the victims as if performing some dark ritual, plunging everyone into an abyss of unrelenting terror. What is the truth? Who is the murderer? Next episode. The 5 Elements Technique Murder Case. This book is sourced from the esteemed 17K platform, a premier collection of logical reasoning, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, gradually unraveling a dense fog of mystery. The exclusive global publishing rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. Unauthorized reproduction by other websites is strictly prohibited. Rest assured, this work will not falter or conclude unsatisfactorily. Readers may engage with confidence. This book is officially and exclusively published by 17K Chinese Network. Your support for the original work is greatly appreciated. Furthermore, I have previously authored a work in the supernatural reasoning genre. Readers who harbor an interest in paranormal occurrences may wish to explore it. I humbly request your discerning judgment. The young girl spent the entire summer at home, her daily routine revolving around gatherings with high school friends or scouring the internet for information about the city she was soon to inhabit, Qingning. In truth, her parents were not keen on her attending school there. This issue had been the subject of an entire night's discussion between her and her parents prior to her college entrance examination. Yet it failed to sway her determination to study in Qingning. The girl hailed from a well-to-do family. Her father held the position of deputy sheriff in the city police department, and her grandfather had also served as a police officer before retirement. Marking their lineage as one steeped in law enforcement, the young girl's mother and grandmother each own a company, and their family is quite affluent. The girl has often pondered why her parents have steadfastly refused to have another child to inherit her father's and grandfather's legacy. She has inquired multiple times, yet her father remains resolutely silent, while her mother consistently diverts the conversation, leaving the girl with a substantial question mark in her heart. Jumping, "You're still awake," her mother remarked as she entered the room, carrying a cup of milk and approaching the desk. "Since you have resolutely decided to pursue your studies there, what purpose does it serve to keep asking about these matters? Perhaps a story you hear from an upperclassman at school might just be related to the resolutions made by your father and uncles." Her mother suddenly teased, as if sharing a light-hearted jest. "Those tedious matters need not be discussed with Jumping, they are merely old tales of yore, irrelevant to the present." At that moment, her father entered, softly admonishing her mother, though his demeanor bore no trace of anger. In the girl's memory, her parents had never quarreled. They always maintained a harmonious relationship, treating each other with mutual respect, yet their bond was remarkably strong. Despite having lived with her parents for over a decade, the girl could never quite decipher what kind of person her father truly was. At Jumping, "I have found you a part-time job," her father announced. "I have written down the contact information and address on this piece of paper. Once you arrive at school, you should reach out to him. He will arrange everything for you." With that, her father handed her a note. The girl unfolded it to reveal a robustly written address and phone number, yet no name of the contact was provided. "Father, why didn't you write down the person's name? We aren't lacking in money." "So why should I work part-time?" she inquired, bewildered. "You will understand once you go," her father replied, offering no further explanation before exiting her room, leaving the girl in a state of confusion. "Mother, what does father think about all day? Why do I always feel as though he seems somewhat melancholic?" "You are still young, and there are many things you do not yet comprehend. When you have matured a little more, your father will share with you," her mother responded, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. The girl gently wiped away the tears from her mother's face and leaned into her embrace. The next day, the girl boarded a plane bound for Qingning City. The journey from southern Guangdong to Qingning would take 3 hours. Although flying, she felt that 3 hours was rather lengthy, as she eagerly anticipated seeing the city she had longed for. At the entrance of Qingning University, a throng of people bustled about, yet it did not feel particularly noisy. The staff members were busy assisting new students, who formed orderly lines to check in, some gazing at the surrounding scenery while others were engrossed in their phones. But no one was raising their voice in commotion. The girl observed those around her. Most were accompanied by their parents, with only a few new students arriving alone to register. The young girl possessed very little luggage, merely dragging along a petite suitcase and a bag slung over her shoulder. "Tiao, so you have also been admitted to Qingning University," exclaimed a girl of about 10 years old, her features delicate and charming. Dressed in a gown of vibrant green, she appeared as if she had stepped out from an enchanted forest, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed at the girl named Tiao. "Ah, you are Bai Yun. I had no idea you were also accepted into this institution. From now on, we can be together every day." Their acquaintance was rather straightforward. Years ago, Tiao's parents had brought her to Qingning City to pay respects to a departed friend and stayed at the home of the girl named Bai Yun. It seemed that Bai Yun's parents shared an exceptionally close bond with Tiao Tiao's family, giving Tiao Tiao a sense of familial warmth. With their ages being similar, Tiao Tiao and Bai Yun quickly became close friends. However, Tiao Tiao's family resided in the southern region, and after leaving Qingning City, their correspondence lapsed, leaving them unaware of this unexpected reunion. The thought of spending every day with an old friend filled Tiao Tiao with uncontainable excitement. She grasped Bai Yun's hand tightly, as if they were sisters. Tiao Tiao, we aren't the only ones who got in here. Look who this is. Suddenly Bai Yun stepped aside to reveal a tall and handsome boy standing behind her. He appeared slightly more mature than Tiao Tiao, his sunny demeanor complemented by a gentle smile directed at her. Bai Yun, I told you, how could this little witch possibly remember me? She has probably forgotten all about me. Considering how I made her life miserable back then, I bet she ran to my parents to complain, which kept me cooped up for over 6 months. The sunny boy suddenly transformed, addressing Bai Yun with a playful tone. Tiao Tiao, this is the boy you used to call Little Shortstick, Tian Bai Qing. Bai Yun stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she explained to Tiao Tiao. Now I remember, he used to be so much shorter. How is it that he has grown taller than me now? Tiao Tiao gestured at her waist, then, feeling slightly indignant, walked over to Tian Bai Qing and measured her height against his. To her dismay. At 1.71 meters, she found herself significantly shorter than him. Alright, don't be upset, from now on we can go to school and play together every day. Bai Yun gently tugged at Tiao Tiao's hand, swaying it lightly to reassure her not to feel disheartened. But I can't, my father initially forbade me from attending school here. I secretly filled out the application and only informed my parents after I received the acceptance letter, which left them with no choice but to let me come. However, my father surprisingly arranged a part-time job for me before I arrived, so I fear I won't be able to join you in your adventures. Tiao Tiao's smile faded immediately as she remembered her obligation to the part-time job, dampening her spirits. So, you have everything arranged as well? I suspect our parents have conspired to send us all to the same place. The girl named Bian suddenly wore a serious expression, casting a glance at Tiao Tiao and Tian Bai Qing as she spoke. Just then, Tiao Tiao's phone rang unexpectedly. In a flurry, Tiao Tiao searched herself but found no phone, only to realize that she was wearing a dress today, which had no pockets. The office closed at 5:30 in the afternoon, and if they did not arrive before then, they would not be coming back the next day. In a state of urgency, Tiao Tiao fumbled to take out her phone and pressed the answer button, only to hear a rude male voice on the other end saying, "Who are you? You need to." Before Tiao Tiao could finish her words, the call abruptly disconnected with a sound indicating the line had dropped. Tiao Tiao, who was that? Bian inquired curiously, looking at Tiao Tiao. I don't know, he just mentioned something about going to some office before 5:30. If we can't make it there by then, we need to come back tomorrow. Could it be that it's south, the place our parents sent us to, where the boss is offering part-time work? She pondered, I wonder what that old man is up to. Knowing we have arrived at school so quickly and calling to urge us, Bian seemed to assume that the boss of the place they were about to work was an old man, and one who was extremely shrewd and miserly. Though the voice didn't seem to belong to someone particularly aged, we should still hurry over after completing our enrollment procedures. After all, we will have to go there eventually. Otherwise, he might call our parents, and they will start nagging us again. Tiao Tiao bit her finger and then addressed Bian and Tian Bai Qing. Chapter 1, Reunion in the Realm of 17K's First Logical Deduction Collection. A battle of wits and psychological warfare unfolds, gradually unraveling the intricate mists of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this narrative will not fall into obscurity or an unsatisfactory conclusion, allowing readers to indulge in it without concern. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously penned a work in the paranormal deduction genre. For those readers who share an interest in supernatural events, you are invited to explore it. I humbly seek your discerning judgment. In a remote village in Shaanxi province, Pang Ligong traversed many obstacles before finally locating the address indicated on Situ Zhong's invitation. The wooden archway at the village entrance, painted red but now chipped and faded, bore witness to the passage of time and the transformations of the village, continuing to protect every inhabitant within, for some inexplicable reason, even before stepping foot into the village. Pang Ligang began to sense an unusual atmosphere. The concrete road, a rarity for ordinary rural towns, led straight to the village entrance, raising questions as to why the government would construct such a lengthy path, winding even into the deep mountains. For an unremarkable village, what could be so exceptional about this place? The wooden archway bore the characters Wanxi intricately carved in small seal script. Fortunately, the characters were not too difficult to decipher. Otherwise, Pang Ligang would have been utterly unable to read them. Wanxi Village. What an odd name, yet it possesses a certain poetic charm. Wanxi repeatedly murmured the name Wanxi as he made his way into the village. A peculiar sensation surged within once more, and as he passed by the 7th house, he finally beheld the scene within the courtyard. To his astonishment, a brand new Audi A4 was parked in the otherwise ordinary 2-story house's yard. How could someone in such a humble village possess such a luxurious vehicle? It had been several years since lost contact with, and ever since their graduation, the two had completely drifted apart. Yet, despite the passage of time, S. fondness for remained unwavering. "May I inquire whom you were looking for?" A middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the courtyard as pondered this perplexing situation. The man appeared to be in his 40s. Standing at about 178 centimeters tall, with a long scar etched across his dark face, evoking an unsettling sense of fear. Was he associated with the underworld? Why did he bear such a knife-like scar? "I am here searching for someone. Could you tell me where I might find?" "I am his university classmate." Responded cautiously, aware that the inhabitants of such a small village often harbored a deep-seated distrust of outsiders. "Oh, yours classmate, his home is just ahead. Allow me to escort you." The middle-aged man, seemingly unperturbed, moved alongside as they walked together. Typically one would expect a guide to lead the way, yet this man chose to walk in parallel, suggesting a wariness towards, as if he feared an attack from behind. Was this individual indeed affiliated with the criminal underworld? Couldn't help but question himself. The man's strides were brisk, and found himself wanting to ask questions, only to realize that the man had already taken several steps ahead. Reluctantly, he quickened his pace to catch up, suppressing the urge to inquire further. As they strolled through the village, observed that nearly every residence was a modest two-story structure, unadorned save for a simple layer of tiles. Nevertheless, he sensed an air of mystery enveloping the place. The cement road at the village entrance was strewn with straw, creating an uneven surface that would surely leave footprints if stepped upon, rendering it nearly impossible to drive out. It appeared that a fixed digital television reception point was established throughout the village, with white transmission lines affixed to utility poles at regular intervals, connecting nearly every household. This unassuming mountain village appeared surprisingly affluent, a fact that was hard to fathom, as its standard of living far surpassed that of many villages in the northwest region. After a walk of over 3 minutes, the middle-aged man finally halted, turning to and stating, "We have arrived. Oh, thank you very much." Regardless of the man's demeanor, politeness remained essential. "Your classmate has come to see you." Little did they anticipate that their reunion after graduation would occur several years later, with both individuals approaching the age of 30, and yet, Pang Ligang had already embraced the status of a married man. The tragic campus murder incident replayed vividly in Pang Ligang's mind. Had it not been for the overwhelming evidence that cast suspicion upon Situ Zhong, he might not have exerted every effort to uncover the true culprit and vindicate his dear friend. They exchanged a warm smile, yet refrained from immediately engaging in conversation, standing there, lost in each other's gaze. "Zhong, please escort the guests inside. How have you fared over the years?" "I'm doing well, thank you. After graduation, I secured a position at a bank, and not long after, I met my wife, leading to our marriage. I had always intended to reach out to you, but I did not know your address and even failed to invite you to the wedding." "Haha, there's no need for concern. It's rather I who feel embarrassed. It was merely a wedding, and I shouldn't have troubled you to travel such a distance, especially since I failed to welcome you properly." "Not at all, it was my own desire to come. With a precise address, I could easily inquire and find my way here." Only then could Pang Ligang calmly observe his old friend, his dear brother. The passage of time had transformed the once youthful and handsome visage into one of maturity. Situ Zhong was no longer the impulsive, cynical youth of yore. He had been replaced by an air of unwavering steadiness and maturity. "Come inside, for the humidity in this secluded mountain area is quite heavy, and your attire is rather thin. You might catch a cold." Situ Zhong extended his left hand, giving Pang Ligang a few gentle pats before guiding him into the house. Chapter 2. Old Friends Mobile Reading 17K. The first collection of reasoning, logic, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction slowly unravels the intricate fog. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not suffer the fate of obscurity or an unsatisfactory conclusion. Readers may read with confidence. The global exclusive publication rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously penned a work within the realm of paranormal reasoning. If any readers share an interest in supernatural events, I invite you to explore my humble creation. "Ah Zhong, when did you lose half of your finger?" Pang Ligang suddenly became agitated, disregarding the norms of politeness. "Ha, it has been several years. Let us not dwell on it. Come inside, for there is someone unexpected waiting for you. And she is very eager to see you." A subtle smile graced Situ Zhong's lips, as if he were unfazed by the revelation. "Zhong, where do you keep your tea?" A melodious female voice suddenly chimed from within, inquiring about the location of the tea. "Is that your fiancée inside? After all these years, you can't even recall that voice. If she hears you say that, she will surely be quite displeased." "Wait, that voice seems so familiar, yet why can't I quite place it? Still so fond of pretending to be cool, knowing full well that the weather in these deep mountains is chilly. Yet you wear so little that if you freeze, you deserve it." Humph. The woman who emerged from the room, when Pang Ligang saw her again, had lost a touch of innocence since their school days but gained a degree of maturity. It was then that he suddenly realized she was even more beautiful than she had been back in school. This woman was none other than Yun Na, Pang Ligong's first girlfriend during university. The only one he could truly refer to as a girlfriend. In contrast, the time from when Pang Ligong met Li Shiyu to their marriage was so brief that it was nearly impossible to define Li Shiyu as Pang Ligong's girlfriend before their wedding. Yun Na. Long time no see, how have you been? Pang Ligong stood still for a long while before managing to squeeze out a few words. Do you think I could be well? Back then, your words cast me aside. And have you ever considered how long I cried? I am truly sorry, it was indeed my fault back then. Youth often leads to many mistakes, and I hope you can forgive me, well, after all these years. Even if I was sad, I have grown accustomed to it. At least I know you are a heartless man, so I must be wary of you in the future. Suddenly, Yun Na broke into a sweet smile. Draping a thick coat over Pang Ligong's shoulders before walking into the house. Zhong, why is Lin Yun Na here? She is also my university classmate. Why shouldn't she be here? Situ Zhong shrugged and replied to Pang Ligong with a smile. This gesture was one of Situ Zhong's favorite moves from back in the day, always exuding a nonchalant demeanor, yet possessing thoughts and a background that were utterly inscrutable, leaving everyone unable to predict his next move. Situ Zhong's catchphrase was, "Who knows," accompanied by that signature shrug, which irked everyone familiar with him, yet they found themselves powerless against him. Taking the luggage from Pang Ligong, Situ Zhong walked into the house. And Pang Ligong followed suit. The interior furnishings were unremarkable, akin to those of an ordinary household. As Pang Ligong surveyed the living room, he noticed only a photo of Situ Zhong, with no family pictures in sight. Lin Yun Na approached with a metal tea tray laden with steaming cups from another room, gently kneeling to transfer the tea to a lacquered wooden table. To drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold again. Back in university, you never liked to exercise and would fall ill almost every month, requiring someone to take care of you, who gets sick just once. Please don't exaggerate. I'm quite healthy, it was just that I didn't enjoy exercising in school. Why should I sweat profusely every day, and then have to wash my clothes, even if you didn't play basketball? You hardly did your own laundry, did you? I washed for you countless times back at school, and I lost track of how many times I broke my nails doing so, yet you never showed any concern for me. Lin Yun Na remarked that it was all the truth. Pang Ligong was rather indolent, often allowing an entire week's worth of unwashed clothing to accumulate beneath his bed. He perpetually devised various excuses to procrastinate, postponing the laundry until he found himself devoid of clean garments. It was only then that he would venture beneath the bed, only to discover a considerable pile of clothes, realizing that completing the laundry in a single morning was an impossibility. Consequently, he had no choice but to call upon Lin Yun Na for assistance. Saturdays had nearly become a ritual for Pang Ligong and Lin Yun Na to wash clothes together. However, that day coincided with the release of the latest Kendaichi manga. Each time they were midway through their chores, Situ Zhong would invariably shout from the doorway that the new Kendaichi had been released. At that moment, Pang Ligong would promptly abandon a heap of laundry and rush off with Lin Yun Na to indulge in the latest updates. Though it consisted of merely a few pages, Pang Ligong would manage to occupy himself for an entire morning, and only when he felt hunger pangs would he suddenly remember that Lin Yun Na was still laboring on his behalf. The closing signature always read Nyonyo, accompanied by a drawing of a chubby face, with large tear-filled eyes that exuded a pitiful allure, as if tears were poised to cascade at any moment. This book is sourced from Pinshu.net. Chapter 3, Illusion. 17K's first reasoning collection of logical thinking, psychological warfare, and advanced deduction, gradually unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not encounter the fate of flopping or abrupt endings, allowing readers to peruse with peace of mind. The global exclusive publication rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a work in the paranormal reasoning genre. If readers have an interest in supernatural events, feel free to explore my humble offering. Pang Ligong was a king of typos, often forgetting how to write certain characters, inadvertently substituting them with similarly styled ones, resulting in penalties on his essays. Once, while attempting to leave a note for Lin Yun Na, he suddenly blanked on how to write the character for Na. So he carelessly substituted it with Nyo, thus, Nana transformed into Nyo Nyo, a nickname that subsequently became Pang Ligong's affectionate term for Lin Yun Na. Here are some cold medicine, you should take one. Even if you are not sick, it's wise to take one as a precaution. Nyo Yun Na, it seems one cannot swallow medicine with tea. Could you pour me a glass of plain water? Alright, just a moment. I'll be right back. He initially intended to fetch the plain water, but, in the midst of his thoughts, suddenly forgot his illness has not improved. He remains as dazed as ever. You are no longer a little girl. Fortunately, you didn't become a nurse, or who knows how many patients would have to swallow their medicine dry. If I were a nurse, I would use the largest and thickest syringe to administer your injection. Holding it high above, refusing to let it descend, simply to frighten you to death. Pang Ligong harbors an intense fear of injections, a fact well known to Lin Yun Na. Each time he falls ill with a fever, He invariably postpones the inevitable, refusing to seek medical assistance until he is so disoriented by his condition that he can no longer discern his surroundings. However, upon arriving at the hospital, the sight of the gleaming stainless steel needle sends him into a cold sweat, causing him to falter. It is only through Lin Yun's gentle coaxing and persuasion that he reluctantly confronts the grim reality before him. Where have you gone since graduation? Why have you not kept in touch with me? In truth, I had packed all my belongings days before the graduation ceremony, and after taking the graduation photos, I slipped away amidst the throngs of people. No wonder I could not find you despite searching everywhere. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? It was not that I did not wish to, but I feared I would be unable to bear it. The one I would miss most from school was undoubtedly my dear brother. Yet I could not remain in Beijing as you did. Jean, I understand there are matters you cannot share with me, yet regardless, a person's life should be lived for oneself. If you allow certain circumstances to dictate your path, does it not mean you are destined to live for others? You make a valid point. Well, since we have not seen each other in so long, let us refrain from discussing such heavy topics. Suddenly Zhang furrowed his brow as if he had come to a realization and decisively made up his mind. Peng Ligang adjusted the jacket that had slipped from his shoulders, rising to take a turn in front of the television in the living room. He noticed a neatly arranged row of CD cases beneath the television cabinet, the majority consisting of piano compositions, some world-renowned pieces, alongside many that had been burned, likely due to the rarity of certain tracks that were difficult to procure. Prompting their download and recording from the internet, you still have a penchant for piano music, although the CDs are now much more orderly than before, unlike the disarray that once characterized your collection. This must be the handiwork of your fiancée, otherwise, given your laziness, you would hardly bother with such trivial matters, huh? It seems you have misjudged this time. I never anticipated that our school's most renowned detective could overlook such details, quite the oversight. Oh, Peng Ligang tilted his head in surprise and then remarked, it appears time can indeed alter a person's character. That adage holds true, even someone as indolent as you is transformed, so it stands to reason that my perception of you should not remain anchored in our university days. Indeed, time can change a person's nature, yet some matters, no matter how many millennia pass, remain indelible. However, no one foresaw that the girl, having waited an entire afternoon without seeing Zhang, would believe he had abandoned her, leading to her becoming disoriented in meeting with an unfortunate accident while crossing the street. Her sky-blue dress was stained a deep purple. By the time Zhang received the call from the hospital, the girl had forever closed her eyes. From that moment on, Zhang developed an intense aversion to the color purple, even refraining from uttering the word itself. Take your medicine, the water has gone cold. The gentle whispers by my ear remain so familiar, the murmurs are so soft, the low voices linger at my side. Chapter 4, Illness. I in the realm of 17K's first collection of reasoning, logical thought battles, psychological warfare, and advanced deduction gradually unravel the dense fog of confusion. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will never suffer from a lackluster conclusion or an unsatisfactory ending. Allowing readers to indulge in their reading with peace of mind, the global exclusive publication rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a book in the supernatural deduction genre. If readers have an interest in supernatural events, they may wish to explore my humble work. I sincerely hope for your kind consideration. Peng Ligang abruptly opened his eyes, as if jolted awake from a nightmare. It was only then that he realized he had somehow found himself lying in bed, while Lin Yun quietly sat by his side, watching over him with a worried expression, occasionally checking his forehead with her hand to gauge his temperature. What has happened to me? He pondered. How can you even ask? You caught a cold the moment you entered this village. You just weren't aware of it. This afternoon, while listening to music with Zhang in the living room, you fainted from a fever. If it weren't for Zhang, I certainly wouldn't have been able to move you alone. I was surprised at how heavy you are. What? I fainted from a fever, he replied. I suppose I did feel a bit unwell. Peng Ligang attempted to sit up, but as he tried to support himself with his hands, he realized he lacked the strength and subsequently abandoned the idea of rising. I remember the cement road at the village entrance seemed to still be drying, with plenty of straw laid on top. By the way, why would government officials go to the trouble of constructing a cement road for such a small village? Are they planning to develop this place into a tourist attraction? Yet, when I arrived, I didn't notice anything particularly worth visiting. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. I overheard the villagers chatting, and it seems they funded the construction themselves. However, building such a long, winding cement road in the mountains must have cost a significant amount. I find that curious as well. If it truly wasn't the government that built it, then the villagers here must be quite affluent. When I entered the village, I carefully observed that most houses were two-story villas. Although every household kept their gates tightly shut, I could still glean some insights into their circumstances. It appeared that the villagers were rather wealthy. Your illness has flared up again. You shouldn't concern yourself with so much right now. Just take your medicine obediently and then rest well. Once you recover, you can ponder these matters at your leisure. That's true. We are here to attend a wedding, so why worry about all this? The decor of Situ Zhong's home was indeed rather unremarkable. Seemingly just a simple coat of paint on the walls, the furnishings within the room were quite sparse: a mattress, a dark brown nightstand, and a dark brown wardrobe with a mirror. Beyond that, there were no other items or furniture to speak of. The bedding and pillows on the bed are purely white, and rather than resembling a home, this space feels more akin to a hotel room. With furnishings indistinguishable from those found in an INN.INA days, Pang Ligong drifted back into slumber, occasionally catching snippets of conversation, yet unable to discern the words being spoken. When he awakened again, it was already past 8 in the evening. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light seeping through the window, allowing him to vaguely identify the arrangement of furniture and the general direction of the door. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, Pang Ligong could not even recall how he had arrived here, let alone muster the energy to rise and switch on the light. Thus, he donned his clothing and cautiously navigated towards the door. Guided by the external illumination, just as he was about to open the door, it swung open before him, revealing Lin Yana, who was carrying a tray laden with food and a large glass of boiled water. "Never mind, I'll manage myself. I'm not ill enough to require assistance in eating," Pang Ligong remarked as he accepted the bowl from Lin Yana and began to serve himself with a spoon. "Be careful, don't choke," Lin Yana cautioned, only for Pang Ligong to promptly sputter, relieved that she had prepared a generous glass of water in advance. This distinction between Lin Yana and Li Shiyu was evident. Lin Yana consistently took meticulous care to prepare everything that might be needed, while Li Shiyu preferred to devise solutions only when challenges arose. "Thank you," Pang Ligong gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, feeling much better, and returned the glass to Lin Yana. "Can you tell me why you initially suggested we part ways?" Lin Yana gazed intently at Pang Ligong, seemingly awaiting an answer, fully aware that the response would likely be sorrowful and difficult for her to accept. Yet, it is human nature to seek out answers, and those who pursue them seldom relent until they receive clarification. "Could we not discuss this? So many years have passed. What significance does it hold now? Besides, it seems your life is quite fulfilling. You must have a boyfriend by now and be contemplating marriage, and judging by your attire, you are likely a departmental manager, making the acquisition of a car and a house trivial matters. Do not divert the topic. You excel at rambling. Whenever I pose significant questions, you always prefer to shift the focus, and somehow, I find myself led astray. In the past, I would have easily succumbed to your tactics. But that was the old me. I am not so easily fooled anymore." Lin Yana's earnest demeanor suggested that she would not relent until the truth was unveiled. Chapter 5, Stranger's Mobile Reading 17K. The first collection of reasoning, logic battles, psychological warfare, and high-level deductions, slowly unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by 17K's Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reproducing it. This book will not suffer from poor reception or abrupt endings, and readers can enjoy it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a work in the realm of supernatural mystery. For those readers who have an affinity for paranormal events, I invite you to indulge in its pages. As my humble endeavor is in its nascent stage, I earnestly hope for your discerning critique. Where is that coming from? Please do not concoct tales while I am unwell. I am not fabricating anything. You are indeed as such. As the two engaged in their playful banter, they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of voices outside the window, prompting them to fall silent and attentively listen to the conversation occurring beyond the glass. Mr. Fong, although our village lacks the ethnic characteristics of certain minority groups, we too partake in ancestral worship during significant events. How fortuitous that you are here. In a few days, Xiao Zhong from our village will be wed. Should you grace us with your presence at the wedding, you would also witness our ancestral rites." The individual beside him spoke with deference, seemingly holding great respect for the man in front, hesitant even to walk alongside him. In the early spring, devoid of moonlight and enveloped in dense mountain fog, it was challenging to discern the figures passing by the window, despite the faint glow of light filtering in. A tall figure could be vaguely seen in the forefront, donning glasses, who paused every few steps to survey the surroundings, as if scrutinizing or discovering something of interest. Guanji village, shall you lead the way? At this juncture, Pang Ligong and his companion could no longer overhear the dialogue as the figures had vanished from sight. Perhaps having ventured to a nearby home, during their conversation they had mentioned preparing to enjoy some tea. "When did this person arrive? I did not see him yesterday when I came," Lin Yana remarked. Seemingly perplexed, her thoughts spoken softly to herself. Although his visage was obscured, his attire suggested he was not a local villager. He seemed more like someone on official business. What could he possibly be conducting here in this secluded mountain village? He had mentioned something about writing reports and observing the surroundings. Perhaps he was from the Forestry Bureau or the Land Bureau, perhaps, but let us not dwell on such matters. We are here to attend a wedding. Why concern ourselves with him? Indeed, that is a valid point. By the way, you have yet to divulge the answer to my query. Hurry and tell me, or I shall resort to drastic measures. Lin Yana feigned annoyance, brandishing her delicate fist as if preparing to strike. Spare me, O valiant heroine. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had diminished significantly, even to the point where their noses nearly touched, their breaths palpable. The warmth of exhalation brushing against each other's cheeks. Suddenly Lin Yana planted a swift kiss on Pang Ligong's right cheek and fled the room in one fluid motion. He barely had time to react before she vanished. I was going to say that I am already. Pang Ligong intended to declare his marital status, but before he could complete his sentence, Lin Yana had completely disappeared from sight. In a moment of disorientation, Pang Ligong sensed that the current situation was markedly different from the situation of their university days, yet he could not articulate the specific differences. It was merely an instinctive feeling. This sensation was akin to the notion that the original situation had perished, leaving behind an identical doppelganger, a stranger who possessed all of situation's memories. Ali, when did you take a seat here? I have been seated here for quite some time. I didn't wish to disturb you while you were engrossed in the photograph. The photograph. I said of her. Indeed, it is the only one we took together. And the sole image of her that I possess. After all these years, you still haven't let go. How could one so easily relinquish such memories? If only I hadn't been late that day. I would have been there until the very end had I not been summoned to the office. Je wouldn't have. Jean, I doubt you wish to hear me repeat those words from years past. It has been a long time, and you are on the brink of marriage. Some things are best left forgotten. If your fiancé were to learn of this, it could impact your relationship. Relationships, let us refrain from discussing that. As the two conversed, they suddenly heard what seemed to be a woman's voice crying for help outside, accompanied by urgent knocks at the gate, as though someone were in distress. Jean, it appears someone is knocking at the door. Perhaps you should go and investigate. Before long, the sounds of an argument erupted from outside. Jean appeared to be embroiled in a heated exchange. His voice elevated. At that moment Lin Yana dashed out of the room, casting a puzzled glance at Pang Ligong, seemingly seeking his company to ascertain the situation. With a resigned sigh, Pang Ligong stood and approached Lin Yana, tilting his head in a gesture that invited her to join him in exploring the commotion. As they reached the gate, they were confronted by a transformed Jean, one so unfamiliar that they barely recognized him. Jean, what is happening? Who is this? Pang Ligong inquired, pointing at the man whose collar Jean had seized. Behind Jean stood a girl clad in purple, to whom Pang Ligong offered a slight nod before asking. Morong Baekwang, I warn you once more, if you dare to harass Xian again, I shall ensure you are so thoroughly beaten that even your own mother would not recognize you. Noticing that Pang Ligong and the others had emerged, Jean suppressed his anger and forcefully shoved the man named Morong Baekwang away. Additionally, I have authored a work within the realm of supernatural reasoning, should any readers harbor an affinity for paranormal occurrences. I invite you to peruse my humble creation, and I earnestly hope for your discerning critique. As for you, do you truly believe that the village chief holds you in high regard, and that the position of chief will one day be yours? Have you considered your own insignificance? What does it matter if the chief arranges a marriage for you with a beautiful maiden? I shall indulge in my desires as I see fit. If you possess the audacity, then by all means, take my life. So long as I draw breath, your wife shall inevitably find her way to my bed. Morong Baekwang brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, baring his teeth in a fierce glare directed at Jean, and then pointed at the woman clad in purple who was hiding behind Jean. Jean, do you truly wish for death? In an instant, Jean's voice turned icy, and amidst the dim light at the entrance, he appeared menacing and terrifying, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was evident that he was genuinely intent on eliminating Morong Baekwang. Indeed, I do wish for death. What of it? If you possess the courage, fetch a knife and drive it into me. The moment you withdraw it, you shall witness a fountain of blood. But do you dare? Do you possess the capability? As he spoke, Morong Baekwang gestured towards the region of his heart with disdainful arrogance, regarding Jean with scorn. Pang Ligong, well acquainted with Jean, knew that when it came to physical confrontations, Jean would not utter a single word, simply swinging his fists. Yet, when blood was involved in any form, Jean would become utterly weak, ever since that fateful year when he beheld his university girlfriend drenched in blood. He had developed a severe phobia of blood. In extreme cases, he would even faint. My friend, my name is Pang Ligong, a university classmate of Jean. My father imparted some martial arts skills to me from a young age. So if you truly wish to stretch your limbs, I would be willing to spar with you. Jean is to be wed in a few days. It would be prudent not to create animosity with him. At that moment, Pang Ligong stepped in front of Jean, blocking Morong Baekwang's path. He grasped Morong Baekwang's hand. To an onlooker, it appeared as a handshake, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Employing subtle strength, Pang Ligong maintained a smile, and although Morong Baekwang initially attempted to resist, he soon relented, his expression contorting in pain until his entire visage seemed grotesquely twisted. Wretched. Boy, I concede. You are formidable. My friend, one must exercise mercy. In this world, it is wise to leave oneself an escape route. Why would you wish to block all avenues of retreat, thus inviting your own demise? Pang Ligang deliberately emphasized the phrase inviting your own demise with gravitas. Then released Morong Baegwang's hand, giving his shoulder a firm pat. Wait for me, you scoundrel. With such a fierce proclamation, Morong Baegwang departed. At that moment, Lin Yana flicked on the living room lights, allowing Pang Ligang to finally discern the girl in the purple coat, her delicate and charming features strikingly reminiscent of Situ Zhong's university sweetheart. The girl in purple clutched a thermos tightly, as if fearing it might be snatched away. After a prolonged silence, perhaps unable to contain himself any longer, Situ Zhong was the first to break the stillness. Zian, these two individuals are my college classmates and also very dear friends. This gentleman here is Pang Ligang, who used to sleep in the bunk beneath mine during our university days. I usually call him Ali. And this is Ali's girlfriend, Lin Yuna. Do you remember? Situ Zhong gestured towards Pang Ligang, then looked at Lin Yana as he made the introductions. Suddenly, a sense of unease gripped Pang Ligang's heart, and a strange feeling surged within him as he thought, something is amiss. Why would Zhong mention to Zian, do you remember? This must be our first encounter. We do not even know each other, so how could she possibly recall us? At that moment, Pang Ligang turned to glance at Lin Yana, only to find her looking back at him with the same bewildered expression, as if both were puzzled by Situ Zhong's words. Zhong, who is this? Oh, my apologies for the oversight in introductions, this is my fiancée. Shangguan Zia, and it is indeed your first meeting, Situ Zhong exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened, giving his head a few firm pats before addressing the group. Hello, I am Zian, Shangguan Zian said, clutching her thermos tightly and rising to nod in greeting to Pang Ligang and Lin Yana. I prepared some soup this afternoon to bring to Zhong, but I encountered Morong Baegwang on the way out. He insisted on drinking the soup, and when I refused, he tried to snatch it from me. I was so frightened that I ran all the way here, Shangguan Zian recounted, visibly still shaken as she tightly clutched the thermos. Lin Yana gently took Shangguan Zian's hand, reassuring her with a soft voice. It's alright. Shangguan Zian replied softly, and upon seeing Lin Yana's warm smile, she finally relaxed enough to set the thermos down. Zhong, who is this Morong Baegwang? Why would he seek out Zian? What can such a person not do? His reputation for harassing women is well known. Do not let him trouble you. If he dares to come again, I will ensure he ends up in the hospital next time. There is no need to get upset over such a petty rogue. Zhong, may I ask you a question? Is it because Zian resembles her that you decided to marry her? If so, I hope you will reconsider. I knew you would ask that, Ali. Rest assured, we are all adults now. I have my own thoughts, and I do not wish to dwell on the past. I am currently a primary school teacher in this village, seeking to live a peaceful life for the remainder of my days. Therefore, the events of our college years were merely youthful folly born out of boredom. This book is from the Pin Book Network, Chapter 7, A Chance Encounter, mobile reading available. 17K's first reasoning collection encompasses logical thinking, psychological warfare, and advanced deduction, slowly unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites should refrain from reposting. This book will not experience a downfall or unsatisfactory conclusion, so readers may read with confidence. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have authored a work in the genre of supernatural mystery. If any readers have a penchant for paranormal events, I invite you to peruse my humble creation. I sincerely hope for your discerning judgment. I realize the hour is late, you should retire for the evening. As night fell, the tranquil little mountain village remained as it always was. Although the mist enveloping the hills had thickened somewhat, the villagers seemed to rise rather late. It was not until the sky brightened that the village stirred a bit, with the occasional sound of children's laughter drifting from afar. Ali, are you awake? A knock resounded outside the bedroom, followed by Lin Yana calling for Pang Ligang. I'm up. Is there something you need this early? It's not early at all. It is already 9 in the morning. Hurry and get dressed. Breakfast is ready, prepared by Zian. Alright, I will be out shortly. As Pang Ligang emerged from his room, Situ Zhong and the others were already seated at the dining table. Situ Zhong held a steaming bowl, blowing gently to disperse the heat, while Shangguan Zian stood up immediately to serve Pang Ligang, embodying the role of a devoted housewife warmly welcoming a guest. Zian is truly a remarkable woman. She is sure to be a wonderful wife in the future. Zhong, you must cherish Zian. Indeed, Zian is both beautiful and industrious. Once married, she will undoubtedly manage the household well. It is a pity that someone lacks such good fortune, Lin Yana remarked nonchalantly, seemingly still miffed at Pang Ligang. Well, that cannot be helped. My ancestors did not invoke blessings. Let us eat. After breakfast, I will take you to the village shrine, and then we shall visit the village head. The shrine, is that a tradition in your village? Not exactly. I merely wish to pay respects to my parents before the wedding, to have a few words with them and offer some incense. After we finish eating, Zian, do join us. Okay, Shangguan Zian quickly agreed, a rare smile gracing her face. Upon hearing that Situ Zhong intended to honor his parents, she appeared genuinely pleased, perhaps believing that he had accepted her wholeheartedly. After breakfast, it was already past 10 in the morning, and the mountain mist had gradually lifted. Situ Zhong gathered the necessary offerings: incense, candles, paper money, a small bottle of white liquor, a bowl of boiled meat, and half a roasted chicken, and set off. Of the village paths were well maintained, primarily paved with concrete. The route to the shrine seemed short, yet it wound with twists and turns each time they passed a few houses. They were required to veer in another direction, making the village's layout resemble a labyrinth. An outsider would easily become lost here. Ajong, it seems the children in your village are quite timid. Children in rural areas tend to be shy. It is nothing to worry about even at this hour. It is strange that no one has been seen wandering about. After some idle chatter, they finally arrived at the shrine. Though referred to as a shrine, it was merely a larger single-story house. On the grand red gate, a plaque hangs, its robust characters etched with the four profound words, "The ancestors have spoken." Typically, the plaques adorning the entrances of temples or ancestral halls bear phrases such as "all wishes will be fulfilled" or "open and above board." However, the phrase "the ancestors have spoken" was a sight that Pang Ligang had never encountered before. As he pondered the meaning of the inscription, a feminine voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Oh, if it isn't the child of the Sidhu family, have you come to introduce your new bride to your in-laws today?" As she approached, Pang Ligang took a closer look at the woman before him. The speaker was quite voluptuous, with an oval face adorned with a thick layer of makeup that could not quite conceal the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes or the frown lines on her forehead. The earrings she wore were distinctive, seemingly from a particular brand. Despite the cool weather, which had prompted Pang Ligang and others to don an extra layer, this woman was dressed in a low-cut outfit, her ample bosom straining against the fabric, deliberately accentuating her curves. It appeared she aimed to divert attention to her décolletage, complemented by a unique necklace whose pendant precariously rested at her cleavage. "Chen Jie, did you come early to see your husband?" Situ Zhong glanced at the woman with a twitch of his lips, his voice cold as he inquired. "Indeed, I had no choice. My husband passed away early. Unlike this girl Xian, who was fortunate enough to marry a university student like you, I suppose I must wait until my next life for such good fortune," she replied. "Xian, now that you are married to Zhong, be sure to take good care of him," she said, approaching Shangwan Xian and taking her delicate hand in hers. Shangwan Xian's face flushed crimson instantly, clearly still an innocent girl, her cheeks reddening at such a simple remark. "Isn't she lovely? Does she possess a certain allure?" Lin Yana leaned closer to Pang Ligang, whispering in his ear. "She's average, never mind, I prefer to avoid mistakes. Besides, in this weather, wearing a bikini is a quick way to catch a cold. If you fall ill, I won't be able to take care of you, especially since I'm not quite well myself. Then keep your eyes to yourself and don't look around indiscriminately. Remember, there are deities watching over us. Be cautious, lest her husband be lurking above, ready to confront you tonight." This book is sourced from the 17K website. Chapter 8, The Quarrel. A collection of logical reasoning battles, psychological warfare, and high-stakes deductions, slowly unraveling the dense fog of mystery. This book is exclusively published by the 17K Paranormal channel. Unauthorized sites should not reproduce it. Rest assured, this book will not fall into mediocrity or an unsatisfactory conclusion. Allowing readers to read with peace of mind, the global exclusive publication rights belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome your support for the original work. Additionally, I have previously authored a supernatural reasoning genre. If readers are intrigued by paranormal events, feel free to explore my earlier work. I sincerely hope for your discerning judgment. It's not a concern for me to meet him, I just worry about her husband seeking you out. Well, if he does, I might just yield to him. I doubt he would harm me after a night of revelry, but you are in a different situation. You certainly are bold." The two individuals indulged in a bout of nonsensical chatter when they suddenly heard a woman, referred to as Chen Jie, speak. Instantly, they fell silent, pricking up their ears to discern what this woman intended to convey. "Zhong, you are getting married tomorrow. There are certain matters that ought to be resolved beforehand," she remarked, swaying her hips as she approached Situ Zhong, casting a sidelong glance at him with a frosty huff. "It is time for the offerings. Any concerns can be addressed after the rites are completed." However, Situ Zhong did not deign to look at Chen Jie, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze ahead. Indeed, it is time to pay respects to our ancestors. They are watching over us. If we fail to honor them properly, who knows what ire might ensue." The two continued their peculiar exchange, with Pang Ligang and Lin Yana growing increasingly uneasy, sensing the oddity in their conversation. Their words were cryptic, as if they were deliberately concealing certain truths, while the other seemed intent on revealing clandestine information. With Situ Zhong ignoring her, Chen Jie could only walk away disinterestedly, carrying her basket toward the opposite side of the shrine. The shrine was simply adorned, akin to an ordinary ancestral hall, filled with spirit tablets. As Pang Ligang approached for a closer inspection, he noted that the arrangement of the tablets adhered to a specific order. Unlike the typical generational stacking found in most ancestral halls, the tablets were divided into three sections by two pieces of tattered blue cloth. On the far left, where Qian Jie stood, were primarily the tablets of villagers who had passed away prematurely. Conversely, on the far right, where C2 Zhong stood, were the tablets of couples who had departed this life together, leaving behind descendants who had been unable to fulfill their duties. It was only the central section that housed the tablets of those who had died a natural death. Having lived well into their old age, Si2 Zhong was entirely engrossed in his tasks, meticulously lighting incense and candles, oblivious to his surroundings. From the moment Qian Jie entered the shrine, Pang Ligang sensed an underlying secret between her and C2 Zhong. Standing in the left section, Qian Jie lit her incense while casting glances towards Pang Ligang and the others. Her expression had morphed from one of joviality to one of seething anger. A visage filled with deep-seated resentment. What secret could exist between Ai Zhong and this Qian Jie that had transformed her feelings so drastically? Pang Ligang scrutinized their expressions and gestures, his eyes darting back and forth. Though Qian Jie radiated fury, she refrained from causing a scene within the shrine. Meanwhile, C2 Zhong remained steadfast in his duties, never once glancing in her direction, let alone acknowledging her presence. Father, mother, this is Ziyan. She will be my bride tomorrow and thus your daughter-in-law. I hope you can grant your approval. Ziyan is diligent and adept at managing a household. It is a pity that you are no longer with us. Otherwise, she could have shown you her filial piety. In the future, Ze will often visit you, and I hope you will bless our wedding tomorrow so that it may proceed smoothly. Si2 Zhong knelt before the spirit tablets, speaking reverently to those enshrined before him. Father, mother, these two are my classmates from university, who have come to attend my wedding. It is thanks to their care during my college years that I successfully completed my 4 years of study. Although the attainment of this bachelor's degree holds little significance for me, I still believe those 4 years were not in vain, for I have formed a deep friendship with these two cherished companions. Therefore, I kindly ask you to bestow your blessings upon them for good health and prosperous careers in the future. After paying his respects, C2 Zhong lit 3 incense sticks and handed them to Shangwan Ziyan, who obediently nodded and ran off. Unlike C2 Zhong, who spoke his mind candidly, Ziyan kept her thoughts to herself, silently reciting her wishes. After kneeling for 2 or 3 minutes, she stood up, as if she had expressed everything she wanted to say to her future in-laws in her heart. Fully aware that they could not hear her, yet finding the ritual indispensable, Pang Ligang selected 3 incense sticks from a bundle and lit them, offering them to Lin Yana, signaling her to pay her respects as well. Lin Yana said nothing. She accepted the incense, bowed 3 times, and placed the sticks before the ancestral tablet. Pang Ligang followed suit, and the 4 of them lingered in the shrine for a while before preparing to leave. C2 Zhong, having married such a beautiful bride, seemed to have forgotten the past, which did not quite align with the demeanor of a true man. Not far away, Sister Qian leaned against the village entrance, mocking them with a sardonic remark. Nangong Qian, it is best to maintain some boundaries in one's conduct. Do not push others too far. C2 Zhong appeared somewhat irked, his voice rising significantly compared to before. C2 Zhong, you had best clarify matters with me quickly, or I shall ensure your downfall and disgrace. Unless I perish, we shall see if you do not heed my warning. Nangong Fu hurled a harsh threat before storming off. Showing no intention of continuing the argument with C2 Zhong, Lin Yana and Pang Ligang exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion. Ai Zhong, what is going on? Yana, does it not seem as though he has transformed into another person? I sense that he harbors many secrets, seemingly tied to his past. As he is about to marry, I wish for nothing to jeopardize his happiness before the wedding. If he agrees, I hope he will leave this village to seek a life beyond. After all, remaining in this small village holds little promise, and the outside world is far more suited for him. Yet, the outside world is fraught with its own turmoil, although staying in this small village may lack prospects. At least it is his place of origin, where he can live happily and safely. Is that not preferable to struggling for survival in the outside world? Chapter 9, Soup Mobile Reading 17K First collection of reasoning logic battles, psychological warfare, and high-level inference, gradually unraveling the thick fog of confusion. This book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel. Unauthorized websites are prohibited from reprinting. This work will not face failure or abrupt endings. Readers may rest assured in their reading. The global exclusive publishing rights of this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We welcome everyone to support the original work. Additionally, I have authored a work within the genre of supernatural mystery. Readers who possess an affinity for eerie occurrences may find it worth their while to peruse my humble creation. At the outset of my endeavor, I sincerely hope for your gracious critique. Pang Ligang scarcely recalled the duration of their journey, nor could he remember how long he and Lin Yana had debated whether they should remain in the village after C2 Zhong's marriage or venture into the bustling city. Their discourse nearly escalated into a quarrel, culminating in a mutual silence as they continued their path. Upon arriving home, Lin Yana uttered a brief remark before dismissing Pang Ligang, proceeding into the house with little regard for him. It was only upon entering that he realized Lin Yana had, like him, been preoccupied with other thoughts. How did she instinctively know they had returned without even glancing around? Pang Ligang let out a wry smile. Pondering that perhaps this was merely a manifestation of a woman's sixth sense, feeling a wave of heat wash over him, he raised a hand to his forehead, discovering his temperature was indeed elevated. Seemingly indicative of a fever, the medication he had taken the previous night appeared to have had little effect, and his condition had worsened. It's nothing, don't concern yourself with me, you and Xian should attend to your matters. I shall rest and be fine upon waking. He felt a tinge of guilt, realizing he should have been there to assist with the wedding preparations but had inadvertently become a burden instead. What nonsense are you speaking? After all this time as friends, why utter such meaningless words? If you need rest, then do so promptly. I shall fetch you some antipyretics shortly, and I'll rouse you for lunch. After your meal, take the medicine and sleep again, you'll surely feel better afterward, Situ Zhong by with mild reproach. By the way, the village chief may visit this afternoon. If your health permits, it would be prudent to meet with him. As he is the village chief, it would be rather impolite not to inform him of guests arriving. Suddenly recalling an important matter, Situ Zhong stopped Pang Ligang to convey this. The village chief is coming? Surely, it cannot solely be for my sake, it must primarily concern the wedding preparations for the day after tomorrow, Pang Ligang remarked, somewhat taken aback by the village chief's impending visit. Indeed, it is regarding the wedding. But even if it weren't for my nuptials, as a guest in the village, the chief ought to pay a visit. After all, it is customary for the host to extend such courtesies. Situ Zhong chuckled as he spoke. Understood, then I shall forego my nap after lunch, simply call for me when the time comes. As soon as his head touched the pillow, Pang Ligang fell into a deep slumber. Forgetting his usual habit of pondering for a moment before drifting off, he slept soundly until the afternoon, only awakening when Lin Yunna came to summon him for a meal. Groggy and bewildered, he stared at Lin Yunna, inquiring why she had disturbed his rest. Didn't Tia Zhong inform you that the village chief would be arriving? Lin Yunna replied, seemingly still irked by their earlier exchange. Her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Yes, I believe he mentioned it, Pang Ligang responded, running a hand through his hair, his memory of the conversation hazy. Why are you still not getting up to eat? It is already past 2 in the afternoon. And the village chief will be here shortly. Lin Yunna picked up the clothes from the chair and handed them to Pang Ligang, exclaiming in an exasperated tone. Oh, very well, replied Pang Ligang, his expression one of indifference. Having long forgotten the quarrel from that morning. As he followed Lin Yunna into the living room, Situ Zhong and Shangguan Zian had already set the table, with the rice even served. The standard of living in the mountain village starkly contrasts with that of the city. The dining table was primarily filled with rustic dishes such as wild mushrooms, and the soup bowl contained a fragrant chicken broth that appeared to have been simmered for quite some time, a culinary delight that even Pang Ligang, who was feeling unwell, found himself tempted to sample. The soup is quite splendid, isn't it? Yunna has been stewing it for over 3 hours, keeping vigil by the stove all that time. Just look at how much she cares for you. Do have a taste, it will help replenish your strength. You need to recover swiftly, Situ Zhong urged, directing Pang Ligang to sit down while explaining the origin of the soup. I'm not suffering from a grave illness. Nor am I a postpartum woman in need of such fine chicken broth, Pang Ligang said, frowning at Lin Yunna. Indeed, this is precisely what one should offer to someone gravely ill. If you were truly unwell, I would even prepare crocodile soup for you. Even if it were cancer, I would ensure you received the nourishment you require, though I fear you might hesitate to drink it, suspecting it to be poisoned. Lin Yunna replied, a hint of irritation in her voice, though her concern for Pang Ligang was evident. Even if she refused to yield an inch in their verbal sparring, what is there to fear? Even if I knew there were arsenic in it, I would drink it without hesitation. Such a fine broth feels like a waste on me, Pang Ligang retorted, not one to back down easily. Despite his illness, I also believe it a bit excessive to serve such a fine broth to Ali. Perhaps you should go sit in the corner for a while, we will finish the soup. And then you may join us at the table, Situ Zhong interjected, amused by their banter, reminiscing about their university days when the three of them always engaged in witty repartee. Why don't you go sit in the corner first? This soup is meant for the ailing, yet I see you brimming with vitality. Where is the semblance of illness? If anyone should sit out, it ought to be you, he continued. This soup is mine. You both can stay on the side. With that, Pang Ligang reached out to grab the soup bowl, unaware that it had just been ladled and was scalding hot. Instead of seizing the bowl, he burned his hands. Meanwhile, Situ Zhong and Lin Yunna erupted in laughter, and even the usually reticent Shangguan Zian couldn't suppress her giggles, covering her mouth with her hand. Additionally, I have authored a work within the realm of supernatural detective fiction. For those readers who harbor an affinity for paranormal events, I humbly invite you to explore my humble creation, and I sincerely hope for your gracious and discerning critiques. This meal was the most delightful and joyous one that Pang Ligang had partaken in since his arrival in the village. All his prior discontent was swept away, as he engaged in playful banter with Situ Zhong reminiscent of their university days, casting aside any lingering speculations about him. Even Shangguan Zian, who typically spoke little, seemed considerably more relaxed at the table, occasionally defending her future husband. Yet, upon the playful remarks from Pang Ligang and Lin Yunna, she would instantly flush, her embarrassment nearly causing her to bury her face in her food. However, the village chief arrived as promised, and he was not alone. He brought along a group of companions. Among them were 3 men and 2 women, one of whom was Nangong Qian, the village chief. Appearing to have surpassed his 70s, still exuded a sharp and capable demeanor, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Despite attempts from those nearby to assist him, he resolutely pushed them away, revealing his strong-willed nature. The man who had sought to aid the village chief appeared to be in his 40s. Pang Ligong recognized him as the timid man who had passed by his window the previous night. Although uncertain of his intentions, Pang Ligong suspected that this individual possessed considerable cunning, leading him to believe it prudent to minimize interactions with him. The last man, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, was notably corpulent, adorned in designer attire, with a waistline surpassing that of three Pang Ligangs, reminiscent of Hong Jinbao. Nangong Qian had encountered him in the morning and had parted on unfriendly terms with Situ Zhong, leaving behind a harsh remark. Thus, it perplexed Pang Ligang as to why she was present at Situ Zhong's residence in the afternoon. Seated beside Nangong Qian was an elderly woman, likely in her 70s or 80s, whose vision appeared poor, if not entirely blind. From the moment they entered, Nangong Qian was attentive to her, with the elderly lady leaning on a cane and clutching Nangong Qian's arm, seemingly fearful of losing her. Situ Zhong introduced Pang Ligang and Lin Yunna to each individual. The village chief was named Gong Jishi, aged 79, whose approval was required for all significant matters within the village, including Situ Zhong's marriage. The middle-aged man accompanying Chief Gong was his youngest son, Gong Jiming, unemployed and serving as his father's aide. Though lacking any substantial standing in the village, the portly man was Xian's uncle, named Shengwan Tianhong, aged 40. Likely due to Xian's connection, Situ Zhong offered little commentary on Shengwan Tianhong, merely uttering a few cursory remarks. The elderly lady was the village's most senior matriarch, her specific name unknown even to Situ Zhong, who habitually referred to her as Dongfang Pepe. The reverence shown by the others towards Dongfang Pepe indicated her esteemed status in the village, as even Chief Gong treated her with utmost respect. Refraining from contradicting her, Xiao Zhong, how are your wedding preparations progressing? The village chief, Gongye, sat in the hall and cast a sweeping glance over the entire space before inquiring. It is nearly time. Most of the items necessary for the wedding have been adequately prepared. If anything else is lacking, we can always send someone down the mountain to procure it at the last moment, replied Situ Zhong. Indeed, however, it would be prudent to refrain from descending the mountain in the next few days to avoid attracting outsiders, Gongye stated, his gaze tinged with discontent as he glanced at his son, Gongye Ming, clearly implying his words were intended for him. Understood, Gongye Ming replied. Should we verify the selection of beverages for the banquet? No need, I shall entrust that responsibility to Ming. You ought to rest these next few days. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will summon a couple of individuals to lend a hand. As for your two classmates, who have traveled from afar, it is best to avoid imposing upon them with labor, lest we breach the etiquette expected of us, though we may be a remote village. We must not disregard our manners, Gongye asserted with an air of authority. Very well, Situ Zhong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Pang Ligan suddenly recalled something and asked village chief Gongye, what prompted the construction of such an extensive cement road in the village? Fortunately, the village chief did not take offense and replied calmly, it was merely to facilitate easier access down the mountain. Pang Ligan had intended to ask further questions, but Lin Yunna beside him tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from continuing. He complied and settled back into silence. The village chief then spoke of various topics unrelated to the wedding, occasionally touching on matters concerning Situ Zhong's parents, but only briefly, advising him to treat Xian well in the future. The dispute that had occurred at Situ Zhong's doorstep the previous night went unmentioned, as it seemed everyone was reluctant to broach such trivial matters at this moment. Just as the gathering was about to conclude, believing there was nothing more to discuss, the elderly Madame Dongfang, who had been silent with her eyes closed, suddenly tapped her cane on the ground a few times, signaling for quiet so that she could address them. Madam, do you have any instructions for Xiao Zhong? The village chief inquired. We have no pressing matters, after all, we are here solely for Xiao Zhong's wedding. If you have something to convey, please do so. We are all ears, he continued, seemingly wary of offending the elderly woman who was his senior. Madame Dongfang, please share your thoughts. We are prepared for the union between Xiao Zhong and Xian. Should there be any financial shortfall, Xiao Zhong need only come to me. We lack for nothing, and I have ample resources, declared Shengwan Tianhong, grinning widely, his chubby face quivering with mirth as his hefty palm slapped the table. Though updates may come slowly, do consider offering some fish to further the cause. I shall hasten the progress, thank you. This book is from the Pinshu Net, Chapter 11, Sister Mobile Reading available. 17K First collection of logical reasoning battles, psychological warfare, and high-level deduction, gradually unraveling the intricate veil of mystery. The book has been exclusively acquired by the 17K Supernatural channel, thus unauthorized websites are kindly requested to refrain from reproducing it. Rest assured, this book will not encounter any pitfalls or unsatisfactory endings, allowing readers to engage with it with peace of mind. The global exclusive publishing rights to this book belong to 17K Chinese Network. We encourage everyone to support the original work. Furthermore, I have previously authored a supernatural reasoning genre book for those readers who share an affinity for supernatural events. I invite you to delve into my humble creation. Hoping for your gracious critique. At this moment, Uncle and Shangguan Zian could not help but exclaim, clearly indicating that such remarks were ill-timed. Well, Hana, grandmother, if you have anything to say, please do so, we shall comply. Upon noticing that everyone's attention in the hall was focused on him, Shangguan Tianhong could only respond with an awkward chuckle, subsequently falling silent and sitting quietly while glancing around, periodically lifting his teacup to sip. At this juncture,